Chapter 101. According to the plot, the big-mouthed Ye Chen eventually rescued the hostage, displaying a certain level of skill. Lu Jieye was annoyed, but she was not a true destined heroine, so she actually felt a bit of admiration for this show-off. Afterward, Lu Jieye investigated Ye Chen's background, but found nothing. This was incredibly absurd. His name was Ye Chen, and the legitimate son of the Ye family 10 years ago was also named Ye Chen. How could she not find anything? She decided there was no need to delve deeper. She could not find any evidence, but because of the name, she started to suspect if Ye Chen was related to the Ye family from 10 years ago. It was just a suspicion, not a certainty. Lu Jieye felt great pity for the events of 10 years ago, thinking the Ye family was unfortunate and pitiful. She believed the four great families were bad, and the Ye family was innocent. Later, she encountered Master Shen's birthday banquet, and only then did Lu Jieye realize that Ye Chen had a good relationship with her own elder, Director Lu. Furthermore, Ye Chen had saved her father once, earning a life-saving grace. At this point, her favorable impression changed completely. The subsequent plot was simple. Lu Jieye greatly admired Ye Chen, thinking this young man was good. Aside from his foul mouth, and being a bit of an angry youth, everything else was excellent. She wanted to recruit him into the AnGuo Department, but how could the child of destiny work for someone else? He directly refused, as refusing made him seem more impressive. Lu Jieye, as if her intelligence had dropped, eagerly tried to win him over. She gave Ye Chen an unofficial position, granting him special privileges within the AnGuo Department, but without any responsibilities. It was as if the AnGuo Department was run by Lu Jieye, a one-woman show. "Kid, you are looking for death," Wang Kun roared. He feared Lu Jieye, but would he fear a greenhorn? The moment he heard Ye Chen say he could save someone, he instantly felt looked down upon. Damn it. Was this kicking a man when he was down? He felt like a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come and show off. Due to Wang Kun's carelessness, the knife in his hand pointed directly at Ye Chen, who was more than 10 meters away, giving Ye Chen an opportunity to subdue Wang Kun without harming the hostage. Wang Kun pointed his knife at Ye Chen and said, "You damn." Ye Chen instantly knew this was his chance. Lu Jieye also knew an opportunity had arrived. However, before either side could make a move, the female hostage in front of Wang Kun suddenly dropped her shoulder, breaking free from Wang Kun's control. She turned, pried open Wang Kun's knife-holding hand, and twisted it back. Crack. Under the night sky, there was a very clear sound. His arm was broken. Ah! Wang Kun screamed in agony. He was at least an expert in hidden chi, yet his arm was disabled in one move. The female hostage did not stop, directly kicking Wang Kun's knee and breaking it. Crack. Her movements were fluid and swift. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kun's arm and both legs were broken. He fell to the ground wailing, and then fainted from the pain. Lu Jieye, Ye Chen, and the two team members were dumbfounded. No one had expected the hostage to possess such skill. Wang Kun was not an ordinary person. He was a martial artist researcher and an expert in hidden chi. It seemed this female hostage was at least at the hidden chi level. Her movements were extremely fast, and she resolved the fight in the blink of an eye. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, another round of applause came from the alley. Cao Chuan led 3 bodyguards, slowly approaching. Compared to Ye Chen's entrance, this was what you called Cao Chuan's aura. Lu Jieye looked at Cao Chuan. Because of the villain halo, she did not feel any ill will, but rather a sense of goodwill. However, Ye Chen was different. The protagonist halo and villain halo were naturally opposed. The moment Cao Chuan appeared, Ye Chen's eyes changed. He narrowed them, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his mind. Ye Chen did not know why he felt such emotions. It was their first meeting, but he found the other person very displeasing. He even wished he could kill him quickly. In his 20+ years of life, this was the first time Ye Chen had felt such intense hostility towards someone he had just met. He did not know where the hostility came from, but he was just extremely displeased. "Boss." The female hostage came before Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan looked at her neck. There was a red mark, but no bleeding. "It is good that you are not injured. We will take care of the red mark later," Cao Chuan said. The female hostage nodded. This person was the simulacrum, the 4th combat type, prepared for this plot. She had been purchased a few days ago, and had been around the house, acting as a hidden bodyguard to protect the 2 little ones at home. "What department are you from?" Cao Chuan looked at Lu Jieye. "Are you Cao Chuan?" Lu Jieye asked back instead of answering. Being in the same Zonghai area, although she had not met him, and Cao Chuan was not within reach of such a special department, Lu Jieye naturally knew the appearance and information of local wealthy individuals. "And you are?" Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. "AnGuo Department, Lu Jieye." Lu Jieye extended her hand. Her cool, jade-like hand. Cao Chuan shook it briefly and let go. "So it is the special department. In that case, the one who took my bodyguard hostage is the spy, then." "That is right. All right then. I will leave him to you. But I need to see your identification first." Cao Chuan stared at Lu Jieye. To be honest, the luck-supporting female character was indeed a bit inferior, compared to the destined heroine. This inferiority did not refer to looks, but rather that she lacked her own distinct characteristics. Zhong Qinger was docile and wild. Lei Ting had legs. Bu Jinyan had assets. Ning Yu had fairness. Tang Xiaoxia was timid and easy to bully. As long as they were destined heroines, they basically had very unique attributes. And the luck-supporting female character especially a key supporting character like Lu Jiao, was also very beautiful. Her beauty was not inferior to any destined heroine, but she was too well-rounded, lacking distinct features, so she was indeed a bit inferior compared to the destined heroine. Everything was just a little bit off, but everything was very balanced. This was the ultimate supporting female character. Of course, looking at it from another perspective, the supporting female character was also the best alternative for the destined heroines, because the supporting female character did not have her own unique characteristics in all aspects, but her overall score was good, so she could replace any destined heroine. President Cao is quite cautious. Lu Jiao pulled out her ID. It is good to be cautious. Cao Chuan smiled, took the ID, and looked at it. Lu Jiao nodded and said, indeed, it is good to be cautious, but I did not expect President Cao to have so many experts under him. This referred to the female hostage from earlier, including the 3 male bodyguards currently accompanying him. They did not look like easy targets either. According to the information, Cao Chuan was an ordinary wealthy person, yet he had at least 4 bodyguards above the hidden chi level. This was not the typical setup for an ordinary wealthy person. Lu Jiao grew curious about Cao Chuan. Experts. Cao Chuan was speechless. He turned to look at the 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Are you all very formidable? Replying to the boss, we are just doing odd jobs. The 4 seemed to have been trained, speaking in unison. Cao Chuan shrugged, putting on a show. Director Lu seems to have misunderstood. They are all just doing odd jobs. There is nothing formidable about them. All right, the ID is probably real. I am leaving the person to you. I am going now. Wait, Lu Jiao said. We might still need your person to come back with us to make a statement. Of course, Cao Chuan waved his hand, and the female hostage stepped forward. You go back with Director Lu to make a statement. Once you are done, go home yourself. Yes, boss. Lu Jiao listened to the conversation between the female hostage and Cao Chuan, observing their expressions. They seemed very natural, without much emotion revealed. And the female hostage was indeed very respectful towards Cao Chuan. This guy, definitely suspicious. Lu Jiao's curiosity grew stronger. Can we leave now? Remember, Director Lu must give me a good citizen award later. We helped you catch a spy. I will, Lu Jiao nodded. Let us go, young man. Cao Chuan turned back and waved at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's anger instantly flared. He still did not know what was wrong with him. He just saw Cao Chuan's smile and arrogant tone, and he wanted to kill him. Fortunately, his protagonist halo was very strong now, and he could suppress his emotions. Even though his heart was filled with killing intent, he could still remain calm. Show off and then run. Leaving behind a joke, Ye Chen, and an injured person, Wang Kun, plus a very curious Lu Jiao. Perfect. Lu Jiao had her 2 subordinates carry away Wang Kun, who had fainted from pain, and then left with Cao Chuan's female bodyguard, leaving Ye Chen alone, shivering in the cold wind. It was clearly summer, but Ye Chen just felt a little cold. It was as if something was being drawn out of him, just a tiny bit, not a very clear feeling, but it made his heart chill. What was wrong with him? Ye Chen was a bit puzzled, at a loss. Could it be a chi deviation from cultivation? No, this emotion was not right. Ye Chen began to doubt himself, feeling that his emotions might have some problem. AnGuo Department. After taking the statement, Lu Jiao handed over the treatment and interrogation of Wang Kun to her subordinates. As a branch director, personally making the arrest was already giving Wang Kun a lot of face. Interrogating such a minor matter naturally did not require her presence, and she was not idle. She immediately began investigating Cao Chuan that very night. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Cao Chuan was no ordinary person. He must be hiding something. The AnGuo Department's duty was to investigate all suspicious and problematic people and matters, regardless of who the other party was, whether they were rich or powerful, all within the AnGuo Department's jurisdiction. The next morning, Cao Chuan had just returned home. A soft shout reached his ears. I will give you a kick. Damn it. You scared me. Cao Chuan looked speechlessly at Bu Jinyan, who was hiding behind the door, barefoot, and said irritably, You scared the hell out of me. Ha 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 ha. Bu Jinyan laughed loudly, her assets trembling wildly. Chapter 102. Often, the best hunters appear in the guise of prey. That was exactly the case here, as Cao Chuan was acting as both the hunter and the prey. He had no intention of being truly startled, but since Lily wanted to play, he would pretend to be surprised. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Otherwise, old Cao would seem terribly boring. She was already in her early 30s, yet she remained so mischievous. Then again, it made sense. She was in her 30s and still a virgin. To be honest, Cao Chuan felt a little moved. For the sake of her late brother and sister-in-law, she had always shouldered the identity of a mother. It was all to protect Xiao Buyao from harm. But Lily had a playful and boisterous nature. She was a little mischievous, a little innocent, and of course, a little ruthless. Ultimately, she was just a woman in her early 30s, who looked like she was not even 20. With the heart nature of an underage girl, Cao Chuan sighed inwardly. This girl had it tough, and he would have to treat her well in the future. Stop messing around. Cao Chuan raised his hand dotingly and stroked her head. She had pigtails today, and they looked very smooth. He reached out to test the feel, and it was quite nice. Bu Jinyan's heart trembled at the gesture. She was suddenly a bit dazed, as if she saw her elder brother again. The scholarly aura Cao Chuan possessed was truly very similar to her brother. When she was little, her elder brother had also been helpless against her mischief. After growing up, he never got angry with her, no matter what she did. This head pat left her utterly bewildered. Cao Chuan instantly saw through her act, but turned to change his shoes with a calm expression. He casually asked, "Where are the two little ones?" Bu Jinyan snapped back to reality. She looked at Cao Chuan back, her large eyes sparkling, and her voice sounded soft and cute. "They are doing their homework." "Oh," Cao Chuan responded, thinking that he had set the rule for morning homework, and both girls were very obedient. After changing into slippers, Cao Chuan came to the living room sofa and turned his head. "Why are you spacing out? Make some tea." Bu Jinyan's eyes instantly regained focus and narrowed. "You want me to make tea? What else? My surname is Bu. My surname is Cao. Hurry up. You come here every day to freeload food and drinks. Now, doing a little work counts as your meal expenses. Where in the world is there a free lunch? Did you eat my red cherries for free all the time?" Humph. Bu Jinyan let out a soft snort, but involuntarily sat on the sofa and began to prepare gongfu tea. Actually, this point was also very similar to her elder brother. He had been more mature than children his age since he was young. It seemed that from the age of 10, he learned to drink tea like his father. That demeanor of a little adult instantly made him the king of the children. She did not know why, but lately, she kept thinking about things related to her elder brother. To be honest, he had been gone for a long time. Any emotion would gradually fade with time, including her longing for him. But recently, she truly kept recalling many past details. Deloli also did not know what was wrong with her. "Oh." A moment later, Cao Chuan drank the tea she made and said in surprise, "I did not expect your tea-making skills to be so good. Have you made tea before?" Bu Jinyan nodded, her expression a bit haughty, and snickered. "Is it good? If you ask me more in the future, I will make tea for you to drink." Cao Chuan laughed and continued to drink his tea. In reality, he generally understood her feelings, because he had intentionally guided her to some extent. Others were not clear about her elder brother character, and even her father did not know the details of the siblings' interactions, but Cao Chuan knew very well. In the story, Bu Jinyan's only unresolved issue was avenging her elder brother. In the original plot, the author mentioned her elder brother and sister-in-law many times, appearing as filler memories, reminiscing at every turn, adding content whenever possible. It was hard for Cao Chuan not to know. So, in the details, Cao Chuan could slightly imitate him. It was also a way to draw closer, was it not? He thought about the luck he was gaining. Since the plot officially began yesterday, Cao Chuan had already acquired nearly 100,000 in luck. The luck value of a strengthening fluid was significant. The luck details also came out, including the plot changes for Bu Yao and Bu Jinyan. They had almost completely deviated from the original plot, especially Bu Yao. Cao Chuan had also usurped the plot of Ningyu Casino, playing around before the plot even began, which counted as changing the plot. Even if the Child of Destiny still went to the casino to show off later, he would merely be picking up scraps. He would not be able to cause much trouble. Tang Xiaoxiao was even more so. Her heart nature had directly changed, and the luck feedback was the most, having been boosted several times, totaling up to 50,000 points. Bu Jinyan's side was still being boosted, with a little feedback each time. Once her special plot began, a large wave of luck was also on its way. "Where were you last night? You just left the two little girls at home unattended." It was only then that Bu Jinyan remembered to question Cao Chuan. This guy was gone all night, leaving the two little ones at home. He was truly reckless. "I have my own nightlife too. Over 30, physiological needs, it is human nature, you understand." Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. "I understand, what the hell? Are you beating around the bush?" Bu Jinyan was furious, embarrassed, and angry. She raised her bare foot and gave Cao Chuan a big reward. "Here is a kick for you." Ouch. Cao Chuan did not dodge this time, because Bu Jinyan was very fast, clearly the speed of a martial artist. How could Cao Chuan, a normal person, dodge it? Fortunately, she did not use much force, just pure speed. A kick to the chest. Her soles were pink and soft, it did not hurt, and it was even a little comfortable. Damn it. As a leg fetishist, I absolutely cannot handle this kind of playful roughhousing. Cao Chuan fell onto the sofa with a pained expression. Bu Jinyan pouted. "Stop pretending, I did not use any force. Are you trying to murder me?" Cao Chuan bared his teeth and glared at her. Bu Jinyan chided. "Who told you to beat around the bush?" Cao Chuan said, "You are too sensitive." "Pa, stop with that nonsense. I am telling you, Cao, if you talk rubbish again, next time I will kick you in the face directly." "That good." "Ha, why would I think that? I am a proper gentleman, I should not be thinking such things." Cao Chuan was speechless. All right, I will not tease you anymore." "Hiss, my chest hurts. Can you pour me another cup of tea? I need to catch my breath." Bu Jinyan snorted softly and subconsciously poured Cao Chuan a cup of tea. This kind of command-style logic would gradually become a habit. Try it if you do not believe me. From small matters to big ones, a little control at a time would achieve a very good effect in the late stage. Whatever you ask her to do, she would do it involuntarily. This was also knowledge gained from studying psychology, while driving for leaders in his previous life, incredibly useful. "By the way, you are coming with me somewhere this afternoon." "Where?" "The antique market." "What for?" Cao Chuan knew perfectly well, but feigned ignorance. "To buy some small gifts. An elder birthday is in a few days," Bu Jinyan said. "Does this elder have a grudge against you?" Cao Chuan again feigned confusion. Bu Jinyan retorted, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? an elder birthday, and you go to the antique market to buy him fakes? Do you not know those fakes are either washed with chemicals or artificially aged? Or they might even be directly stolen from tombs, carrying heavy yin qi. Playing with them long term will hasten death. Cao Chuan spouted nonsense, which actually sounded somewhat plausible. But who was Bu Jinyan? She rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense, okay? The antique market also has genuine items. You just do not understand. Cao Chuan truly did not understand. Here, he was referring to the original Cao Chuan. In such a large mansion, there were really few antique decorations. It would be strange if the original Cao Chuan understood antiques. You understand? Nonsense, of course I understand. You come with me this afternoon, and I will open your wisdom eye. Open his wisdom eye. Is this eye respectable? All right, then I will clean my eyes and go with you to see for myself. This was another of Ye Chen showing off plots. The antique market, antiques. Any old reader would basically know what was going to happen. To put it bluntly, it was about finding overlooked treasures. Ye Chen, this child of destiny, had high combat prowess and excellent medical skills, but he did not have golden eyes. However, you could not argue with his high luck. Additionally, when he was practicing martial arts, his old master was an antique enthusiast, who, even while holed up in the deep mountains, could not part with various antiques and books year-round. 10 years of immersion naturally endowed Ye Chen with a wisdom eye. Without a doubt, at Master Shen birthday banquet, Ye Chen gift was bound to elicit gasps of admiration from everyone. And coincidentally, Bu Jinyan also formally met Ye Chen at this time. The plot described that Bu Jinyan developed a great interest in Ye Chen, and combined with their 2 previous brief encounters, she began to pay attention to this man. Finally, at the birthday banquet, she met Ye Chen again, making it 4 times in total. Therefore, Bu Jinyan was one of the few people who spoke up for Ye Chen at the banquet. The above is the plot that has not happened yet, and it will not happen in the future. The upcoming official plot has been completely changed, and will be written by our old cow. After lunch, Delily, with her bare feet, put on a pair of sneakers. Finally, she had socks, white socks. Do you know how cute a 1.6-meter girl feet are? White socks with sneakers, plus a small skirt. This combination was very attractive in this era, and made her look even younger. The more you looked, the younger she seemed. Saying she was 20 would even be too high. But only this light was overly exaggerated. Could this be some kind of illness? Cao Chuan, with a serious expression, took advantage of the situation. If we go out looking like this, people will think I am your dad. Only Cao Chuan could manage to make a compliment sound like an insult. You do look old. Bu Jinyan glanced at him, returning the jab. Then you will have to call me daddy from now on. Cao Chuan was addicted to being a father. He did not have this hobby before, and he did not know why he had become like this now. Perhaps he was influenced by some readers when he used to read books. Alas. Do you believe I will give you a? Cao Chuan quickly blocked a raised leg, casually grasping her calf. Hey, stop messing around. You are wearing shoes now. You will get me dirty in a bit. Bu Jinyan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she angrily chided, let go. Oh. Cao Chuan obediently released her. The bodyguard drove. The partition went up, and the private space in the back felt a bit subtle. This was crossing a line. But it seemed Bu Jinyan was not angry, just a little embarrassed. Actually, this embarrassment was also created by Cao Chuan. Otherwise, a simple change of topic would have diffused it, and she would have taken the hint to back down. But Cao Chuan just kept silent, allowing this awkward atmosphere to form in the enclosed space. At first, the more awkward the better. The main point to consider was that this awkwardness would leave a small imprint in her heart. The premise was that the other party was a virgin. If she were a professional, then it would be fine. She would not care about such physical intimacy, and they might even be rolling around together by now. The journey was silent and awkward. The longer it lasted, the more Bu Jinyan's shyness settled in her heart. Eventually, she even felt a bit hot where her calf had just been grasped. Bu Jinyan looked out the car window, silent and no longer her usual lively self. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan was on his phone, messaging someone. It was not the little fox, do not guess wildly. A moment later, a notification pinged on Bu Jinyan's phone. She took out her phone from her bag and glanced at it. It was actually from Cao Chuan. Sorry, I did not mean to take advantage of you. Good heavens, you are still bringing it up. Bu Jinyan subconsciously looked sideways, glaring at him reproachfully. This scoundrel, always bringing up sensitive topics, was he not? Chapter 103. What does it mean to pluck at one's heartstrings? It is all about the art of the tease. As the old saying goes, good men do not get the girls, but bad men do. This bad does not mean doing evil deeds, but rather teasing a woman in various ways until she is playfully annoyed. At that point, you have pretty much succeeded. Of course, this method sounds worthless in theory, but in practice, it requires matching the scene and a certain amount of experience. It is just like this text message. It is quite ingenious. Anyway, you just have to make sure the other party does not expect it. Facing Bu Jinyan's angry glare and playful scolding, Cao Chuan grinned widely. He showed his teeth, looking particularly honest and simple. He really wished he could offer a signature crooked smile, as that would be much better than pretending to be honest, but unfortunately, he just could not pull it off. Bu Jinyan was almost made to laugh by his appearance. She let out a small sound of amusement, but quickly changed the topic. Cao Chuan asked, what antique do you want to buy for an elder? Have you decided? Bu Jinyan took the hint and naturally shook her head. Her ponytail swayed back and forth. Let us go and see. Anyway, it is about finding a bargain, so whatever we find, we will take. Just make sure you do not get scammed, Cao Chuan said with a half-smile. Who are you looking down on? Let me tell you, I am a professional when it comes to antiques. Have you studied tomb raiding? Nonsense. Bu Jinyan playfully scolded him again. I have bought many antiques myself. Cao Chuan shrugged. Then why do you not just pick one? Why go through all this trouble to find a bargain? Is it not hot under such a big sun? Are you not afraid of getting tanned? You do not understand. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes. That sounded really annoying. I get it. The antiques you bought before were too expensive, and you could not bear to give them away, so you are here to find a bargain. You want to spend little money to achieve a big goal. Bu Jinyan giggled, her slender finger pointing at Cao Chuan. You are rarely this smart. Cao Chuan snorted. So you called me here to pay for it. You want to use my money to achieve your goal. Oh, I had not thought of that. Thank you for the reminder. It is happily decided then. Bu Jinyan clapped her hands. Who is happily deciding anything with you? Why should I? Because you are the child's godfather. You see, she was even increasing the intimacy herself. Cao Chuan was speechless. What kind of elder are you visiting? Do you two really have a grudge? It is not a grudge, but I do not like him. If you do not like him, then do not go, right? Do you have to go? Does he have something on you? Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. You do not understand. If you say that again, I will give you a kick too, Cao Chuan glared. Bu Jinyan was amused, not knowing what particular joke had tickled her, giggling nonstop. At the peak of her laughter, she even raised her hand and patted Cao Chuan's leg a few times. Cao Chuan made a sharp hissing sound of feigned pain, rubbing his leg. How can you be so small yet have such strong hands? Did you take a strength pill? With so much power, why do not you go slay a dragon? Bu Jinyan waved her hands repeatedly, her delicate body trembling with laughter, unable to straighten up. Are you crazy? Cao Chuan shook his head. After a long while, Bu Jinyan's face was flushed. She raised her hand and patted Cao Chuan's arm. You are really annoying. Do not make me laugh anymore. What does your own fit of laughter have to do with me? Cao Chuan chuckled. Actually, he roughly understood. This girl was just in a good mood, and seeing him so handsome, his charm was irresistible. Old Cao understood this feeling. Every morning when he looked in the mirror, Cao Chuan would also be in a particularly good mood. It is just a pity he could not do the crooked smile, otherwise it would be even more perfect. Maybe he could even make a move now. Ultimately, the villain was still a bit lacking and not as alluring as the protagonist Halo. Cao Chuan said with a serious face, Child's mother, let us be honest. Do you have some kind of illness? If you are sick, let us treat it. The sooner, the better. You cannot delay this kind of thing. You are the one who is sick. Bu Jinyan kicked him. Who knows what was up with this little one? Always liking to kick people. Cao Chuan continued. How about this? I actually know a little about traditional Chinese medicine. Shall I take your pulse? You know medicine too. Your words are a bit dismissive. If you can understand the art of tomb raiding, what is so strange about me knowing a little medicine? I am not tomb raiding, she said, her eyes widening. All right, if you say you are not, then you are not. Come, give me your hand, I will take your pulse. You really can. Bu Jinyan showed some interest. Do not underestimate your godhusband. What kind of nonsense is that? Your daughter is my goddaughter, so I am naturally your godhusband. Another kick came, but it was not heavy, indicating she was not actually angry. You see, is this not just loneliness? She was probably happy inside too. After all, old Cao was so handsome. And these past few days with old Cao, she had probably laughed more than she had in a year. Bu Jinyan finally handed her small hand to Cao Chuan, placing it on the water bottle holder in the middle. Cao Chuan pretended to take her pulse. Her skin was very smooth. Anyway, old Cao had no intention of taking advantage. He was earnestly treating her illness. A few minutes later, Bu Jinyan saw Cao Chuan's serious face, yet he did not speak for a long time. She chuckled with a hint of sarcasm. What is wrong? Cannot even come up with a lie. Why do not you just say something typical of traditional Chinese medicine, like I have excessive internal heat, or a weak spleen? Maybe you will guess right. Cao Chuan glanced sideways. Do you have an old injury? That is right. An old injury. In this story, any martial artist who was a bit older could not possibly avoid old injuries. Whether it was from daily cultivation or fighting others, some hidden injuries would always be left behind. Because a master of hidden chi could inflict internal injuries on an opponent that were difficult to heal on their own. Once or twice was fine, but if it happened too many times, it would be strange not to have hidden injuries. Oh, you really do have something, Bu Jinyan snorted. Then tell me, how was this old injury caused? Cao Chuan shook his head. Unclear. Bu Jinyan pouted, withdrawing her small hand. Cao Chuan continued, but I can feel that several of your meridians are blocked due to hidden injuries, which slows down your cultivation speed. It is near your heart, so I deduce that besides external force and hidden chi, your internal injury is mostly caused by pent-up chi in your heart. Cao Chuan, with an expression that said he had seen through everything, continued. There must have been some major event that made you very angry, but you were helpless, and you did not get a normal release. Eventually, the old injury's condition subsided. Over time, this led to problems within your body. Am I right? Bu Jinyan looked at Cao Chuan in surprise. But then she thought, no, that is not right. Bu Jinyan narrowed her eyes. Are you playing a trick on me? What do you mean by that? Cao Chuan retorted. Bu Jinyan's nostrils twitched slightly, and she let out a delicate snort. You have seen my information. You know I broke with my family over my brother and sister-in-law's matter, So when you said a major event led to pent-up feelings in my heart, you were guessing. You did not actually feel it from my pulse. Do you think I am stupid? I was careless. I should not have shown her so much information. Her memory was pretty good. Why was it so hard for him to show off? A child of destiny was not like this. Even if they acted stupid, people would cheer them on. Why was it that when it came to him, no one's intelligence dropped? Was this not bullying? Cao Chuan clapped his hands, saying with a calm expression, I can now confirm that your brain is fine. Which means your silly laughter just now was not caused by brain damage. Congratulations, you do not need to take any medicine. Bu Jinyan slapped Cao Chuan's arm. If you try to trick me again, I will kick you to death. Cao Chuan feigned rubbing his arm and said, actually, I was not just playing with you. Your pent-up feelings are really serious, mainly because of old injuries. Do you dare say your meridians are not blocked? It is estimated that at this rate, you will not be able to continue cultivation in less than 5 years. Bu Jinyan's face sank. Then what can I do? My elder brother and sister-in-law were killed, and I cannot find the culprit. How can I resolve this pent-up feeling? Haven't you contacted that famous detective agency? Their fees are high, but they are quite fast. Cao Chuan looked at her with a simple expression. Bu Jinyan shook her head. I did, but they gave me a very long time frame. They said at the latest a year, and at the earliest, a month. Did you not give them enough money? Cao Chuan asked. Nonsense. Hey, little girl, can you please stop saying nonsense and idiot all the time? Can you be more refined? You mind your own business. Humph. Bu Jinyan pouted. Besides, I gave them a lot of money. I even offered to give them my company, at least several hundred million. Then that is it. Your company is already bankrupt. Are you not trying to get something for nothing? Do you think the famous detective agency is stupid enough to take over your company? Cao Chuan chuckled. You are talking nonsense. Bu Jinyan was at least trying to correct herself, which was definitely a step in the right direction. Actually, Cao Chuan did not care if she swore or not. Even if she did not, Cao Chuan would teach her later. The reason he did not allow her to curse now was mainly to change her bad habits. It was a kind of psychological suppression that would subtly make her more obedient. My company is not bankrupt yet. It is just that I am too lazy to invest more money in it. At worst, it will go bankrupt. It is just a few hundred million. Besides, their asking price is not that high. They said at most 100 million, and I will only pay after they have news and I have confirmed it. Cao Chuan nodded. Then let us just wait patiently. Anyway, it is at most a year. You are not in a hurry for this year, right? Exactly, Bu Jinyan chuckled. She really was not in a hurry. She had waited for over 10 years, so what was one more year? As for the pent-up chi, that was an old injury anyway. She had been in a very good mood recently. It was the best period she had been in since her elder brother and sister-in-law passed away. When we get back, I will take a look for you. Although I might not be able to completely cure your pent-up feelings, as it is a mental illness, I can help you alleviate it a bit and improve your strength. You are not a martial artist. Do you understand these things? Bu Jinyan thought he had read a lot of information and had some indirect understanding of martial artists, so she did not think much of it. Heh, do not underestimate your god-husband. I am very powerful. Bu Jinyan scoffed. But from beginning to end, she never rejected this title. Maybe she thought it was fun. As they spoke, the car arrived at the antique market. As expected, Ye Chen was here, preparing to show off. I am so sorry, but today's show-off will still be done by me. If I say I will make you feel depressed, I will make you feel depressed. This time, Cao Chuan's approach to Ye Chen was much more direct than with Lin Han. He was always ready to go head-on, snatching all the luck he could. These villains' luck points were free, so why not take them? Last night, he earned 10,000. When he completely destroyed the relationship between Ye Chen and Lu Jieyou, it was estimated to be at least 50,000 to start. Yesterday was not enough, because there was still the presence of Elder Lu in the middle. So no matter how Cao Chuan tried to prevent them from meeting yesterday, he could not stop Elder Lu from introducing them to each other. Therefore, this Elder Lu must go. Of course, Old Cao would not do it himself. Old Cao had never killed anyone. The time he drove in Dragon Bay did not count, as the car killed the person. Cao Chuan would never kill in this life. We gentlemen do not do such things. So, making Ye Chen do it himself must be very interesting, right? Let me plan it carefully. No rush, no panic. Chapter 104. It is him. Who? That person. Who? The one over there. Who? Delili slapped Cao Chuan's arm and said angrily, are you a parrot? Cao Chuan was speechless. Why is your hand so strong? If you are going to be vague, how am I supposed to know who you are talking about? It is the man wearing flip-flops, baggy shorts, and a cheap vest. He is the one from the Ye family responsible for approaching me. Delili gestured with her eyes toward a man in the distance, who was chatting with a vendor at an antique stall. It was Ye Chen, without a doubt. Despite all of Cao Chuan's efforts to disrupt the timeline, the momentum of the early story remained powerful. In the original plot, this third meeting was destined to happen here, and that could not be changed now. Cao Chuan was surprised. Are you sure? Did you not say it was a honey trap? What kind of honey is this? He looks like a homeless man. The Ye family really looks down on people. Even if they know you are lonely, you would not be so desperate as to ouch. Bu Jinyan slapped him again. It was heavier than before. Her palm struck his back with a muffled thud. If you talk nonsense again, I will kick your mouth crooked. Why do you like to use your hands and feet so much? Cao Chuan said, sounding speechless. I am standing up for you. They look down on people too much. How could you possibly fancy this thing? A Pua move was launched. If Bu Jinyan had any self-respect, she could not possibly fancy Ye Chen anymore. Humph. Bu Jinyan snorted heavily. Thinking about what Cao Chuan said, it was true, they really did look down on people. At this moment, Ye Chen was squatting in front of the stall, his back to Cao Chuan and the others, so his face could not be seen. But Bu Jinyan had seen him before and knew that Ye Chen looked decent, at least a bit handsome. Damn it, it seemed all the children of destiny were a bit handsome. In the previous story, the protagonist was also described as a handsome man with a buzz cut. From this, it was clear that old Cao's looks destined him not to be a child of destiny, because he was too handsome, and did not fit the role. Crisis sense. Ye Chen felt a killing intent behind him, narrowed his eyes, and turned his head. He met Bu Jinyan's gaze directly. The killing intent was emanating from Bu Jinyan. This man had appeared before her again and again. Regardless of whether this time was a coincidence, it had already happened 3 times. Even if it was a coincidence, it could be classified as a conspiracy. Today, Bu Jinyan had decided to come to the antique market, and she had only told Cao Chuan. And Cao Chuan had been by her side the whole time. The fact that the other party knew about this meant that they had a very strong intelligence network, or even listened to her phone. Anyway, the more Bu Jinyan thought about it now, the angrier she became. Originally, a child of destiny like Ye Chen would not harbor any killing intent toward the destined heroine. But when Ye Chen saw Cao Chuan beside Bu Jinyan, the killing intent instantly became undeniable. Ye Chen once again wanted to eliminate Cao Chuan, but this killing intent flashed and faded. The current Ye Chen could control his emotions very steadily. However, this momentary killing intent was perceived by Bu Jinyan. After all, they were both experts. And Bu Jinyan naturally misunderstood, thinking that this man also harbored killing intent toward her, further confirming that he was from the remnants of the Ye family. In short, a series of coincidences led to the two of them inexplicably forming a grudge. Cao Chuan also inexplicably gained 10,000 points of villain luck. Plot changed. Destined heroine completely misunderstood. Villain luck increased by 10,000 points. What a good person. Cao Chuan looked at Ye Chen from a distance, smiling and nodding, as if greeting him. After all, they had met once before. Ye Chen, however, did not respond at all. He narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and turned back to look at the stall. Damn it. How rude. Did your mother not teach you not to hit a smiling face? I am smiling at you, and you are baring your teeth at me. Forget it. It does not matter. Old Cao is magnanimous, I forgive you. Do not rush, let us see what he wants to do later. Maybe it really is a coincidence. Cao Chuan's words were malicious and venomous. The more he said this, the less Bu Jinyan believed him. She snorted lightly and retorted, do you know how big Zonghai is, and how many people live here? Testing my geography. Cao Chuan was stunned. Bu Jinyan did not wait for Cao Chuan to answer, and continued. Thousands of square kilometers, tens of millions of people. In such a super city, do you know how high the probability of encountering someone you know is? Cao Chuan secretly gave her a thumbs up. It was so comfortable talking to smart people. She had covered her own lie perfectly. So, he absolutely did not just happen to meet me. He deliberately engineered this chance encounter with me. Bu Jinyan snorted coldly. Cao Chuan nodded. You are so smart. Bu Jinyan nodded. Let us go, let us see what he is buying. Are you not going to avoid him? Why should I avoid him? Since he wants to approach me, I will do the opposite. Since he wants to play, then we will play with him properly. Makes sense. This was a stall selling antique calligraphy and paintings. As they approached, Ye Chen seemed too lazy to look at Cao Chuan, ignoring him completely. This demeanor made Bu Jinyan sneer even more. Playing innocent with me, are we? What a childish tactic. Ye Chen said to the stall owner, this calligraphy and painting is worth 8,000 at most. Young man, you cannot haggle like that. This is a genuine work by the most famous landscape painter of the former Qing dynasty, the imperial kind. I will not sell it for less than 30,000. He is not famous, so it is only worth this much. Ye Chen shook his head. Then, young man, you should go look elsewhere. This is a genuine piece, not a fake. The owner shook his head, clearly not at his desired price. All right, I am planning to give it as a birthday gift. I will add a bit more, 10,000. You take a step forward, so I will take a step back, 28,000. 10,000. 27,000. 10,000. Young man, you cannot haggle like that. In the original plot, Bu Jinyan also stood by, watching them haggle, and then found Ye Chen quite interesting. But now, she found him utterly displeasing. She was caught between the protagonist halo and the villain halo, ultimately leaning toward Cao Chuan's villain halo. Bu Jinyan suddenly spoke. Boss, I will take this painting for 25,000. Miss, he is in the middle of haggling. The boss chuckled, his words a refusal to negotiate with Bu Jinyan. This was the so-called rule of antiques. The simplest rule was that when someone else was negotiating a price, others should not interrupt, and certainly should not drive up the price. You should only negotiate after the previous person had failed and left. And do not watch. This was considered mutual respect. Of course, it was all nonsense. The antique industry had the most shills, and price gouging was common. As for rules, those were only observed in the topmost small circles. The lower circles basically had no rules. They were selling at street stalls, and there were rules. Do you believe it? But there was no choice. In a comprehensive novel dimension, many plot settings were just for showing off. Ye Chen tilted his head and glanced at Bu Jinyan, then looked at Bu Jinyan's legs, her white socks. Ugh. Bu Jinyan looked disgusted. This pervert, he looked. But he also put on an air of appraisal and appreciation. It was sickening. Old Cao was more fun. Cao Chuan then said with a smile, "Boss, you are just running a street stall. Why are you pretending to be a big player here? That is not how you talk about rules. Even old Xing, the head of your industry, would not dare to be so formal when he sees our young miss. I think you do not want to stay in the antique market anymore. Young miss, why do you not call old Xing, or the market people? I suspect someone here is making and selling fakes. Look at what our big villain said. It was purely using power to oppress, direct and clear, no pretense." In the past, Bu Jinyan would have been very annoyed by such power wielding. But since it was Cao Chuan saying it, it was fun. Bu Jinyan did not feel that Cao Chuan was deliberately using power to oppress. She only felt that Cao Chuan was teasing her and helping her pressure this remnant of the Ye family next to them. The boss's face turned pale. He understood several layers of meaning from those words. The other party had a very high background. Old Xing was a true industry big shot, and everyone in the circle respectfully called him Elder Xing. Furthermore, these rules did exist. But it was not a street stall's place to show off with them. These rules were merely to fool outsiders. Ye Chen was very much like an outsider, knowing nothing and no jargon. Both of you, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The boss smiled awkwardly, stood up, and cupped his hands. Both of you, please pick anything. You can take this painting, and I will even give you a bit more of a discount, 23,000. How does that sound, young miss? Bu Jinyan's aura and attire indeed did not resemble that of an ordinary girl. No need, I am not short a few thousand yuan. Butler, pay up. All right, young Miss Cao Chuan quickly nodded, took out his bank card, and handed it to the boss. Can I pay by card? Yes, let me go find a machine. The boss turned and left. The three of them paid no attention to Ye Chen's dripping, dark face next to them. Ye Chen glanced at the painting. He had not managed to snag this bargain, but it was fine. Ye Chen then subconsciously looked at the pile of ancient jade stones next to it. His real target was those items. At the same time, Ye Chen's hatred for Cao Chuan deepened. Perhaps there was no reason before, but now there was. This guy needed a beating. And this so-called young miss, just a spoiled rich second generation, probably not a good person either. Feeling Ye Chen's aura, Bu Jinyan glanced at him, a half-smile on her face. Little brother, I am sorry, but older sister has taken a fancy to this painting. Hey, you can have it then. It is not that great anyway. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully. Young man, we meet again. Cao Chuan also spoke at this moment. Ye Chen ignored him, merely giving a cold sneer. Bu Jinyan, however, curiously looked back at Cao Chuan, as if asking if they had met. Cao Chuan also gave her a look. I will tell you later. Bu Jinyan nodded. Cao Chuan was surprised. What do you mean by nodding? You can really understand my gaze. Holy cow, that is fake, right? Bu Jinyan gave him a sidelong glance, and a roll of her eyes, saying, nonsense, I am clever and quick-wit. All right, all of the above was imagined. But in reality, it was indeed discernible, because female leads are basically all sharp-wit, especially the major female leads. They are very smart, including Tang Xiaoxiao. Even though this girl can be soft and muddled about some things, she is truly not stupid at all. After a while, the boss jogged back, holding the machine. He had earned several thousand from this painting. His psychological price was 15,000. 25,000 is not bad. How about some small gifts, boss? Cao Chuan swiped his card and said with a casual smile. No problem. What have you taken a fancy to? This pile of jade stones is decent. Can I pick a few? Sure, it is your first time here, so feel free to choose. Pick whatever you like. How about I give you 3 pieces? Boss is generous. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. Ye Chen was truly enraged now. If his face was dark before, it was now green. His fists clenched tightly together. Chapter 105. Within the context of the story, this painting was incredibly valuable. It was certainly not worth a mere 10 or 20,000. The most valuable parts were the jade stones embedded within. The narrative logic here was meant for show, so it did not strictly follow reality. These jade stones functioned much like the spirit stones found in cultivation novels, but since this was a modern urban setting, they would not grant the user the ability to ascend to godhood. However, long-term would speed up the cultivation of ordinary martial artists. It could even improve one's physique and purify inner energy. In short, these were treasures that martial artists dreamed of, which even powerful families struggled to acquire. The existing quantity was extremely rare, and it was only after the plot progressed that people slowly learned of their existence. This moment was intended for the protagonist, Ye Chen, to display his abilities. Now, Cao Chuan wanted to snatch this opportunity for himself. Bu Jinyan asked, these jade stones, what do you want them for? Cao Chuan replied, they are pretty little stones. We have many girls at home, so I will take them back for them to play with. Even if they are just thrown into a fish tank, they will add a lot of color. Bu Jinyan suddenly understood. She truly felt that this man was kind. He constantly thought of the little ones at home even when he was out, which at least showed he was a family man. The boss also nodded in agreement. That is right. These little stones will definitely look beautiful in a fish tank. Cao Chuan smiled, stepped forward and squatted down. Then I will pick a few. He casually sifted through a pile of old jade stones. They all looked mossy and certainly were not high-end goods to the naked eye. Cao Chuan picked up a few, held them up to the sun, and noted that the translucency was decent. Do you think Yao Yao will like this one? Cao Chuan asked. Bu Jinyan nodded. She should. Then this one, and these few. Forget it, I will take them all. Boss, give me a price. I will just throw all these hundreds of pieces into the goldfish tank later. All right. The boss's face lit up with joy. Although he earned a little less today, it definitely exceeded his expected price. Ye Chen felt his heart bleed. He had originally thought the other party would only pick 3 pieces. He never expected this man to take the entire lot. He did not know how many crystals were hidden inside, but it was certainly a significant number. As a child of destiny, Ye Chen cared deeply about maintaining his image. A protagonist could discover overlooked treasures, but only if others had ignored them first. If he stopped Cao Chuan or forcibly snatched them away, he could likely win, but it would be beneath him. It would be even more disgraceful than the cheap clothes he wore. This was not something a child of destiny would do. Even though Ye Chen felt like grinding his back teeth to dust, he remained silent. However, his hatred for Cao Chuan continued to grow. He finally understood why he found this man so displeasing. It was because this man needed a good beating. Cao Chuan paid another 5,000. A total of 30,000 bought a large bag of miscellaneous jade stones, most of which were worthless, clearing out half of the stall. There was also a scroll painting. It was a landscape ink painting by an artist with some fame, but not enough to be considered a master. Since there were many such pieces, the price was just over 10,000. Let us go, young man. Cao Chuan turned around and smiled at Ye Chen again. Ye Chen's anger flared up once more. This scene felt familiar, as if it were just last night. The stall owner looked at Ye Chen gleefully. Young man, I have other paintings, also by this great master. I will let you have them for a bit cheaper. Ye Chen, fuming, turned and left without any politeness. Fortunately, the boss was magnanimous and did not bother with him. The boss just pouted, quietly cursed a few times, then started packing up his stall to go for a drink. After leaving, Bu Jinyan chuckled. This guy has no tolerance. Just now, when we snatched his painting, his face looked like he had eaten something foul. He could not even manage to hide his emotions. Did the Ye family remnants underestimate me too much? Crude, Cao Chuan said, rolling his eyes at her in exasperation. Promise me that you are so cute, so your mouth should not have anything dirty in it besides cigars, okay? What is wrong? His face was indeed very ugly, so what is the problem with saying it was like he had eaten something foul? That is not even a dirty word, Bu Jinyan pouted. All right. If you say it is not dirty, then it is not dirty. I will treat you to something dirty later. What dirty thing? Bu Jinyan asked subconsciously. Cao Chuan looked at her, feigning horror. You are actually curious? Cao Chuan said. You will know when the time comes. Let us go home. Hey, Bu Jinyan said, looking speechless. We have not bought a gift yet. Is this painting not enough? Even though I do not like that old man, a 20,000 yuan gift is really not presentable. It will not necessarily disgust him, but it will make us seem petty, which would make me lose face. Bu Jinyan shook her head. Cao Chuan nodded in sudden understanding. You are right. Something worth at least 200 million is not suitable as a gift. Exactly. 200, wait, what 200 million? Bu Jinyan instantly became adorable, looking up at Cao Chuan in a daze. This girl was a head shorter than Cao Chuan, and their height difference looked very endearing. Of course, this painting is worth 200 million. There is a hidden layer inside, and that layer should contain a rare treasure, a so-called painting within a painting, Cao Chuan explained, raising an eyebrow. In the story, Ye Chen had relied on this to shock everyone. The plot was very cliché. Inside the scroll was a genuine work by Tang Yin, and it was an absolute masterpiece. Considering the combined novel setting, Tang Yin was considered the #1 painter, and he had countless genuine works. Almost every worthless painting's hidden layer contained a genuine Tang Yin piece. How marvelous! Cao Chuan and Bu Jinyan, carrying the painting and a bag of clattering jade stones, arrived at the largest antique shop in the market. This shop belonged to Old Seeing, but the old man was not there. Only his apprentice was inside. Cao Chuan and Bu Jinyan came to them to dismantle the painting, as the process required skill and specific tools. Upon hearing their intention, the apprentice quickly called his master. 10 minutes later, a white-haired, vigorous old man arrived. Are you two the ones who want to dismantle the painting? Old Seeing looked at the two of them, and with just that glance, he knew they were not simple. He smiled and said, Please wait a moment. I will first examine the painting. Please. Cao Chuan handed him the cylindrical case containing the painting. Old Seeing put on gloves, carefully took out the painting, and then began to examine it meticulously, with a magnifying glass and other tools. The apprentice brewed tea and served snacks to the two. They sat on the redwood armchairs. Bu Jinyan slightly turned sideways, whispering, Are you sure there is a painting inside? Do not make a fool of yourself later. Do not worry. If there is nothing inside, I will bolt out of here in one stride. If I make a fool of myself, it will be your face I am losing. I will give you a kick, Bu Jinyan playfully chided. The two whispered and chatted happily. A few minutes later, Old Seeing took off his glasses and magnifying glass, looked at the two, and mused, Forgive my poor eyesight, but I do not see any traces of a painting within a painting. Cao Chuan cursed him in his heart. In the plot, at the birthday banquet, everyone was mocking the gift Ye Chen brought. Finally, this old man had stepped forward, and said that based on the mounting traces, it was very likely there was a painting within a painting. So what now? When it came to him, the man could not see the traces. Old Seeing continued, however, although no traces are visible, based on the thickness, there is a certain probability of a hidden layer. But from my many years of experience, this probability is not high. As for whether it is actually there, it needs to be opened to see, but I do not recommend doing so. After all, this painting is also from a famous artist, undoubtedly an original, and it will be valuable if kept for some years. If it is opened now, it might damage the scroll, which is detrimental to restoration and preservation. Bu Jinyan looked at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan said expressionlessly, "Dismantle it. You name the fee." Old Seeing smiled. "Since that is the case, then it is just a labor fee. 100 yuan. All right." Old Seeing began to take out his tools, which were actually just some utility knives, small scissors, and tweezers. These things relied entirely on feel and experience. Dismantling the scroll without damaging the original painting, while ensuring the dimensions were maintained, was a job that required a certain level of skill. Of course, if one was not afraid of damaging the original, then it was much easier. Anyone with hands could do it, as long as they ensured the contents of the hidden layer remained intact. This time, only a few minutes passed. A corner of the scroll was peeled open. Old Seeing suddenly exclaimed, "There really is a hidden layer. There should be an ancient painting inside." Bu Jinyan shot up, walked to the counter, and stared at the peeled back corner. It was very clear that there was another layer inside. What kind of painting it was could not be seen, but one could imagine that a scroll used to conceal a genuine work by a famous artist must have a significant origin. It was estimated that during wartime, fearing that the genuine work would be destroyed or lost overseas, the original owner of this painting found a skilled craftsman to create a blindfold. Decades passed, and this painting somehow ended up here, a pearl covered in dust. Fortunately, it had met Cao Chuan. Bu Jinyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned to look at Cao Chuan, who was calmly drinking tea. His demeanor was incredibly pretentious. Bu Jinyan playfully chided, "Stop pretending. Come over and take a look. Are you not curious what is inside? It does not matter what it is. It is your stuff anyway, so it has nothing to do with me. Are you going to split the money with me if you make a profit?" Cao Chuan chuckled. "Tisk, dreaming." Bu Jinyan snorted, too lazy to bother with Cao Chuan, and continued to watch the old man dismantle the painting. In a blink of an eye, the old man carefully separated the two paintings. He exclaimed again, "It is actually a genuine work by Tang Yin. Young friend, would you be willing to part with this painting? The price is negotiable." Cao Chuan smiled faintly. "A good painting needs a fated person. Old man, when you said the probability was not high just now, I knew your eyesight was not good. Moreover, am I a person who lacks money? The 100 yuan is for your hard work, old man. Buy some good tea to replenish yourself. Your shop's tea is really not good." Cao Chuan stood up and casually put away the scroll. He never took a loss. If he was in a bad mood, he would directly confront the other party, making the old man's face flush red. The apprentice next to him also glared at Cao Chuan angrily. But Cao Chuan did not care at all. His action of putting away the painting was very rough. At least in Old Seeing's eyes, it was utterly brutal. Old Seeing's old face trembled, and he kept saying, "Young friend, please be careful. Even if you do not give me this painting, you must preserve it well. This is a genuine work of Mount Lu." This old man genuinely liked antiques, but unfortunately, they were now on opposing sides, and Cao Chuan could not be bothered with him. "Do not worry, old man," Cao Chuan chuckled, put the painting back into the tube, and handed it to Bu Jinyan. "Let us go." Oh, Bu Jinyan was still in a daze. This painting exceeded her imagination. Although she was not sure of the exact price, it was definitely more valuable than her company, which was about to go bankrupt. The 200 million Cao Chuan mentioned earlier was clearly an underestimate. In the eyes of connoisseurs and collectors, this painting, let alone 200 million, if it was a genuine work, some people would even buy it for 2 billion. Bu Jinyan loved it incredibly, but she was clever. As soon as she walked out of the antique building, her fair legs quickly scurried a few steps to catch up with Cao Chuan. Bu Jinyan squinted, smiling faintly. "Tell me, those jade stones, is there something inside them?" Chapter 106. Tell me, tell me. Dalily's coquettishness was truly a bit unbearable. Her voice was already soft and sweet, the kind that tickled one's heart. Now, as she clung to Cao Chuan's arm and acted spoiled, half of Cao Chuan's body felt numb. It was almost a baby's coo. Just hearing it made Cao Chuan's old soul conjure up many unsavory images, not to mention seeing her pouting her little mouth with cute pink lip gloss, acting all spoiled. He really wanted to buy her some candy. Domestic candy would not do. It would not match her status. Only imported candy would be fitting for her. "Tell me quickly, is there something inside the jade too?" Her tone was somewhat threatening, and a little angry, but even when angry, she was still very cute. A perfect destined heroine. Truly, every destined heroine has her own unique characteristics. From this, it is clear that the destined female supporting characters still have a big gap compared to them. Anyway, in the plot, although Lu Jieyo was quite fun in the late stage, given her unbeatable overall score, Lu Jieyo did not have many unique quirks, lacking a bit of flavor. "Why don't you research it yourself?" "It is yours," Cao Chuan said, feigning indifference, and handed her the bag of jade. It was not light, at least 10 caddies or more. Ha! Inside the car, Dalily took the bag, looking puzzled. Cao Chuan's nonchalant demeanor made her doubt if her guess was correct. Could the jade really just be for lining a fish tank? Clatter, clatter. Dalily reached in and rummaged through the jade in the bag, pulling out a few more pieces. None were particularly large. Some were round, some oval, and some irregularly rectangular. In any case, there were all sorts of shapes. The old jade truly was not attractive. It was dirty, stained, covered in dirt and grime, with a patina, and some pieces had entirely black surfaces. They all looked dull yellow, without any luster. Anyone seeing these jade pieces would immediately think they were cheap. Was it really bought just to throw in a bathtub? Aren't a few thousand yuan still money? At this point, Daluli, Bu Jinyan, finally believed that the jade was just ordinary jade. There was no way to smash these open. It is not like there would be treasures inside after smashing them, right? She had never heard of such a thing. Cao Chuan suddenly chuckled mischievously. You can research it slowly. What I can tell you is that this thing, in the eyes of some people, is many times more valuable than Tang Yin's painting. Hiss. Bu Jinyan's big eyes shot out dazzling light. Simply put, her eyes lit up. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Cao Chuan said with a convincing expression. Bu Jinyan thought for a moment, and did not refute. Cao Chuan had indeed never lied to her. So, Daluli lowered her head again, meticulously examining the jade. Since Cao Chuan said it, it must be true. Especially the Tang Yin painting from before, which gave Bu Jinyan great confidence. After a while, Bu Jinyan gave up. Her face was full of small grievances, and she looked at Cao Chuan indignantly. You are just messing with me, aren't you? Damn it. Was his true intention exposed? Cao Chuan laughed. Believe it or not. Then tell me, what exactly is the use of this jade? Don't try to fool me with throwing it in a fish tank, Bu Jinyan huffed charmingly. Cao Chuan took the bag. He casually rummaged through it, while Bu Jinyan's big eyes stared, fixed on Cao Chuan's actions, as if trying to discern something. Daluli was like a cat, extremely curious. This was also a small part of her character, otherwise Ye Chen would not have been able to approach her through those accidental encounters. And a cat-like girl can be both sweet and sassy. This one, and this one. Cao Chuan picked them out one by one, placing the selected jade pieces in Bu Jinyan's hands. Soon, more than 20 old jade pieces formed a small mountain in Bu Jinyan's hands, too many to hold with both hands. Cao Chuan said, only these in your hands are useful. The others are worthless and can only be thrown into a fish tank as weight stones. Are these different somehow? Bu Jinyan asked, puzzled, as they all looked the same. Go research it yourself. That is all I can tell you. But remember, don't ever lose them. Losing even one would be worse than losing 100 million. Currently, there are only these 20-odd pieces discoverable worldwide, Cao Chuan exaggerated. Many appeared in the late stage of the plot. This was unavoidable. For example, in martial arts fantasy novels, at first, they might boast that there are only a few experts in a certain realm, in an entire empire, making them extremely rare. But once the protagonist reaches that realm, readers will find that experts are everywhere, too many to kill. So, these spirit stones were the same. Initially, indeed, only about 20 pieces appeared. Once all the ancient martial artist families and the authorities understood their purpose, and there were not enough spirit stones to go around, the child of destiny Ye Chen would constantly discover new spirit stones. The boasts made in the early stage were all for the sake of being contradicted in the late stage. However, it was not exactly a lie, because right now, there really were only these 20-odd pieces in the entire world. Not even the child of destiny Ye Chen had any. Along the way, Bu Jinyan began to study the jade, but she could not figure out what it was for. This was also because her thinking was off. She was researching antiques, treating these as antiques. It would be a miracle if she figured it out. Meanwhile, in a large, tree-lined compound in Zonghai, which was the headquarters of the Special Department's Zonghai branch, in less than a day, Lu Jiao had already investigated Cao Chuan's entire family history. Here, Cao Chuan's background was officially revealed. He was not the protagonist, so naturally, his parents were not deceased. That was a privilege reserved for the child of destiny. Ordinary people could not enjoy it, let alone a villain on the opposing side. However, Cao Chuan's hometown was a small county town, and his parents were ordinary small vendors. They were not particularly good to Cao Chuan. This refers to the old Cao Chuan, unrelated to the current one. They ran a restaurant and did business since he was young, so they had no time for him. Scolding and beating him were normal. Later, Cao Chuan chose Zonghai for university, and his relationship with his family gradually improved, because he earned money and returned home in glory, which changed his parents' attitude for the better. It could be considered harmonious, perhaps. Unfortunately, the original Cao Chuan was dead. The current Cao Chuan had no desire to acknowledge parents, being too lazy to even acknowledge a son, let alone parents. Not familiar. Truly not familiar. Besides, Cao Chuan had only transmigrated for about 2 months, so it was normal that he had not contacted his parents back home. These parents generally would not contact Cao Chuan either, unless it was almost New Year's, and they wanted some money. Poor relationship with parents. Excellent student since childhood. Got into Zonghai University, started from scratch. In the early stage, he ran a small restaurant, then worked in insurance, and finally founded Hechuo Real Estate. Half a month ago, he transferred 8 billion in cash to Europe and America. Invested 1 billion in the tech industry. Estimated net worth is tens of billions. Looking at Cao Chuan's profile, Lu Jiao reread it twice. Her brows were tightly furrowed, the pen in her hand spinning, much like the thoughts rapidly churning in her mind. One could say that Cao Chuan's first half of life was legendary. A child from an ordinary family starting from scratch, and becoming a real estate magnate in Zhonghai. His various methods were also formidable. But it seemed that from about 2 months ago, after his son was crippled by that person named Lin Han, Cao Chuan's personality completely changed from before. Firstly, he was no longer diligent. He seemed to rarely go to the company. After withdrawing from Hechuo, he barely visited his own Tingxia capital either. If before it was because he was threatened by the international mercenary Lin Han, and could not go out, now it was pure laziness. And the transfer of funds, although it was not an illegal transfer, transferring so much money abroad in one go meant the special department had a record and was monitoring him. Additionally, the money transferred abroad was unaccounted for. She did not know what he was doing. Furthermore, all his bodyguards went abroad to protect his only son, Cao Zhengyang. His former butler also went, and then he was replaced by several martial artists as bodyguards. Lu Jie could understand this behavior, as he had been threatened with death, so it was understandable to hire some experts if he had the money. But what is a martial artist? Lu Jie recalled their encounter last night. Those bodyguards clearly did not treat their boss like ordinary employees. They were overly respectful to Cao Chuan. It was more like they were family-born individuals, raised within the family, meaning, the kind raised from a young age to be loyal, who could be used as suicide warriors. Moreover, Lu Jiao also found out about Cao Chuan's previous conflicts with Lan Yebar, and with Ningyu's martial artists. 3 male bodyguards instantly killed 30 martial artists from the Ning family. That combat power was a bit terrifying. Lu Jiao leaned back in her chair, the ballpoint pen in her hand spinning faster and faster. There was a problem. A big problem. But what kind of problem, Lu Jiao could not figure out at the moment. And she would never dare to imagine that Cao Chuan had transmigrated, which was why his personality was somewhat different. She thought it was due to the shock of death, and his son's severe injuries, that Cao Chuan had become a different person. Such an excuse could explain it, but it could not truly help her understand Cao Chuan. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted all the questions in Lu Jiao's mind. Lu Jiao frowned, picking up the desk phone with an annoyed expression. Hello, Jiao. Dad, Lu Jiao said helplessly. On the other end was old Lu. By age, old Lu could be her grandfather. This showed that old Lu was also a lecherous old man, having a young daughter at such an old age. Shameless old dog. Cough, cough. That is right, Cao Chuan had a considerable grudge against old Lu, for no other reason than this old man being too much of a bootlicker, going all out to help the child of destiny, licking with all his might. When reading the plot, Cao Chuan was disgusted by it. Are you off work yet? Old Lu asked. Lu Jiao glanced at the time. It was noon, time to get off work. Not yet, I have a case. Alright, then I will make it short. Your Uncle Shen's big birthday is in 2 days, don't forget the gift. Master Shen was also at an age where he was close to death. In any case, he was very old, and Lu Jiao called him Uncle Shen because of old Liu's existence, which gave her a very high seniority. Strictly speaking, old Lu was of Ye Chen's grandfather's generation, but old Lu actually pushed his young daughter, Lu Jiao, to be with Ye Chen. By seniority, Lu Jiao should be Ye Chen's aunt. Look at this plot. It is simply perverse, even more shameless than old Cao. Old Cao raising his daughter, he truly raised her, with no ill intentions, heaven and earth can attest to that. Oh, I know. Also, I will introduce a young friend to you then. A blind date. Lu Jiao frowned. Heh, you will know when you meet him, Dad. Alright, we will talk about it when we meet. Old Lu hung up the phone directly. Lu Jiao shook her head helplessly. Chapter 107. Oh dear. Cao Chuan returned home and changed into his slippers. Deloli took off her sneakers, then playfully kicked Cao Chuan in the backside. Cao Chuan turned around and asked what she was doing. Deloli hummed and asked him what the use of the jade stones was. Cao Chuan chuckled and shook his head. He told her to figure it out herself, asking if she was not smart enough to solve it. Deloli raised her leg slightly in a mock threat, and told him to hurry up and explain, or she would kick him again. At that moment, the 2 little ones came down from upstairs. Cao Chuan was overjoyed. Without asking why he was happy, the reward he received for Buyao recognizing him as her father was very appealing. Beyond the reward, Cao Chuan truly liked the girl. She was softer, cuter, and more obedient than Deloli. However, Cao Chuan was not someone who would abandon the old for the new. He remained kind to Lu Sihan as well. He believed that emotions were reciprocal, and even if Lin Han had died, he would never treat Lu Sihan as a mere tool. After patting their heads, Cao Chuan asked if they had missed their godfather. Both children nodded enthusiastically. Cao Chuan looked at Bu Yao and told her never to learn from her mother, claiming she was far too violent. Bu Jinyan angrily told him he was badmouthing her in front of her daughter. She told him to prepare to die. Cao Chuan quickly grabbed Bu Yao and used her as a human shield, placing himself between the girl and Bu Jinyan. This made Bu Yao giggle, and she even spread her arms to protect Cao Chuan, telling her mother not to bully her godfather. Bu Jinyan remarked that the little girl was turning against her own mother. She didn't even bother to change her slippers, rushing over barefoot. Bu Yao shrieked and ran away. Cao Chuan picked up Lu Sihan and flashed away to safety. From the details of his movement, one could see Cao Chuan's thoughtfulness. If he had run alone and left Bu Yao to deal with her mother, Lu Sihan would have been left all alone. By taking her with him, the scene felt more like a family of 4 bickering together, which made Lu Sihan feel included and warm. In truth, all 4 people present were a bit lonely. Bu Jinyan was defined by her isolation. Bu Yao had no father. Lu Sihan had no parents. As for Cao Chuan, despite his mischievous and flirtatious demeanor, the sense of loneliness he felt after arriving in this world was something only he could understand. The entire universe felt like a gathering of strangers. Even if this reality was similar to his original home, the subtle differences remained. In the future, other travelers might appear as enemies. Thus, he likely would never find a true friend. Even old Joan was just an artificial construct. All 4 had their own burdens, but now that they were together, they found a rare moment of warmth. The scene became very cozy during lunch. Cao Chuan served food to the 2 little ones, while Bu Jinyan drank some liquor and watched Cao Chuan take care of them with a smile. Cao Chuan placed an abalone in Bu Jinyan's bowl. He told her that since she had been staring for so long, she must have wanted him to serve her food. He told her to eat, as it was good for her, and she needed the nutrients. In this era, abalone was simply seafood. Bu Jinyan rolled her eyes and pouted, denying that she had been staring, but she could not hide the smile on her face. She looked endearing. Bu Yao laughed out loud. She realized that her thoughts were coming true. Her uncle, whom she now called Godfather, seemed to have a growing relationship with her mother. That meant she would truly have a father figure in her life. After dinner, the 2 children went to play by themselves, and Cao Chuan and Bu Jinyan went to the study. A pile of jade stones sat on the table. Bu Jinyan locked the study door and told him to explain their use, or he would not be leaving the room that day. This made Cao Chuan excited. If it had been anyone else, he might have tried to tease her further, but since it was Bu Jinyan, he remained cautious. Cao Chuan took out a cigar, feigning sophistication. He asked her, as his dear sister, why she was asking about the jade instead of thinking about the big birthday gift. He asked if she really intended to give away the authentic Lushan masterpiece by Tang Yin, noting that in a few years, it would be worth billions, and asked if she could truly bear to part with it. Bu Jinyan ignored the comment about the gift and crossed her arms, staring at Cao Chuan, demanding to know the secret of the jade. Cao Chuan noticed her posture and teased her, asking if she was all right. When she asked what he meant, she followed his gaze and realized what he was looking at. Her face turned red. She had lived a long time, but no one had ever dared to flirt with her so directly. Even her own children would not dare. Anyone else who tried such a thing was usually asking for trouble. She reprimanded him, but Cao Chuan simply told her to relax. He claimed he was merely suspicious because of the local swelling he observed, jokingly suggesting that her meridians might be blocked. Bu Jinyan was so annoyed by his nonsense that she laughed, then stepped forward and grabbed Cao Chuan's ear. He yelped in pain, telling her to let go. She snorted and told him that if he dared to talk nonsense again, she would deal with him. It seemed like genuine anger, yet it was also playful. Perhaps it was because Cao Chuan's identity was special, acting as both her children's protector and their father figure. Cao Chuan was satisfied. He decided to reward her by demonstrating the jade's true value, which would also deepen their relationship. He picked up a round piece of jade and placed it in his palm. He told her to watch closely, as he was about to perform a magic trick. Bu Jinyan watched the jade in his hand. For a long time, nothing happened. Just as she was about to speak, a trace of light appeared in Cao Chuan's palm. The jade seemed to flicker with light from its core. It was not a dazzling light, but rather something soft and ethereal. Bu Jinyan was surprised and stepped closer to observe. Gradually, the dirt and grime around the old jade began to automatically peel off. In just 1 minute, the entire piece of jade became crystal clear and sparkling. The light remained faint, gentle, and pleasant. Bu Jinyan looked at the stone, incredulous. Cao Chuan internally complained about how an urban setting had turned into a cultivation story, but he was relieved that the crystals only displayed this one abnormal aspect. Soon, Cao Chuan retracted the internal energy within his body. The jade gradually stopped glowing, but it remained translucent and beautiful, a stark contrast to its mottled state from earlier. Bu Jinyan carefully picked up the jade, fearing she might damage it. She completely believed Cao Chuan now. It was like a legendary luminous pearl. If it were for sale, she would consider buying it for 100 million, simply because it was so beautiful. Most importantly, Bu Jinyan felt her own internal energy circulating on its own when the jade glowed. She felt a profound sense of comfort. She realized this object might be related to cultivation and could assist in her own progress. Cao Chuan told her to try infusing her internal energy into the jade. Bu Jinyan raised an eyebrow, surprised, but she complied without asking further. Soon, the jade emitted a faint glow once again. At that moment, Bu Jinyan felt the flow rate of her internal energy increase many times over. The item was undeniably useful for cultivation. 100 million was absolutely worth it. She asked him what this was. Cao Chuan told her she could call them crystals, as it was just a name. He explained that it was a treasure for a martial artist, confirming that she could feel its effects. He noted that the most common use was for long-term wear, which could speed up the cultivation of ordinary martial artists. If one infused their internal energy directly into the stone to purify their energy, it could improve their physique and aptitude, making their internal energy more refined and increasing their combat power significantly. Bu Jinyan became inseparable from the stone. Her eyes sparkled with desire, much like someone who had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a feast before them. She asked him how he knew so much. Cao Chuan chuckled and told her that he was an amazing person, and his knowledge was not far behind that of the 4 great families. He claimed he was simply a low-key person, pretending to be an ordinary real estate boss to avoid unwanted attention. Bu Jinyan was amused. She asked if all the jade pieces were for her. Cao Chuan's expression changed, and he quickly raised his hand to grab the stones back. Bu Jinyan was not to be outdone, and the two began to wrestle. The ship of their friendship capsized in an instant. Chapter 108. When men and women play around, the man often holds the advantage. This is especially true for women with prominent figures. They are too easily taken advantage of. De Lilly was intent on snatching the jade crystals on the table, while Cao Chuan decided to make the most of the situation. The result was that most of the jade crystals were snatched into the arms of Bu Jinyan, while Cao Chuan only kept a few. He feigned an angry expression. "How could you do this? I bought them." Cao Chuan pretended to be annoyed. De Lilly giggled, holding the jade crystals, and said, "I snatched them with my own ability, so they are mine." It sounded reasonable, but they were the pieces Cao Chuan had left over from playing. He had already taken advantage, so he certainly could not let her have the valuable crystals. They were useful. Cao Chuan did not need to use them himself, but these little trinkets could lure out the four great heroines. Cao Chuan moved again, snatching the crystals back. This time he was going for the crystals, occasionally brushing against her. Finally, Cao Chuan overpowered her and pressed De Lilly onto the carpet. De Lilly cried out in anger. "Cao Chuan, get up." He slapped her on the butt. After hitting her, Cao Chuan snickered. "Do you still dare to snatch your husband's things? I think you are trying to rebel." The address was directly shortened by one word, and this was the perfect time to change it. "Ah, Cao Chuan, I am going to kick you to death." De Lilly lay prone, her bare feet hooked up, trying to kick him. Unfortunately, she lacked the strength, and it felt like merely tickling him. Cao Chuan slapped her again. "Still dare to jump at your husband? Do you admit defeat?" "No." He slapped her again. He admired her backbone. Cao Chuan provoked her further. "You will not admit it, right? Then do not blame your husband for teaching you a lesson." He slapped her again. "That is for kicking me all the time." He slapped her once more. "That is for hitting me all the time." He tapped her playfully. "That is for showing off to me all the time." Each sentence was followed by a slap. They were not heavy, but they were extremely humiliating. De Lilly had never been weaker than anyone in her life. She had never been taught a lesson like this before. She began to sob. Was she actually crying? She was faking it. Cao Chuan saw through it at a glance. This was not the nature of Bu Jinyan, but this girl was cunning, so faking tears was normal. Cao Chuan pretended to believe her and quickly got up. "Hey, I was just teasing you. I did not even use force. Why are you crying? I was wrong. Do not cry. You bastard, you hit me. I hate you so much." Cao Chuan sighed to himself, noting her acting was comparable to a veteran actress. "All right, no more crying. Your husband was wrong. I should not have hit you. Humph, I am not talking to you anymore." Bu Jinyan cried as she got up, picking up a good number of jade crystals from the floor, then stormed out of the study. After leaving, Bu Jinyan stopped crying, her face beaming with joy as she held the crystals. The crying was faked, but there was a genuine sense of humiliation. Her backside still felt a little burning. "This bastard, he really hit me. Humph, do not even think about getting these jade crystals back. They are mine. I will not leave a single one for you." At this moment, Bu Jinyan was still barefoot, wearing white socks, as her slippers had been kicked off during the play. However, Bu Jinyan soon thought of something. Cao Chuan was definitely a martial artist. Her own strength was not bad. Among the four great heroines, in terms of sheer strength, Bu Jinyan definitely ranked second. Only Shen Menyi was stronger than her. Next was Ningyu, and finally Tang Xiaoxiao. Even though Bu Jinyan ranked second, with strength almost at the Huajin stage, she could not gain an advantage against Cao Chuan, and was suppressed in the end. This showed that Cao Chuan had hidden his strength. "Humph, I caught you. You usually pretend with me. If it were not for today, I really would have been fooled by you." Bu Jinyan did not return to the study to find Cao Chuan. She wanted to secure the jade crystals first. Cao Chuan, watching from the second-floor window, shook his head and chuckled. Did she really think she could get away with it? During their scuffle, Cao Chuan had taken the opportunity to replace all the valuable crystals with ordinary ones that had not yet been purified. They looked indistinguishable from the outside. When she took them back, she would probably be in for a surprise. After Bu Jinyan ran off, Cao Chuan took out all the real crystals and slowly began to remove the impurities. In his storage space, the corpse of the original Cao Chuan remained. It was forbidden, and it was still as good as new. Cao Chuan kept it for a rainy day. If anyone ever needed DNA verification in the future, he could just pull a hair from the storage space. It did not take up any room anyway. Downstairs, the two little ones exchanged glances and ran to their rooms to change clothes. As soon as Bu Jinyan was gone, Bu Ya would go swimming. A fortune teller once said she was incompatible with water, and Bu Jinyan would not let her play near it. Now that the plot had begun, all characters would be affected by the bad luck of the child of destiny, Ye Chen. Bu Ya would likely be in trouble soon. In the study, 26 beautiful jade crystals sat together, looking exceptionally dazzling. They were far superior to ordinary jade, with a flowing, vibrant feel inside. Looking at them made one feel very comfortable. Cao Chuan picked up his phone and made a call to Lei Ting. "Hello, Master. Are you at work?" Cao Chuan asked. "Yes, I am at the bureau. Does Master need anything? I will come find you tonight to check on your cultivation progress and give you something good." "What good thing, Master?" "You will know when the time comes." It will be of considerable help to your cultivation. Cao Chuan planned to give her 2 of the crystals. One of them would be bait to lure Shen Menyi. Now, all the bait for the 4 great heroines had been cast, especially for Ning Yu. He was just waiting for her to come to the provincial city to attend old Master Shen's birthday celebration. Bu Jinyan left quickly and returned even faster. By dinner time, she had returned, seething with anger. The 2 little ones looked at her face and felt a wave of fear. Bu Jinyan did not even change her shoes. She ran upstairs with clattering footsteps, directly rushing into the study. No one was there. The bedroom, the balcony, the bathroom all were empty. Bu Jinyan was so angry her liver hurt. Where is your godfather? Mom, Godfather just went out and said he would not be back for dinner tonight. Bu Yao replied weakly. Hiding from me, are you? Bu Jinyan cursed softly. Trying to escape from me? Do not even think about it. Bu Jinyan took out her phone and called Cao Chuan. It went to voicemail. She exploded with rage, gritting her teeth and dialing another number. Find this phone number for me, locate his current position, and send me the information as quickly as possible. Yes, young miss. Humph. See if you can run away. Chapter 109. It was no wonder Bu Jinyan was so angry. She had never suffered such a huge loss in her entire life. She was a woman known for her cunning, so how could she simply swallow such an insult? If it were just a matter of taking a beating, given her relationship with Cao Chuan, and the promise of a pile of crystals as compensation, she might have endured it. After all, they had been scheming for so long, and a sense of familiarity had developed between them. However, the jade stones she had snatched were all trash. After taking them back, not only did they fail to glow, but when she poured her internal skill into them, they were fine at first, but then directly exploded. It almost disfigured her face. What made her angriest was Cao Chuan's premature escape, which was clearly done to avoid her. That scoundrel had calculated her every move, making her feel foolish. That was the real reason for her anger. Master, Lei Ting, wearing an apron, opened the door after a knock. This girl's smile had noticeably increased recently. She smiled incredibly sweetly when she saw Cao Chuan. Here, Cao Chuan directly handed her a car key. What is this? An SUV. It just arrived this afternoon. I drove it back for you. It is in the downstairs parking lot. Ah, master. This. Take it. It is not worth much. Just handle the paperwork later, and you will be all set. Thank you, master. Lei Ting did not like receiving gifts, but ultimately, she did not refuse her master's gift. After all, Cao Chuan had promised to give her one when they were at the nightclub. Are you cooking? Do you need any help? Master, please do not interfere. I will go make you some tea. Lei Ting pushed Cao Chuan to sit on the sofa. This child was respectful, unlike Bu Jinyan, who would kick him the moment she entered, always thinking of murdering her husband. Watching her busy back, Lei Ting in her apron had the air of a virtuous wife and loving mother. She was wearing a skirt, and those legs were endlessly captivating. Perhaps it was the blessing of the chi sense and chi cultivation technique, but the luster of her legs had become even more dazzling. Now, her reputation as honey legs was truly unrivaled. Cao Chuan dared to say that any existing or future heroine would absolutely be outmatched by Lei Ting in terms of those legs. Master, your favorite green tea. Oh, you even bought new tea. Cao Chuan chuckled. Lei Ting smiled lightly. I know master loves to drink it, but I do not have much money, so I could only buy this kind. When I earn more later, I will buy master better tea. This tea was definitely not cheap, as it cost at least a month or 2 of her salary. Cao Chuan smiled. It is mainly the thought that counts. I have received your thoughtfulness. Lei Ting smiled sweetly. All these preparations were just to receive her master's praise and make him happy. All right, no need to accompany me. You go do your thing. Okay, master. Call me if you need anything. Only after Lei Ting went to the kitchen did Cao Chuan begin to survey the surroundings. It was not bad. A small 3-bedroom house, a bit old, but it looked very clean. The air was also fragrant. Do not let Lei Ting's outward demeanor fool you. She was as decisive as her name suggested and usually unsmiling, but this personality was more of a protective coloring than her true self. Ultimately, she was a girl in her 20s. It was normal for her home to have some pink, girly items. Aside from being old, the overall color scheme leaned towards warm tones, which showed that a little princess also resided within Lei Ting's heart. Stockings. Cao Chuan wandered around the room, looking at the layout and furnishings, and then discovered something extraordinary. There were black and gray stockings drying on the outside balcony, indicating they had been worn, washed, and were now airing out. Cao Chuan stroked his chin and began to ponder. In the first storyline, Lei Ting had a lot of descriptions, but it seemed her daily attire was either trousers or training clothes, and she rarely wore skirts. After the second storyline merged, although her descriptions decreased, there was no mention of stockings. It was understandable and normal for other women to wear them, as they had banquets or social events where dressing up was expected. But what about Lei Ting? She was always dealing with deceased victims or suspects in cases. When would she have time to wear stockings? This little disciple is not being good, secretly wearing stockings behind master's back, and not showing master. Truly unfilial. I might as well expel her from the section. Master. Lei Ting scurried over, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly collected the stockings. She had returned late earlier and rushed to the kitchen to prepare ingredients, neglecting the clothes drying on the balcony. Now, Lei Ting felt very awkward. Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. They are not dry yet. Are you putting them away already? You are not afraid they will get smelly if they are damp. Lei Ting did not know whether to retreat or advance. Cao Chuan shook his head and smiled. Why be so formal with master? It is not like I have not seen you bathing. Just let them dry. I am not a pervert. These words were meant to push her buttons, implying that if she did not leave them to dry for him to see, it meant she thought her master was a pervert. Lei Ting quickly explained. Master, I did not mean that. I just… All right, no need to explain. But I am a little curious. You are so busy with work, sometimes working overtime, until midnight. When do you have time to wear stockings? Cao Chuan was genuinely just curious. He certainly did not believe she wore them for other men. This did not fit the character setting of a heroine. In Lei Ting's memory, the only time she wore stockings was when she went to the nightclub with him last time, and she indeed looked beautiful. Those legs would look beautiful even in a sack. Lei Ting fidgeted, her expression bashful. Well, I heard from a young female colleague that these can prevent varicose veins, so sometimes I wear them when I sleep at night. If you put it that way, I am interested. Cao Chuan suddenly understood. So that is it. Why did you not ask master about something like this? With master's medical skills, a simple massage would prevent any varicose veins. Lei Ting's pretty face was flushed. Such a small matter. Cao Chuan waved his hand. This is not a small matter. Master will help you later. All right, I am going to drink tea. Leave them to dry. After Cao Chuan left the balcony, Lei Ting hung the clothes back up. From a side rear view, the girl's earlobes were completely red. Actually, Lei Ting knew her legs looked good. Moreover, her leg techniques were very powerful. In combat, her leg moves had an advantage over her fist techniques. After long-term training, leg injuries were inevitable, but after meeting Cao Chuan, her injuries recovered, and she paid more attention to maintenance. During dinner, no one brought up the previous topic. They chatted about everyday things. Cao Chuan did not say many words praising the cooking, but he showed with his actions that the food was delicious, eating 3 bowls of rice, which delighted Lei Ting. Master, please have some tea. After dinner, she personally brewed tea and handed it to Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan also casually took out 2 crystals. This is a small gift for you. Master, what is this? They are crystals. For a cultivating martial artist, these are rare treasures. I do not have many here, so I will give you 2 to use for now. When I get more later, I will give them to you. Lei Ting did not know their value, but upon holding them, a very warm aura emanated from the crystals. This caused the slight energy flow within Lei Ting's body to spontaneously begin to boil. This feeling seemed even better than cultivating by herself. Master, this is such a good thing, you should keep it. I can cultivate slowly on my own. Lei Ting did not know the exact value, but just from the sensation, she understood these were indeed treasures. She felt touched, but also, out of filial piety, she tried to return them. Take them. Cao Chuan glared. Oh. Lei Ting obediently took them back. Thank you, master. This girl was obedient, but her obedience was a bit too formal. Sometimes, he did not even feel right bullying her. By the way, you mentioned last time that you have a good sister named Man Yi. Cao Chuan picked up his teacup, casually bringing up the key point. Yes, an older sister. I used to train at her boxing and fitness club, because the gym at the team was too crowded and showering was inconvenient. Lei Ting did not hide anything. Cao Chuan nodded slowly. I checked, and if I am not mistaken, your sister is also from one of the 4 great families. Ah. Lei Ting was startled. To be honest, Lei Ting had a bad impression of the 4 great families. Because of the previous incident, Lei Ting disliked privilege. If master had not stopped her, she would have already gone to cause trouble at the bar. Cao Chuan continued. Later, you can take this and ask her if she has any of these crystals. If she does, she can contact me. The price is negotiable. Lei Ting nodded. Okay, master. Come, I will teach you how to use this crystal, and check your recent cultivation progress at the same time. Then came the performance review. This girl's aptitude was good. She developed a sense of internal energy in a short time, and its growth rate was not weak. This inspection did not involve a bath, so naturally, there was no ambiguous contact. It was simply guiding the energy within her body to circulate, making her more familiar with the operation of her internal energy. At the same time, he told her about the crystal's efficacy. 1 crystal could probably be used for several months. They were all consumables, so its value would be greater as a rare treasure. But there was good news. It was sold in the system mall. The crystals in the mall were much heavier per piece than these, but the mall charged by the gram, countless times more expensive than gold. 1 gram of crystal cost 1,000 luck. That was the price of a work-type simulacrum. 1 crystal weighed about 20 grams or more, so Cao Chuan did not spend villain luck to buy them. It was too expensive. A 20-gram crystal would cost over 20,000 luck. He could buy 2 formulas for enhancement fluid or get 2 combat-type simulacrums. The mall was ridiculously overpriced. Buying crystals from the mall was not as good as waiting for the storyline and directly snatching them from Ye Chen. Look at the 26 pieces snatched this time, averaging about 10 grams per piece. Calculated, Cao Chuan had directly swindled Ye Chen out of 260,000 villain luck. Is that not great? In this day and age, you do not need to spend money to buy things. Then what is the point of me being a villain? 11 p.m. Cao Chuan returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he immediately felt a pervasive killing intent. Cao Chuan was startled. He thought, no way. Bu Jinyan had not left even this late. Then how would the little girl sleepwalk tonight? Sigh. Miscalculation. I did not expect this woman to be so stubborn. Could you not have ambushed me tomorrow? So annoying. Chapter 110. Cao Chuan's expression tightened slightly, then returned to normal. He seemed to notice nothing. He entered the password and opened the security door. Just like before, Bu Jinyan hid behind the door after hearing the car. Last time, it was to scare Cao Chuan. This time, it was an ambush. It was not playing fair. After Cao Chuan opened the door, he seemed completely oblivious. But the next second, a jade leg, clad only in a bare foot with a white sock, directly attacked his face. If it were just an ordinary attack, he would not have dodged. At most, he would get a kick to the face. It was hard to say who would suffer more. Did she think his tongue was just for show? But the problem was that this ambush was clearly full of energy, with a whooshing sound by his ear. If he took that whip kick, Cao Chuan would at least get a nosebleed or, at worst, lose a tooth. Bu Jinyan was serious. At this critical moment, Cao Chuan's mind was still pondering another question. How could a woman of her height kick so high with a whip kick? She could do the splits, right? Could she even do a human clock? Such a thought was terrifying to contemplate. I dodge. A series of thoughts completed in an instant. At the same time, Cao Chuan leaned back slightly, and the wind from her bare foot grazed his face. Cao Chuan was furious. You wore those little white socks all day, and did not wear shoes, so the soles were a bit dirty. If that kick hit my face would get dirty. What about my dignity? I knew you were hiding your strength, Bu Jinyan said with a soft cry. The reason she attacked was to test if Cao Chuan was a master. Then came another direct kick, aimed straight for Cao Chuan's abdomen. Cao Chuan dodged again. No one was home now. The servants had all gone to the dormitories Cao Chuan arranged for them in the evening, or went home directly. The two little ones were asleep. So, Bu Jinyan deliberately lowered her voice to avoid disturbing them. I kick. I dodge. I kick again. I dodge again. After several repetitions, Bu Jinyan was furious, gritting her teeth. Are you a man? If you have the guts, do not dodge. Cao Chuan scoffed. You hit me and will not let me dodge. Do you not think that is an excessive demand? Bu Jinyan laughed in anger. Fine, you dodge. Let us see how long you can dodge. Bu Jinyan was enraged and abandoned all tactics, directly launching a flurry of wild punches, using both hands and feet, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Cao Chuan. Finally, Cao Chuan was also provoked. He cast aside his unique gentlemanly demeanor. All that talk about a gentleman using words, not fists, and not hitting women was nonsense. He countered in 2 moves, then, just like in the study during the day, he gave her a good spanking. He slapped her backside. You dare to commit domestic violence against your husband, huh? Do you dare to do it again? Cao Chuan, if you have the guts, let me go. Bu Jinyan's pretty face was flushed, both anxious and angry. Cao Chuan secretly sighed. What a pity. It was a pity that she was not the right destined heroine. If this were Shen Menyi, he estimated it might activate a special plot. Shen Menyi's character was troublesome and hard to manage. Activating her plot had many prerequisites, so it required a longer setup time. She had a masochistic character setting. If you delve deeper, many things need to be set up. For example, Shen Menyi had a genuine uncle complex, a father fetish. Another point was that Shen Menyi was the strongest of the 4 heroines. There was no doubt about that. She could easily defeat most people of the same rank in minutes. But she also deeply yearned to be protected by strong men. At the same time, in her subconscious, she feared men stronger than herself, so she outwardly strongly rejected such people. Her self-preservation instinct was very strong. Additionally, in her subconscious, she profoundly desired to be controlled, to be forced and suppressed by someone who could abuse her. Unfortunately, Bu Jinyan did not have this psychological issue. However, it did not stop Cao Chuan from hitting her at all. Because Cao Chuan also had medical skills and clearly knew that this beaten area had many sensitive meridians and acupoints. Even women without masochistic tendencies, just ordinary women, over 95% of them could easily, under repeated slaps, transform the pain into a sense of release. It meant pleasure. After a good beating, Bu Jinyan's tears came down. This time, he did not know if she was really crying, but her eyes were teary, looking pitiful. She did not even dare to get angry, because the 2 little ones upstairs were asleep. After they separated, Bu Jinyan covered the injured area, her fierce gaze filled with more complexity. At this point, it was not about reasoning. Whoever reasoned would suffer. Cao Chuan, being the villain, directly accused her first. Why did you hit me? Who hit whom between us? Did I even touch you? Bu Jinyan laughed in anger, scolding in a low voice. You hit me. This was self-defense, and it did not even hurt. Yes, it really did not hurt. But it was humiliating. Bu Jinyan snorted. So I should thank you then. No need for thanks. Let us not be strangers. Just make me a pot of tea. Dream on. Hurry up, make tea. Cao Chuan glared. If you do not, I will hit you again. Bu Jinyan's rows of small white teeth gnashed, furious. But through the subtle influence of these past few days, she had indeed become much more obedient, and making tea had become a habit. She sat down next to him, pouting, and began to arrange the teacups. Her resentful little expression was utterly amusing. See, do not reason. Whoever acts shamelessly first will have the upper hand. Cao Chuan leaned back on the sofa nonchalantly and said, Tell me, why are you not going home late at night, and running here to ambush your husband? What do you want to do? Piffed, stop being shameless. This sentence reminded Bu Jinyan of the main topic. It was also Cao Chuan's deliberate intention to prevent her from dwelling too much on being beaten just now, and to get back to the main point. After a few back and forths, her emotions were easily led by Cao Chuan. She had no initiative at all, only passively reacting. Bu Jinyan remembered what happened in the afternoon and angrily said, "You swapped the jade for me." "What jade? Stop pretending." "Oh, you mean the crystals. Did you not snatch a pile?" "I only have a few." "You are talking nonsense." Bu Jinyan immediately said, "I took those jade stones back and tried them, but they are useless." "How is that possible? I could not have been wrong. Those are definitely crystals." Cao Chuan shook his head. "Liar. Bring the jade over. Let me see." "You wait." Bu Jinyan walked to the entrance and took out a pile of jade stones from her lady's handbag. Then she gently placed them on the coffee table, still worried about the two little ones. Cao Chuan glanced at them, picked one that looked similar to a crystal, and placed it in his palm. Bu Jinyan watched intently. Cao Chuan clasped his hands, covering the jade, directly infusing internal energy, and simultaneously using his storage space to secretly swap it. In just over 10 seconds, the jade in his hand began to glow. "See." Cao Chuan opened his hand. Bu Jinyan was dumbfounded. Cao Chuan pouted. "If you cannot do it yourself, just say so. When have I ever lied to you?" Bu Jinyan was no longer angry. She even felt inexplicably a little guilty. After all, she had snatched so many, and then when she could not use them, she came back to trouble him. It seemed a bit dishonorable. Bu Jinyan's expression gradually softened, and she chuckled. "Teach me, then." "Heh, dream on. You faked crying and snatched them this afternoon, then came to ambush me in the middle of the night after snatching them. Our trust has been completely destroyed by you. Hurry up, make tea." "Oh." Bu Jinyan lowered her head and began to seriously make tea. Cao Chuan was not idle either. He put away all these fake jade stones. Bu Jinyan secretly watched, her face full of heartache, but she did not say much. Later, Cao Chuan threw 2 crystals to her. "Take these 2 to play with for now. I will give you more later when I get more. But I am telling you, if you dare to snatch mine again, be careful, or I will spank your little bottom into 8 pieces." Bu Jinyan carefully took the jade stones, liking them more and more as she looked at them, and did not mind his words. "Do not worry, I will not snatch them anymore. That is a good girl." Cao Chuan put on an act, looking helpless, sighing heavily, even showing a hint of coldness. "What is our relationship? If you just asked for them, could I really not give them to you? You just had to snatch them, and then you do not know how to use them, and you blame me for not knowing how to use them. Tell me, are you wrong or not?" "I am wrong." Bu Jinyan responded weakly. "Humph." Cao Chuan snorted softly. Tonight, luck automatically delivered itself to his door. Did you think Cao Chuan was a pervert? Wrong. He was a gentleman, but the system gave him too much, and he had no choice. Every slap just now brought in a large amount of luck. If he had not been worried about genuinely angering Bu Jinyan, Cao Chuan would have spanked her all night. Currently, the second plot yielded many times more luck than the first. At this point in the first plot, it was just over 10,000. And now, luck was over 100,000. It seemed that as the plot difficulty increased, the Child of Destiny's strength increased, and the destined heroine became difficult to control, ultimately doubling the villain's luck gained. But no matter what, it was good for Cao Chuan. After a while, the tea was ready. Cao Chuan casually asked, "Are you going back tonight? What do you want to do?" Well, girls these days do not understand." Cao Chuan looked at her speechlessly. "What do you think I can do? I am just asking. If you are staying here tonight, I will get you some bedding, because the guest room has not been occupied for a long time, and needs to be tidied up." Bu Jinyan hesitated for a few seconds. Ultimately, Bu Jinyan still left. She was particular about where she slept. She definitely would not be able to sleep in a new environment, and she also wanted to go back and try the effects of the crystals. Plus, she did not have any change of clothes here. All in all, it was a bit inconvenient. But these were all excuses. The bottom line was, she was bullied, and she was afraid that if she stayed here, Cao Chuan would find another excuse to bully her. She was genuinely a little scared now, she just had not realized it herself yet. Chapter 111. Before leaving, Bu Jinyan seemed to remember something. She gazed at Cao Chuan, who was leisurely sipping tea. She scrutinized him for a long time, as if trying to see through him. After a while, Cao Chuan put down his teacup. Bu Jinyan asked, "You are a martial artist too?" Cao Chuan smiled but said nothing. Bu Jinyan snorted. "You hit it so well. You really led me on." Cao Chuan said, exasperated, "You should watch fewer romance dramas. Your way of speaking is so melodramatic. Besides, when did I ever lie to you? When did I ever tell you I was not a martial artist? I told you before that I knew a bit of medicine, and could help you treat your internal injuries. You did not believe me, and now you are blaming me for deceiving you. Do you not think you are being a bit much?" Bu Jinyan felt manipulated again. When she thought about it, his words made a lot of sense, leaving her speechless. She realized she could not beat Cao Chuan in a fight, nor could she out-argue him. It was infuriating. "You are just a simple real estate developer. How could you be a martial artist? I checked your background. You never had the opportunity to learn." Cao Chuan looked disdainful. He nodded at her in a show-off manner. "You think the world is so big that everything is decided by your 4 great families? Come on. The 4 great families only have influence in the Jiangnan region. Outside of Jiangnan, they are nothing." Bu Jinyan was genuinely angry. Cao Chuan had insulted her family. The elite education of the 4 great families involved brainwashing from a young age, instilling a strong sense of family honor. For someone like Bu Jinyan, She could rebel, or run away from home, but she would not allow others to criticize her family. Did I say anything wrong? Cao Chuan said seriously. Your Bu family is all right, but do you not know what kind of conduct the Ning family has? They only rose to power after the Ye family fell. Before that, they were not even considered one of the 4 great families, and their foundation was weak. That kind of family is like a rotten apple. Then there is the Shen family, acting all high and mighty, with no sense of social responsibility. They just bury their heads in the sand, and live their own little lives. The Tang family and your Bu family are slightly better, but only slightly. Just look at those families in the north. How many of your 4 great families dare to provoke them? Bu Jinyan knew Cao Chuan was right. The northern families were closer to the government, and had connections at the top. If things escalated, Jiaonan would suffer. Bu Jinyan suddenly noticed a blind spot. Then you lied to me before. You said you hired a detective agency to investigate the 4 great families, acting all scared. Can you say that was not deceiving me? That is called being low-key. Cao Chuan looked at her solemnly. I cannot just tell everyone I meet that I am a martial artist, that I am powerful, and that the 4 great families are nothing to me. If I said that, would you not all try to kill me? Although I do not think much of the 4 great families, I will not go out of my way to make enemies with you, especially since there is no bad blood. That made sense. Sense, my ass. Bu Jinyan huffed. Anyway, you lied to me. All right. I will give you 2 more crystals as compensation later, and help you cure your emotional distress. Is that good enough? That is more like it. He gave her a slap and then a date, coaxing Bu Jinyan away. A night passed. Bu Yao was persistent. Her biological clock had changed. She had to wake up once at night, always between 1 and 1:30 in the morning, to seek a sense of security from her father. Sometimes, when Cao Chuan was not home, she would initially suffer from insomnia. Slowly, she got used to it, and would go back to Lu Sihen's place to sleep. But as long as Cao Chuan was there, she would definitely find him. The next morning, Bu Jinyan did not appear as usual. She likely needed a couple of days to recover from last night's harsh treatment. She cared about her face. Cao Chuan was not in a hurry. He left her to stew. Old Master Shen's birthday was in a couple of days, and it would be lively there. Cao Chuan was prepared to go and show off. Just past 8:30 in the morning, the phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Hello, President Cao. Who is this? President Cao is a busy man and forgets easily. We met 2 days ago, and your bodyguard helped us catch a spy. Oh, you are Director Lu Jiao, right? Cao Chuan asked with a tone of realization. Lu Jiao chuckled. President Cao has a good memory. Director Lu, your sweet voice and beautiful appearance make you hard to forget. But Director Lu, calling so early, it is not to invite me to breakfast, is it? That is exactly my intention. I wonder if President Cao would grace me with his presence. An invitation from Director Lu of the AnGuo Department. As a common person, how dare I not give you face? Just name the place, and I will be right there. Lu Jiao did not bother with pleasantries and gave the address. Cao Chuan understood Lu Jiao's intentions. She wanted to win him over. Since their investigation could not link him to any family, she was curious about his identity. She also wanted to recruit him into the AnGuo Department. This department was special. It had ordinary branches for local incidents, and special departments for martial artists from various families and schools. Ye Chen was constantly pursued by Lu Jiao, who insisted on recruiting him into the Zonghai branch of the AnGuo 6th Bureau. She offered him countless privileges and no responsibilities. Just after 9 in the morning, Cao Chuan arrived at a famous old building to eat crab roe buns. He requested a small private room. President Cao, Director Lu. They greeted each other. The woman wore a shirt and suit pants with low heels. She was dressed like an ordinary office worker. Her appearance was stunning. She was a true goddess. When the server brought various breakfast items, Cao Chuan did not stand on ceremony. He ate and chatted. Director Lu, inviting me to breakfast so early, is there something specific you need? Or does the previous incident still require a statement? We have even caught a spy together, so calling us comrades is not an exaggeration. Please speak plainly. I am not one for beating around the bush. I can see that Director Lu is also not one for socializing and roundabout talk. These words resonated with Lu Jiao. Her favorable impression of him surged. In that case, I will speak frankly. Please do. Cao Chuan made a gesture. He began to slurp the soup dumplings. This behavior, which was not very polite, surprisingly earned Lu Jiao even more goodwill. President Cao, if I am not mistaken, you should also be a martial artist, right? Lu Jiao spoke frankly. Cao Chuan nodded. That is right. Lu Jiao got the answer she wanted. A smile appeared. President Cao, those bodyguards of yours, you trained them too, did you not? You could say that. Cao Chuan nodded. President Cao truly keeps his talents hidden. If it were not for that accident last time, perhaps no one would ever know your strength and background. Director Lu, you jest. I am a mere businessman. I have no background or strength. It is merely some opportunity. As for practicing martial arts, it is only for strengthening the body. It is not for being aggressive or combative. Lu Jiao nodded, curious. I wonder if you could tell me, what kind of opportunity was it? Cao Chuan pondered for a moment. A hint of sadness crossed his face as he shook his head. I am sorry. It might not be convenient. Cao Chuan had a belly full of lies, but it was not time to tell them. Lu Jiao was the type of person who wanted something more the less she could get it. She appreciated talent. Refusing her was the simplest approach. Lu Jiao shook her head and smiled. It is all right. Everyone has their secrets. Since President Cao does not wish to speak, I naturally will not force you. Cao Chuan nodded. Lu Jiao continued. I wonder if you are interested in developing your career with our AnGuo Department. Cao Chuan was dumbfounded. Although I know a bit of martial arts, I am not skilled in combat. I have been practicing for so many years and have never fought anyone. I have always studied on my own. I only know how to do business, and I do not understand the affairs of your department. Lu Jiao smiled. President Cao, do not misunderstand. If you do not mind, you could become an unofficial member of our Zonghai branch. Damn it. Are you really looking down on me? Why was Ye Chen directly invited to join as a full-time employee? And why did he get immense privileges? Sorry, I am a bit disgusted. What? Chapter 112. Cao Chuan felt genuine disdain. As a fellow halo bearer, you want me to be a temporary worker. Cao Chuan needed the identity that such a special department could provide, but it was not absolutely essential. He had to put on airs. He had to maintain his aloofness. Cao Chuan chuckled. Director Lu, if I am not mistaken, an outsider means a temporary worker, does it not? Director Lu was momentarily speechless. Cao Chuan continued. Even for a full-time position, I would have to consider it, let alone some temporary job. I do not deny that the AnGuo Department has some special privileges, but they are useless to me. I am just a businessman, honest and law-abiding. Privileges are not very useful to me, truly. Director Lu apologized. It was presumptuous of me. Cao Chuan smiled. No worries. Sometimes, speaking frankly clears the air. We business people always say that even if the deal falls through, friendship remains. It is the same this time. Even if we cannot be colleagues, we can still be friends. After all, we fought together, did we not? Director Lu also smiled. Indeed. A few words smoothed over the situation, making it less awkward. Moreover, for Cao Chuan at present, it was not the best opportunity to join the AnGuo Department. His role there would not be significant. Director Lu had only reached out because Lu Jiao valued talent and wanted to acquire anything impressive she saw. In reality, even if she had successfully invited Cao Chuan, there was currently no suitable work for him. That would only make things more awkward. So, the timing was not right. But it would be soon. Once the news about the crystals spread, Cao Chuan would become a hot commodity. Furthermore, with Cao Chuan's subordinates growing in number and strength, even serving as an instructor in the AnGuo Department's action team would grant him authority. The master-disciple relationship, for a martial artist, is not like the teacher-student relationship in schools. The saying goes that a master for a day is a father for life. It is genuinely true. Therefore, once the people Cao Chuan cultivates take up various key positions, it is easy to imagine how extensive his network will become. It will not take long. Cao Chuan has laid out many plans, burying landmines along each line, just waiting for them to explode. At that time, the ultimate winner will only be our old Cao. What about the four great families? Only the Cao family shall reign supreme. It is not true that the Cao family has no one. The destined heroines can all give birth, and their children will have unparalleled aptitude and be filial. In just a few decades, the Cao clan, descendants of prime ministers, will unite the world. Just as Cao Chuan was teasing Lu Jiao, at another fitness club, Shen Menyi was training. She wore tight training pants, possessing an exquisite, curvaceous, and flawless figure. From the side, she had an S-shape with perfect curves. From the front, it was also an S-shape, her waist impossibly slender. From behind, it was still an S-shape, with a derriere that looked like a top-tier frame, a frame for a cannon. At this moment, a normal man, or even an abnormal man like Cao Zhenjian, would have had his gaze completely captivated. The club did not open in the morning. Shen Menyi trained alone, occasionally calling a few female subordinates to serve as targets. But today, Lei Ting arrived. After a brief explanation, Shen Menyi leaned back on the sofa, her beautiful legs crossed, a half-smile playing on her lips. Oh, you Xiaoting. I knew you were so powerful back then. So you had a master, and you even have such a good item. In her hand, Shen Menyi was playing with a crystal Lei Ting had given her. It was sparkling and translucent, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Shen Menyi had tried it just now and immediately became addicted. This item was too good. She had never seen anything like it in her family. Where did the deep foundation of ancient martial artist families manifest? A large number of people was one aspect. Extensive connections were also an aspect. But more importantly, they possessed many treasures passed down through generations. Throughout history, as power shifted, various families had suffered breaks, and at their most terrifying, their numbers dwindled, nearly leading to extinction. However, most of the family's legacy items were preserved. For example, cultivation techniques. Just like the Ning family's best cultivation technique, the dual cultivation method, it is evident that the Ning family was once something not to be taken seriously. Otherwise, they would not have had to bring down the Ye family to become one of the four great families. This was just like how aristocratic families in ancient times controlled knowledge. This was one aspect of their foundation. Besides cultivation techniques, there were also medicinal baths. They had their own methods of medicinal baths and dietary supplement recipes, which could be likened to poor scholars and rich martial artists. To cultivate a combatant capable of standing out, the amount of money required, at current prices, would be at least 5 million. Just the medicinal meals made from mature wild ginseng would be enough to deter an ordinary person from truly cultivating as they could not keep up with the consumption. Sister, I had not officially acknowledged him as master yet, and master did not want me to go around using his name. Lei Ting was truly obedient. She completed the tasks Cao Chuan assigned her without delay. Today, she directly took leave to find Shen Menyi. Being resolute and vigorous was also part of her personality. It just depended on whether the other party was worth her taking leave. Shen Menyi chuckled. It seems your luck is quite good. Not only did your strength greatly increase after acknowledging a master, but you also obtained such a treasure. Shen Menyi looked down at the crystal in her hand, loving it immensely. She even felt a bit reluctant to return it to her little sister. Shen Menyi glared. Tell me, you actually took leave to come find me today. That is not like you. Let us be frank with each other, sister. Their personalities seemed very straightforward. No wonder they could become best friends. After that, Lei Ting selectively recounted their casual conversation from yesterday. She also mentioned that the 4 great families might possess such crystals, primarily concerning trade. Your master is not simple, is he? He knows quite a lot, even investigating my Shen family thoroughly. Shen Menyi snorted coldly, clearly a bit displeased. The other party had exposed her identity. The young miss of the Shen family. She had gone incognito. Well, only her surname was hidden. But who could connect a woman named Man Yi with the young miss of the Shen family? Moreover, she had known her sister Lei Ting for so long, and Lei Ting had no idea of her identity. Now she felt very passive. The most important thing was that Lei Ting's master must have investigated her. That was the reason for her anger, violating the taboo of ancient martial artist families. If it were not for Lei Ting, Shen Menyi would now call for people to confront this ignorant master. Sister Man Yi, my master was just concerned about me. He was afraid I might make the wrong friends. Please do not be angry. Lei Ting quickly tried to ease the tension. Shen Menyi nodded. If it were not for your face, this matter would not be over. However, a trade is impossible, because this is the first time I have seen this item. Not only does your master want it, but I want it too. How about selling this one to me, sister? Shen Menyi said directly. Ah, this. Lei Ting looked a bit troubled. She was not a stingy woman, especially towards her few friends. She was always very generous. But this was given to her by her master. The significance was different. Shen Menyi seemed to notice her expression, and was not angry, smiling. Are you afraid that selling it to me privately will make your master angry? Lei Ting chuckled awkwardly. I am not afraid of master being angry with me. I am afraid master's anger will harm his health. Shen Menyi pursed her red lips. Filial piety, unexpressed. If it were anyone else, Shen Menyi would never believe those words. But she understood Lei Ting. This sister was truly that kind of person, outwardly cold but inwardly warm, and the kind of warmth that was scorching. This was also one of the reasons why Shen Menyi was willing to consider Lei Ting a good friend after getting to know her. Otherwise, how could she, the young miss of the Shen family, casually make friends outside? All right, I will not make things difficult for you. You little girl are just filial. Shen Menyi sighed, reluctantly handing the crystal back to Lei Ting. She thought to herself that she would personally go find Xiao Ting's master later to discuss a trade, and she could also inquire about where this item came from. As long as there was a direction, with the family's resources and connections, she should be able to easily acquire many of them. This item might be the opportunity for the family's rise. With control over these crystals, it was not impossible for the Shen family to become the #1 family in the country. Have lunch with me. Okay, come, let us spar a few rounds first. I want to see how much you have improved recently. All right. Lei Ting also looked eager to try. She could not defeat her master, but could she defeat Sister Man Yi? She could not defeat her before, which is why Lei Ting greatly admired women like Sister Man Yi. But now it was different. Lei Ting had a bit of confidence. Especially after receiving the cultivation technique from her master, her strength in all aspects had greatly improved. Even if she could not defeat Sister Man Yi, she would not be utterly crushed into self-isolation like before. Of course, this time, she still ended up feeling self-isolated. Shen Menyi, the strongest of the 4 heroines, had no problem defeating the other 3 heroines, let alone Lei Ting, who had just started her cultivation. But the situation was this. Although Lei Ting still lost, Shen Menyi was incredibly surprised. She knew Lei Ting's strength too well. The former Lei Ting was barely considered Ming Jin. To be honest, she was not truly initiated. She purely relied on her talent and physical aptitude. But the current Lei Ting, after only a few days of not seeing her, had directly reached Dark Force. Her chi was vast and powerful. She did not even know what cultivation technique Lei Ting practiced. Moreover, Shen Menyi had never heard of such a rapid rate of improvement. Do not misunderstand. There are many experts in the 4 great families who reach Dark Force in their 20s, but those are family-born individuals who were cultivated from a young age. Born into the family, they underwent cultivation, brainwashing, and training for over 20 years to reach that level. Lei Ting, however, only took 20 days. Shen Menyi developed a great interest in old Cao in her heart, even wanting to meet him immediately. Turning to look at the gloomy Lei Ting, Shen Menyi instantly laughed in exasperation, stepping forward to pinch her cheek. You little girl, are you still unhappy? I have been training for almost 30 years, and you have only been at it for a few days. You are already incredibly strong. Your progress is even putting some pressure on me, sister. Really? Of course it is true. Your master is not simple, you know. Shen Menyi's eyes gleamed with an unknown light. Anyway, all characters with great luck seem to have this special skill, their eyes flashing at the drop of a hat. Flashing eyes are a symptom, and it needs treatment. Lei Ting beamed with joy, especially after the last sentence praised Cao Chuan, which swept away her gloom and filled her with pride and happiness. Chapter 113. 2 days passed in a flash. One day it was Zhong Qinger. Then it was Zhong Qinger again. Cao Chuan discovered a crucial point. There were too few girls around him whom he could pursue. Cao Chuan was a man of experience, and he knew very well that love had an expiration date. Do not deny it, and do not argue. Even if the other person was as beautiful as a celestial being, too much of them would eventually lead to boredom. It was human nature. To make this relationship last longer, and to extend its shelf life, new love must be introduced. There always had to be a rotation. As the saying went, absence made the heart grow fonder. As long as a man was busy, everyone would seem fresh. Cao Chuan was a man of responsibility, so he had to consider Zhong Qinger. Once boredom set in, it would be too late to salvage. Meanwhile, in Zonghai, at a certain sea view mansion, to be fair, too much of a sea view also became boring, and living there permanently was very humid. A sea view mansion was at most a temporary stopover, suitable only for short stays. But that did not stop the wealthy from buying them all up, making them places that could not be bought even with money. Each mansion had its own small dock, capable of mooring 2 yachts. The 8 most luxurious mansions came with small estates, 2 underground floors, 3 above ground, and a helipad on the top floor. Just from this hardware, one could tell that only the extremely rich and powerful could afford them. The best mansions in these novel settings were either on mountaintops, by the sea, or on private islands. Compared to that, the inland mansion Cao Chuan lived in was nothing. Young miss, the servants greeted her as several luxury car convoys entered the mansion. They stood on either side, bowing in unison. The car door opened. First, a pair of legs emerged from the car. These slender, beautiful legs were incomparably white. The high heels had red solace, the color making the skin appear even whiter and more lustrous. The sunlight made these legs glow. Unlike Lei Ting, whose glow was like that of a luminous pearl, radiating its own light, these legs needed sunlight and fair skin to reflect light. The difference was significant. Ningyu stepped out wearing red-soled high heels and a black long dress. At this moment, the mansion's female housekeeper stepped forward and bowed. The birthday gifts for Master Shin have all been prepared. Ningyu narrowed her delicate phoenix eyes slightly and snorted. Contact Beauty, and tell her to come over. The female housekeeper bowed in assent. She prayed for Zheng Myron, hoping the young miss would be in a better mood today. Ningyu was 171 centimeters tall. She was the second tallest among the heroines who had appeared so far. Her aura was grand and dignified. Her look was different from the others, however. She looked more astute, and someone difficult to get along with. Tomorrow was old Master Shin's birthday. People from the other 3 great families would all send representatives. Not just the heroines, but also the legitimate sons and eldest grandsons of each family. In addition, people from the north were also coming, including lickspit villains like Wang Hedong. And finally, the king of show-offs, Ye Chen. Tomorrow night was destined to be lively. Tang Xiaoxia would also be attending. Tomorrow, she would see Cao Chuan without his mask. She wondered if she would recognize him. Back home, Bu Jinyan was currently using the sole of her foot to gently and intermittently step on Cao Chuan's back. It was not a back rub. Cao Chuan had turned his back on her and was ignoring her. She was a bit coquettish, using her foot to kick and rub, but Cao Chuan still ignored her. She rubbed for a while, but he continued to ignore her. "Take that," she said, kicking out. He stumbled, almost falling directly from the sofa to the floor. Cao Chuan turned his head and glared. Bu Jinyan chuckled awkwardly. "I did not mean to kick you, it was subconscious. It is mainly because this spot is too good, and I could not help but give you a kick." Cao Chuan sneered. "With that attitude, you still want crystals?" "No, just give me some." "None left." "2, give me 2 more." "Didn't I just give you 2 days ago?" "1 was stolen from me." Bu Jinyan pouted, looking very wronged. From her current behavior, it was impossible to tell how old she really was. This girl was really good at acting. Better at acting than Cao Chuan. "1 was stolen? Ha, who would dare to steal from our Bu family's young miss? Do you think I am stupid? I cannot believe such nonsense from you." "My family stole it," she pouted. Cao Chuan scoffed. "I think you gave it to them yourself, wanting them to look for these kinds of crystals." Bu Jinyan raised an eyebrow, then giggled. "You are still the smartest. Once my family finds the crystals, I will return them to you with interest. Stop flattering me. I do not need you to return them. Anyway, I am not giving them to you. I do not have any left." "Oh, come on, give me 2 more, father of my child." Cao Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This woman was really good at being coquettish, and she had almost completed her self-conquest. This was the use of the crystals. When all the crystals in the plot appeared, and then were either consumed or plundered, Cao Chuan would still be able to buy them from the system mall. The scene at that time, just thinking about it, was picturesque. With just this small crystal, the whole world would be begging Cao Chuan. Do not forget the plot foreshadowing. The research report that the spy Wang Kun wanted to take last time was also connected to the crystals. Domestic martial artists used crystals, while overseas countries had just developed a single soldier strengthening fluid, and only by extracting substances from the crystals could the strengthening fluid be stably injected. So, the whole world needed crystals. This was not even the key. The key was that Cao Chuan's mall had crystals and strengthening fluid, both of perfect quality. Tell me, is that not infuriating? But first, scarcity makes things valuable. The crystals on the market must either all be destroyed or all be in their hands. At the very least, they must control over 50% of the share. This was Cao Chuan's most important task in the second plot. As for killing the child of destiny, it was just a matter of convenience. Everyone was without grievances or enmity, so why kill people? All right, here you go. Stop acting like a child in front of me. Are you still young? Cao Chuan feigned disdain. Bu Jinyan was not angry, just giggled. Cao Chuan was not one to suffer losses, so he immediately flopped onto the sofa. You kicked me hard just now, rub it for me. Bu Jinyan was so brazen and used to it that she was not angry at all. She happily stepped forward to give Cao Chuan a relaxing massage, her flattering expression already showing initial success. Your strength is good. Later, give me a back rub. Cao Chuan made another demand. Slap. Bu Jinyan gently slapped Cao Chuan and scolded. Are you treating me like a masseuse? What I treat you as is none of your business. Just tell me if you are going to rub or not. Rub, I will rub, all right. Bu Jinyan's small mouth opened slightly, silently cursing a few words, and she even made a funny face at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan grumbled. Comfortable. Oh right, old Master Shin's birthday is tomorrow, isn't it? Yes, that old man's birthday banquet is tomorrow. I am going with you. You are going. I am going. Bu Jinyan was speechless. What are you going to do? Do you think I would tell you that I am going to use your identity to get close to the four great families? Cao Chuan snorted disdainfully. If you do not want to say, then do not. Bu Jinyan scoffed coquettishly in disbelief, directly kicking off her slippers and stepping onto the sofa. Barefoot and sockless, the sole lace of her feet were tender pink. 1 meter 60 tall, weighing less than 100 pounds. Stepping on him was exceptionally comfortable, especially the psychological satisfaction. The young miss of a four great families, doing a masseuse's job. Of course, Cao Chuan was not such a person with a twisted sense of humor. He mainly felt that his efforts during this period had not been in vain. Bu Jinyan no longer resisted completely, just waiting for a plot point, and then everything would fall into place. More than 10 minutes later, Cao Chuan reached back and patted her small foot. All right, that is enough for today. Bu Jinyan then got down. Cao Chuan sat up straight and casually handed her 2 crystals. They were truly expensive, but the service was decent. At least it provided Cao Chuan with a lot of emotional value. These crystals were well worth the expense. Cao Chuan tidied his clothes. What is your number? I will request you again next time. Number 8. Bu Jinyan was someone who liked to joke. Since she had already given him a back rub and received the crystals, she might as well humor him. Not bad. I will send you a banner later. It will say skill unrivaled, virtue unparalleled, or virtuous and artistic, striving for excellence. How is that? Get lost. Bu Jinyan glared. Play is play, mischief is mischief, but not beyond 3 times. Say it again, and she would really get angry. Good. Another time the bottom line was tested. And the thing about bottom lines is that they drop a little each time, as long as you master the degree and grasp the measure. In the end, you will find that she has no bottom line whatsoever in front of you. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. The 2 little ones stayed home and did not go anywhere. He had reminded them before leaving. After that, Cao Chuan and Bu Jinyan left together. Actually, there was no need for such exaggerated dressing up, like grand gowns or any of that nonsense. It was not a red carpet event. Would they wear dragon robes? To be a show-off? Simply put, formal wear was sufficient. Men in suits, or traditional Chinese tang suits. Women in long dresses and high heels, paired with some jewelry. Dignified and elegant was fine. Honestly, at such banquets, there were not many situations of vying for beauty. If there were, it was usually among the younger generation. I did not expect you to look quite handsome in these clothes. Inside the car, Bu Jinyan looked at Cao Chuan beside her. Cao Chuan usually dressed rather casually. He had not worn a suit in a long time. Cao Chuan glanced sideways. The way you say that, I look even handsomer without clothes. Piffed. Bu Jinyan spat and said, if we see my family later, and they make things difficult for you, try to avoid them a bit. Do not babble nonsense with them. Do not worry. I will take care of your father-in-law later. Bu Jinyan did not refute such words. Instead, she giggled. You also know that big families like to go by seniority. Today, you do not even have an invitation. You are sneaking in with me. No one knows how strong you are. They will just think you are clinging to power. So do not be too arrogant. If you get kicked out, I will not help you. Cao Chuan looked at her. Today, Bu Jinyan's outfit was not youthful. It was a bit alluring. But in reality, she was not someone who overshadowed everyone, so it looked a little out of place, much like a little girl secretly wearing her mother's high heels. Fortunately, she had an aura and could pull it off. And she had done her hair and put on some makeup, looking beautiful. Her lip gloss was crystal clear. Wanted a taste? Heh, Cao Chuan chuckled. If I get kicked out, I will immediately shout that I am Bu Jinyan's husband. Bu Jinyan burst out laughing. If you dare to shout, I dare to marry you on the spot. Cao Chuan's mouth twitched, looking at her with a horrified expression. This girl would really do it. She just loved to play around. Sometimes, she did not care about the consequences at all. Cao Chuan was truly scared. If she did that, how would he ever be free again? No. Cannot get married. Bu Jinyan thought she had him in her grasp, and laughed even more happily. The plot begins. This remnants of the Ye family will make a move against the Shen family at the banquet? Are you sure? Chapter 114. The birthday banquet began at 4 in the afternoon. Old Master Shen's birthday celebration attracted a great many important guests. Many people came from the other 3 families in Jiangnan, including young misses, eldest young masters, masters, madams, and members of the older generation. It was considered giving enough respect. After all, the Shen family, from top to bottom, loved to put on airs and cared deeply about their reputation. The Shen family always believed their status among the 4 great families was transcendent. Unlike the other families who liked to vie for power and profit, old Shen's family primarily focused on elegance. It was as if they looked down on everything, but they wanted everything. Some of the Shen family's practices were respected because the family did not care about small gains and knew how to concede them, thus appearing magnanimous. People came from the 3 Jiangnan families and also from various families in the north. Along with them came some businessmen under the family's banners. Some were born into the family, while others were attached to it. All of them were renowned and wealthy individuals who came to expand their businesses and social circles. People from the special department of Bureau 6 also arrived, including Lu Jiao, the director of the Zonghai branch, along with some high-level officials from the provincial capital and representatives from various schools with good relations. As it approached 4 in the afternoon, the large club's parking lot was already filled with luxury cars. Those who could come early did so, and even though the banquet officially started after 5 in the afternoon, no one would risk being late. Even Bu Jinyan, despite disliking the Shen family's showiness, arrived early. In the parking lot, inside a Bentley convoy, Cao Chuan sat looking outside. He said, "Do you think anyone will cause trouble at this banquet today? Who would dare?" Bu Jinyan scoffed. She paused, then suddenly looked at Cao Chuan. "Are you talking about the remnants of the Ye family?" Cao Chuan smiled faintly and nodded. "Not too stupid. Remember last time the remnants of the Ye family also went to the antique market to buy things, and he was also buying something as a birthday gift. Do you think the birthday gift he gives and the birthday gift you give will be for the same person?" Bu Jinyan's thoughts had been entirely on Cao Chuan during this period, and many other things had been delayed. She had not even urged the famous detective agency for their investigation results. It seemed this woman had a bit of a love-struck mind. Only when Cao Chuan brought it up did she suddenly remember. Bu Jinyan mused, "You mean the remnants of the Ye family plans to target the Shen family first?" Cao Chuan shook his head. "I am not sure, but from the information I have, the downfall of the Ye family back then had more or less something to do with the high-level officials at the time. Someone must have been supporting it from behind, or at least tacitly allowed it. It looks like the whole thing was spearheaded by the Ning family, because they wanted to rise in power. But the Ning family, in the end, was just a pawn. Otherwise, with their status back then, how could they have persuaded the other 3 families to act together? And how could they have prevented the northern families from interfering? The relationships involved must be intricate, so I think if the remnants of the Ye family has any brains, he will not let go of this opportunity. But the possibility of him directly retaliating against the Shen family is not high. He might use the conflicts between the families to make you fight amongst yourselves, starting with getting close to the Shen family's birthday banquet." It was a well-reasoned and logical explanation. Bu Jinyan slowly nodded. "Makes sense." Then Bu Jinyan asked, "How do you think he will use the Shen family? Who does the Shen family have a grudge against?" Cao Chuan asked back instead of answering. Bu Jinyan pouted, her expression turning cold. "Anyway, I do not like the Shen family." This implied that the Bu family and the Shen family did not have a good relationship. In the original plot, Bu Jinyan always suspected that her eldest young master's accident was inextricably linked to the Shen family. Cao Chuan smiled. The other 3 families all disliked the Shen family's condescending attitude. So, if old Master Shen has an accident at the banquet, who do you think is the biggest suspect? Or rather, will the relationships between the 4 great families instantly become fraught with mutual suspicion because of this incident? Bu Jinyan's delicate brows furrowed fiercely, and she took a sharp breath. Currently, the 4 great families were relatively calm. They had some cooperation and some conflicts, but there had not been any major clashes in recent years. If a key figure from one of the families were to die an unnatural death at this moment, the relationships between them would become extremely paranoid, with everyone seeing enemies everywhere. What a venomous scheme. Old Cao is so smart. I had not even thought of that. Bu Jinyan glanced at Cao Chuan. Her eyes sparkled. Will these remnants of the Ye family act against the Shen family at the banquet? Are you sure? Bu Jinyan said in a deep voice. Her originally soft voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Cao Chuan chuckled. I am not the remnants of the Ye family, so how can I be sure? I am just saying there is a possibility. Does he dare? Bu Jinyan asked. If he kills old Shen, would he not expose himself? At that time, with the 4 families joining forces, even the Ye family at its peak was not an opponent, let alone the remnants. Cao Chuan thought about the peak of the Ye family. It was indeed impressive, but it was not protected by luck, otherwise, it would not have been completely wiped out. Ye Chen was different. This guy's individual luck, as it stood, was only suppressed by Cao Chuan or the nation's luck. Therefore, even if the 4 great families joined forces now, they might cause Ye Chen a lot of trouble, but killing him is impossible. What if he does not act himself? Cao Chuan asked back. Then how will he kill him? Bu Jinyan was puzzled. Don't look at old Shen. He is old and his vital energy and blood are declining. but his strength is unfathomable. How could a single remnant, or a few helpers, kill old Shen? Cao Chuan scoffed silently. Unfathomable? It was a body in its twilight years, an ailment beyond cure, a power in decline. If this old man found 2 women tonight, he would die tomorrow. Of course, this was only the true situation known to a few people. Many inside the Shen family did not even know that old Master Shen was failing. The plot arrangement was that Ye Chen saved him, gaining the friendship of the Shen family's high-level officials. It was an old cliché. Bu Jinyan certainly would not know about this. Cao Chuan shook his head. I do not know about that. Anyway, I just feel like today will not be peaceful, as if something big is about to happen. Remember, if anything happens, you must protect me. Bu Jinyan was surprised. Did you say that backward? Cao Chuan said seriously, I am just an ordinary real estate boss. No background, no strength. Besides being handsome, I am useless. I am here today for social climbing, hoping to use your connections to enter the ancient martial artist family circle. I, Cao Chuan, can call forth wind and rain outside, but here I am nothing. Bu Jinyan laughed. You are so ruthless, even to yourself. I admire that, truly. Cao Chuan cupped his fists. You flatter me. Bu Jinyan laughed. Who is flattering you? Stop pretending with me. Others might not know how devious you are. But how could I not? You are a fake rich man, a true internal force martial artist. Oh, you are an internal force martial artist, right? Just assume I am. What do you mean just assume? Are you still hiding your strength? Bu Jinyan was startled and instantly scrutinized Cao Chuan. In her opinion, anyone who could suppress her had to be at least in the early stage of internal force. Cao Chuan sighed faintly. I do not know other. Since my debut, I have not encountered an opponent who made me take them seriously. I do not even understand your martial artist realm divisions. I only know that when I was a child, I could kill chickens, when I grew a little older, I could chase dogs, and when I got a bit bigger, I could punch a cow to death. By the time I became an adult, my staff techniques were invincible, but I do not know what level I am at. Bu Jinyan was speechless, looking up at the sky. What was this? Cao Chuan experienced a bit of the child of destiny's joy, awkward pretense. There was no one next to him to brag for him, so he could only shamelessly do it himself. He would find a straight man for his comedy routine later. Hey, Cao Chuan pointed out the car window. Look, the remnants. Bu Jinyan turned, no longer fooling around with Cao Chuan. She stared at him for a long time and asked curiously, does he have an invitation? Cao Chuan feigned profundity. Certainly not. Therefore, there must be a helper for the remnants of the Ye family within the 4 great families. We will know who it is by seeing who gets close to him later. Bu Jinyan slowly nodded. Let us go, let us watch the show. Bu Jinyan suddenly became interested. This guy came in shorts. It would be a miracle if the Shen family's butler in charge of reception let him in. Let us go. She knew how to enjoy a good spectacle. The two got out of the car together, walked out of the parking lot, and headed towards the club's reception hall. People were coming and going at the entrance. There were also martial artist guards and a butler for reception, creating a harmonious and lively scene. Everyone's attire was not flashy, but Ye Chen's outfit still stood out. And this guy had just arrived in a taxi. Too unconventional. Bu Jinyan actively hooked her arm through Cao Chuan's, pinning his arm in place. Bu Jinyan hurried forward to watch the commotion, but Cao Chuan deliberately pulled back. Action and reaction are mutual. Cao Chuan quickly said, Hey, do not push me. Let us walk slowly, no rush. Hurry up, the remnants are at the door. They might start fighting any second. Oh, do not push anymore. Slowing down will not kill us. Hurry up. Bu Jinyan pushed forward, holding Cao Chuan's arm, while Cao Chuan looked helpless, a shy gentleman hiding his weapon. Finally, Bu Jinyan pushed Cao Chuan over to that side. The plot began. The martial artist guard extended his hand. Sir, I apologize. This is a private banquet. Please show your invitation. To be honest, the martial artist guard's attitude was quite good. Although he could tell from Ye Chen's attire that he was not a normal person, and a hint of disdain showed in his eyes, he maintained politeness on the surface. Perhaps it was because the child of destiny was handsome and dignified. Even dressed like that, he still had an aura about him. So, the doorman gave him some respect, especially since many people around were watching. If word got out that they looked down on people, it would not sound good, and the Shen family, from top to bottom, cared about their reputation. Ye Chen held the gift box, his expression calm and unruffled. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a hint of arrogance and disdain on his face. It was clear he did not have much goodwill towards the 4 great families. However, before Ye Chen could speak, a voice came from the side. Yo, where did this beggar come from? What is going on with old Shen's family now? Do they invite any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Tisk tisk. How tacky. This young master almost regrets coming. These words were a general taunt. It was unclear whether he was mocking Ye Chen, or subtly mocking the Shen family. Most likely, he was ridiculing the Shen family, with Ye Chen merely caught in the crossfire, as no one was looking at Ye Chen directly. Chapter 115. Hearing this, the guard was startled and looked unkindly at the brocade-clad man who spoke. Even the butler, who was inside entertaining and recording the gift list, hurried out. Upon seeing the newcomer, the butler stepped forward with a laugh and bowed. Behind the crowd, Bu Jinyan stood on tiptoe, leaning into Cao Chuan's ear and whispering, "This idiot talking is Ning Zeng, the young master of the Ning family. He has been a bit slow-wit since birth." Cao Chuan nodded, "I can tell." The butler bowed with a smile, So it is young Master Ning Zheng. I offer my respects. Ning Zheng chuckled, pointing at Ye Chen, who stood calmly beside him. I do not understand about respects or not, but I just find him ominous. Is this the kind of person you invited? What is this thing? The butler also noticed Ye Chen. It was hard not to notice him. A distinguished-looking commoner, his clothes were cheap, but his demeanor was still noble. Either his family background was extraordinary, or it once was. Young man, did you come to the wrong place? Today is our Shen family's banquet. We do not entertain guests without an invitation. The butler was very polite. I am here to wish Master Shen a happy birthday, Ye Chen said, still nonchalant, raising the gift box in his hand. This, your invitation? The butler was dumbfounded. None, Ye Chen replied calmly, still holding his head high with arrogance. Ning Zheng burst out laughing. Haha, what is this? Steward, did you hear that? He does not have an invitation, but he is here to wish your old master a happy birthday, and he has even brought a gift. As the saying goes, do not hit the bearer of gifts, so why are you not hurrying to welcome him in and serve him well? What are you waiting for? Ning Zheng's subordinates and some people around them, who came with him, all started laughing. These words were meant to mock the Shen family, but they actually targeted the child of destiny. The doorman butler also smiled. Everyone, please excuse us. This young man might be a martial artist who admired us from the Jianghu. I will arrange for him to be entertained in the side hall. There is no need for you all to worry. Everyone, please come inside. The butler continued to greet guests with a smile, diffusing the awkwardness with a single sentence and demonstrating the Shen family's generosity. This posture was well executed. Ye Chen, however, suddenly spoke. Old Lu invited me. Old Lu? The butler raised an eyebrow. Among the people named Lu who could be here today and be called Old Lu, there was only one. Old Lu? Ning Zheng laughed. I do not know who Old Lu is, but I know who Grandma Lu is. Cao Chuan grinned and turned his head, saying, the people of the Ning family are quite interesting. Bu Jinyan curled her lip in disdain, just infantile paralysis. Do you have a grudge against him? Is he worthy? Bu Jinyan scoffed. His older sister is Ning Yu, and she and I do not get along, so I do not like anyone from their Ning family. Cao Chuan was speechless. Then have you ever considered that you might also have a problem? Think about it. You dislike the Shen family, you dislike the Ning family, and you probably dislike that Tang family too, right? Isn't this a problem with your eyes? A corrective surgery would fix it. Slap. Bu Jinyan slapped Cao Chuan's arm, then pinched his waist and twisted. Hiss, Cao Chuan gasped, crying out in a low voice, you are twisting my kidney. Let go, quickly, otherwise your good fortune will be gone. Pa. Bu Jinyan released her hand with an annoyed smile. I twisted your waist. Big brother has big kidneys. My whole body is kidneys. You are truly disgusting. Bu Jinyan bared her teeth with a look of disdain. Ning Zheng, you shut your damn mouth for me. At this moment, another figure appeared. A distinguished-looking man walked out from inside. He appeared to be in his 20s, with hawk-like eyes scanning around. His aura unconsciously spread, instantly stopping everyone's laughter. Ning Zheng, in your Ning family, I do not care if you eat shit or fart, but do not come out here acting like an idiot for me. You are disgracing your Ning family, the man snorted. Ning Zheng narrowed his eyes. Shen Kaiyue, if you want to fight, I am ready. You, Shen Kaiyue chuckled, I would give you 10 moves and you would still be a good for nothing. If you want to spar with me, go back to your mother's womb and train for another 10 years. The butler quickly interjected, young masters, how about we go inside before we talk? Arguments here were embarrassing. Once inside, they could do whatever they wanted. In short, the butler persuaded them for a few moments and finally got the two young masters to shut up. Shen Kaiyue also saw Ye Chen. Despite his seemingly generous demeanor, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Butler, drive out all irrelevant people. Today is Old Master's birthday. If there is any trouble and Old Master is unhappy, you will be in deep trouble. Yes, 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 the butler quickly agreed. Shen Kaiyue turned and went directly inside. Ning Zheng cursed a few times, having nowhere to vent his anger, and also looked at Ye Chen. What kind of stray cat or dog is this? After speaking, he also led his subordinates and friends into the club. The butler was competent, while the two young masters were bickering. He had already sent someone to call Old Lu from inside. What if it really was someone Old Lu invited? If he drove him away, he would not be able to be a butler anymore. So, after the small conflict ended, Old Lu quickly walked out from inside. It was clear that Old Liu's health had improved significantly in recent days. After all, with the divine Dr. Ye Chen's treatment, it was incredibly awesome. Ha 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 ha, little friend Ye, it really is you. You did not even call me in advance. I thought you were still on your way. Old Shen and I were just talking about you and were about to call you. Old Liu's voice arrived first, and he appeared, laughing heartily. The butler's expression changed, thinking, that was close. Judging by this situation, his background was truly significant. The remaining onlookers, those who knew Old Lu, each took half a step back. Who was Old Lu? He was once one of the influential leaders of the in-country's 6th Bureau. Now, he was also an old senior leader of the department. His own strength alone was enough for the various families to take him seriously, not to mention his connections. I just arrived, Ye Chen said, putting on his most arrogant act. He did not mention what had just happened. There was no need. A giant does not care about the clamor of ants. If ants repeatedly fail to see reason, then stepping on them is all that is needed. Ye Chen, chest puffed out, walked in with Old Lu, the butler respectfully seeing them off. Only a group of people remained, secretly gasping, each beginning to speculate about Ye Chen's identity. It really was old Lu? Bu Jinyan mumbled, also momentarily affected by the strange atmosphere, beginning to speculate about Ye Chen's identity. Cao Chuan slapped her. What are you doing? We will talk about it when we get back. What? Bu Jinyan was dumbfounded. We will do it when we get back. What do you mean? Bu Jinyan had not fully recovered. Cao Chuan said exasperatedly, the remnants of the Ye family. And this old Lu indicate that the appearance of the remnants of the Ye family now has the shadow of the department behind it. What does this mean? It means the high-level officials have an opinion about the four great families and are preparing to use the remnants of the Ye family as a troublemaker to stir things up. Bu Jinyan instantly snapped back to reality. No, you are the shit. Hey, my temper. Cao Chuan immediately pulled her into an embrace, her small body held firmly in his arms. Cao Chuan said unhappily, why are you siding with outsiders now? I am your husband, your daughter's father. How can you speak against me for these few rotten fish and shrimp of the four great families? Do you not think you are going too far? Bu Jinyan struggled a few times, but could not break free. She chided, let go, people are watching. Cao Chuan let go directly. Bu Jinyan rolled her eyes, tidied her clothes, and complained, do not get handsy. Did you not side with outsiders? Cao Chuan was the first to accuse. All right, I was wrong, okay. Bu Jinyan was speechless. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone. Bu Jinyan turned her head to look. People from the Tang family are here. Cao Chuan looked back and saw a group of people, with Tang Xiaoxiao among them. Wow, Xiaoxiao, you are dressed beautifully today. Wait, where is my mask? That is the token for us to recognize each other later. Chapter 116. The Tang family arrived in a large group. Leading them was a man named Tang Renli. He appeared to be middle-aged, but he was actually nearly 60 years old. Because he was a martial artist, he had used years of cultivation, maintenance, and medicinal diets to preserve his youthful appearance. It was a clear case of reverse growth, achieved entirely through external means. Unlike Cao Chuan, whose youth was natural, Tang Renli was a masterpiece of careful maintenance. Tang Renli was Tang Xiaoxiao's father, and the current clan chief of the Tang family. He was kind, courteous, and refined, but he possessed a distinct flaw. He was calculating, and despite being nearly 60, he had a penchant for pursuing women in their 20s. His daughter, Tang Xiaoxiao, had once clashed with him over this very matter. Despite their falling out, she remained dutiful, following behind her father and brother to offer birthday congratulations. In stark contrast, Bu Jinyan was far more rebellious. When she clashed with her own family, she did not care about social standing or appearances at all. That old man is Tang Renli, the clan chief of the Tang family, Bu Jinyan whispered to Cao Chuan, acting as his commentator. Behind him is his eldest son, Tang Changxing, and his daughter, Tang Xiaoxiao. As she spoke, the Tang family entourage walked over. Bu Jinyan smiled and greeted them. Uncle Tang, Changxing, Xiaoxiao. Tang Changxing nodded politely. Sister Jinyan. Tang Xiaoxiao greeted her as well. Sister Yan. Despite her rebellious nature, Bu Jinyan was roughly the same age as Cao Chuan, and her youthful appearance often surprised others. Tang Renli smiled warmly. Jinyan, long time no see. How is your father? As he spoke, he politely nodded toward Cao Chuan. It was a courteous gesture. Regardless of Cao Chuan's status, seeing him standing close to Bu Jinyan prompted Tang Renli to act with unexpected civility. He was far from the stereotypical arrogant clan chief. Who knows? Bu Jinyan replied with a chuckle. Uncle Tang, you can ask him yourself later. I expect my father will be here soon. Tang Renli smiled helplessly. You still have not forgiven him, have you? I have forgiven him, but I am too lazy to see him, Bu Jinyan replied with a smile. All right then, children have their own fortunes. We will go in first. You and Xiaoxiao should interact more later. Okay, Uncle Tang, Bu Jinyan responded. As the two groups parted, Cao Chuan kept his gaze fixed on Tang Xiaoxiao. She sensed his stare and looked back at him. She recognized him as the godfather of Zhongqinger. She could not figure out why his gaze felt so strange. He seemed genuinely shocked. What are you looking at? Snap out of it, Bu Jinyan said, pouting as she nudged Cao Chuan. She warned him in a low voice. Do not think the Tang family seems kind and polite. None of the four great families are to be trifled with. Besides, is Tang Xiaoxiao really that good-looking? I do not think so. Cao Chuan smiled. He realized she was jealous. Do you think I am looking at her because she is pretty? Then what else? Men are all the same. Cao Chuan sighed. You underestimate me. I just realized her identity and was surprised. I have met her a few times before, but I never saw her face clearly. I only knew her name was Xiaoxiao, so I never connected her to the Tang family. Bu Jinyan looked at him, curious but still skeptical. Before she could press him, she noticed a group of people approaching. Her father, Bu Qingda, was walking toward them, accompanied by several martial artists. He looked furious, his aura dark and intense. Bu Jinyan immediately wrapped her arm around Cao Chuan, using him as a shield against her father's incoming wrath. The air between them thickened with tension. Bu Qingda stopped before his daughter and Cao Chuan, glaring at the man. Dad, you are late, Bu Jinyan said with a mocking smile. Uncle Tang and the Ning family have already arrived. You are dawdling, as usual. Bu Qingda ignored her and looked at Cao Chuan. Who is he? My elder brother, Bu Jinyan replied. It was a loaded statement. She was telling her father that if he would not avenge her late brother, she would find a new one to stand by her side. Bu Qingda's breathing hitched. Jinyan, please stop. I told you I would handle that matter. How many years has it been? Bu Jinyan retorted, her expression hardening. No matter how many years it takes, I will handle it, Bu Qingda said in a low voice. I do not believe it. Bu Qingda took a deep breath and turned his attention to Cao Chuan. Who are you? My name is Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan replied calmly, extending his hand. Bu Qingda shook it, intending to crush Cao Chuan's spirit with a display of power. However, he felt a surge of energy coming from the younger man that made his heart jump. Bu Qingda was a master at the late stage of the transcendent stage, yet he felt he had suffered a hidden loss the moment they touched. A steward stepped forward and whispered into Bu Qingda's ear. Clan chief, that is Cao Chuan. He is a local businessman in Zonghai, the founder of Hechuo Real Estate. Bu Qingda's expression softened instantly. He had no powerful family background. Ha ha ha, young man, it is a pleasure to meet you. Bu Qingda laughed heartily, patting Cao Chuan's hand while suppressing his previous hostility. He was pleased to find that his daughter had chosen an associate with genuine strength, regardless of his lack of lineage. Chapter 117. A few simple exchanges completely baffled Bu Jinyan. She could tell the two of them had been testing each other. On the surface, it was a display of physical strength, but in reality, it was a competition of cultivation. It was not visible to the naked eye, but in the blink of an eye, the elder had backed down. This discovery shocked Bu Jinyan. She knew her father's strength all too well, and she had her own guesses about Cao Chuan's capabilities, but it seemed she had still underestimated him. This scoundrel. He was still hiding his true abilities. Now that she knew, she would have to find a way to deal with him later. Uncle is truly still strong in his old age. Cao Chuan smiled. Ha ha ha, I cannot do it anymore. I am old. I cannot compare to young people these days. Bu Qingda laughed and waved his hand, examining Cao Chuan with extreme satisfaction. The more he looked at him, the more pleased he was. Young man, you are good. You have such a good relationship with our Jinyan. Come visit us often in the future. If you have any business matters, come to me. I will help you without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. Cao Chuan replied politely. Young man, let us go. Come in together. These words were clearly meant to elevate Cao Chuan's status. No need. Before Cao Chuan could speak, Bu Jinyan pulled him to her side and glared at her father. You go in by yourself. We are not with you. You girl. Bu Qingda frowned. Cao Chuan smiled and raised his hand, ruffling Bu Jinyan's hair. Do not make trouble. Let us go in together. I will not. Bu Jinyan pouted angrily. 1 crystal. 2. Deal. Cao Chuan felt helpless. Bu Jinyan broke into a joyful smile and gave Bu Qingda a sidelong glance. Let us go, old Bu. I am only doing this for my big brother's sake. Otherwise, who would want to be with you? Bu Qingda's face twitched. He suddenly realized the significance of the crystals. His daughter had brought one home and told the family to look for the item. So, this crystal was given by Cao Chuan. This young man certainly had his ways. And the way Cao Chuan treated Bu Jinyan was not just doting. More importantly, Bu Jinyan was obedient. Her attitude toward him made Bu Qingda a little jealous, but he was also happy. There were finally signs of reconciliation. Perhaps the girl had found a new focus beyond her hatred. She seemed much gentler than before. It was a good thing. Cao Chuan followed the Bu family into the banquet hall. He was not one to be overly eager, but this time he had to borrow the Bu family's identity. With his current status, he would not be able to reach old Master Shen. The old man was critically ill. The child of destiny could save him, and Cao Chuan could also ensure he remained that way. Approaching as the Bu family's prospective son-in-law would be much more convenient. The only pity was not seeing Ningyu and Shen Menyi yet. That woman Ningyu was so slow. As a junior, she actually wanted to make a grand entrance. She certainly had the airs of a villainess. And Shen Menyi was likely already inside. Cao Chuan felt a pinch on his waist. Are you addicted? Cao Chuan hissed in pain. I told you, you are pinching my kidney. Do you not want to have fun later? Piffed. Bu Jinyan snorted. You are tricking me again. Are you crazy? What did I trick you about? Your strength. It is actually that strong? Cao Chuan shook his head helplessly. This girl was so grown up, yet still so willful. Forget it. He would just spoil her. After all, he had not gotten her yet. Once he did, he would make her cry. Bu Qingda watched the two whispering nearby. Although he could not hear what they were saying, it looked like a happy occasion was in the making. Very good. Bu Qingda was not angry. His daughter was grown up, and he had long worried about her marriage. Now, it seemed that holding his grandson was just around the corner. He would have to investigate this young man later to see if his family background was clean. As for whether he was worthy, Bu Qingda had not even considered that question. His strength was evident. A young expert at the Danjin level was rare. There was a great chance of a breakthrough in the future. At that time, would the Bu family not soar? He was in an excellent mood all the way. Then began the boring and tedious small talk. The heads of the 4 great families were all present, greeting each other with their juniors. But they were all male juniors. Only the Bu family had a daughter with them. There was no other way. The Bu family's direct heir had met with an accident. Bu Jinyan also had a younger brother, who was not yet an adult, and he was currently under the family's protection. Instead, Cao Chuan became the focus of everyone's attention. They all speculated if this person was the Bu family's prospective son-in-law. It looked very much like it. Cao Chuan's identity was not difficult to investigate. Many people recognized him, and after the steward informed the patriarch, the news quickly spread. After his identity circulated, everyone became even more curious. A pure businessman, seemingly kicked out by Hechuo, suddenly transformed and hooked up with the Bu family. This person was not simple. What did the Bu family see in him? Could it just be that he was good at flattery? Impossible. Looking at Bu Qingda's attitude, he treated Cao Chuan like a nephew, which could not be faked. Therefore, this Cao Chuan must have some unknown ability. The more unfathomable he was, the more polite everyone became. They treated him with courtesy, not looking down on him at all just because he was a businessman. This was the feeling Cao Chuan wanted. It was also normal. How could he, a possessor of a villain's halo, be ridiculed wherever he went? Several families exchanged pleasantries for a moment, then went to the back to pay respects to Old Master Shen. Those who came now were all the Old Master's juniors. His old friends had not yet arrived. It was natural for juniors to meet and greet. It was the fig leaf between the great families. No matter how much they disliked each other normally, in this setting, everyone had to smile. Uncle, I as an outsider, should not go, right? As soon as he heard about paying respects to the old master, Cao Chuan spoke up proactively. If Cao Chuan had not taken the initiative, Bu Qingda would not have known what to say. But now, Bu Qingda looked at the people from the Shen family. The Shen family members also smiled. What they wanted was face. Since he said so, how could they not let him go? Would that not be slapping the Bu family's face? Shen Changang, the patriarch of the Shen family, smiled. Who is an outsider here? Our four families of Jiangnan have always been united. The Bu family's prospective son-in-law is naturally also ours. Everyone heard that. Cao Chuan showed a hint of embarrassment. But I am currently. Bu Qingda smiled. That is right. Brother Shen is right. Xiao Chuan, you are a member of our Bu family, and naturally also a member of the four clans. It would not be good to act like an outsider at this time. Okay, uncle. Cao Chuan reluctantly agreed. Bu Qingda smiled and patted Cao Chuan's arm, nodding with satisfaction. That is more like it. The superficial relationship between these four clans was indeed good. Regarding the title of prospective son-in-law, Bu Jinyan did not object, and Bu Qingda naturally would not either. The Shen family had only said that to probe the true relationship between Cao Chuan and the Bu family. Now that they had probed, they were even more curious. Everyone planned to investigate later to see what was wrong with the Bu family, and incidentally, to see exactly what this young man had to catch the Bu family's eye. A large group of people grandly arrived at the club's back hall to pay their respects. Old Master Shen was in his 80s and critically ill. Even though he was forcefully controlling his energy, anyone with a discerning eye could tell the old man had been in poor health recently. Only no one could tell that he was already at the end of his rope. After all, he was putting on a very good act. Old Master Shen was the Shen family's pillar of stability. If he were to pass away, the Shen family's prestige would be greatly diminished. It was very much like a family of four brothers. Once the patriarch passed, the normally harmonious brothers would instantly split up. Old Master Shen, Grandpa Shen. As soon as everyone arrived, they all bowed and greeted him. You have all come. Oh dear, this old bone of mine. I said there was no need to hold such a big birthday celebration, but Changang, this boy, does not listen. Old Master Shen chuckled and stood up. At this moment, he looked a bit robust, without any feeling of illness. Shen Changang smiled apologetically by his side. Dad, is this not what everyone wants? Besides, it is rare for the four clans to gather together now. It can be lively, can it not? Old Master Shen shook his head and smiled. You are just extravagant and wasteful. Then he waved his hand to everyone. Please, all sit. Cao Chuan had already started his plan, but no one noticed him. At the same time, Cao Chuan whispered to Bu Jinyan beside him, blowing air into her ear. I think this old man is quite good, very kind-faced and amiable to juniors, just like a benevolent bodhisattva. How could you dislike such an old man? Just superficial things. Look at these people, except for my father. Which one is not smiling like an idiot? Bu Jinyan snorted lightly. But who knows what these people are thinking in their hearts? Each of them has 8,000 hearts. They will scheme you to death, and you will not even know it was them. Cao Chuan stared at her for a long time, and only after confirming she was not talking about him, did he relax. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. Did this old man ever offend you? He offended my brother. Bu Jinyan snorted. Cao Chuan felt a surge of jealousy. I am jealous. Bu Jinyan gave him an annoyed look. What right do you have to be jealous? Do you really think you are a prospective son-in-law? Cao Chuan grinned. It seems I hit her too lightly. I am your husband. Piffed, shameless. Bu Jinyan cursed, but her smile was genuine. She was happy, because in the early stages, a man's jealousy makes a woman feel cared for. He knew he had to understand the psychology of the situation. It was best to handle these moments with care. If he managed this dynamic correctly, he would be well on his way to success. Chapter 118. The clan chiefs of the four great families gathered. There was Shen Changang of the Shen family, Bu Qingda of the Bu family, Tang Renli of the Tang family, and Ning Ji of the Ning family. The ranking of these four clans was based on their strength and the age of their clan chiefs. The oldest was 59, and the youngest was 55. It is a bit boring. I am going out for some fresh air. Cao Chuan appeared very bored after a while. He considered that he could simply poison them and then run away. That way, he could clear himself of suspicion. Bu Jinyan, considering Cao Chuan's feelings, rose with him and followed him out the door. The back hall was crowded and spacious, so no one paid much attention to their departure. These two had been whispering at the back since they arrived, not interacting with anyone else. The younger generation who knew Bu Jinyan did not come forward to embarrass themselves. It could be said that Delili's reputation among the four great families was not good. Her eyesight was poor, she could not stand anyone, so it would be strange if she had friends. Even someone as gentle as Tang Xiaoxiao was not close to Bu Jinyan, let alone anyone else. Delili should reflect on herself. She should not always think that just because she is great, she can detach herself from the masses. Upon exiting, Bu Jinyan pouted. I hate these social engagements the most. Let us just skip them. We have already given our gifts and met people, so there is no problem with etiquette. Cao Chuan glanced sideways at her. You do not want to watch the show anymore. The remnants have not made their move yet. Bu Jinyan shook her head. Old Lu and he have a good relationship. With that connection alone, he has a chance to contact the four great families. Even if he wants revenge, there is no need to act today. So I think it will be peaceful today. Cao Chuan was surprised. This girl really had a brain. Indeed, it would be peaceful, and he would even succeed in showing off, allowing him to put his hands in his pockets without needing to worry about rivals. However, encountering old Cao meant that even undercurrents would become mild. Tonight would surely be a stormy sea. Shall we make a bet? Cao Chuan said with a half smile. Bet what? Bu Jinyan became interested. She loved to play. Cao Chuan chuckled. Let us bet on whether there is a show to watch tonight. You think there is not, right? Well, I think there is. If there is, I win. Otherwise, you win. Bu Jinyan giggled. What is the stake? Crystals. Whatever you want. Bu Jinyan pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling. All right, if I win, you give me 10. This girl was not bad. She only wanted half. Someone like Ningyu would probably ask for 20 as a starting point. Cao Chuan only had about 20 crystals left. Cao Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. Stop messing with me. Giving you 10 is no problem. But what can you offer? You cannot even offer an equivalent stake, yet you dare to make such a big demand. I will give you 10 big slaps. Bu Jinyan pouted, thinking that this guy would not fall for it. She snorted lightly. Then you say, what is the stake? Cao Chuan pondered. I can give you 10, but your stake must also increase. What do you want? I want you. Bu Jinyan's heart pounded. At this moment, facing Cao Chuan's direct, fervent gaze, her cheeks even felt a little warm. Actually, their relationship was just one step away. Her special storyline was very simple, mainly focused on Bu Yao. For example, the scene where Bu Yao almost drowned was hers. She would have a good impression of anyone who was good to Bu Yao. This was determined by her character setting. And was Cao Chuan good to Bu Yao? He was incredibly good. Even Bu Jinyan, as her mother, felt inferior. Moreover, one could see a thing or two from Si Han. Si Han's father was an enemy of Cao Chuan, but Cao Chuan treated Si Han like his own daughter. If it were not for these details, Bu Jinyan would not be able to be so close to Cao Chuan. Seeing Bu Jinyan hesitate and fidget, Cao Chuan laughed in exasperation. You are still thinking. It is 10 crystals. We are losing big. Are you diamond encrusted? Infuriated, Bu Jinyan raised her hand and slapped him, angrily saying, bet. Do you think I am afraid of you? Humph. Never mind, never mind. Cao Chuan rubbed his arm, shaking his head. I should not have used you as a stake. You are not merchandise, but a living person, and the mother of our daughter. I was just joking earlier, teasing you. Do not take it seriously. Cao Chuan's sudden extreme push and pull made Bu Jinyan let out a soft sound, her heart softening a bit. She rolled her eyes. Humph, at least you have some sense of responsibility. But this bet is quite fun. I do not blame you. Cao Chuan, touched, rubbed her head. Seeing how obedient you are, hubby will not spank your butt anymore. Get lost. Bu Jinyan was instantly furious, kicking at him, and Cao Chuan ran off. As for bets, he would not play. Gambling is illegal. Old Cao has always been law-abiding. Most importantly, that bet earlier was to test her bottom line. If he won and wanted her, she did not refuse. That indicated success. Then why bet anymore? If he bet and things did not go according to plan, Old Cao would have to give her 10 crystals. In a situation where he was guaranteed to win, why bet with her? The crystals were his. She was also his. Old Cao takes all. Cao Chuan ran off, and Bu Jinyan did not chase him. Her heart was restless with a mix of anger, coquetry, and shyness. She wanted to be alone. After Old Cao left, he began to patrol everywhere like a male lion surveying its territory, hands in his pockets, a devilish yet righteous smile on his lips. Ye Chen could put his hands in his pockets even in big shorts, so it was perfectly fine for him, wearing suit pants, to put his hands in his pockets. The club was very large. It included many people in the front and back garden. There were also many businessmen affiliated with the families, including newly rich merchants and old conniving ones. Factions were numerous. The four clans had a seemingly peaceful relationship, but these businessmen had the keenest noses. It was like 4 people in a dorm having 8 small group chats. The relationships were a chaotic mess. Oh, President Cao. Oh, Director Liu. Cao Chuan arrived in the backyard, lit a cigarette, and was then recognized by a woman nearby. It was Lu Jiao. This birthday banquet was even more chaotic than when Zhang Wuji was besieged by the 6 major schools at Bright Summit. Everyone truly had their own thoughts and selfish motives. Unlike Old Cao, who was much simpler, his main goal was to exude an aura of coolness. I did not expect President Cao to also attend the Shen family's birthday banquet. Lu Jiao held a glass of wine. This woman was wearing a long, floor-length dress today. Her legs were unseen, but her waist was nice, and her overall score was still very high. Cao Chuan waved his hand and smiled. Hey, I came with a friend to see the world. How would I know anyone from the Shin family? But Director Liu's outfit today truly surprised me a bit. Thank you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was noticeable that in such settings, people subconsciously restrained their true thoughts. After a moment, without saying anything important, Lu Jieyu held her wine glass, glanced into the distance, and then said to Cao Chuan, "Excuse me, I must take my leave." "Please." Cao Chuan smiled and nodded. Cao Chuan watched Lu Jieyu's retreating figure. This girl was called away by her father, Old Lu. Without a doubt, Old Lu was introducing her to Ye Chen. The plot should be moving soon. Old Shen would appear shortly, exchange pleasantries, then the younger generation from each family would say some auspicious words, and that was pretty much it. But what happened next was where it got interesting. As soon as Lu Jieyu and Old Lu left the backyard, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted over. At the same time, a woman's voice came. "Boss Cao." Cao Chuan turned around, was startled for a moment, then smiled. The person who came was Shen Menyi. For the number one destined heroine, Shen Menyi, to actively seek him out for an introduction, the crystals played a huge role. Otherwise, with her proud and elegant disposition, she would not even bother to glance at any man present. She truly lived up to her title as a destined heroine. With just that one look, Cao Chuan's mind instantly cleared of any trace of Lu Jieyu. To be fair, if you compared them side by side, the difference in their levels was significant. Shen Menyi was a first-tier heroine. Tang Xiaoxiao was barely within the top 3. Besides her slightly masochistic personality, Shen Menyi's appearance was explosive. Her body was distinctive, a range of mountains and peaks with varying heights. That S-shaped mountain path was rugged. Lei Ting's legs were peerless, and Shen Menyi was a bit behind her in that regard, but in other areas, especially that mature, peachy sensation, a wave of allure washed over him. The shape of her body, when posed, any single movement, could be enjoyed for a year without getting tired of it. They observed each other. Shen Menyi also scrutinized Cao Chuan. Her first impression was that he was younger than expected and had a stronger aura than imagined. Indeed, he had a charm that a purely ordinary businessman could not possess. The changes brought by his energy cultivation were becoming increasingly obvious. Just this immortal-like bone structure made Shen Menyi feel a hint of goodwill and curiosity. "So it is Boss Shen. I have heard much about you. I have long wanted to contact Boss Shen, but I was always worried about being too abrupt with such a beauty." Cao Chuan extended his hand with a smile. A heroine would not shake hands with anyone, especially not with a man. But the villain's halo ignored everything. Shen Menyi also had a favor to ask. Her jade-like hand clasped his, then quickly separated. But this brief touch alone caused many onlookers to gasp in surprise. The Shen family's young miss had a reputation for being domineering, looking down on all men, and her criteria for a husband were known. First, he had to be able to defeat her, and then they could discuss other requirements. If he could not even defeat her, how could he ever become her son-in-law? Was he even worthy? Therefore, the impression the Shen family's young miss had given people over the years was always one of being stern towards men. And now, she actively sought out this man to speak, and even shook his hand. What was happening? Who was this man? He was so cool. Many male compatriots on the scene instantly began to admire Cao Chuan. That was how the villain's halo worked. If it were Ye Chen, he would probably be receiving countless dagger-like glares right now. All the men would wish they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Even if Shen Menyi ended up alone in old age, she would have no connection with these men, but that did not stop them from being dumbed down and starting to hate Ye Chen, as if Ye Chen had stolen their wives. It was just idiotic. Chapter 119. Xiao Ting and I are like sisters, so strictly speaking, we are not strangers. Shen Menyi's voice was commanding. It was so commanding that if she spoke to you even slightly kindly and intimately, it would be easy to make you want to kneel before her, as if it were her great favor to you. The voice of an empress. Cao Chuan chuckled. "Miss Shen, let us talk business. Your Shen family does not have crystals, so even if I wanted to trade with you for my apprentice's sake, I could not." Shen Menyi raised an eyebrow. This man was a bit harder to deal with than expected. Usually, when men heard her speak that way, they would at least give her some face, or follow her lead, expressing intimacy. But this man wanted to talk business. Shen Menyi sneered. "Boss Cao, our Shen family does not have them, but that does not prevent us from cooperating." "Oh, if that is the case, please elaborate, Miss Shen. How do you propose we cooperate?" Cao Chuan made a gesture of invitation. Shen Menyi probed first. "This thing called crystals should be a first appearance, right?" Cao Chuan nodded with an enigmatic smile, tacitly agreeing. Seeing Cao Chuan's reaction, Shen Menyi knew she had guessed correctly. She had been investigating these past few days, and was almost certain that the other great families did not possess these crystals. There was only one possibility. They had just appeared, and Cao Chuan had just discovered them, perhaps even a crystal mine. After all, this thing did not just fall from the sky. This was also why Shen Menyi approached Cao Chuan directly, even with a hint of urgency. Because once the matter of the crystals became known to everyone, her Shen family might face intense competition. By then, even if they secured Cao Chuan, the price they would have to pay would not be low. The authorities would also intervene. Furthermore, the old master's health was currently poor. The Shen family was fine with the old master around, but once he passed away, the situation would become delicate. The thought was fleeting. Shen Menyi continued. For something so good, there will definitely be many people coveting it. I do not deny that Boss Cao has some strength and influence, but you may not be able to hold on to such a thing. Boss Cao, having been in business for many years, should be very clear about the principle that possessing a treasure makes one a target. Upon hearing this, Cao Chuan smiled faintly, saying nothing, his hands in his pockets. Nothing else, just showing off. Shen Menyi secretly took a deep breath. She was very anxious, but she could not show it on the surface. This guy was really unyielding. Shen Menyi pondered. So, we can cooperate. Boss Cao, you bring out the crystal mine, and we will jointly develop it. With my Shen family as your backing, Boss Cao will also reduce a lot of trouble. It sounded good. As for the crystal mine, yes, there was one. It was just jade, different from ordinary jade. There were many scattered pieces everywhere, but there were also large or veins. But was Cao Chuan an idiot? Give it to the Shen family? He knew how much luck could be exchanged for this. Once the system upgraded and the system mall had a recycling function, Cao Chuan, by controlling these special plot items, could have a continuous stream of villain luck entering his account. By then, he would never lack luck again. He could buy more things, and even directly mass-produce soldiers. Cao Chuan chuckled. Miss Shen, can you give me a reason? If I were to cooperate, why would I not find someone else, but specifically your Shen family? I am not familiar with the Shen family. My relationship with the Bu family is quite good. Shen Menyi raised an eyebrow. Bu Jinyan? She had seen Cao Chuan with someone from the Bu family before, so her biggest fear had come true. That woman, Bu Jinyan, who always acted like an airhead, had somehow quietly secured the man surnamed Cao. This was going to be difficult. Just having the connection with Lei Ting was clearly not enough. Shen Menyi asked, if you cooperate, what percentage does the Bu family give you? Cao Chuan said calmly. Miss Shen, you have it backward. You should ask, what percentage do I give the Bu family? This man was a bit domineering. A strange emotion arose in Shen Menyi's heart. Her voice became even more commanding, with a hint of playfulness. Then what percentage do you give the Bu family? It depends on my mood, because I have not cooperated with the Bu family yet. Anyway, I have many options, so if Miss Shen wants a piece of the pie, you will have to think carefully about what you can offer me. Also, how much of a share do you want? Remember, do not be greedy. Shen Menyi understood. Cao Chuan wanted to expand the pie and bring every family in. Each family would hold some shares, allowing them to check each other while not threatening Cao Chuan. Unfortunately, Shen Menyi felt that Cao Chuan's appetite was a bit too big. This model would be fine if it were just ordinary business. But in front of ancient martial arts families, all business tactics were meaningless. Too much ambition, and in the end, he might not gain any advantage, or even be kicked out. Being kicked out in this sense was not as simple as commercial bankruptcy. It was a matter of life and death. Shen Menyi gently shook her head. Boss Cao, I do not know whether to praise your ambition or say you are too naive. For Xiaoting's sake, I will give you a piece of advice. Quickly find a family that can protect you, and you still have a glimmer of hope. If you are too greedy, no matter how strong you are, your end will not be good. I am not threatening you. It is just a sincere piece of advice. If you have thought it over, have Xiaoting text me, and we will meet to discuss it then. Friendly reminder, if you have decided, contact me as soon as possible. I am afraid you do not have much time left. Farewell. Shen Menyi finished speaking and turned to leave. In her opinion, Cao Chuan's pose with his hands in his pockets was truly lacking in self-awareness. She had originally thought Cao Chuan should be quite strong and a bit domineering, and certainly not foolish after so many years in business. If they cooperated on crystals, she could even invite Cao Chuan to the family to train the younger generation, as he had a knack for teaching apprentices. She just had not expected him to be so blinded by these crystals. Clearly, Cao Chuan thought these rare goods were highly valuable, and he underestimated the four great families too much. Did he think everyone from the four great families would speak to him as nicely as she did? He was overthinking it. Watching her perfect figure walk away, Cao Chuan smiled. Although Cao Chuan always scorned the methods of the Child of Destiny, saying they manipulated others by first giving the female lead a bad impression and then reversing it, he was using it too. It was so effective. From those few sentences, this woman already had a very deep impression of him. Then, he just needed to find an opportunity to slightly clear his name, make her understand that he was not insatiably greedy, and that he had the strength not to fear her four great families. Her perception of him would completely reverse. He should learn more from the Child of Destiny's routines in the future. Sometimes they were quite useful. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Haodong was following Tang Xiaoxiao. Wang Haodong, can you please stop following me? Me? No, I am just asking if you want to eat some fruit. I will get it for you. I do not want any. Then champagne? No. Then what do you want to do? I want you to stay away from me. Xiaoxiao, I am going to the restroom now. Are you still following? Wang Haodong stopped helplessly, thinking that this dog-like devotion was so hard. However, Xiaoxiao had been talking to him more lately, and she had not cursed at him anymore. He felt like the village guardian. After a while, Wang Haodong started missing Tang Xiaoxiao again. A second apart felt like 3 years. Wang Haodong rushed straight to the women's restroom to wait for her at the door, and also to grab some fruit or champagne, just in case she suddenly wanted some. Coincidentally, at the restroom entrance, as Wang Haodong arrived, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao chatting with a beggar. The two were actually quite far apart, more than a meter away. But in Wang Haodong's eyes, they were almost embracing. Wang Haodong, furious, instantly could not suppress his anger. He stepped in front of the two, glaring at the beggar. Who the hell are you? Ye Chen glanced sideways, with eyes like he was looking at an ant, completely ignoring him. Tang Xiaoxiao also frowned, a black line across her forehead. Wang Hedong, what is wrong with you now? Wang Hedong's eyes were red with anger. He felt so wronged. Xiaoxiao, did you not say you were going to the restroom? Who is this man? Are you sick? Is this not the restroom? And who he is, what does it have to do with you? Tang Xiaoxiao retorted speechlessly. Actually, nothing was going on. It was just that one of Tang Xiaoxiao's hairpins had fallen off, and the beggar, Ye Chen, with his hands in his pockets, had helped her pick it up. They had not even chatted for 2 sentences before Wang Haodong rushed over. Tang Xiaoxiao did not explain, thinking she was too lazy to, and Ye Chen certainly would not explain, thinking, you are an ant. Why should I explain to you? Wang Haodong thought they were practically hugging. Tang Xiaoxiao, I am your fiancé, and you are behind my back with another man. Who is your fiancé? Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed with anger. If you want to make a scene, pick the right place. Do you not see where this is? Wang Hedong, stop following me from now on. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao. Wang Haodong watched Tang Xiaoxiao's retreating back, then glared fiercely at Ye Chen, before quickly chasing after her. Ye Chen still had his hands in his pockets, calm and collected, even curling his lips in disdain. Tang Xiaoxiao left, with Wang Haodong close behind. After 2 consecutive turns, Cao Chuan, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared directly. They collided. Oh dear, Cao Chuan, quick-eyed and quick-handed, wrapped his arm around her waist, mainly to prevent her from falling. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Wang Haodong also quickly ran over. Cao Chuan helped her stand upright, and withdrew his hand. Wang Haodong glared. Who are you? Cao Chuan was utterly exasperated. You see a man with Tang Xiaoxiao, and you run over to ask who he is. This idiot was truly speechless. Tang Xiaoxiao, still flustered, finally recognized Cao Chuan, her best friend's godfather. Thank you. I am asking you a question. Who the hell are you? Wang Haodong stomped his foot. Chapter 120. I am asking you a question. Who the hell are you? Insane. Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at him. She truly disliked Wang Hedong. In her eyes, Wang Haodong was a complete clown, and a particularly insane one at that. Sorry, Tang Xiaoxiao apologized, indicating her desire to leave, and then she walked away. Wang Haodong was like a puppy. He bared his teeth and glared at Cao Chuan. After Tang Xiaoxiao left, Cao Chuan backhanded him. Slap. A slap landed on the face of Wang Hedong. It was not actually heavy, but it was very insulting. Are you insane? Cao Chuan preempted him, glaring as he said, I taught you to be a sycophant before. Is this how you do it? Wang Haodong was stunned on the spot. The voice was very familiar. Oh, brother Cao. Holy crap. Wang Haodong was dumbfounded. Cao Chuan grabbed him by the collar, dragging him to a nearby corner, seemingly to prevent them from being seen. It looked exactly like an underground rendezvous. Cao Chuan was angry at his lack of progress. Are you insane? Is this how you act as a sycophant? You are a nuisance, do you understand? The annoying kind. I already told you, a sycophant is about silently giving. Do you understand what silently means? Wang Haodong recovered. Brother Cao, I am sorry. I did not know it was you. You do not have to be sorry to me. I am sorry to you. I should not have taught you these things. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Cao Chuan shook his head with a look of disappointment. No, big brother, I was wrong. Wang Haodong hurriedly said. Big brother, actually it has been effective these past few days. Xiaoxiao has not even scolded me anymore. That is because she is already annoyed. Do you understand? She cannot even be bothered to scold you. Do you think she will still be interested in you? Wang Haodong was shocked. He took a sharp breath. That makes sense. Big brother, then what do I do now? You still have a chance if you give silently. Can you not make use of such a good occasion? Please enlighten me, big brother. This kid was just not very bright, but his politeness was impeccable. Cao Chuan was moved by his sincerity. Otherwise he really would not have bothered to teach him. If it were not for your sincerity, I really would not bother to teach you. Cao Chuan shook his head. Wang Haodong kept smiling apologetically. Cao Chuan said, look at this occasion today. All sorts of people are everywhere. And is our Xiaoxiao not beautiful? Beautiful. Wang Haodong nodded. Are there many suitors? Many. Wang Haodong paused, as if he had heard this before, but he could not remember. Wang Haodong continued to listen attentively. Cao Chuan said, with so many people, there are always a few who are blind enough to approach our Xiaoxiao, right? Right. So what should you do at this time? Cao Chuan asked in return. Wang Haodong narrowed his eyes. I will deal with all those people. I will make them scramble and forbid them from approaching Xiaoxiao. My goodness. Cao Chuan was speechless. Are you really that stupid? In such a public social setting, people are just normally socializing and chatting. On what grounds do you chase them away? Not to mention giving face to the Shen family. If you do that, it will have no effect. Later, Xiaoxiao will dislike you even more, thinking you are insane. Wang Haodong suddenly understood. Big brother is right. Cao Chuan lectured, so at this time, you need to observe. If the other party interaction makes our Xiaoxiao uncomfortable, and her expression shows impatience, but her temper is good, and she cannot directly drive them away, that is when you need to step in. But remember, it is still the same principle. You cannot directly intervene. A sycophant must give silently. So, not in front of Xiaoxiao, but after the person approaching Xiaoxiao leaves, privately note down their identity, then find an opportunity to educate him, telling him not to harbor improper thoughts about our Xiao Xiao. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Wang Haodong nodded decisively. Truly understood, or pretending to understand? Truly understood, Brother Cao. Absolutely understood this time. Cao Chuan raised his hand and patted Wang Haodong. That is more like it. You are such a smart and handsome young man, rich and powerful. How can you not know how to date? If it were not for me, what would you do? Wang Haodong nodded repeatedly. Yes, I just would not know what to do. Luckily, I have Brother Cao. Cao Chuan shook his head helplessly. Go, young man. For your unrequited love, go be a village guardian, a protector. Thank you, Brother Cao. Then I am going. Good luck. Wang Haodong walked away heroically. After Wang Haodong left, Cao Chuan lit a cigarette and spoke faintly. Eavesdropping for so long. Do you have any pointers? He. A voice that was neither smiling nor not smiling came from nearby. Then high heels rounded the corner. A woman in a black dress with fair skin looked at Cao Chuan with interest. I did not expect Boss Cao to be quite interesting, making that second idiot from the Wang family spin in circles. Ningyu. Ningyu voice was also very distinctive. Tang Xiaoxiao was delicate and gentle. Shen Menyu was regal. Bu Jinyan was soft and cute. And Ningyu sounded like that arrogant female villain. Neither regal nor not regal, neither cold nor not cold. Always feeling a bit playful, and carrying a unique charm. She was truly fair-skinned. The long dress was not revealing, only a dazzling white expanse of collarbone, beautiful as congealed white jade. The so-called skin like congealed fat, water over a duck back. The black high heels below revealed her fair instep, adorned with crystals, perfectly complementing her fair skin. She was a woman who knew how to dress herself. Her adornments were few, but each one served a purpose. Some women wearing gold and silver were unbearably vulgar. But some women, with a red string of their birth year tied around their ankle, could make one blood boil. Besides her temperament, it was only because she knew where to adorn, and where not to. Cao Chuan chuckled. So Miss Ning is going to tell that second idiot and expose me? Why would I expose you? I find it quite interesting. He is foolish, so he deserves to be played like a fiddle. This is his fate. It should be so. Ningyu chuckled. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. So Miss Ning specifically came to eavesdrop just for fun. Or rather, Miss Ning came to me specifically for those 1,800,000,000? Money. It does not matter. Ningyu smiled and shook her head, slowly walking forward and circling Cao Chuan once, her eyes scanning him, praising. Completely different from the information. I like your temperament. A martial artist, right? Cao Chuan praised. As expected of Miss Ning. I admire your insight. Ningyu covered her mouth and chuckled. I have been looking for you since I arrived. How did Miss Ning know I would be here today? I guess. Someone as restless as you would definitely join the fun. Miss Ning has excellent insight. Cao Chuan praised again. Ningyu spoke softly, thoughtfully. Your relationship with Bu Jinyan is good. I saw you joking and playing around. Later, you chatted with Shen Menyi for quite a few sentences. This woman is not easy to deal with, but she was surprisingly polite when talking to you. Then there is this Tang Xiaoxiao. Is she also your target? You are making her fiancé act like a dog. A sycophant. It really suits Wang Haodong personality. And you? Who exactly are you? None of the four female leads were easy to deal with. And Ningyu, on the other hand, saw through some things. The bystander sees most clearly. Firstly, for the 1,800,000,000, she must have thoroughly investigated Cao Chuan. Coupled with Cao Chuan conflict with Zheng Miren and Lan Yebar, some of his strength and influence were exposed in advance. Finally, there was this woman observation today, and some conjecture. She felt that Cao Chuan was definitely not an ordinary person, and coming to the Shen family birthday banquet was by no means as simple as offering birthday wishes. However, it was mostly speculation. What does Miss Ning think I am? Cao Chuan asked with a smile. Ningyu beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment, she exhaled a fragrant breath. I do not know, but in any case, he is not a good person. Haha. Cao Chuan shook his head and chuckled. Miss Ning is overthinking. I, old Cao, have been walking the Jianghu for 30 to 40 years. Who does not call me a great philanthropist? Only you, Miss Ning, say I am not a good person. Do you think it is everyone else's problem, or your problem? Ningyu snorted softly. The truth is often in the hands of the few. Before Cao Chuan could answer, Ningyu continued. I heard a crystal appeared recently. Is it related to you? Cao Chuan thoughts flashed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crystal. The smallest one, 10 grams. He threw it directly to Ningyu. Is this what you are talking about? Ningyu expression froze. She did not expect Cao Chuan to do this. She was only there to probe, and after speaking, she was observing Cao Chuan expression, but she could not discern anything. Cao Chuan expression was flawless, but he backhanded her a crystal, as if throwing trash. This rendered all of Ningyu other prepared rhetoric useless. This is a crystal? It is quite beautiful. Ningyu was quickly attracted by the crystal. It seemed no woman could refuse the beauty of crystals, and no martial artist could refuse the efficacy of crystals. Do you like it? If you like it, it is yours. Cao Chuan smiled slightly. So generous? Ningyu was surprised. Consider it you bought one for 1,800,000,000. Cao Chuan directly poked her wound. Ningyu beautiful eyes twitched slightly, a bit annoyed. But her tone remained the same. She smiled and said, how do you use this thing? Try pouring your internal energy into it. Chapter 121. The crystals were as magical as ever. They glowed. The soft, shimmering halo illuminated her face, creating an even more beautiful hue, fair with a hint of red, stunning beyond compare. She was truly experiencing the magic the crystals brought. Cao Chuan, meanwhile, was brazenly observing her. Not much was exposed. Her arms, the backs of her feet, her neck, and her collarbones were visible. Sometimes, that is exactly where the magic lies. It is often the act of concealing that sparks a desire for exploration. In truth, Cao Chuan admired Ningyu. Villains often share common points of mutual attraction, but that was not the primary reason Cao Chuan admired her. Nor was it because she was fair and beautiful. The reason was that she was genuinely intelligent, especially regarding her family's cultivation methods. Within the 4 clans, these methods were common, but the Ning family was the most ruthless. The other families prioritized the direct lineage, making it difficult for branch families to seize power. But the Ning family was different. Anyone with ability could rise to power, as long as they bore the Ning surname. Even a woman like Ningyu, if strong enough, could seize power and become the clan chief. In the original plot, if not for Ye Chen, Ningyu would have almost certainly become clan chief. There was one last hidden reason. This woman was ridiculously obsessed with romance. Even if Cao Chuan wiped out the Ning family later, she would still stick with him. What man could refuse such a woman? It is truly amazing. Ningyu retracted her internal energy, a hint of greed in her eyes, as she stared fixedly at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan chuckled. Do not look at me like that. 1.8 billion can buy at most 1 crystal. This thing can change a martial artist's aptitude. Even if Wang Hedong, that village guardian, used it, it could increase his intelligence a bit. That is saying nothing of a woman like you, who is already intelligent. Do not be greedy. If you are too greedy, you will end up with nothing. I am not greedy. I am just curious. Where did you get it? Can you tell me? Do you think I would tell you? Cao Chuan retorted. Ningyu pouted, showing a hint of annoyance for the first time. I do not think it is very likely, but what if you softened up and told me? After all, you have put me through so much trouble. Ha, Cao Chuan laughed. What trouble have I put you through? Ningyu snorted indignantly. I had so many subordinates, painstakingly cultivated, and now they are either crippled or injured. I have lost my competitiveness. Do you not think that is putting me through trouble? Especially all that money. It will take me a long time to earn it back. Cao Chuan shook his head. I was helping you clear out trash. 30 martial artists and 6 dark energy practitioners could not even beat my 3 dark energy bodyguards. What use were they? If it were not for me, you would still be wasting resources cultivating them. It was a bottomless pit. Ningyu chuckled, lightly clapping her hands. Impressive. As expected of someone who can make Wang Haodong run in circles. Your rhetoric even makes sense to me. Because it does make sense. Trash is trash. No matter how strong they are in training, it is just training. You only know who the strong ones are when you actually fight. Realm and combat power can never be equated, Cao Chuan said, his hands in his pockets. Ningyu nodded, then asked, how do you train your subordinates? Can you tell me that? I can, but why should I? Cao Chuan retorted again. Can you not just pretend you feel sorry for your younger sister? Brother, Ningyu whined. Look at this woman. Her words scratched at Cao Chuan's heart, soft and gentle. If he were a simp, he would probably be panting and running over immediately. Cao Chuan smiled. The way you say that, it is very hard for me to refuse. Ningyu's face lit up with joy. Then let us cooperate. Tell me your thoughts. Cao Chuan nodded. Ningyu said, let us cooperate to develop the crystals, and then train subordinates. Once I gain power in the Ning family, I will give you a share of the family's profits, and the entire Ning family can be at your command. In the Ning family, you will be second only to me. Pardon my poor eyesight. I did not realize you were a failed art student. This pie she was drawing was both big and round, but it was a bit far-fetched. Second only to her. Did she think she was drawing propaganda for everyone? The era of total control is gone, sister. Say something practical, Cao Chuan said expressionlessly. Ningyu pouted, feigning coquettishness. Then what do you want? Let me think. I will tell you once I have thought it through. However, if you need them, my bodyguards can occasionally be lent to you, but training your subordinates is out of the question. Cultivating those born and raised in your family will not benefit me. I am leaving. With that, Cao Chuan turned and left. This woman needed to be kept on a leash. Cao Chuan did not even bother saying deliberately teasing words like, I want you. If Cao Chuan had said it, she would definitely have agreed, but her agreement would be meaningless. It would just be playing with him. Besides, this occasion was not suitable for using force. In a different place, if she dared to agree, Cao Chuan would make her keep her word. So it was not the right time yet. Just wait. Tonight's excitement was about to begin. Ningyu toyed with the crystal in her hand, watching Cao Chuan's retreating figure in silence for a long time. She knew she could not control this man. Or rather, he was difficult to control. She had to find a way. These crystals absolutely could not fall into the hands of other families, otherwise the Ning family would be in trouble. They could not even fall into the hands of other people in the Ning family. They could only belong to her, Ningyu. Soon, old Master Shen emerged. He looked like a large flat peach, wearing a blue and white porcelain-colored tang suit. His old face was flushed, looking full of vigor. Just from his appearance, he seemed to have many years left before his demise. Damn it, Cao Chuan mumbled, wondering if old Shen had secretly eaten a magical pill just now. But no matter what, Cao Chuan knew that after he made his appearance, he would suddenly become unwell. This had nothing to do with the poison Cao Chuan administered earlier. It was simply how the plot unfolded. His old injuries would relapse, beyond the help of even immortals. Remember that phrase, beyond the help of even immortals. But Ye Chen could save him. Then came Ye Chen's continuous showing off and displaying his divine power. First, he showed off about the gift, letting everyone know his good relationship with old Lu. Then, old Lu introduced him, and Ye Chen once again showed off by curing old Shen, gaining his friendship. This laid a solid foundation for his future revenge against the Ning family and all his enemies. But this time, old Cao was present. The king of showing off was none other than old Cao. I am not very good at the crooked smile, but hands in pockets. Does that not just require pockets? Old Cao had practiced for a long time. The posture of hands in pockets was becoming smoother and smoother, no longer awkward. Old Shen appeared. The juniors of various families and other subordinates offered birthday wishes, wishing the birthday star a long life. After that, several families with seemingly good relations read out their gift lists. Among ancient martial artist families, top-grade medicinal herbs were considered hard currency for gifts. The scene was originally very harmonious, everyone smiling and exchanging pleasantries, but Ye Chen's presence naturally caused countless people to lose their intelligence. Among them, the most idiotic was Ning Zeng of the Ning family. His brain was not very good to begin with, and after losing intelligence, he became even crazier. He completely disregarded the occasion. As a junior, he actually jumped out at this joyous occasion. Grandpa Shen, Ning Zeng called out loudly. The address was acceptable. Ning Zeng has something he does not understand. Everyone fell silent, looking at Ning Zeng. Ning Zeng also felt very impressive, holding his head high and puffing out his chest. Old Master Shen smiled. What is it? Ning Zeng said, today is your birthday, and I should not be saying this, but there are so many people here, and which one is not from a family? Even the merchants are immensely wealthy, but suddenly a beggar appeared among us, which is a bit disrespectful to you, and it also lowers our standing. Good gracious. Everyone seemed to know who Ning Zeng was referring to. Even those who had not known Ye Chen before instinctively looked at him. At the back of the crowd, Ye Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, surprised that a single sentence had been directed at him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, calm and composed, standing proudly. Old Master Shen looked at Ye Chen. Indeed, Ye Chen's attire was truly indescribable. Among so many people present, the worst-dressed person was still in a decent suit. To dress like this truly seemed to disrespect the Shen family. However, old Shen knew that this was someone old Lu had brought. Old Master Shen did not answer, but instead looked at Ning Ji, the clan chief of the Ning family. Ning Ji's face darkened, and he angrily reprimanded his son. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Dad, I am not talking nonsense. Even if he looks down on the Shen family, why should he stand with all of us? Is he worthy? Ning Zeng, are you looking for trouble? Shen Kaiyue appeared again. Shen Kaiyue, shut up. If your family likes to entertain beggars, that is your family's business. So many of us are here to celebrate a birthday, not to be annoyed. Ning Zeng snorted coldly. The scene went back and forth. Cao Chuan was also a bit puzzled. Although he roughly understood that the plot was designed this way, with the tattered clothes, to set up the face-slapping scene later, it was truly difficult to understand the person who designed the plot. Did they understand basic common sense and social etiquette? Where did you go just now? I have been looking for you for ages. Just then, Delily emerged from who knows where, leaning close to Cao Chuan and whispering, I went to flirt with a girl. Slap. Hiss. Cao Chuan turned back helplessly. If you are going to hit me, can you please not pinch me after every slap? And you always pinch my kidney area. What is your deal? Are you trying to test its size? I am telling you, it is huge. Stop spouting nonsense. Delily reached out again, still trying to pinch his waist. Cao Chuan immediately grabbed her hand, holding her small hand and soothingly saying, Stop, stop. We are watching a show. Humph. Let go. No, if I let go, you will pinch me again. Just stay like this, do not move. It would not look good if people saw. Cao Chuan held her hand. Delily struggled a few times then gave up, standing shoulder to elbow, hand in hand, watching the show. The scene was quite heartwarming. Their relationship had truly grown closer. He needed to find an opportunity to take her to see the big goldfish he just bought. They were so pretty. All right, even if I do not judge by appearance, and do not care about his clothes, what kind of gift can he give? Grandpa Shen, I am standing up for you. And everyone else is giving precious gifts. If he gives some trash, I will turn around and leave right now. It is too low class. Ning Zeng had a gloomy expression. This kid was a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, not yet 20, daring to offend anyone. The show was about to begin. Without Tang Bohu, what could Ye Chen give? Old Cao was genuinely curious now, especially with the soft hand in his, subconsciously kneading and playing with it. Bang! Immediately after, his calf was kicked. Hold my hand, do not squeeze. If you squeeze again, I will kick you again. Chapter 122. Bu Jinyan was arguing with Cao Chuan, and the scene was in an uproar. In the original version of this story, the plot dragged on endlessly. Different parties went back and forth, each with their own agenda. Some watched the show, some feigned advice while actually instigating, and others just cheered. This single segment originally spanned more than 5 chapters, and it was not even close to being over. After those 5 chapters, the narrative transitioned to the medical treatment. Following the usual trope, Everyone doubted Ye Chen's medical skills except for old Lu, who supported him. Then came another round of internal arguments within the Shen family, which took up 3 chapters. Finally, Ye Chen began the treatment, detailing the Ghost Gate 13 needles and the procedure, lasting 2 more chapters. After he cured the patient, the story continued until the end of the birthday banquet, exploring the impressions the destined heroines had of Ye Chen, including how sycophants like Wang Haodong were displeased with him. That took 3 more chapters. Finally, the banquet ended with reactions from all sides and the Shen family's post-event gratitude toward Ye Chen, another 3 chapters. That was 16 chapters right there. Before the banquet even started, there were 2 chapters of bloated descriptions about luxurious clubs. That made 18 chapters in total, and that was considered fast. Ye Chen's plot had only just begun, and the pacing was designed to be drawn out. Unlike old Cao, who lacked those grand schemes to pad the length, this situation was just a dog-eat-dog plot. The Ning family and the Shen family began to confront each other. Ning Ji, as the Ning family head, seemed to be caught in the middle as the victim, constantly trying to mediate while feigning efforts to prevent the situation from escalating. To put it bluntly, they were here to cause trouble and make the Shen family lose face. It was also a conflict among the younger generation. As adults, the elders went through the motions of mediating. Finally, all fingers pointed to the key figure, Ye Chen. Ye Chen remained composed, taking out his gift as if on cue. It was a painting. Coincidentally, this was a work by a famous court painter from the Qing dynasty, one worth tens of thousands of yuan. A burst of laughter erupted from the surroundings, filled with disdain. Friends and foes alike mocked Ye Chen. The worst gift anyone else had given was a jade guanyin statue worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. It was clear how worthless Ye Chen's gift was in comparison. Ning Zeng held up Ye Chen's painting and circled the room with a smile. Everyone, look at what this is. How come the Shen family invites just anyone these days? Shen Kaiyue, this is not your friend, is it? Shen Kaiyue's face darkened, feeling humiliated. For the esteemed Shen family to have such a person mix in on old Master Shen's birthday meant that the Shen family was blind. To be honest, the Ning family's actions were intended to make the Shen family lose face and test their bottom line. It was rumored that old Master Shen was in poor health and could pass away at any moment. The Ning family wanted to see if the Shen family would handle the problem strongly, which would indicate the illness was not serious, or if they would back down, which would confirm his failing health. They did not want to offend them too severely, so they used a junior from the Ning family as a vanguard. They could later claim they were lax in discipline and confine Ning Zeng for a year. It would not lead to a complete fallout. Old Master Shen's eyes burned with fire, but he was powerless. A bout of angina struck him, and he could not even shout in anger. He was furious. Just then, an old man in the crowd spoke up. It was Old Xing, the man from the antique street. Old Xing adjusted his reading glasses and said, "Young friend from the Ning family, could you let this old man examine this painting?" "Take it," Ning Zeng replied, tossing the scroll to him. Old Xing examined it and muttered that the mounting technique suggested it was not simple. Everyone fell silent, curious. Cao Chuan covered his forehead. The paintings might be different, but the dialogue was identical. The inertia of this plot was incredibly strong. Bu Jinyan leaned in and asked in a low voice, "It is not a painting within a painting, is it?" Cao Chuan rolled his eyes. "Where do you get so many paintings within paintings? This old man is just blind. Last time he said my painting was no good, and he ended up wanting to buy it. He is dreaming." Bu Jinyan pouted, reminding him that it had been her painting. Cao Chuan chuckled, saying that since she was his, the painting was his too. Old Lu appeared on the scene and greeted Old Xing. Old Xing stroked his beard and claimed that the painting was indeed a disguise for something even more valuable. He referenced a previous time he had uncovered a genuine work by Tang Yin inside another piece. Cao Chuan felt like he was listening to a comedy routine. Even though the setup was obvious, the crowd gasped in awe. Old Xing then proceeded to violently dismantle the painting, acting as if he were on a mission. He worked for 3 minutes, sweating profusely. The reveal was a disaster. The painting was empty except for a piece of paper. On it was written, "Idiot, were you fooled?" Old Xing was humiliated. Ning Zeng laughed heartily, and Old Xing suffered a tactical faint and was carried away. In the banquet hall, everyone laughed, and Ye Chen's face turned black. He had expected a hidden masterpiece, not a prank. Could it have been swapped? Finally, Old Master Shen roared, "Enough." His aura caused the hall to fall silent. His face, despite the powder, could not hide his frailty. After releasing that burst of energy, he was spent. He glared at the Ning family and left the hall with Shen Changen's support. The Shen family quickly restored order, the music started, and the dancing resumed, though the atmosphere had changed. Bu Jinyan gloated, happy to see the Shen family lose face. Cao Chuan gave her an annoyed look, telling her to respect her elders, though he did it with a touch of irony. Meanwhile, he was rejoicing. He had activated his storage space while Ning Zeng was parading the painting, swapping it for the note. He had stolen the moment, gaining 5% of Ye Chen's protagonist halo. In the original plot, this was a key moment where the heroines became curious about Ye Chen. Now, Cao Chuan had stolen the spotlight, and the impressions of the heroines had shifted toward him instead. The treatment was about to begin. Chapter 123. Master Shen let out a sigh of relief, his entire body wilting. He had nearly fainted by the time he reached the back hall. Shen Changang had immediately summoned the master's personal physician, a leading authority in traditional Chinese medicine. There is a saying that there are 2.5 pharmacies in the world. Tongrentang is in the north, King Yutang is in the south, and the remaining half is the oldest, Chen Ji. Its legacy dates back to the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, spanning over 400 years. In this world, such ancient legacies are naturally endowed with extraordinary qualities when linked to martial arts medicinal ingredients. This leading figure in medicine was the foremost practitioner in the south, the venerable Chen Mequan, known as Old Chen. He was the head of Chen Ji. Old Chen, my father. Do not worry, I am here. Old Chen exuded an air of prestige from the moment he appeared. With his white beard and immortal demeanor, he instantly inspired trust. A moment later, Old Chen shook his head. It is difficult. Shen Changang felt a surge of frustration. A moment ago, you said not to worry, and now you say it is difficult. What was the point of your grandstanding earlier? Old Chen, my father became angry just now. I know, and that is the main reason. He was hanging on by a thread. I advised you not to hold any birthday banquet. At this time, Master Shen should have been resting quietly, but alas. Old Chen shook his head, offering one belated criticism after another. Old Chen, what can be done now? We can only attempt a life-sustaining technique, but to be honest, this is just a stopgap measure. Shen Changen's face showed sadness. How much longer does my father have? Old Chen hesitated for a moment. Old Chen, please just tell me. There is nothing to hide in this situation. Alas, a month at most. What? Only a month. If not for today's events, I was confident Master Shen could live for another year. But now, a month is an overestimate. If Master Shen gets angry again, he might just. He did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Chan Gang. At this moment, old Lu arrived. Uncle Lu. Shen Changen's face was bitter, but he still rose to bow. All right, let us not bother with these formalities. What is Master Shen's condition? I just saw that his face did not look good. Alas, Shen Changang sighed heavily. Old Chen explained the situation again. Old Lu exclaimed in shock. A month. This is impossible. Wait, I know someone who might give Master Shen a glimmer of hope. Who? Old Chen was startled. If anyone else had said that, he would have been offended. I just said less than a month, and you are talking about a glimmer of hope. What do you take me for? Shen Changang also grasped at this straw. Uncle Lu, who is it? It is that young man I mentioned to Master Shen before. Ye Chen. Shen Changang was stunned. The one who took the painting just now. Exactly. Do not let his unkempt appearance fool you. His medical skills are very strong. There might be a glimmer of hope. Old Lu nodded. Shen Changen's eyes instantly reddened, and he almost flared up. If it were not for that young man, Ning Zheng would not have found an excuse to cause trouble, and Master Shen would not have been angered. Now, they wanted that young man to treat the master. However, there was no other choice. After all, Old Chen had already given his prognosis. Who else could they ask? Changang, you must trust me. I would not harm Master Shen. You have seen my current state. Old Lu was vouching for Ye Chen. Shen Changang gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, Uncle Lu, please invite Ye Chen in. Good. Now they could only try to revive a dead horse. They had to try. Anyway, with Old Chen beside him, if anything went wrong, Old Chen would surely spot the problem. Outside, the Shen family members gradually disappeared, all having been called back. Ye Chen quickly vanished into the crowd, called away by Old Lu. As he left, he was still wondering. I feel like my luck is gone. No, my painting is gone. How could there be no painting within a painting? Something is not right. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan found Wang Hedong. Brother Cao. Wang Haodong had been watching Tang Xiaoxiao, preventing anyone from approaching her. Indeed, many people had socialized with her, and he had noted each interaction, planning to have them investigated later. He had not noticed Tang Xiaoxiao being annoyed by anyone, so he had not said another word to her. Hedong, how was it? Did anyone approach Xiaoxiao? Yes. Wang Haodong reported his surveillance findings. Cao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. See, is this not better? She is not annoyed by you, and you can still help her. Is it not enough for her to be happy? Is it not her happiness that you want? Right, right. Wang Haodong felt a sudden enlightenment. Cao Chuan continued. Later, when she finds out everything you have done for her, do you think she will not be moved? Her happiness is the most important thing, is it not? Wang Haodong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, imagining Tang Xiaoxiao's future reaction when she learned of his actions. He felt a sweet, wonderful sensation. Cao Chuan patted his shoulder. That is how it should be. Remember, you absolutely must not pester her. Women dislike that the most. Remember this. Understood, Brother Cao, do not worry. Cao Chuan nodded. You continue to keep an eye on her. I have something important to discuss with Xiaoxiao. A few words. Do not worry, Brother Cao, I will keep watch. No one will disturb you. Wang Haodong nodded. Cao Chuan looked at him in surprise. This fellow is quite something. Cao Chuan was starting to suspect he was feigning ignorance. Could he be a patient suitor in the making? Cao Chuan nodded. Do not worry, as your brother, I also hope you two have a good outcome. I will put in a good word for you. Thank you, Brother Cao. Wang Haodong grinned. Cao Chuan patted his shoulder, then turned and headed straight for Tang Xiaoxiao. Cao Chuan had not acknowledged her earlier because Wang Haodong was there, and the timing was not right. Now, he was going to launch a psychological attack on her. When she found out her best friend and her best friend's godfather were involved, that kind of psychological attack would undoubtedly be immense. It would completely shatter her emotional values, especially since she and Cao Chuan had several accidents. Xiaoxiao. Hello. Tang Xiaoxiao had just chatted with Shen Menyi for a few moments, then exchanged pleasantries with Ningyu for a while. Now she was alone, sipping champagne and watching the sunset. No one disturbed her until Cao Chuan came over. For a moment, Tang Xiaoxiao, still in her preconceived notions, did not recognize Cao Chuan's voice, but she responded politely. After all, he was Qing'er's godfather, and Tang Xiaoxiao was never lacking in manners. Cao Chuan looked her over and said in surprise, "It really is you." Ha! Tang Xiaoxiao was bewildered. That voice. Finally, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to recognize something. Cao Chuan, seizing the moment of her confusion, spoke rapidly, bombarding her with words. "I just thought it looked a lot like you. Earlier at the entrance, when I heard Bu Jinyan call you Xiaoxiao, I thought of you, but was not sure if it was you. Just now in the restroom, it also felt like you. Now it seems it really is you." After Cao Chuan finished speaking, he made a mask shape with his hands, placing them over his face, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Tang Xiaoxiao stared at him, completely shocked. Cao Chuan's explanation clarified his earlier presumptuous gaze, and Tang Xiaoxiao instantly understood that it was merely surprise, not any other emotion. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao looked horrified. For a moment, she could not figure out the relationship between Zhong Qing'er and Cao Chuan. Aren't they elder and junior? How did it turn into this? No wonder. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly understood. No wonder they were masks. This matter, if it got out, would definitely be a shocking secret. And meeting would be awkward, right? So the masks were to cover their shame. However, to be fair, Tang Xiaoxiao had strong adaptability. Born into a large family, she had heard too many secrets. Tang Xiaoxiao was only shocked for about 10 seconds before she was speechless. Are you two not? Alas, it is a long story. Cao Chuan knew what she wanted to ask and directly explained. One time in Dragon Bay, I went racing to vent, but in the middle, I saved someone. That person was Qing'er, but at the time we were both wearing masks, so we did not recognize each other at all. Cao Chuan's words omitted Tang Xiaoxiao's presence. Tang Xiaoxiao was now completely enlightened. So it was that accident. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a little curious. Then, does she know your true identity now? You are quite the gossip. Cao Chuan saw the curiosity, and a hint of a gossiping soul, in Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes. As expected of the destined heroine, her adaptability is truly strong. Cao Chuan nodded. She knows, but the big mistake has already been made. And we had not recognized each other as family when the mistake happened, so we just went with it. Qing'er also did not want to bring this matter into her daily life, so she asked to wear masks every time. I could only go along with her. The implication of these words was that he listened to Zhong Qing'er, and was a good person. Tang Xiaoxiao also understood, feeling that Cao Chuan truly doted on Zhong Qing'er. Oh, and Xiaoxiao, you absolutely must keep this a secret, and do not tell Qing'er either. I am afraid she will overthink it. I understand. Do not worry, I will not tell anyone else. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. I trust you. See, is this not another secret and understanding unique to the two of them? Always pay attention to small details. Adding the haunted house incident and the restroom incident this morning, the two of them now had at least 2.5 secrets and understandings. Cao Chuan suddenly added. Also, I have already taught Wang Haodong a lesson. That guy should not pester you anymore. Tang Xiaoxiao was delighted. I knew it. After he left the restroom, he became more distant. I thought he was playing hard to get, but it turns out you helped me. Are we not friends? Should I call you uncle? Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled. No, do I look like an uncle to you? Cao Chuan spread his hands. Tang Xiaoxiao looked him over, then pursed her lips. Indeed, you do not. If I did not know your identity, I would think you were only a few years older than me. So you can just call me brother from now on, and I will still call you Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Brother Cao. Tang Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. Then would Qing'er not have to call me auntie? Chapter 124. The front hall and the back hall were like two different worlds. Many people from the Shen family gathered in the back. Their old master had encountered a major incident, and they needed to guard against the other three families, especially the Ning family. Although the possibility of an attack was small, it was better to be safe than sorry. The Shen family had dispatched many experts to secretly surround the entire Mountain Villa Club. Before Old Master Shen could safely leave, no one was allowed in or out. It was incredibly domineering. Even members of the authorities' 6 bureaus were not allowed to move. Most people in the banquet hall did not even know about the preparations the Shen family had made. What? He is a doctor, someone exclaimed. I object. I object too. With Elder Chen here, why do we need someone we have never even heard of to treat the old master? Old Lu, this person is your friend, right? Can you vouch for him? Exactly. If the old master has an accident, will you dare to vouch for him? Stop arguing, all of you. Shut up. Shen Changang roared. His body exuded a violent aura as he lost his usual elegant demeanor. A pile of trivial matters had made him irritable, and the internal nonsense only enraged him further. Shen Changang scanned the room. After everyone fell silent, he said in a deep voice, I am the family head. I have agreed to this matter. Shen Changang had no choice. It was a desperate measure. Otherwise, the old master would only have a little over a month to live. Furthermore, it was difficult to explain this matter clearly to the family members without risking a leak. Even though most of those present were core disciples, it was still a risk. Shen Changang suppressed the crowd. I have already called the Elder Council, and they have agreed to the treatment plan and sent people. The helicopter will arrive soon. If you have any questions, you can ask the elder council members when they arrive. Old Lu also stepped forward, his face sincere. Everyone, I know your concerns, so I can vouch for this matter. If little friend Ye cannot cure him, or if the treatment makes it worse, you can dispose of my old bones as the Shen family sees fit. With the good cop and bad cop roles played, the scene was temporarily quelled. Ye Chen began to show off. He produced a roll of silver needles, including long needles, hooked needles, and round needles. He walked proudly into the room, preparing to take the old master's pulse and administer treatment. Among the crowd, Shen Menyi, who had been silent, uncrossed her long legs and stood up. Wait. Ye Chen looked back. Shen Menyi frowned. Kid, let me be clear. If my grandfather has even the slightest accident, you will not live tonight. If I want to save him, the king of hell cannot take him, Ye Chen retorted. If I want to leave, you cannot stop me. Ye Chen turned and left, leaving behind a group of people gasping. Shen Menyi's eyes sparkled. It was domineering, especially in this day and age. Shen Menyi sneered. I hope you can still be this arrogant later. Inside, only 4 people were treating the old master, Old Lu, Elder Chen, Ye Chen, and Shen Changang. Little friend, I am counting on you, Old Lu said. Please, Shen Changang added. Only Elder Chen remained skeptical. He could not believe that a young man could be that skilled. Young man, are you really confident you can cure old Shen? You need to know that old Shen is not just sick. It is an old injury, and his internal organs have already atrophied. If you force treatment now with too much power, you will likely cause old Shen to die instantly. Shen Changang was shocked. If he died suddenly, they would not be prepared. Old Lu also narrowed his eyes, not expecting the consequences to be so severe. In this world, there is no injury or illness that I, Ye Chen, cannot cure, Ye Chen said, his head held high. His face was calm and composed. Facing Ye Chen's arrogance, Elder Chen was displeased, but he waited for Shen Changang to make a decision. Shen Changang looked at Old Lu, then at Ye Chen. Little brother, are you really confident? You can choose not to believe me. I will turn around and leave right now, but this old master probably will not live more than a month. Shen Changang looked at Old Lu, who remained silent. Shen Changang raised an eyebrow. That meant this young man had some skill. Shen Changang made his decision. I am counting on you, little brother. Don't worry, you will be very glad you made this decision, Ye Chen said with a smile, as if everything was under his control. Ye Chen walked to old Master Shen, who had fainted. His face was deathly pale. Ye Chen took his pulse. The people in the room held their breath. Ye Chen withdrew his hand and opened the needle roll. He began to unbutton the old master's coat, revealing pale skin. Ye Chen did not hesitate. His fingers moved like a swift wind. He inserted needles rapidly, and soon several acupoints on the old master's chest were pierced. Elder Chen exclaimed in horror, this is the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Shen Changang was surprised. Ghost Gate 13 needles? What is that? Elder Chen's breathing was rapid. It is an acupuncture technique that has been lost for 1,000 years in traditional Chinese medicine. Old Shen is saved. After the needles were applied, before they were even pulled out, the old master actually regained consciousness. Father, Shen Changang hurried forward, overjoyed. Father, how do you feel now? The old master let out a turbid breath, his eyes much brighter. I feel like I saw your mother. Elder Chen stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands. Little friend, I had many doubts just now. Please do not take offense. Ye Chen waved his hand indifferently. It is nothing. After I remove the needles for the old master later, coupled with some medicinal treatment, living a few more years will not be a problem. Elder Chen asked, little friend, were you using the Ghost Gate 13 needles just now? Precisely so. Elder Chen's expression turned delighted. May I ask if little friend could explain a bit about the Ghost Gate 13 needles? I am just curious, as this is B&Q's acupuncture technique, lost for 1,000 years. Ye Chen nodded generously. All right, let us discuss it later. The treatment time was a little over 10 minutes. The old master was awake, his complexion rosy. Shen Changang wanted to show off, so he called in several important figures from outside, including the newly arrived elder council members. More than a dozen people poured into the room, beaming with joy at the sight of the old master. Ye Chen became the object of compliments. Little friend Ye, the old master said, as this address was sufficiently impressive. Thank you, little friend Ye. If it were not for you, my life would have ended completely today. You are too kind. It was just a small effort. The silver needles were still in him. Ye Chen was about to remove them. The old master was visibly recovering, able to sit up, and his complexion was very good. Ye Chen personally removed the needles. This is the early stage of treatment, Ye Chen said. I will write a prescription later. Old master, you should follow the prescription, and I will administer acupuncture once a week. In about 2 months, you will be fully recovered, and living an extra 10 years will be easy. The 13 silver needles were removed. Suddenly, the old master spewed out a mouthful of blood. It was a mist of blood. The old master's eyes were wide and bloodshot. His face began to contort, and his gaze gradually lost its luster. Ye Chen was in the middle of showing off, sterilizing the silver needles. He froze. The old master's body slumped, his eyes wide, and he died. He died with his eyes open. Everyone was caught off guard. This, Elder Chen looked as if he had seen a ghost. Shen Menyi was the first to react, rushing forward. The old master was gone. Ye Chen, what is going on? Shen Changang pressed. Ye Chen was completely dumbfounded. Elder Chen hurried forward to take the old master's pulse, but a few seconds later, he shook his head. It was over. He was completely gone. Chapter 125. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After taking the pulse, the doctor stood up, his face pale as he shook his head. It is over. The old master has passed away. The room erupted into wailing. Shen Changang was stunned, his heart sinking to rock bottom. He felt immense guilt looking at his father, who had died with his eyes still open. The pillar of the Shen family had collapsed, and the situation had become critical. Do you hear that crying? Cao Chuan asked. Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Was there? The two of them were strolling through the garden outside. Tang Xiaoxiao felt that after Cao Chuan removed his mask, they had plenty to talk about. Unconsciously, they had chatted for a long time, feeling like kindred spirits who regretted not meeting sooner. As they talked, they walked further away, eventually reaching a secluded part of the side garden. She had no idea that Cao Chuan had deliberately led them there. Yes, it sounds like someone is crying. A whole group of people, as if their father died. Cao Chuan was puzzled, completely unaware of what had happened inside. Tang Xiaoxiao listened intently for a while. Now that you mention it, it does sound like it. Let us go take a look, Cao Chuan suggested with curiosity. Okay. Tang Xiaoxiao was also curious and followed his footsteps. The club had various long windows high off the ground, and the crying seemed to be coming from one of them. Judging by the location, it was a room in the back hall. What is going on inside? Tang Xiaoxiao whispered. I do not know. Should we go up and see? It is too high. Tang Xiaoxiao looked up. The bottom edge of the window was nearly 2.5 meters from the ground. How about I help you up? Cao Chuan asked. This would not be good. Tang Xiaoxiao was wearing a dress, and helping her up would inevitably involve some physical contact. You are right. Cao Chuan acted the gentleman and nodded. Never mind. Let us not be curious. Let us go. But before Tang Xiaoxiao could respond, a familiar voice drifted from inside. Ye Chen, I told you, you will not live today. Tang Xiaoxiao stiffened. She recognized the voice as Shen Menyi's, and she sounded furious. She looked at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan was speechless. It sounds like the Shen family's young miss. You heard it too? Tang Xiaoxiao instinctively asked. Cao Chuan nodded. I chatted with her a few times earlier, so her voice is very familiar. He gasped softly. Did something happen to the Shen family? Tang Xiaoxiao's curiosity reached its peak. Come, Xiaoxiao, I will help you. Do not hesitate. We are not strangers, and do you think I would take advantage of you? Cao Chuan said. Tang Xiaoxiao thought about it and agreed. It was not as if they had not touched before. She decided to see what had happened. With her nod, Cao Chuan did not hesitate. He squatted down, picked her up, and lifted her above his head. Tang Xiaoxiao's ears turned red, but she held onto the window ledge. It was illogical for them to need help climbing a wall when both were martial artists, but the situation was subtle. Cao Chuan did not show his strength, and Tang Xiaoxiao did not want others to know of hers. Tang Xiaoxiao gently opened the bottom edge of the window and peered inside. The dialogue became clearer. After a few sentences, her pupils constricted. She heard the news. Old Master Shen had died. Cao Chuan heard it too. They exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Cao Chuan let her sit on his shoulders, one hand supporting her leg, the other pointing inside as he whispered, Old Master Shen died? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded slowly, still in shock. Quick, let us go. This is a huge secret, Cao Chuan said urgently. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and whispered, wait a little longer. I want to hear what happened. You. Cao Chuan was anxious. He wanted to put her down, but she was stubborn, clutching the window ledge with both hands. He could only hold her, shaking his head helplessly. Her movement made her leg tingle. Tang Xiaoxiao chided, do not move. Cao Chuan sighed. Do not look anymore. Let us go quickly. If the Shen family finds out someone was eavesdropping, they might kill us to silence us. The situation changed abruptly. As they spoke, a fight broke out inside. Ye Chen was not one to surrender, so he fought back. The window became his only escape route. A burst of energy struck, and Cao Chuan quickly squatted down, shielding Tang Xiaoxiao in his arms before flashing into the nearby bushes. He covered her mouth with one hand to prevent her from screaming and attracting the Shen family's attention. He held her chest with the other to keep her still. Do not move, we cannot be discovered, Cao Chuan whispered, his mouth close to her ear. Tang Xiaoxiao's body went completely limp. Her heart was pounding wildly, whether from the danger or from Cao Chuan's hand on her chest. They hid in the bushes. Ye Chen leaped out of the window and fled, followed closely by Shen family masters and elders. There were 3 martial artists at the transformation realm among the pursuers, including Shen Menyi. They hid for several minutes. When there was no sound outside and the window had been closed, Cao Chuan spoke again. It seems they have all left, but let us not rush. Let us hide a bit longer. Tang Xiaoxiao softly patted Cao Chuan's hand. He reacted quickly, withdrawing his hand from her chest. I am sorry, I was too nervous. Tang Xiaoxiao feigned calmness, but a hint of annoyance leaked into her tone. You hurt me. I am sorry. He apologized immediately. Silence fell between them. Cao Chuan deliberately allowed the atmosphere to linger. After a while, he chuckled dryly. My dear niece, this matter. Do not call me dear niece. Tang Xiaoxiao did not know why, but she was resistant to that title. Cao Chuan understood. All right, you call me big brother, so when we are alone in private, I will pretend to be younger and call you little sister. Okay, Tang Xiaoxiao agreed. You must never show that you know about this. Such a big thing has happened to the Shen family, and they will definitely want to suppress it. You must not act foolishly. Is it that serious? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Whether it is or not, just pretend you do not know. Safety first. I do not want anything to happen to you. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart softened. Okay, I know. Let us go. I will go out first, and once it is safe, you follow. Actually, Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to say she was a martial artist, but Cao Chuan waved his hand. No, actuallys. Listen to me. You hide for a bit, and I will scout ahead. Oh, all right. Cao Chuan was a good person. He had not intended to poison anyone. He was a great philanthropist. Although he possessed the ability of the divine rank poisonous medical arts, he rarely used it. When he saw old Master Shen earlier, he saw a benevolent old man with a poor complexion. His heart had softened, and he had quietly released some tonics he had prepared. These tonics were 18 kinds of top-grade precious medicinal materials ground into powder, emitting a colorless, odorless gas. It was meant to prevent disease and benefit the body. However, he had not expected the interaction with Ye Chen's Ghost Gate 13 needles. The needles were an overbearing technique. While the needles were in, they suppressed the body, but once withdrawn, the extra potency of the needles combined with Cao Chuan's medicinal scent proved too much for the old man's fragile heart. Both had acted with good intentions, but two positives had made a negative. If Ye Chen had not tried to save him, the old master would have lived much longer. Cao Chuan returned in a flash, pulling Tang Xiaoxiao out of the bushes. He held her hand, just as he had in the haunted house. Let us go. It is calm outside, which means others do not know yet. The Shen family has increased their guards. Be careful, and do not reveal that you peeked at the old master's death. Cao Chuan nagged like a protective brother. Tang Xiaoxiao felt a unique sense of security. Just then, thunder clapped in the sky, and rain began to fall. Tang Xiaoxiao trembled with fright, instinctively leaning closer to Cao Chuan. Are you afraid of thunder? Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. She nodded without explaining. Cao Chuan put his arm around her, shielding her from the rain with his jacket. It is okay, big brother is here. Tang Xiaoxiao huddled in his arms as he led her, and though they were getting wet, she felt unusually warm. Soon, they arrived under the eaves. Cao Chuan took the jacket from her head and tidied her disheveled hair. I did not expect our Xiaoxiao to be afraid of thunder. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at his smile, so close, and was dazed by his touch. Another clap of thunder rang out. She trembled and burrowed back into his arms. Cao Chuan patted her back and whispered, it is okay. I am here. I am always here. At that moment, Cao Chuan caught a figure around the corner. It was not Wang Hedong. It was Ning Yu. She leaned against the wall, smiling faintly as she watched Cao Chuan comfort Tang Xiaoxiao. And she even gave Cao Chuan a thumbs up. Chapter 126. Why did Ye Chen flee? This requires a bit of psychological analysis. Ye Chen was at the early stage of the Danjin realm. As everyone knows, a cultivation realm and actual combat power cannot be equated. If a protagonist cannot kill enemies across realms, is he still a child of destiny? Therefore, Ye Chen's Danjin alone already crushed all his peers. In terms of combat power, even a more formidable Danjin master would find it very difficult to easily defeat him. A single mistake could lead to Ye Chen killing them despite the difference in realms. Our great King Ye was just that strong. No refutations accepted. Theoretically, Ye Chen could have fought his way through this banquet. No matter how many families were present, including the northern aristocratic families and the experts from the authorities, no one could have stopped Ye Chen from leaving. But Ye Chen ultimately fled in a desperate state. To put it bluntly, he discovered a trick and a huge conspiracy. He had unparalleled confidence in his medical skills. He also had world-beating confidence in the Ghost Gate 13 needles. In Ye Chen's view, he could not have made a mistake, so old Master Shen must have been the one at fault. At first, he suspected old Master Shen of framing him, but then he realized that was not right. Even if the Shen family knew his identity as a survivor of the Ye family, they might pursue him, but they definitely would not frame him. There was no reason to. Moreover, the cost of this framing was a bit too high. Eliminating the possibility of old Master Shen framing him, the only remaining option was that someone had tampered with the old master. The methods used were extremely clever. Ye Chen had previously taken the old master's pulse and studied his meridians, but he had found no issues. This person's methods were extraordinarily high level. Calculated this way, there were 3 types of people who could have caused the death. The first type was other families who administered a slow-acting poison to the old master. The second was someone within the Shen family who poisoned him, which would involve internal power struggles within the clan. The third was that it was aimed at him, Ye Chen, using the old master's death to frame him. These were the things Ye Chen understood in that instant. He had no choice but to escape. He could not let the incident escalate, and he needed to investigate the person behind it, whether it was targeting the Shen family or targeting him. Ye Chen quickly slipped away. Several Huajin elders and a group of experts could not even catch a glimpse of his taillights. They all returned looking chagrined. The Shen family elders and others all blamed clan chief Shen Changyang, stating that he should bear full responsibility. Old Lu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, facing a deep abyss. His old brother had died, and it was indirectly his fault. To be honest, if no one had touched the old master, the man would not have lived much longer, but now the situation was different. Someone had to take responsibility. Shen Menyi had a grim face. She looked at Shen Changyang and said, Dad, how could you trust an outsider? Shen Changyang, as the clan chief, remained silent. He clearly felt immense guilt over the matter. Old Liu stood up and said, I apologize to everyone. If not for old Liu's status, he would probably have been dead by now. Shen Menyi snorted coldly. Stop saying useless things. Who is that man who treated my grandfather? Where is he? Old Liu stammered. Speak, Shen Menyi said, her hostility spreading as she rebuked him. He might be a survivor of the Ye family. The room erupted again. Even Shen Changang looked at old Liu angrily. The hatred between families is greater than the heavens, especially the hatred of a family's annihilation. 10 years ago, the 4 great families colluded, with the Ning family as the main force and a hidden hand behind them. However, the Shen, Bu, and Tang families were all involved to some extent, either standing by or dividing the spoils. No one helped the Ye family. This hatred was undeniably immense. Now, everyone fully understood that the survivor of the Ye family had returned, and this was intentional murder, not a medical accident. Everyone became even more indignant and enraged. Shen Menyi pondered the situation. So, you knew his identity from beginning to end? And then you brought him to my grandfather's birthday banquet? Yes. I suspected some things, but I did not expect this, Old Liu sighed. Shen Menyi interrupted him. Where is he? I do not know, Old Liu replied. Shen Menyi smiled and pursed her lips. Then you should die. My grandfather needs someone to accompany him, so he is not lonely on the way. Before her words had fully settled, Shen Menyi made her move. Her jade palm struck forward without holding back, directly slapping him. Manyi, Shen Changang shouted urgently, stepping forward to block her. Unfortunately, he was a step too late, and Shen Menyi's power had already injured Old Liu. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into a nearby cabinet, which instantly shattered into pieces. Shen Menyi glanced at Shen Changang, ignored him, and waved her hand while shouting, Are you all dead? What are you standing there for? Kill this old master. Yes, several young juniors nearby immediately drew their knives and charged. Stop, all of you, stop. Shen Changang was furious, blocking Old Liu. As the head of the family, Shen Changang considered more things. To say something disloyal, the old master was already dead. If they killed someone from the authorities at this time, the consequences would be of no benefit to his Shen family. Keeping him alive would be useful. At least they could go to the authorities and complain. The crying child gets the candy. Are you rebelling? Shen Changen's aura erupted, making everyone quiet as cicadas in winter. Shen Menyi's face was expressionless. She turned and pointed. My grandfather is still here. You are so angry, but I did not see you stop that murderer. I will handle this matter. Elders, give me some time. I will not let my father die in vain, Shen Changang said in a deep voice. He continued, the urgent matter now is to seal off the news. We cannot let the outside world know about this. Shen Menyi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked at Old Liu, who was lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Before walking out the door she said, Whoever sees the old master surnamed Liu outside, kill him if you can. If you cannot, notify me. The meaning of these words was clear. If he was not killed today, he would definitely be killed later. Cao Chuan took a long time to comfort Tang Xiaoxiao. He casually brushed her hair behind her ear and whispered in her ear, Remember, what you saw just now, pretend you did not see it. Go to the restroom and touch up your makeup, then eat and drink as usual, as if you know nothing. Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao said. She was unusually docile and obedient at this moment. After she left, Ningyu appeared from a nearby hiding spot. She clapped her hands and smiled ambiguously. The final whisper, in her eyes, was a kiss, as the angle perfectly obscured it. Ningyu said, Little sister, I admire you so much. You truly are my brother. First the Bu family, then the Tang family, and perhaps even the Shen family. You have 3 boats. Are you not afraid of capsizing? Cao Chuan shook his head. When women spread rumors, they really dare to say anything. Is it not true? Ningyu raised her delicate eyebrows. Cao Chuan shook his head. No, at least not entirely. In others' eyes, 3 is not enough. You should add Ningyu of the Ning family to that list. The rumor that I am dating the young misses of the 4 great families would be explosive enough to spread like wildfire in a short time. Ningyu chuckled. That is a good idea, but I am a little curious. Tang Xiaoxiao's fiancé is right here, yet your guts are truly not small. You dare to hug and embrace like this in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of it getting out, and the Tang family and Wang family hunting you down? Will you spread it? Cao Chuan asked. I will not, but that does not mean others will not. Ningyu raised her hand and pointed to the surveillance camera not far away. The Shen family's surveillance cannot interfere with the Tang family's affairs. Cao Chuan smiled indifferently. The surveillance footage would definitely be deleted. If he did not even have this capability, what good were the free hackers he was supporting? Cao Chuan continued. Besides, the Shen family has no time to spare. Their own family is in a mess. How could they be in the mood to care about other families' moral issues? What do you mean? Ningyu was startled. Master Shen is dead. Ningyu was astonished. He was fine just now. Although the old master's condition was a bit poor due to the commotion, he died too casually. He was, after all, the retired emperor of the Shen family. He held power for over 40 years, firmly establishing the Shen family as one of the 4 noble families of Jiangnan. Such a legendary figure, dead, died at his own birthday banquet. Was he angered to death by that rascal Ningzheng? No one would believe it if it got out. I only told you. You must not tell anyone else, Cao Chuan said mysteriously. Are you sure? Ningyu frowned, beginning to calculate in her mind how to make this matter beneficial to herself. She meant to herself, not to the Ning family. Tang Xiaoxiao and I saw it with our own eyes, but you must keep it a secret. All right, I am leaving. As he brushed past her, Ningyu turned her head. How did he die? He was murdered. Who? I heard the Shen family arguing over there, and they mentioned the words, survivor of the Ye family. Ningyu was shocked. A survivor of the Ye family. The Ye family from 10 years ago. This matter was huge. Especially for the Ning family, it was too big. She could no longer remain calm. The Ning family and the Ye family had a blood feud. Back then, Ningyu was still in junior high. She did not participate in the matter, but she later understood the entire process. Oh right, I also heard something else, Cao Chuan said. What? Someone among the 4 great families is allied with the Ye family, and there seems to be some organization behind it, aiming to use the survivor of the Ye family to reshuffle the 4 great families. The Ning family will definitely be eliminated. A chill flashed in Ningyu's eyes. Cao Chuan chuckled. Seeing as you call me brother, I am telling you this news for free. Remember, help me keep Tang Xiaoxiao's matter a secret. If it gets out, I will not tell you anything else, including about the crystals. With that, Cao Chuan left, leaving only Ningyu, whose expression was dark and uncertain. She did not know how much of Cao Chuan's words were true, and how much were false. Although he fabricated a sibling identity, there was no real constraint. The two were not familiar with each other at all. She could not easily trust anyone. She was not even sure now whether old Master Shen had actually died. Turning his head, Cao Chuan found Wang Hedong. Dong Zi, brother Cao, I am going to tell you something, but you absolutely must not tell anyone else. Do not worry, brother, I swear. Old Master Shen is dead. Ah, what are you shouting about? Keep your voice down. Cao Chuan turned his head again, and said to Bu Jinyan, Old Master Shen is dead. Quickly tell your father to grasp the current situation. Is that true or false? Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you? Remember, do not tell anyone else. I only told you. Oh, okay. Bu Jinyan ran off, her little feet moving incredibly fast. Chapter 127. Cao Chuan was not one to go around blabbing secrets. The people he had spoken to were unlikely to spread the news, especially since he had explicitly asked them to keep it quiet. They were more interested in how to leverage the situation to gain advantages from the Shen family. However, it was inevitable that some people would find out. For instance, Ning Ji, the clan chief of the Ning family, and his son, Ning Zheng, received an anonymous message on their phones. The message stated that old Master Shen was dead, likely from anger, and warned them to be careful. Ning Ji tried to call the number back, but it was out of service. As for Ning Zheng, do not let his usual arrogance fool you. Most of the time it was just an act. Now that he had truly angered the old master to death, he suspected that the Shen family would likely try to assassinate him in retaliation. Tang Renli of the Tang family received a similar text message. It read that the remnants of the Ye family had returned and assassinated old Master Shen, warning him to be careful. Lu Jieyu also received a message informing her that the Ye family remnants had struck, causing the Shen family to offend her father and nearly kill him. She was warned to be careful. Within a very short amount of time, the atmosphere of the harmonious banquet changed. Most people had not received the messages, but they clearly felt that something was wrong. The clan chiefs of several families did not immediately ask others about it. Instead, they began to observe the Shen family. There was indeed a problem. The expressions of the Shen family members were troubled and serious, and the security personnel had suddenly increased in number. Cao Chuan seemed completely unaware of these matters and was bragging to Bu Jinyan. He told her that he was lucky he did not bet with her, or she would have gone from a maiden to a madam tonight. This earned him a flurry of soft, pink fists from Bu Jinyan. After punching him, she mused that the remnants of the Ye family were truly bold for daring to kill old Master Shen directly. Cao Chuan looked fearful and agreed. He noted that he was glad they had not offended him. Back at the antique market, he had realized the young man was extraordinary. He suggested they find an opportunity to buy some fruit and apologize to him. After all, Ye Chen had seen the Tang Boga painting first. He told her they should take out the painting and return it to him so they would not stir up any more trouble. Bu Jinyan glared at him and asked why. She added that she was not afraid of the Ye family remnants. Cao Chuan shook his head and said that while he was not afraid either, he was worried that Ye Chen might target her. He could not protect her 24 hours a day. He told her he was primarily afraid that if she got hurt, Yao Yao would be sad. Bu Jinyan gave him an exasperated look, her eyes shimmering with charm. She called him a hypocritical dead man and asked why he had to drag Yao Yao into it. Cao Chuan gave an awkward smile, and the ambiguous atmosphere returned. He then asked what her father had said. She told him he had warned her not to get involved and to leave the birthday banquet as soon as possible. Cao Chuan suggested they go, and when they got home, she could give him a back rub because she lost their bet. She argued that they did not bet, but he insisted on 1 crystal. She countered with 2, but he jokingly withdrew his request. Before Cao Chuan could leave, another incident occurred. Lu Jieyu forcefully broke into the back hall to save her father. She had not initially believed the text message, but the Shen family members had tried to stop her. Because of her father, old Lu, the Shen family's attitude toward her was cold and filled with killing intent. This realization confirmed that something terrible had truly happened. She forced her way in. The clan chiefs of the other 3 families also rushed over to mediate. While they called it mediation, Their main purpose was to confirm the accuracy of the rumors. Consequently, all parties were persuaded into the back hall. This incident completely destroyed the Shen family's prestige. Rumors began to circulate throughout the hall. Thanks to the text messages, many people were already aware of the situation, and those who initially doubted it now began to suspect the truth. Old Master Shen's passing could not be kept secret. Cao Chuan, having monitored the situation via hackers, was fully aware of the incident. The first step of his plan was complete. The Ye family remnants, the 4 great families, and the authorities had all been drawn into the vortex. No one would climb out unscathed. In the back hall, the clan chiefs held a secret meeting. Shen Changang spoke in a deep voice. He confirmed that the other party was from the Ye family. He reminded them that their families were all involved in the past, so the Ye family's return was clearly aimed at them. He stated that he did not care how they found out, nor did he care if certain people in the authorities were scheming against them. He argued that suspicion was the most foolish approach. Therefore, he suggested that the 4 clans join forces to quickly deal with the Ye family remnants. By then, even if others were scheming, they would have no way to act. The 3 clan chiefs nodded in agreement. They had just discussed the anonymous messages. Their unified theory was that, much like in the past, the Ye family had chosen the wrong side, and higher-ups were preparing to eliminate them. The 4 families had become too stable, which made some powerful people uneasy. These people wanted to use the Ye family remnants to weaken the 4 families. Although they did not believe the Ye family remnants could cause massive trouble, they knew someone was manipulating things from the shadows. Shen Chang'an's frankness achieved its effect. Ningji agreed to join forces. The others glanced at him, knowing he was the most active because the Ye family and the Ning family were irreconcilable enemies. Bu Qingda and Tang Renli also agreed. Shen Changang declared that since they all agreed, they should have no suspicions. The first task was to find the Ye family remnants, crush him, and then find the mastermind. He demanded that the old master's blood debt be repaid. The secret meeting passed a joint agreement. They would allocate tasks, using all their connections to find the Ye family remnants. Each family would send experts to besiege and kill him, though capturing him alive would be best to extract information. Bu Qingda asked about the opponent's cultivation realm. Shen Changang replied that he was in the Huajin realm. Bu Qingda was stunned, noting the young man seemed to be in his early 20s, which meant his talent exceeded even Cao Chuan's. Shen Changang warned them not to underestimate the enemy, noting that the Ye family legacy might still hold hidden trump cards. The secret meeting proceeded, though everyone had their own calculations. The conflict primarily concerned the Ning and Shen families. The Bu and Tang families saw room for reconciliation. Consequently, the Shen and Ning families had to contribute more personnel. This worked out well for the Bu and Tang families, as they wanted to wear down the other side's resources to increase their own influence. Shen Changang held the same thought regarding his allies. Meanwhile, Lu Jiao was furious. Had old Lu not stopped her, she might have done something drastic. She was angry at both the Shen family and Ye Chen. Old Lu had introduced her to Ye Chen, and she had considered recruiting him due to his talent. However, his assassination of Old Master Shen had put her father in an unjust position. She was on her phone, ordering her sub-bureau to investigate Ye Chen, his background, and the people behind him. She suspected that high-level officials might be supporting the Ye family remnants, as someone had to be orchestrating everything. She would not let Shen Menyi off the hook either, as she could not swallow this anger. Cao Chuan glared fiercely at Ningyu, accusing her of being a blabbermouth, and claiming that by tomorrow the whole world would know old Shen was dead. Ningyu stood there, bewildered, denying she had told anyone. Cao Chuan ignored her, snorted, and turned to leave, leaving the beauty standing alone in the wind. Chapter 128. Ningyu stood her ground. She insisted, I did not tell anyone. I really did not tell anyone, except my father. Cao Chuan ignored her. He let out a soft sound of dismissal and turned to leave. Ningyu stood in the wind, disheveled. She did not feel particularly wronged, but she was very angry. Who had spread the news, and why was she the one taking the blame? Cao Chuan held Jinyan's hand as they walked away. Jinyan asked, You know Ningyu? It is a long story. She has been pursuing me. It is quite annoying. Jinyan scoffed. Did you just make a rude noise? Cao Chuan teased. Oh hit. Jinyan raised her foot and kicked Cao Chuan's calf. It actually hurt. Anyone present with a keen sense of smell knew something had happened. Although they did not know the details, those with quick minds had already left early. The news no longer needed to be suppressed, so people were free to leave the banquet. However, representatives from the northern mansions stayed behind to gather information. They had witnessed the director of the authorities, Lu Jiao, and the Shen family members fighting, but these matters had nothing to do with Cao Chuan. He remained an outsider. Indeed, today's events had no bearing on him at all. As Cao Chuan left the banquet, the system settled the rewards. Old Shen, a key member of Ye Chen's faction, has been eliminated. Ye Chen's protagonist halo has been disrupted by 5%, and the host's villain halo has increased by 5%. The more thoroughly the Child of Destiny's halo is disrupted, the greater the settlement rewards. The faster the kill, the more generous the settlement rewards. Villain luck has increased by 50,000 points. This was the second feedback. Combined with the previous 5%, a total of 10% had been destroyed so far. Clearly, this storyline involved many characters, so the protagonist halo feedback was more detailed. Unlike the first time with Lin Han, where 20% of the halo was given at once, it was evident that Ye Chen was much more difficult to deal with than Lin Han. What are you laughing at? Once they were in the car, Jinyan noticed Cao Chuan's smirk. Her eyes were now fixed on him. His every move could not escape her notice. Old Shen is dead, Cao Chuan chuckled. Jinyan was stunned. Why are you so happy he is dead? Did you kill him? Cao Chuan rolled his eyes at her. I am happy for you. Are you not annoyed by him? Jinyan shook her head. But I never wanted him to die. Are you stupid? Cao Chuan asked, his tone mocking. Jinyan's delicate brows furrowed. She instantly began to gather her strength, looking like a young lion ready to lash out at any moment. She stared at Cao Chuan, ready to pounce and bite him if he did not explain himself. This young woman certainly had a temper. Cao Chuan raised his hand and fiddled with her ponytail. Calling you stupid is a compliment. I do not know how you have lived this long in a family, being so naive and cute. I will bite you. She let out a cry and pounced. Without using internal energy, she was no match for Cao Chuan. He instantly restrained her. He made her sit on his lap and chuckled. All right, stop messing around. She let out a small growl and bit Cao Chuan's shoulder. Ouch, let go. She snorted, speak up. If you do not explain yourself clearly, you are finished tonight. After a long time of playing around, the two were stacked together. Cao Chuan's arm was around her waist, and it already felt quite natural. He asked with a serious expression, did you forget about the remnants of the Ye family approaching you before? How could I forget that? But what does that have to do with old Shen's death? Cao Chuan nodded. You really are dim. Just extend the layout of this matter yourself. If I had not reminded you then, you would have become curious about this person, because you met 4 times in a row. Then he would have been attacked and looked down upon by everyone at the banquet. This easily triggers the psychological law of sympathy for the weak. Plus, you already disliked the Shen family and the Ning family. With your temper and personality, you definitely would have stood up to defend him after having met him 4 times. Am I right? Jinyan pouted and slowly nodded. Logically speaking, it was very likely to have happened. Cao Chuan smiled. So what happens next is interesting. After he was rescued, he approached old Master Shen and then killed him. Naturally, those who spoke up for him at the time would be resented by the Shen family. Of course, I know you are not afraid of the Shen family. Cao Chuan interrupted her impending rebuttal, and she instantly became docile. He continued, but do not forget, you do not represent yourself. You also have the Bu family, the entire family, behind you. The 4 great families have been very stable these years. There have been frictions, but they were never significant. However, this time a pillar of stability, and from the Shen family no less, has died. So, the relationships between the various families will become very delicate. There might very well be a mastermind behind this. Therefore, in all likelihood, you would become a pawn, and the Bu family would become a pawn, serving as a piece in the confrontation between the remnants of the Ye family, the Shen family, and the Ning family. This situation would arise simply because you helped the remnants of the Ye family. Extending further back, you helped them because they approached you. From the moment you visited our brother-in-law and sister-in-law's graves, you had already fallen into their trap. Cao Chuan raised his hand and pinched her cheek. He marveled at how soft and springy they were. So I said you were dim. Could you not have considered these things? Now you have directly jumped out of the chessboard. Old Shen's death has nothing to do with you or the Bu family. Furthermore, the Bu family can even ally with the Shen family and crush the remnants of the Ye family in its infancy. No matter how you look at this, it brings no harm to our family. So, is it not perfectly reasonable for me to be happy for you and smile? Jinyan understood. She understood completely. With a soft snort, she rolled her eyes. At least you have some conscience. Hey, you ungrateful girl. You are so silly. I really do not know how you have lived this long. It is a good thing you are from the Bu family. If you were from an ordinary family, you would have been tricked into having 3 children long ago. Pa. Jinyan felt delighted inside. She also suddenly realized that Cao Chuan was indeed very clever, able to connect so many things. Actually, Jinyan was not stupid. It was just that there were too many things happening tonight, and she was not looking at the situation from a godlike perspective. Her thought process was limited, and she could not consider everything. Once things settled down, she would definitely be able to figure it out. But no matter what, she thought Cao Chuan was amazing. She mumbled, what are we then? The answer at this moment was crucial. Cao Chuan knew he had to grasp her personality and preferences to get everything he wanted tonight. He knew her hidden attribute was loneliness, and she cared deeply about her family. Cao Chuan said in a deep voice, I want to protect you and your sister. Jinyan buried her head and chuckled. Then she said, then all the crystals, you will let me keep them. Get lost. Cao Chuan lifted her like a chick and tossed her onto the adjacent seat. Jinyan burst out laughing. She raised her foot and kicked Cao Chuan over the cup holder. You bastard, you are exposed. You cannot even bear to part with a few crystals. I will kick you. Take this kick from your lady. Such playful teasing seemed to belong only to Jinyan. That was her personality. She was a woman who disliked showing her emotions outwardly. Even if she was deeply moved, she would express it with a playful and boisterous attitude. Cao Chuan understood her very well, so he played along. After playing around for a while, Jinyan propped her arm on the central console, tilted her head, and gazed at Cao Chuan, smiling. Since you are so sincere, I will give you this chance. But you have to listen to me. From now on, you are not allowed to interact with that little white cat from the Ning family. Little white cat. Cao Chuan feigned confusion. I mean Ning Yu. She is called Little White Cat. Is that a nickname? Are you very concerned about her? She suddenly narrowed her eyes, beginning to gather strength, ready to attack at any disagreement. Cao Chuan shook his head and chuckled. You are jealous over this too? I was just purely curious. Why little white cat? That nickname is a bit strange. Because she is fair-skinned. What about the cat part? She is ungrateful and acts like a creature of the night. You are really good at reading people. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. Jinyan snorted delicately. Of course, I am the best at reading people. I can tell if they are good or bad just by smelling them. Like you are a big scoundrel, a big villain. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes. His acting was still a bit lacking. She saw right through him. Jinyan giggled. But I like you, this big scoundrel. Only by keeping you in check can I show my capability. All right, whatever you say, you are in charge. She slapped him. See? I told you are a big scoundrel. Tell me, when did you start harboring ill intentions toward me? Cao Chuan feigned contemplation. From the first time you called me. I heard your voice and I could not resist. You, so disgusting, you pervert. She shrieked, recoiling backward. Cao Chuan let out a strange laugh and reached out. Do not run, little sister. Uncle will take you to see the big goldfish. Get lost, do not touch me. She feigned fear and kicked out with her foot. By now, her shoes were off, and she was kicking wildly with her bare feet. They drove home happily all the way. Chapter 129. Cao Chuan returned home. It was only 8 in the evening. Both little ones were there. Cao Chuan was never one to show favoritism, so he gave each a big, fatherly hug, then kissed them both on the forehead, making the 2 little girls incredibly happy. Upon returning home, the elder girl now had the demeanor of an elder, watching Cao Chuan and their interaction with a benevolent expression. Soon, Cao Chuan's phone rang. The elder girl subconsciously craned her neck to check. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes at her. What is with this habit of looking at other people's phones? Whose call is it? The younger girl narrowed her eyes, gathering her strength, ready to act. Sigh. Women are so annoying. Being single is much more comfortable. Cao Chuan shook his head. It is a man. The elder girl's aura instantly dissipated into the air, and she returned to her lazy posture, leaning on the sofa. Her small mouth mumbled. Who cares to look at your phone? Cao Chuan took the call and left the living room. Hello, Xiao Xiao. Brother Chuan, did you leave? Yes, I just got home. After all, I could not really help with the banquet, so I left early to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Cao Chuan casually offered an excuse. Oh. Xiao Xiao's tone seemed a little disappointed. Of course, this was just Cao Chuan's feeling. I just wanted to thank you. Hey, I thought it was something important. We do not need so many formalities between us. Next time, you can cook for me, and that will be thanks enough. Okay. Tang Xiao Xiao's tone carried a hint of joy. Again, this was just Cao Chuan's feeling. After a few words, he hung up and then called his associate, Old Zhong. Hello, Old Zhong, how is the situation now? What? That bad? Holy crap. Is that true? What the hell? Hey, the bank is really something. After being partners for so long, they are actually calling in debts. I will have to talk to their branch manager later. Damn it, what a petty move. Oh, really, truly. Whoa, good heavens. No way, come on. I still have a few 100 million, which I was preparing for Chinger. If you need it, just say so. Do not be polite with me. Our 2 families should not be strangers. If you act like a stranger, I will be unhappy. All right, I will come to your house for dinner tomorrow, haha. I have been missing sister-in-law's cooking for a while. Her braised pork is unbeatable. All right, see you tomorrow. Old Zhong was in a bad way now. Actually, it was not that bad. It was just a bit miserable compared to before, still a problem of funds. Leaving aside everything else, every company in the market was struggling now. Heichuo Real Estate was even more so, with its capital chain broken and various projects stalled. After kicking Cao Chuan out, Su Gilong wanted to show some performance to the shareholders, but many projects had their initial payments made, and trouble arose before any results were seen. Currently, the only way to save the company was capital injection. But the stock market was a mess. Consecutive limit downs were already driving people crazy. Shareholders were now looking at their shriveled accounts, unable to sell, unable to rise, and as for adding more shares, with what money? Most of the cash flow had been given to Cao Chuan when he left. The bank was now also starting to demand repayment, let alone Su Gilong, that trash. Even old Lu, a famous investor in the country, was having a tough time. Fortunately, he had just connected with the Ning family, so he could still see some hope. Otherwise, old Lu would be the first to collapse. At this time, it was all about who could hold on. Those who weathered this stage might experience rebirth from the ashes. Those who could not would die in this storm. Anyway, Su Gilong was doomed. Even if he survived, Cao Chuan would kill him. No other reason. Because I absorbed 110% of the protagonist halo, and already have the protagonist's aura. So you dare to offend me? Do not even mention offending me. If you dare to glare at me, just see if I kill your whole family or not. At this moment, in a certain old residential area, Ye Chen was hiding here. Unlike previous plots, Ye Chen did not have a cunning rabbit's 3 burrows. This house was not prepared in advance. Instead, it was his master's ancestral home in Zhonghai, a small 3-bedroom apartment, over 90 square meters. Ye Chen had been here once before, cleaned it up, and it served as his current hideout. Who exactly is it? Who is scheming against me? Ye Chen's face was gloomy and uncertain as he stood on the unlit balcony, gazing into the distance. It was only the 2nd floor. He could not see very far, so his gaze was fixed on the dark, old residential area. The streetlights here were very poor. There were figures after 8 in the evening, but no lights. Looking at the dark night, Ye Chen was like staring into an abyss, completely silent. He had only one thought in his mind. Who exactly is harming me? It certainly could not be his own mistake. Someone must be secretly harming him. Unfortunately, he went through all of the Ye family's enemies in his mind, and everyone he had met since coming down the mountain. This naturally included Cao Chuan. However, Cao Chuan's image flashed through his mind, but he did not pay it any mind, only feeling instinctively that this person was annoying and deserved to die. After a long time, Ye Chen became a bit withdrawn. He could not figure it out. Absolutely could not figure it out. Originally, Ye Chen planned to approach the 4 clans, then use their conflicts to make them fight among themselves, ultimately achieving the effect of reaping the benefits. It would be best to make the Ning family, like the Ye family of yesteryear, be abandoned by everyone, with everyone targeting the Ning family, leading to the Ning family's ruin, and also to let the Ning family experience the despair and pain that the Ye family once endured. Alas, it now seemed that this scheme could not be carried out, and in the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching his every move. This intuition made Ye Chen feel very uneasy. It was very similar to the feeling he had when treating old Master Shen just now. He had an intuition that something was wrong at the time, but he checked old Master Shen's body, confirmed there were no problems, and also out of self-confidence, he subconsciously ignored his intuition. Mainly, the painting before had also distracted him, and then the old master died. And now, this intuition was even stronger, as if someone was truly plotting against him in the dark. A series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from downstairs. Ye Chen snapped back to reality, narrowing his eyes at the martial artist's figure in the night. The 4 great families found him. That fast. Actually, Ye Chen had not expected to hide here for long. After all, after he appeared in Zonghai, he had not deliberately concealed his whereabouts and roots. With the 4 great families' background, it would not be difficult to investigate his past. But they came too quickly. It was as if someone had been watching him the whole time. And then once they confirmed his hiding spot, the person behind the scenes informed the 4 great families. Damn it. Ye Chen also got a bit angry. He leaped out of the window. Then he ran towards the side wall of the residential area. It is him. Catch him. We need him alive. 20-something dark chi martial artists, and 6 Huajin elders leading the team. 6 Huajin, the Shen family and Ning family each sent 2, and the remaining Bu family and Tang family each sent 1 for now. To be honest, the 4 great families did not underestimate him at all. 6 Huajin and over 20 dark chi martial artists were all the experts they could quickly mobilize in Zonghai, and in their impression, could 6 Huajin fail to kill 1 Huajin, they could easily beat him with a group assault. You chase, I flee. Ye Chen climbed out of the residential area. He led them away because he did not want ordinary people to get involved in this matter, as many people were taking a walk in the residential area. Alas, at the end of the day, the child of destiny was still kind. It was all because of the villain system. If it were not for the existence of this bad system, Cao Chuan would probably also be a person of pure nature. They arrived at a wilderness outside the residential area. Ye Chen stopped. A group of people, all carrying various weapons, directly surrounded Ye Chen. Ye Chen, surrender. This old master will spare your life for now. The Shen family elder sternly shouted with killing intent. The Ning family elder, however, yelled. First cripple his cultivation, and break his limbs. Ye Chen was cold, and did not waste words, shouting. There is a conspiracy behind this. We have all been schemed against. Someone used me to kill old Master Shen. Are you 4 great families brainless? Hey. The Shen family elder sneered. Whether it is a conspiracy or not, surrender and come back with us, then we will talk. If it really is a conspiracy, and the old master was not killed by you, I guarantee you will not die. What is the point of talking? Get him. The Ning family elder urged impatiently. You forced my hand. Pre-match trash talk took up a whole chapter. Anyway, Ye Chen still wanted to explain, otherwise, he would not have needed to escape from the banquet hall earlier. He would have just fought his way through. But the 4 great families were not united, and the elders were also determined to take him back, so naturally, talks broke down. Then they started fighting. Ye Chen also held back, not directly killing anyone. A flurry of blades and swords erupted. Dozens of martial artists still could not take down Ye Chen. Instead, Ye Chen injured many of them. Fortunately, none were seriously injured, only losing their combat ability. Ultimately, Ye Chen did not want to fight the 4 great families right now. He was focused on finding the mastermind. He is a tough opponent. Surround him. Do not hold back, or he will escape. Put away your petty thoughts. The several Huajin elders actually each had their own calculations, but after fighting for a while and seeing more and more injured, while Ye Chen's aura grew fiercer, they instantly dared not harbor any more thoughts of reserving their strength. The 6 of them attacked almost simultaneously, fighting Ye Chen with all their might. At this moment, the power of the child of destiny emerged. A Huajin in the early stage fought 6 Huajin in the early stage without falling behind. Instead, their back and forth made the 6 of them extremely uncomfortable. The 6 also became more and more alarmed as they fought. The Ning family elder, seeing the unfavorable situation, roared. This child must not be allowed to live. Kill him, leave no survivors. The Ning family elder was truly scared. This guy had such strength at such a young age. Not only did he have strength, but his moves were strange, and his internal chi seemed inexhaustible, growing stronger and fiercer with each exchange. It was no wonder the six of them were alarmed. If they allowed him to continue growing, this world would be his. Kill. As the Ning family elder shouted this, the others also silently agreed. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Ye Chen's ability. Even like that, Ye Chen was still holding back. Ye Chen suddenly roared, "Who is from the Ning family?" Originally, no one answered. But the sudden shout made several elders subconsciously look at two of them, Ning Xiu and Ning Dong. The two of them had exasperated expressions. Ye Chen sneered. Ning family people die. What? 6 Huajin elders, 26 dark chi experts, all dead. What exactly happened? Chapter 130. Tell me, how many days do you think the remnants of the Ye family can survive? I do not know. Cao Chuan lay sprawled on the sofa, with Jinyan stepping on his back. It felt incredibly comfortable. Jinyan dodged his bare feet and chided him. Be serious. You are so smart. You must be able to figure it out. I am not a fortune teller. How could I figure that out? You overestimate me. Also, stop stomping your feet. If you step on your husband, I will make you clean it up. That is gross. In the distance, 2 little girls were secretly watching. They had not gone to sleep. Jinyan had not reached the Danjin realm yet, nor did she possess the legendary divine sense of a martial artist. Her attention was entirely focused on Cao Chuan, so she naturally did not notice the 2 little girls peeking from the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor. Cao Chuan knew they were there, but he did not care. Parents are a child's best teachers. When Jinyan became busy later, and no one was there to help Cao Chuan relax, the 2 little girls could take over. However, Cao Chuan narrowed his eyes, saying with an expression of pure enjoyment, "Speaking of which, I think this remnant of the Ye family named Ye Chen will be hard to kill. I estimate the 4 great families will definitely suffer a great loss." Jinyan pouted. How is that possible? I heard that 6 Huajin elders teamed up. How could a remnant of the Ye family survive? Cao Chuan chuckled. Want to make a bet? I do not think Ye Chen will die. Instead, it will be the people from the 4 great families who perish, perhaps even being completely wiped out. Jinyan's beautiful eyes lit up. Bet on what? Crystals? Whatever you want. If you win, you can have anything you desire. But if I win? Cao Chuan let his voice trail off. Jinyan instinctively replied, "You can have anything you want too." He was just waiting for that sentence. In fact, all the windows had already been broken, and now there were not even any windows left. But he still needed an excuse. Any excuse would do, as long as there was one. It is a deal, Cao Chuan said calmly. Jinyan also said, "Then you first take out the crystals for me to keep. Dream on. Just keep stepping on my back obediently. Do not have so many little schemes." Humph, how stingy. Cao Chuan lay sprawled on the sofa, feeling pleased. He pondered that not many days had passed since the plot began. If he planned well, he would strike it rich this time. Therefore, what Cao Chuan had to do was very simple. Before Ye Chen was completely eliminated, he needed to quickly make them acknowledge him, or give up the first kill. This would maximize his benefits during settlement. While enjoying Jinyan's cat-paw-like kneading, he pondered the next course of action. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. Ouch. Cao Chuan cried out in pain, turning to glare fiercely at Jinyan. This girl was crazy. When her phone rang, she directly jumped off Cao Chuan's back, even giving him a kick. Hee hee. Jinyan chuckled. It was not on purpose. Do you think I would believe that? Prepare to pay, Cao Chuan said as he got up and pounced. Stop it, stop it. Jinyan quickly dodged, her speaking style now having a hint of Cao Chuan in it. I will answer the phone first. You will get yours after you finish your call, Cao Chuan snorted. Jinyan looked at the incoming call on her phone. The caller ID was father. Hello, where are you? Bu Qingda asked immediately. Why do you care where I am? Bu Qingda was rebuffed. He took a deep breath, and did not bother to ask again. Instead he warned, be careful on your side. I am worried the remnants of the Ye family will target the core disciples of our 4 clans. Do not worry, I am very safe here. You take care of yourself. Jinyan was short-tempered. She actually cared, but her words were very firm. She quickly said, by the way, did the arrest operation fail? The warning from her father's call clearly indicated that the recent arrest operation had failed, and the remnants of the Ye family had escaped. Otherwise, he would not have called to warn her. Yes, I am on my way to the scene now. The 6 elders of the 4 clans, including ours, all died in battle. What? Jinyan froze on the spot, subconsciously glancing back at Cao Chuan, who had gone to the bar to pour wine. Bu Qingda was clearly in a bad mood, his tone somber. All right, you do not need to worry about family matters. We will talk later if anything comes up. He hung up after a few words. Cao Chuan brought over 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to her. How about it? Did the 4 clans suffer a great loss? How did you know? Jinyan's expression was one of pure shock. She recalled Cao Chuan's earlier words about how Ye Chen would not die, and that it would be the people of the 4 great families who perished. Those words sounded like a joke just moments ago. Now they sounded like prophecy. Jinyan felt that this man in front of her saw things too clearly. It was as if he were an ancient strategist, seeing through everything. Cao Chuan chuckled, taking a sip of red wine. Guess how I knew? So annoying. Bang. A kick came flying. Cao Chuan dodged, and her kick hit the sofa. She gasped, almost spilling the red wine in her hand. Do you think I am stupid? Kicked so many times, and you still think you can hit me? Cao Chuan muttered. Watching Cao Chuan sit casually on the sofa, legs crossed, Jinyan was furious, but her curiosity grew stronger. Destined heroines usually have strong curiosity, otherwise, how could they be attracted to show-offs? Jinyan's curiosity was especially strong, also because she liked to play and joke around. She did not use any force in that kick, and her little toe just happened to hit the sofa leg, making her limp slightly when she walked. At this moment, the two little girls on the second floor had slipped away at some point. They were nowhere to be seen. Cao Chuan sighed. Your temper, you will suffer for it sooner or later. Can you not restrain yourself a little? Come on, sit properly. Your husband will rub it for you. Tisk. Jinyan was truly unreserved. She offered her bare foot to Cao Chuan, pouting. Our family lost one Huajin elder. Only one? Cao Chuan was surprised. That means the Ning family lost even more? Two. The Shen family also lost 2. A total of 6 Huajin elders died in battle. As she said this, Jinyan's tone began to change, showing irritation, anger, and coldness. But the next moment, Jinyan gasped. Hiss. Be gentle. Cao Chuan sneered. Who told you to kick so hard? You deserve it. Jinyan pouted, but did not retort. Her bare feet were exquisite. Although people who practice martial arts or dance usually do not have pretty feet, it depends on the person. Jinyan's feet were like a kitten's paws, soft and pink. Cao Chuan diligently massaged and treated her. However, Cao Chuan was also a normal person. He subconsciously raised his hand and sniffed his palm, wanting to see if it smelled bad. Jinyan was so angry she laughed. I will kick you to death. Are you disgusted with me? I am afraid it smells. It clearly smells good. Jinyan snorted lightly, raising her foot towards Cao Chuan's face. Do not believe me? Smell it. Slap. Cao Chuan slapped her foot away, saying dismissively, do not mess around. Ha, I will mess around. Jinyan extended her leg again, playing and fooling around. How could she be a match for Cao Chuan? She was soon pinned down on the sofa, but this time, it was face to face. They looked at each other, feeling each other's hot breath. Neither of them mentioned the bet from earlier, nor did they need to. In the current situation, bringing it up would only spoil the atmosphere, so mutual understanding was enough. The children are not asleep yet, Jinyan murmured softly, pushing Cao Chuan with both hands, but she could not move him. A woman's strength is generally not as great as a man's, and the strength of a Danjin martial artist is naturally no match for those above that level. So she simply stopped pushing. It is fine, the soundproofing is good. But, before she could finish, Cao Chuan moved. Everything was ready. Tonight, things would naturally progress. Meanwhile, at the death scene, this area had been cordoned off by the authorities. The clan chiefs of the 4 great families had gathered again. The scene was extremely gruesome. 6 Huajin elders, 2 of whom had their heads completely severed. These 2 were from the Ning family. Considering the identity of the remnants of the Ye family, and the historical grievances, such methods were understandable. Aside from these 2, the other 4 veteran Huajin elders, although also deceased, looked much more peaceful than the 2 from the Ning family. They were not decapitated. Ning Ji was furious. Beast. Ning Ji's eyes were bloodshot, his rage also serving to mask the fear in his heart. The remnants of the Ye family had emerged, striking with the force of lightning. 6 Huajin elders and 26 Danjin martial artists were completely wiped out. This indicated that the remnants of the Ye family were not just one person. If it were just one person, it would be too terrifying. What kind of strength would it take for one person to eliminate so many masters at once? The faces of the other 3 families were also extremely grim, especially the Shen family, losing 2 Huajin elders in one night, plus the old master passing away. That night, the Shen family suffered immense losses. In over a decade, the Shen family had never experienced such heavy losses. The Tang family and Bu family were also in the same situation. People died for no reason, and they had completely made an enemy of the remnants of the Ye family. Now, things were difficult, because the remnants of the Ye family seemed hard to kill. Director Liu, the scene has been investigated. The other party has at least 5 people. An official came to Lu Ji to report. The 4 clan chiefs also heard this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 5 people. That is not so bad. If it were only Ye Chen acting alone, then things would be truly problematic. Chapter 131. It was early morning. At the 6th Division office, Lu Jiao and 4 clan chiefs, along with several elders from the 4 great families who arrived later, were holding a meeting. The friction and grievances among them could be set aside for now. The first thing to resolve was the matter of Ye Chen, because Ye Chen had truly offended every single power present. Even the grievances between Lu Jiao and Shen Menyu were, at their core, caused by Ye Chen. A total of 5 methods of killing have been identified, one investigator explained. The first is the decapitation of the 2 Ning family elders, done with a very sharp, thin, and keen blade. Those who died from this weapon include the 2 Ning family elders and 3 Anjin masters. This should be Ye Chen's doing. The remaining victims all died from daggers. Although the daggers were of a uniform make, based on the angle of the stabs, the use of left or right hands, and the traces at the scene, they should have come from at least 4 other killers. These 4 people are Ye Chen's subordinates, other members of the Ye family. And at the scene, we also found the footprints of 5 killers in addition to the 32 victims, including some fabric fragments. Further testing is needed for final confirmation. Subsequently, the 6th Division personnel explored the scene and conducted a simulated reconstruction, recreating the approximate combat process. They displayed slides to the group, showcasing the true strength of the 6th Division capability. The slides opened as the presenter continued. From the beginning, Ye Chen fled from his home in the Old Happiness residential area, and 32 martial artists pursued him closely. This was also confirmed through interviews within the residential area. Someone saw Ye Chen's people jump from the 2nd floor, and then run towards another side of the area. Someone also saw Ye Chen climb over a wall and leave. At that time, it was only Ye Chen alone, and everyone else was chasing him. This indicates that Ye Chen deliberately lured the 32 martial artists to the wilderness outside the residential area. The combat process was also like this. At first, it should have been a siege. In the words of your 4 clans, they wanted to capture him alive. But suddenly, 4 ambushers appeared from all directions. If there are no surprises, these were Ye Chen's subordinates, ambushed in advance. They were just waiting for Ye Chen to engage with the 4 clans' disciples, and when a stalemate occurred, they would suddenly launch a sneak attack with lethal moves. The presenter shifted to the next slide. From the footprints, these 4 individuals' shoe sizes are between 38 and 40, and their estimated height is between 1.65 and 1.75 meters. Perhaps they are female. Their primary ability is sneak attacks and assassinations. Specific strength, unknown. Specific appearance, unknown. Specific age, unknown. Furthermore, surveillance cameras in the vicinity showed no traces of these 4 individuals, indicating that the other party possesses extremely strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. However, we did find Ye Chen's figure in the video. Ye Chen left alone towards the south, and then his whereabouts became unknown. Is this Ye fellow injured? Ning Ji asked, his eyes narrowing coldly. From the video, it does not appear so, but perhaps the sky was too dark, and the surrounding road surveillance cameras were old, with poor visibility. The presenter replied, shaking his head. Shen Changang looked at Lu Jiao. Should you not apply to your headquarters for masters now, he asked. You cannot expect our 4 clans to always send people while you just watch, can you? Bu Qingda and Tang Renli also nodded, looking at Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao's expression was displeased as she glanced at Shen Changang. Although Lu Jiao was young, her status and seniority were significant, and everyone present was of the same generation. Given her father's situation, she naturally felt annoyed when looking at the Shen family members now. However, she later understood that her old master had indirectly caused old master Shen's death, and if it were not for Shen Changang, her father might have already been beaten to death. But even with that understanding, the animosity remained. Neither side looked favorably upon the other. Lu Jiao said in a deep voice, you do not need to worry about the 6th Division's affairs, and it is not for any of you to worry about. Director Lu, I do not like what you just said, a Ning family elder began. Shut up, Lu Jiao snapped. Her face darkened as she glared at the elder who had spoken. Since when do I, a person from the 6th Division, need to care about whether your Ning family is happy or not? What do you think you are? You, the Ning family elder stammered, his face darkening. Lu Jiao's seniority was high, but she looked like a young girl. Being cursed at with a finger pointed at his nose by a young girl made the old fellow lose face. Ning Ji, control your family members, Lu Jiao added. Ning Ji raised a hand, stopping his elder from speaking, and instead looked at Lu Jiao. Director Lu, everyone is in a bad mood right now, so there is no need for a war of words, he said calmly. Besides, Chief Shen is right. We are not criticizing your 6th Division, just offering a reminder that the matter of the remnants of the Ye family is not just our 4 clans' concern. What he meant was that some of the high-level officials who had suppressed the Ye family due to faction alignment issues back then were still active. Now that the remnants of the Ye family had returned, they would certainly not only seek revenge on the Ning family. After all, the Ning family was just a pawn, and the other 3 families were merely accomplices. Therefore, those people behind the scenes should also make a move. Now that the 4 clans had suffered such heavy losses, no one wanted to just watch from the sidelines. Most importantly, letting the high-level officials act was also a test to see if the remnants of the Ye family had support from behind the scenes. None of the 4 clans were fools. The reason everyone ganged up on the Ye family back then, besides the Ye family itself choosing the wrong side, was because everyone wanted to bring it down. The Ye family back then was even more powerful than the Shen family was now. Within the ancient martial artist circle, such a powerful existence was simply not allowed. By that logic, the Ye family had engineered their own destruction. But the situation was different now. Trying to gang up on the 4 families of Jiangnan would not be that easy. Lu Jiao let out a cold laugh. What are you laughing at? Ning Ji asked, narrowing his eyes. I am laughing at your Ning family, she replied. Now you know fear. What were you doing earlier? Lu Jiao, do not push your luck too far, Ning Ji growled, standing up in indignation. What, do you want to fight me here? Lu Jiao challenged, a dangerous signal flashing in her eyes. All right, Tang Renli interjected, stepping between them. What time is it, and you are still fighting amongst yourselves? Old Ning, little Lu, it is not for me to say, but we should be united now and find Ye Chen together. As for our grievances, they will not lead to taking each other's lives, will they? Am I right? With this crisis looming, I do not know where you find the inclination to argue here. If you continue to argue, my Tang family will no longer participate. From now on, we will close our doors to visitors. At worst, I will privately bow to Ye Chen, and not get involved in your affairs. How about that? The room fell silent. Only Ning Ji remained tense, narrowing his eyes as he observed Shen Changying, then looked at Bu Qingde and Tang Renli. Ning Ji's mind was in turmoil. Ning Yu had received news that someone among the four clans was allied with the remnants of the Ye family, and there might even be people from the authorities behind them. No matter how the interests and enmities were eventually distributed, the Ning family would be meat on the chopping block. This news was not without foundation, and it was highly possible. Because the Ning family was the weakest and had a mortal enmity with the Ye family, the probability of them being sacrificed in the end was high. Consequently, Ning Ji trusted no one. From tonight's battle, it was clear that out of the 32 dead, only 2 were decapitated, and those were his Ning family elders. The differential treatment was too obvious, making Ning Ji believe the rumors even more. Unfortunately, he could not tell who was secretly cooperating with the remnants of the Ye family. All 4 clans had suffered casualties tonight, losing at least 1 Huajin elder and 5 Anjin masters. The losses were significant for everyone, which did not seem like someone was secretly colluding with the enemy. Of course, it was not certain. Internal competition within the families meant the Huajin who died might have been rivals someone wanted to eliminate anyway. This possibility could not be ruled out. Therefore, the Ning family was on high alert, feeling ambushed from all sides and daring not to trust anyone. The night was turbulent, but the rewards were deep. First kill of a destined heroine completed. 20% of Child of Destiny Ye Chen's protagonist halo destroyed. Host's villain halo strengthened by 20%. A total of 30% of Ye Chen's luck stripped. Please keep up the good work. The more thoroughly the Child of Destiny's halo is destroyed, the greater the settlement reward. The faster the kill, the more generous the settlement reward. Destroying all of the Child of Destiny's halo is also considered a kill. Villain luck increased by 200,000. The harvest was rich. The settlement rewards for the second plot were almost 10 times higher than the first. During the first plot, when Zhong Qingyer's 50% luck was destroyed, it only exchanged for 50,000 luck. But for Ye Chen, a mere 5% was worth 50,000, and 20% amounted to 200,000. All in all, this alone brought in 30% pure luck, and with others combined, it surpassed 400,000, almost reaching 500,000. However, although the rewards had multiplied, the difficulty had clearly increased. Each destined heroine at this point could only account for 20% of the luck, with the remaining percentage tied to major events like Old Master Shen's death. The overall situation had become far more complicated. Early the next morning, Cao Chuan woke up refreshed, his energy completely replenished. He got up, used the restroom, and took a shower while whistling a cheerful tune. The stubborn beauty had finally submitted. He wondered if she still had the strength in her legs to kick him after last night. As the old saying goes, smaller statures often lead to quicker responses. The song Cao Chuan whistled was a tune from his previous life, a fast-paced melody about riding across vast landscapes and spreading passion across mountains and hills. Godfather, good morning. Good morning, my dear. Cao Chuan was in an excellent mood, planting a routine kiss on her forehead. He raised his hand and ruffled Lu Sihen's loose hair. Our Han Han is still the sensible one, unlike Yao Yao, who is probably still sleeping in. Lu Sihan whispered, Godfather, are you and Auntie Bu together? Hey, you little girl, your nose is quite sharp. Cao Chuan replied with a smile, not denying it. When did you notice? I noticed a long time ago. Lu Sihan pouted, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Her heart was sensitive. If Bu Jinyan and Cao Chuan married, then Bu Yao would become his biological daughter, and she felt as though she might be excluded. Cao Chuan noticed her mood shift. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder and smiled affectionately. Silly girl, no matter what, I will always be your dad. Lu Sihan murmured, her mood brightening a little. But some doubts cannot be resolved with just a brief reassurance. Deep down, the young girl began to harbor other thoughts, though she kept them entirely to herself. Chapter 132. During breakfast, only Lu Sihan accompanied Cao Chuan, as Yao Yao and Yan Yan were still asleep. At the same time, he received a phone call. He checked the caller ID, grinned, put down his milk cup, and wiped his mouth. He answered the call. Oh, old Lu. You have not been having an easy time lately, have you? Didn't I tell you a long time ago to leave Heichuo? What did you say then, and what are you saying now? Go on, tell me. Let me enjoy this. Cao Chuan mocked him without reservation. Old Lu gave a bitter smile. Old cow, stop making fun of me. Things have not been easy lately. I regret it now, and I should have listened to you earlier. Cao Chuan shook his head and laughed. You know, I do not know how happy I am to hear your unhappy news. Tell me more unhappy things to make me happy. This early in the morning, I am relying on your tragedies to go with my meal. Actually, Cao Chuan's attitude was very normal. If Cao Chuan had shown indifference to past events, or even worried about them, Yulong probably would not have felt at ease. But now, the more Cao Chuan mocked him, the less he was truly angry. The main reason was that yesterday at the birthday banquet, Yulong saw Cao Chuan, and initially thought he was mistaken. Before Yulong could acknowledge him, he saw Ningyu, the young miss of the Ning family, talking and laughing with Cao Chuan. Even when they left, Cao Chuan clearly reprimanded Ningyu a few times, making Ningyu seem a little wronged. This discovery startled Old Lu. In Old Lu's eyes, the Ning family was everything. Just the Ning family third master alone had an unparalleled status in the underworld. Last time, Old Lu even went to the provincial capital's Ning mansion to pay respects to the third master, and had met the young miss, seeing her from afar. Naturally, he knew Ningyu's identity. He could not understand how Cao Chuan had gotten involved with the Ning family, and their relationship seemed very close. It was so close that the young miss seemed to be Cao Chuan's woman. Old Lu really did not dare to disturb Cao Chuan casually yesterday, and he did not sleep well all night. Tossing and turning, he still felt he should come find old Cao, whether to apologize or to make amends. He was really afraid of this connection now. Therefore, Cao Chuan mocking him made him happy instead. What he feared most was Cao Chuan ignoring him. Old Lu gave a bitter smile. There are indeed some unhappy things. For example, Su Gilong might go bankrupt. He is currently scrambling everywhere to raise money, and Hechuo is out of cash flow, possibly collapsing at any moment. Cao Chuan smiled. So, you want me to take over Hechuo again? If it were before, Old Lu would certainly have hoped so. After all, if Hechuo collapsed, his losses would be enormous. But now, would he dare to make such a request? Old Lu quickly spoke. No. I just wanted to tell you that if you want to take over, I will support it 100%. I will help you negotiate the price and push it to rock bottom. If you do not want to take over, I will not say another word. Oh ho. Old Lu, have you changed your ways? This is not like your style. Old Lu said bitterly. There is no other way. The market now shows no hope at all. Everyone is selling off assets to cash out. Actually, Cao Chuan was laughing because, according to the plot, the country would soon introduce many policies to stabilize the overall environment. Leaving other industries aside, the real estate sector alone would begin to take off in reverse this year, continuing for at least 10 years of great dividends. Cao Chuan said indifferently. All right, Old Lu, you go and negotiate. If the price is right, I will take over. But Old Lu, you know, the environment is so bad now. Even if I want to help you, even if I want to save people, I cannot save many. Do you understand? Old Lu pondered. I understand. Then that is fine. Thanks for your trouble, Old Lu. We will have tea together sometime. No one mentioned last night's birthday banquet. Cao Chuan's last sentence was also very clear. He could take over Hechuo, but he was willing yet powerless. Those who were destined to die must die. For example, that group of people including Su Gilong. He believed Old Lu could handle it well. As for Hechuo, Cao Chuan certainly had no time to manage it. Even if real estate would be profitable in the future, there were many profitable ventures, and Cao Chuan only wanted results, not to invest any effort. So, after taking over, Cao Rui and Lina would be responsible for management, which Cao Chuan was very confident about. Cao Rui's loyalty came from the system, and Lina's loyalty came from old Cao's personal charm. He hung up the phone. Cao Chuan said, Han, I am going out later. I might not be back for lunch. Call me if anything happens at home. Understood, Godfather. Lu Si-han was very smart, and had roughly understood the content of the phone call. She had always felt guilty about her father's actions, which had caused her godfather to be kicked out of the company. Now hearing that her godfather had won, she was naturally happy. As for that man, she no longer cared about him in the slightest. Who exactly was plotting against him? Ye Chen, having accidentally injured people and left last night, thought that the four great families were just stinking fish and rotten shrimp. They seemed very impressive with 6 Huajin elders and a bunch of Anjin martial artists, but in reality, their strength only looked impressive on paper. Several Huajin elders were very old, at least 65. Martial artists also experienced declining energy and blood. To put it bluntly, the 4 clans also hid their true strength. The true masters, some even in the Danjin realm, how could they be easily sent out? And the 4 clans did not use real weapons, such as firearms. Ye Chen killed 2 Ning family elders on the spot, directly beheading them to vent his hatred. However, what no one expected was that the moment Ye Chen struck to kill, 4 black-clad women appeared from all directions, wearing masks and hats, their faces completely unclear. They all carried standardized daggers. Their agility was extremely high. They appeared in an instant and then began slaughtering the people around them. One of the female assassins even shouted, "Young master, run." This cry of young master made Ye Chen's scalp tingle. It seemed he was being plotted against again. Ye Chen, possessing the protagonist halo, had intuition that told him these people suddenly appearing to seemingly help him was more like another frame-up. The 4 seemed to have some kind of combined attack technique, cooperating very tacitly, leaving a trail of blood wherever they passed. It was in those few seconds of Ye Chen's hesitation that the 4 women had already killed many Anjin disciples of the 4 clans. The remaining 4 Huajin elders also faced a formidable enemy, shouting as they surrounded Ye Chen. They also sent all their subordinates to stop the 4 suddenly appearing assassins. Ye Chen could only passively counterattack. But at this point, Ye Chen was basically certain that it was 100% another frame-up. These 4 women were definitely not his people, nor were they any backup left by the Ye family. Therefore, Ye Chen held back his strength and did not continue to kill. In a flash of thought, Ye Chen made a decision. Enduring the attacks of the 4 Huajin elders, he would first capture the 4 suddenly appearing black-clad women. Perhaps he could find the mastermind behind it. However, these 4 women seemed to have already anticipated his plan and began throwing out some pellets. They were similar to the smoke bombs used by ninjas. After being thrown, smoke filled the air. This made it easier for them to assassinate, and the smoke also contained strong toxins. Damn it. Ye Chen cursed lowly, retreated quickly, and left the smoke. Ye Chen was not afraid of ordinary poisons. He was a divine doctor and almost immune to all poisons. But Ye Chen feared the unknown. He was not sure what the toxicity of the smoke was, and coupled with the great loss he suffered when treating old Master Shen just now, he subconsciously believed that the opponent's ability to use poison was extremely strong. So he dared not resist this poison. If he capsized in a ditch, that would be a real joke. It was this retreat by Ye Chen. When the smoke dissipated a few minutes later, all the people of the 4 clans were dead, and the 4 black-clad women had disappeared. Only Ye Chen and a pile of corpses were left at the scene. The Dragon King trembled all over with anger. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Ye Chen roared, but no one answered his questions. However, Ye Chen knew very well that these corpses on the ground made him unable to explain himself. If old Shen's death could still be explained, at most through an autopsy, then on this battlefield now, no explanation would work. Finally, Ye Chen left, his steps heavy as if filled with lead, because he could not understand. He always felt a darkness before his eyes, a black hand and a force pressing down on him, making him unable to breathe. What was even more painful was that not long after Ye Chen left, he suddenly had difficulty breathing, and his vision went black for a moment, almost making him faint. His luck was draining away. His combat power also seemed to have decreased. His body felt weak, and his limbs were numb. It took him a long time to recover, his face as pale as paper. As the protagonist halo of such a child of destiny fades, their combat power will continuously decrease, eventually returning to their original realm. For example, he was currently in the early stage of Huajin, but his combat power could barely reach the Danjin. But as it declines, his combat power will continue to drop, eventually making him unable to fight above his realm, becoming whatever realm he is, that is his combat power. In other words, Ye Chen's combat power dropped by about 30%. Cao Chuan now had a lot of luck, so he directly equipped the famous detective agency with 10 simulation humans, assassin type. The price was 100,000. Although Cao Chuan earned 300,000 in one night, 100,000 was not low, equivalent to 10% of Ye Chen's luck, or 100% of Lin Hen's luck. This expenditure of luck was actually quite painful, but on second thought, many things needed to be done by the famous detective agency. This organization had not yet surfaced. When it did, it would definitely attract a wave of covetous gazes. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and bought them. The 4 people targeting Ye Chen were just the vanguard. There was no need to go all in at once. At the same time, to be safe, there were also 6 assassins hidden in the dark last night for unforeseen needs. Old Cao was like this. He always had several preparations for anything he did. Of course, after last night's fierce battle, Cao Chuan could no longer act casually. Firstly, the more he acted, the easier it was to expose himself. Secondly, there were only so many people in the 4 clans. After killing them all, who would deal with Ye Chen? Surely old Cao could not go himself. Then what was the point of earning luck? Was it just to enhance his own strength, and then fight to the death with the Child of Destiny? Do not be silly. The term fight to the death has always been the persona of the Child of Destiny, emphasizing bravery and fearlessness. As for old Cao, his main principle was if there is trouble, you guys deal with it, and if there is good fortune, I will secretly enjoy it myself. For example, now, Cao Chuan arrived at the Zhong family. He gave the hostess a warm, affectionate hug, a very polite, air hug, not touching anything inappropriate. Big sis, you look haggard. Chapter 133. Cao Chuan did not show any favoritism. He gave Suya a brief hug, and then he gave Zhong Qinger a hug. He asked, Qinger, why have you not visited your godfather lately? Zhong Qinger pouted and said, you have not come to see me either. In reality, they had been together 2 days ago, but they still had to pretend they had not seen each other in a long time. Zhong Qinger was becoming increasingly adept at acting. Suya took the situation seriously, and her face sank. She asked, how are you talking to your godfather? Zhong Qinger felt helpless, but she obediently apologized. She said, sorry, godfather. It is nothing. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. He ruffled the girl's hair and said to Suya, sister-in-law, Qinger is grown up now. Do not always scold her like that. A young girl needs to save face. Suya shook her head and said, this is how I manage her, and she still does not listen. If I did not manage her, she would be out of control. When did I ever not listen? Zhong Qinger mumbled. Perhaps Cao Chuan's arrival gave her a bit of courage. Normally, she would never dare to contradict Suya. Where did you ever listen? 2 days ago, I told you to come home, but you insisted on going to your so-called best friend's house. Do you not know the situation at home right now? And you still want to run off? Suya's beautiful eyes widened. Her cheongsam swayed with her anger, revealing glimpses of her figure. Cao Chuan noticed she was wearing safety shorts. There was absolutely no sense of trust. He sighed and shook his head. He was tired and decided to stop looking. Cao Chuan said, all right, you two, mother and daughter, stop arguing. Sister-in-law, let us drink tea. I will take care of this girl for you later. Suya retorted, I would be thankful if you just did not spoil her. It was clear that Suya was a very strong woman, especially at home. Old Zhong and Zhong Sheng were managed obediently by her. By the way, where is old Zhong? Cao Chuan asked. He went to the bank, Suya replied. What is the situation at the bank now? It is very difficult to get loans. It is already good if they are not collecting debts right now. Sister-in-law, do not worry. This morning I specifically talked to old Lu, also known as Yulong, to see if there were any other funding channels. He is trying to figure something out now, so I hope there is good news. Suya said in a deep voice, That guy is a money grubber. His money is embedded in his kidneys. Trying to get him to put out money at a time like this is too difficult. I also heard Yulong is not doing well lately either, right? Suya was correct. As the strategist of the Zhong family, she was aware of most major and minor business affairs. Cao Chuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you do not know this, but Yulong has recently hooked up with a powerful family. He may seem to be short on money, but in reality, that might not be the case." Oh, Suya became interested. She had been overwhelmed by money matters recently. The Ning family in the provincial capital. Have you heard of them? I have heard of them, Suya nodded. Zhong Qing'er rolled her eyes. She had a very good private relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao, and knew more than her parents did. Furthermore, Suya and Zhong Sheng did not know Tang Xiaoxiao's true identity, so they knew very little about the four great clans. Cao Chuan nodded and continued. Yulong has recently connected with the Ning family. If the Ning family can lend a hand, then our current crisis is no big deal. The Ning family, are they that powerful? Sister-in-law, you must not underestimate the big families in the provincial capital. They are the true hidden wealthy families with assets in the hundreds of billions. Many of their assets are not affected by general economic conditions. In fact, the worse the economy and the regional situation, the richer they become. Cao Chuan spoke mysteriously. Suya seemed to understand. Cao Chuan said, however, I do not know much other. That guy Yulong is very tight-lipped. He is unwilling to say too much. I plan to visit him later and bring a generous gift to see if he can help old Zhong out. Suya looked grateful. She said, Old Cao, true friendship is seen in adversity. You do not know what I have been through these past few days. All those old friends are either also in trouble, or they avoid me like the plague, and do not even answer the phone. Cao Chuan smiled and said, Is that not just human nature? And given the relationship between our two families, how can those people compare? Suya nodded with emotion. She said, Old Cao, I will go with you when you visit, and I will prepare the gift. Sister-in-law, there is no need. It is just to see Yulong. Why would the strategist of our families need to personally show up? Are we giving him too much face? Besides, there is no need for women to expose themselves to this. He paused and quickly explained, Sister-in-law, do not misunderstand. I am not being a chauvinist. It is just unnecessary. Soldiers should fight soldiers, and generals should fight generals. He is not worthy of facing you. Suya rolled her beautiful eyes. She said, Oh, you are like a changed person. Your mouth is so sweet. Are you dating someone recently? Tell your sister-in-law, and I will help you vet her. Cao Chuan hesitated for a moment. He was not one to lie. He was straightforward. When Suya suddenly asked, it made him a bit awkward, which looked like an unspoken agreement. Zhong Qing'er, who was brewing tea nearby, felt her hand tremble. She secretly glanced at Cao Chuan. Seeing his expression, her heart became even more flustered. Suya smiled and said, It seems there is good news recently. Whose daughter is it? Do I know her? Cao Chuan was embarrassed. Godfather, please have some tea. Zhong Qing'er quickly handed the tea to Cao Chuan. Her back was to Suya, and she blinked her eyes hard, frantically giving him a look. This child, Suya said crossly. Did you not see your godfather and I talking? You two chat, I am not disturbing you. Mom, have some tea. Zhong Qing'er was good at deceiving people. She turned around and served Suya a cup. Her acting was truly good. She had been acting since she was a teenager, for over 10 years now. Cao Chuan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, my matter is still up in the air, so there is no rush. Let us talk business. You do not need to go to old Yu's side. I will handle it. That will not do. How can I let you show up and bring gifts alone? Do not say anything more. Listen to me on this matter. All right. Oh, and old Cao, do not tell old Zhong about this. Ha, he has been troubled lately, Suya said while shaking her head. Cao Chuan suddenly understood. Suya also wanted to share some of the burden for the family. Okay, I will not tell old Zhong yet. Cao Chuan nodded. The matter was settled. Later, as soon as Cao Chuan set a time, Suya could take action. Suya stood up and said, Qing'er, keep your godfather company with tea. I am going to make dinner. Okay. Zhong Qing'er nodded obediently. After Suya swayed away in her cheongsam, Zhong Qing'er sat next to Cao Chuan and whispered, You scared me to death. What? Why did you not just deny it just now? Zhong Qing'er asked, pouting with annoyance. Cao Chuan sighed softly. I do not want you to follow me like this forever, without a clear status. I really wanted to tell the truth just now, but when the words were on the tip of my tongue, I was afraid that if I said it, sister-in-law would be furious, so I was very conflicted. Zhong Qing'er's gaze softened. She mumbled, Actually, it is fine as it is now. I do not necessarily need any official title. As long as you are always by my side, I am willing to continue like this. I am also afraid of upsetting them, but that would be too unfair to you. No, that will not do. Cao Chuan shook his head. Zhong Qing'er secretly took Cao Chuan's hand and said, You are not allowed to mess around. You have to listen to me on this, unless you really want to infuriate my mother. All right, I will not say anything. I will listen to you in everything. That is better. Zhong Qing'er put on an act and gave him a sweet kiss as a reward. She secretly glanced back at the kitchen, her heart racing, and whispered, To my room? Now Cao Chuan was greatly surprised. Zhong Qing'er pursed her lips, her pink tongue tracing them. She asked, Just tell me if you dare or not. I will tell you a secret. I bought several of the clothes you mentioned last time. Nonsense. If we get caught, I as a grown man do not care. But what about you? Cao Chuan sternly refused. Zhong Qing'er chided, But I think it is so exciting. Shall we be gentler? Sigh, I really cannot do anything with you. Consider it my debt to you from my past life. Cao Chuan reluctantly stood up. Zhong Qinger's heart pounded. She pulled Cao Chuan and shouted towards the kitchen, Mom, I am taking Godfather to see my new cross-stitch. Go on, Suya replied without even turning her head. As they went upstairs, Cao Chuan asked, when is your father coming back? It should be soon, so we have to be quick. How could I be too quick? Just try your best. Sigh, I cannot do anything with you. Cao Chuan helplessly followed the playful Zhong Qinger upstairs. It was his first time entering her room. In the integrated novel worlds, the room of a destined heroine is off limits to men. Even her own father cannot enter, but a godfather can. The cross-stitch was really good. Cross-stitch was just becoming popular in those days, and everyone enjoyed the novelty. Cao Chuan did not ask why Zhong Qinger would buy a cross-stitch to play with. He just looked at the newly bought project. The painting itself was not big, and there were not many places to embroider. All in all, it was about the size of a palm, with 2 small pieces of fabric on top, tied with a few threads. Cao Chuan did not know much about cross-stitch, but he was curious about new things, and did not mind studying it. He locked the door. More than half an hour later, the sound of a car came from outside. Old Zhong was back. Cao Chuan also came to the window. Old Zhong. Ha! Old Zhong had just gotten out of the car, and looked up at Cao Chuan. Why are you in Qinger's room? This girl insisted on showing me her new cross-stitch. I do not understand this stuff at all. Cao Chuan shook his head helplessly. He raised an eyebrow and let out a breath. Old Zhong chuckled and said, this is nonsense, is it not? Where is that girl? Who knows? Come, let us play chess. Okay, Cao Chuan nodded. Old Zhong entered the house, and Cao Chuan rubbed Qinger's head. Chapter 134. Cao Chuan lit a cigarette, and went downstairs, careful to mask his scent. Old Zhong had already set up the chessboard. Cao Chuan was in a detached mood today. He was too lazy to move a cannon, and even less inclined to advance a pawn. Moving a knight felt boring, and a bishop was unnecessary. He decided to go for an extreme 1-for-1 trade. Cao Chuan moved a cannon forward. I will take your knight. Old Zhong rolled his eyes, and moved a rook to capture the cannon Cao Chuan had thrown across the river. Cao Chuan picked up another cannon, and moved it again. I will take your knight again. That is no fun, Old Zhong said, exasperated. What do you care how I play? I have the advantage now. I will take whatever I want. I have a good appetite. Cao Chuan chuckled. Old Zhong reluctantly exchanged his rook for Cao Chuan's cannon. Now Cao Chuan had no cannons left. He was completely free and relaxed. Cao Chuan crossed his legs, leaned back on the sofa, and glanced at Old Zhong, who had lost most of his hair. You look haggard lately, brother. Sigh. Old Zhong sighed softly. Cao Chuan continued. I told you, if you have difficulties, just tell me. I still have some money here. I know you are a proud man and usually do not ask for help, but between us, who are we? Do you think it is shameful to ask me for money? That one sentence left Old Zhong speechless. He wanted to speak, but found it difficult. I can still manage for now, Old Zhong said. Oh, you. Cao Chuan shook his head and moved a knight. I will take your knight. You are just so concerned about face, I know. If I offered you money directly, that would be looking down on you, but sigh, forget it. Do as you please, just tell me if you need anything. At worst, this money will be a fallback for both our families. Even if we go bankrupt, it does not matter. At least we will not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. We can both retire early, play chess every day, and occasionally go fishing. That would also be a pleasure. Move a cannon. Old Zhong reached out and snatched it. You do not have a cannon. You took my cannon. Cao Chuan apologized. Sorry, I so wrong. Besides, yours is not mine. Soon, Zhong Qinger also came downstairs, bringing with her a fresh scent of toothpaste. This girl was sensible, especially at home. Without saying a word, she sat down and brewed tea. After brewing the tea, she went to the kitchen to help her mother cook. They played chess, waited for dinner, and discussed market problems and difficulties. For Cao Chuan, today was a routine day. He did not have any serious business, so he casually set up a small scheme. For Cao Chuan, he often set up schemes casually, casting a wide net. Perhaps a word or an action. The schemes were not large and might never be triggered in this lifetime. But once triggered, they were basically chain schemes, trapping people deeply without them realizing it, until Cao Chuan got everything he wanted. It remained the same as always. If it were not for an accident in his previous life, Cao Chuan would not have died. The accident was quite simple. A certain leader wanted to divorce his wife. This woman, being a bit foolish, learned to play on short video platforms and used her identification card to report the leader, who wanted to divorce her. Many people were implicated, including Cao Chuan. The matter became very big, and all the leaders were unhappy when they learned the truth, wanting to get rid of Cao Chuan quickly. At that time, he did not have his current advantages, and his health was failing, so he was drained. He could not escape. Old Cao was full of resentment. If he had not worked tirelessly to help the leaders stabilize their homes over the years, who knows how many things would have gone wrong. After so many years, only one foolish wife had appeared. Compared to the neighboring city, where many incidents were exposed, their city only had this one case. Such stability was all due to Cao Chuan. Yet, he was discarded after being used. He felt like the one who bows and willingly serves as an ox for others. Unfortunately, he did not have a good end. After dinner, Zhong Qinger said she was going to stay at her godfather's place for a few days, because it was too stifling at home. Old Joan did not object. Suya did not object either. Then you must listen to your godfather, and not be mischievous, Suya warned. Got it. Zhong Qinger's face lit up, and she scampered upstairs to get some clothes. Suya said, thank you for your trouble these past few days, old cow. Hey, sister-in-law, you are being too polite. She is my daughter too, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Old Zhong nodded. Exactly, you are being too polite. Suya laughed. All right, I was being too polite. Suya also secretly gave Cao Chuan a look, a somewhat private look. Cao Chuan understood and slowly nodded to indicate he understood. Old Zhong did not see the two exchanging silent cues, and even if he did, he would not have cared much. He simply did not have the time now. Zhong Qinger left quickly, and returned just as fast, carrying a suitcase. They saw her off at the door. Old Zhong and Suya looked very much like parents sending off a bride, watching the motorcade drive away. Inside the car, the partition rose. Zhong Qinger jumped directly onto Cao Chuan, hugging him tightly. After a while, Cao Chuan suddenly spoke, revealing a shocking secret. Xiao Xiao knows my identity. Zhong Qinger's expression froze. Cao Chuan sighed softly. Yesterday, the 4 great families of the province held a banquet in Zonghai. It was Master Shen's birthday. I went there and people from the 4 great families were all there. I saw Xiao Xiao. I did not even recognize her at first. After all, she usually wears a mask. But when others introduced her, they said her name was Tang Xiao Xiao, and her voice sounded familiar. At the same time, she also recognized me. Zhong Qinger immediately understood. In other words, Tang Xiao Xiao already knew that her masked boyfriend was Cao Chuan, and Tang Xiao Xiao also knew that Cao Chuan was her elder. What should she do now? Then, did she say anything? Zhong Qinger asked cautiously, feeling embarrassed. Sometimes it was exhilarating and quite stimulating, but after her best friend found out about this, she really felt a bit socially dead. Although she did not have a specific term for the feeling, the sensation of social death was identical. She was very surprised. It is over. Zhong Qinger covered her face, collapsing onto Cao Chuan, not daring to show herself. Cao Chuan's hands were not idle either. She was wearing a shirt dress today. At this moment, she was being inspected by Cao Chuan, back and forth. But later I explained to her that during the Dragon Bay race, due to the mask, things got intertwined by chance, and in the end, we had no choice but to accept the current outcome. She seemed to be able to accept it too, Cao Chuan said. Really? Zhong Qinger looked up. Really? Anyway, she did not say anything, nor did she show any disgust. If you do not believe me, you can call and ask her. Listen to her tone, Cao Chuan said. I will not call. It is too embarrassing. Zhong Qinger shook her head repeatedly, like a rattle drum. Cao Chuan chuckled. You two are the best of friends, and she already knows, so you cannot just cut ties with her, can you? But, I am afraid she will look down on me. Why? Your thinking is actually wrong. Leaving aside my relationship with old Zhong, we are just an unmarried man and an unmarried woman. The age difference does not seem that big. When we walk outside, who would not say that guy is handsome and that girl is beautiful? Zhong Qinger was amused. Staring at Cao Chuan for a long time, she had to admit that Cao Chuan was indeed different. Not to mention his looks, his physique did not seem like a 40-year-old man. Then, should I make a call and ask? I think since she already knows, it is best to talk openly and honestly. Who knows, maybe Xiao Xiao can even help us push away some awkward situations and cover for us in the future. Zhong Qinger nodded secretly and dialed the number. The call connected. The car was on speakerphone, and Cao Chuan could hear clearly. Tang Xiao Xiao's voice was soft and delicate. Xiao Xiao, you saw him yesterday. Who? Oh, you mean Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan. Yeah, I saw him yesterday, and then I changed how I addressed him. I cannot call him brother-in-law, can I? Both were 21 years old, but Tang Xiao Xiao was slightly older. However, Zhong Qinger did not overthink it. Instead, she gathered from Tang Xiao Xiao's words that Tang Xiao Xiao really did not seem to be making fun of her. Are you not surprised? Zhong Qinger asked curiously. Surprised? Yes, I was shocked at the time, but then I understood. You two met at Dragon Bay, and no one expected this outcome. Besides, Brother Chuan is also single, so I do not see any problem. That is great. I was afraid you would laugh at me. If I had known you would not mind, I would have told you the truth a long time ago. These two best friends quickly cleared the air. Cao Chuan listened beside them, speechless, and began to study her shirt dress. Based on the fabric, it seemed to be cotton, and the hand feel was good. Zhong Qinger directly slapped Cao Chuan's hand away, giving him a glare, and pulled down her dress. That look seemed to warn Cao Chuan that she was on the phone, and he should not mess around. Cao Chuan shrugged. From the phone, Tang Xiao Xiao's voice came. Is Brother Chuan next to you? Zhong Qinger pouted and quickly said. He just came over. Do you want to chat with him for a bit? Tang Xiao Xiao was about to speak. Cao Chuan spoke first. Is that Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao, let us have dinner together tonight. I was just about to take Qinger to buy groceries. Remember, you still owe me a meal. Zhong Qinger also said. That is right, Xiao Xiao. Let us get together tonight. Tonight, no masks. Tang Xiao Xiao smiled. Okay, I will cook 2 dishes too. Afterwards, the best friends chatted for a few more sentences. Clearly, with Cao Chuan by her side, Tang Xiao Xiao's words were a little more reserved than before. Listening to their sisterly chat, Cao Chuan's gaze turned to the car window. Outside, the sky was a bit gloomy. If there was no surprise, it would rain tonight. There should be a thunderstorm. In fact, since it rained last night, the rainy weather had been intermittent and had not cleared up. If nothing unexpected, this kind of dreadful weather would continue for the next few days. Chapter 135. After lunch, Bu Jinyan woke up. She had slept perfectly, feeling as if it had been a very, very long time since she had rested so soundly, nearly 12 hours. Sufficient sleep can heal the heart. People like Shen Menyi might believe Bu Jinyan is a scatterbrain, carefree all day as if nothing bothers her. She is also like a firecracker, exploding at the slightest touch. But is this not also a mask? Ever since leaving her family, Bu Jinyan has been terribly lonely. She could not find the culprit, and she had too many heavy things on her mind. But this time, she was satisfied. After waking up, she reverted to her scatterbrained nature, grumbling as she took a shower and applied some medicine. Some marks on her body were very prominent. Damn it. This beast. He plays rough, does he? Just you wait. Do not let me catch you. Mom. Auntie. Downstairs, the two little girls were eating, greeting her one after another. Bu Jinyan said, I told you, you can call me mom, or godmother. Just do not call me auntie anymore. Lu Si-han responded, getting up to get chopsticks for Bu Jinyan. Bu Jinyan sat in the main seat, acting all high and mighty, and looked around. Where is your godfather? Godfather left in the morning. Han said Godfather had business to attend to. Bull. Oh. Bu Jinyan subconsciously wanted to say, bullshit business matters, but she changed her tone and stopped. After all, in front of the two children, she could not curse. Based on Bu Jinyan's understanding of Cao Chuan, how could this beast be so diligent as to go to work first thing in the morning? The soup is good. Bu Jinyan took a sip and praised, the chef did a great job today. Lu Si-han chuckled. Godmother, this was not made by the chef. Godfather made it when he got up this morning. He stewed a pot of soup and said to give it to you when you woke up. Bu Jinyan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and she took another sip. It tasted even better. He knows the ropes. He understands that after the fact, companionship is key. That time with Zhong Qinger, there was no choice, so he had to use a letter to cover up the disappointment. And this time, Cao Chuan was busy, so he used a pot of chicken soup to provide companionship. It instantly filled the disappointment in her heart. Her temper just now was actually because Cao Chuan was not by her side. Otherwise, a little bit of affection and she would have been obedient. Now there is chicken soup, not bad at all. Moreover, this is not an ordinary chicken. This is a snow chicken, belonging to a rare bird category, and a saint-grade tonic. Especially for a martial artist, the requirements for ingredients are particularly high. Many good animals are specially bred in specific places and fed with medicinal herbs. After growing up, they are no less valuable than wild ginseng. These rare birds and animals are considered medicinal cuisine. In this world, they are spirit beasts. Therefore, the requirements for their environment and feed are very high. In these worlds, the most popular ingredients all come from the three great sacred mountains. First, Qinbei Mountain. Any medicinal food from there is sky-high in price. Second, Tianshan Mountain. And third is Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of 10,000 mountains and a cultivation Dao field. This snow chicken comes from Kunlun Mountain, so it is also called Kun chicken. It is top grade. Are you even human? What is wrong, Miss Yorong? Get lost. If you give me a random nickname again, this old lady will give you a kick. After dinner, Bu Jinyan went upstairs to Cao Chuan's study, sitting in the boss's chair as if usurping it, and called Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan laughed. When did you wake up? I woke up ages ago. You are not even home with me. You said it was business, but you must have gone to meet some vixen, right? This woman, once she has been with him, she becomes clingy. And she guessed correctly. It really is business matters. Most importantly, I have an appointment with someone from the Tang family tonight. The Tang family. Her attention was instantly captured. That is right. You also know that many of the Tang family businesses are tied to infrastructure. This morning, I was with Yulong. Cao Chuan briefly explained the situation. Finally, he said, so I will most likely take over Heichuo, buying low and selling high. I will make a huge profit. I will leverage connections with the Tang family to get a few big projects and earn more money to nourish your body. Bu Jinyan asked, do you need me to go with you? I have a relatively good relationship with the Tang family. Do you need to show up for such a small matter? You are, after all, the young miss of the Bu family. Your prestige is not used like that. Do not worry, I have it handled. When I truly need your help, I will talk to you. Humph. Bu Jinyan said, where did you hide the items? Cao Chuan retorted, you are not rummaging through my study, are you? How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Bu Jinyan was currently holding the phone in one hand and frantically searching for the items with the other. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Yorong, you big liar, I can hear you rummaging around. Cao Chuan was instantly angry. You misheard. Bye-bye. Also, come back early tonight, and do not drink too much. With that, Bu Jinyan hung up the phone directly. She felt that Cao Chuan being angry meant she was closer to finding the hidden objects. The items would not run far. They must be in some hidden compartment in the study. So, Bu Jinyan was currently not in the mood to care about Cao Chuan going to discuss business with anyone from the Tang family. The safe. It must be the safe. Can it really stump me, Bu Jinyan? Thinking too much, I will just pry it open. The thought of Cao Chuan's expression when he returned made Bu Jinyan want to laugh. That is what you get for being such a beast yesterday. It still hurt even after applying medicine. If she were not a martial artist, Bu Jinyan would have been embarrassed in front of the two little girls just now. She needed to vent this anger. She would steal his things and make his heart ache. At dinner, it was Cao Chuan and Tang Xiaoxiao. Not wearing masks today, it felt a bit strange, as if there was more restraint. Unlike before when they wore masks, and no one knew each other, so there were fewer inhibitions. But who is Cao Chuan? He is best at creating and resolving awkwardness. After Zhong Qinger poured 2 cups of tea, only the lone man and woman remained in the kitchen. The atmosphere, with Cao Chuan's repeated commands, began to become natural. Hand me the salt. Message. Soy sauce. 1 star anise, 2 bay leaves. It was just like performing surgery, with an assistant handing over scalpels. Xiao Xiao. Cao Chuan suddenly changed the subject. Be careful recently. What is wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao was startled. Do you not know? Ye Chen, one of the remnants of the Ye family, has gone mad. He has offended all 4 great families and the official 6th bureau in one go. Recently, he kills anyone from the 4 great families he sees, especially direct descendants. Cao Chuan looked worried. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed. I left after the banquet yesterday, and have not contacted my family. Is it that serious? She had also run away from home, so she was not clear about what exactly had happened. Cao Chuan said in a deep voice, yes, it is very serious. Early this morning, Ye Chen killed 6 Huajin elders and 26 dark Qi disciples of the 4 great families. His methods were extremely cruel, the impact extremely negative, and the social harm immense. Currently, the 6th division and the 4 clans are working together to hunt down Ye Chen. But you must understand, after the remnants of the Ye family disappeared for 10 years and suddenly reappeared, could he have no preparations? If he had no preparations, he would not have directly attacked Old Master Shen, especially at his birthday banquet. A birthday massacre is too arrogant. This is a blatant slap to the Shen family's face, and after slapping them, he is grinding their face into the ground repeatedly. The Shen family is already insane now, so you absolutely must be careful. The bodyguards around you may not be able to withstand Ye Chen's 10 years of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao also understood that the situation was very serious. She did have some strength, but only a little, and she did not like fighting and killing. Most importantly, her hidden psychological illness was not just a fear of thunderstorms. She also could not stand the sight of blood. Xiaoxiao, you absolutely must not go home during this time. The Tang family interior may not be safe either, because it is rumored that this remnant of the Ye family is colluding with certain individuals within the 4 clans. Ye Chen is seeking revenge, while the traitors within the 4 clans are seeking power. The place you are living now is also quite mixed. Why do you not move in here? Qinger is also staying here recently. I will find some people to protect you all around, just in case. Feeling genuine concern, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression softened considerably. Brother Chuan, thank you. Hey, are you still being polite with me? Cao Chuan waved his hand casually. Scallions, ginger, and garlic hit the hot pan. Cao Chuan, while stir-frying, casually said, by the way, where is Wang Hedong? Tang Xiaoxiao pouted her crimson lips. He seems to be downstairs. Cao Chuan sighed. This dog really is. He will not give up until he hits rock bottom, and he is also in danger. If you can, send him a message and tell him to leave quickly, lest the remnants of the Ye family cannot find you and kill Wang Haodong instead. I am not worried about his life or death, but Wang Haodong came from the north mainly for you. If something happens to him in Zonghai, no matter who did it, the Wang family might blame you. I do not want to see my friend suffer. Tang Xiaoxiao's tone softened a bit. I will message him later, but whether he will leave or not is uncertain. You tell him the situation. If he really is not afraid of death, you have done your duty. Then if the Wang family comes knocking, you will have something to say, Cao Chuan said. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, realizing he was right. What are you two talking about? Zhong Qinger came into the kitchen at this moment. Cao Chuan did not even turn his head. We were saying that the martial world is not peaceful lately, and the 4 great families are not safe either, so Xiaoxiao and I discussed having her move in here. This place is safer than where she is currently living, and you are also staying here recently, so you can keep each other company. Cao Chuan was telling the truth, and Tang Xiaoxiao also nodded. Zhong Qinger's eyes lit up. That is great. Xiaoxiao and I can chat together tonight. Tang Xiaoxiao subconsciously rolled her eyes at Zhong Qinger. She said the same thing last time, but then she ran off in a few minutes, causing her to not sleep well all night. Suddenly thinking of this, Tang Xiaoxiao's heart stirred, and she had some thoughts of backing out. But in the end, she endured it. At worst, she would just pretend not to hear. After all, it was so dangerous outside. She did not know if she was worried about the danger, or if she just did not want to leave. Who knows? Anyway, people's hearts are hidden. Cao Chuan does not understand women's thoughts either. Chapter 136. 10 million. Last time the tip was 1 million, and now it is 10 times that amount. Are you taking me for a fool? Shen Menyi's tone grew cold. Previously, an agency called the Famous Detective Agency contacted her, offering to sell information. They promised to provide the information first, and then collect the payment. Shen Menyi would not lose out either way, so she agreed. Even if a piece of information cost 1 million, finding Ye Chen's whereabouts would be worth it. It was a pity. Ye Chen was like a stray dog, far too sensitive. Shen Menyi never caught him, and she even lost a few of her own people. However, she also witnessed the strength of this famous detective agency. Things that the 6th Division could not find, the agency could. But when she turned around to buy a second piece of intelligence, Luo Li directly quoted 10 million. In Luo Li's words, 10 million was the price for Ye Chen's whereabouts, and they did not guarantee accuracy because he was currently like a stray dog, practically scurrying around without a fixed location. He was in the east 1 second, and in the west the next. It sounded logical. Or rather, it sounded ridiculous. Did he have a special ability to teleport? East 1 moment, west the next, with no cooldown time. 10 million for unconfirmed information. Even if Shen Menyi was eager for revenge, and the Shen family was not short on money, being rich and being an idiot were two different things. The cost effectiveness was too low. Shen Menyi was not someone with a good temper, especially not now. Are you taking me for a fool? Luo Li chuckled. Miss Shen, you are exaggerating. The price is 10 million, set by the boss. The 1 million before was just an early bird discount. As they say, even if business fails, friendship remains. We can cooperate again next time. I believe Lu Jiao of the 6th Division branch should not be short on this money, right? Shen Menyi snorted. Are you using Lu Jiao to threaten me? Luo Li smiled. Just stating a fact. Your boss has quite an appetite. I hope he does not choke. If I get the chance, I really want to meet him. The threat in Shen Menyi's tone was very clear. However, what Shen Menyi did not expect was this. Luo Li, who had been smiling all along, suddenly changed her tone, acting completely out of character. Her voice turned chilling. What standing do you have? Do you even qualify to meet my boss? Shen Menyi was stunned. She was truly stunned. Since birth, it seemed this was the first time someone had questioned her standing to her face, asking if she even qualified. Shen Menyi even wanted to shake her head, wondering if she was dreaming. Shen Menyi possessed the luck of a great female protagonist. She had personal charm, although sometimes a bit arrogant, and seemingly backed by the large Shen family. Her own abilities and strength far surpassed her peers. The other female protagonists, even with the same resources, still lagged behind her. Was it not normal for such a woman to be a bit arrogant? She had always been the one to threaten others. No one had ever threatened her. At this moment, alongside the anger bubbling in her heart, there was an incredibly strong sense of curiosity. She was curious about the mysterious boss behind the famous detective agency. A boss who could make an employee explode in anger to defend him just for a single sentence must be extraordinary. In fact, from this small detail, one could see that Shen Menyi's thought process was different from normal people. She did not genuinely get angry at this moment. Your famous detective agency is truly arrogant, but I wonder if you have the capital to back up that arrogance. You can try, Miss Shen. Luo Li sneered. You are not the first to threaten our famous detective agency, nor will you be the first to yield to us. I firmly believe that. Yield. Shen Menyi repeated the word with disdain. I hope your strength can match your words. Shen Menyi hung up the phone directly. She could not find the street rat Ye Chen, but surely she could find a detective agency. Shen Menyi had investigated before. The famous detective agency had cooperated with the Zonghai police on cases, indicating they operated in the Jiangnan area. She had not delved deeper before because she was solely focused on killing Ye Chen, and had no time for other matters. But now Shen Menyi decided to investigate this private organization. As for Ye Chen's whereabouts, she was not stupid. If the other party could not make a deal with her, they would most likely go to Lu Jiao. So, she just needed to keep an eye on Lu Jiao. Master, it is done. Shen Menyi was fuming, and she directly hung up on me. No manners at all. Humph, and they call themselves a great family. What low quality. Master, praise me quickly. Luo Li was emotionless. Even her usual teasing of Cao Chuan was learned from online information, not stemming from genuine self-emotion. She was more like a seasoned actor, capable of portraying any emotion. Her anger today was naturally something Cao Chuan had told her in advance. Luo Li used different attitudes for different people. Among them were two small schemes. For the personality of Shen Menyi, one had to be even more arrogant and aloof than her. The effect would be good. The effect was already apparent. She even exploded, just like that. Another small scheme was to intentionally make Shen Menyi target Lu Jiao. Everything was under control. Well done. Do not give Ye Chen a chance to breathe, and there is no need to send more people to interfere. Just wait for them to fight among themselves. Understood, Master. On the balcony, Cao Chuan smoked, giving the hacker Luo Li some more details. Ye Chen would not die. That was certain, so the four great families could not suffer too many losses either. So, Luo Li had a lot to do. She needed to ensure the four great families continued to incur losses, but without too much personnel loss. Too many losses would easily make one of the four great families retreat. The Ning family and Shen family had no retreat, but the other two families still had an escape route. They could just admit defeat. Ye Chen would accept them. Therefore, she should let the Tang family and Bu family suffer some losses, but not more than the Shen family and Ning family. This way, the Tang and Bu families would feel the pain, but at the same time, seeing the benefits, they would hesitate and continue to wear down Ye Chen. Secondly, stall for time and keep Ye Chen busy, so Cao Chuan could have more time to seize luck. At this point, Cao Chuan also began to accelerate his pace. Yesterday was Bu Jinyan. Today was Tang Xiaoxiao. What is making you so happy? After finishing his cigarette and returning to the room, Hot dishes were already on the table, and the wine had been opened. Cao Chuan's face showed unconcealed joy. Heichuo was unexpectedly cheap. All in all, I earned an extra Heichuo. I am happy today. Let us have a few more drinks. Neither of the two women refused. Anyway, they were at home, so what was there to fear? Cao Chuan could not possibly intentionally get them drunk. Cao Chuan was not that kind of person. In fact, he really was not that kind of person. Getting someone drunk was too crude a method, especially with Tang Xiaoxiao. Their relationship was already familiar. Using such a method would make him seem low class. Moreover, the best hunters appear as prey, so it was impossible to get the girls drunk. He could only get himself drunk. A man who is 7 parts drunk acts until you cry. Being a martial artist above the transformation realm meant being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. That was a basic operation, but Cao Chuan could not do that. Perhaps it was his age. After a few drinks, he felt a bit dizzy. The meal was not even halfway through, and Cao Chuan was already drunk. Seeing Cao Chuan like this, a mischievous smile flashed in Zhong Qinger's eyes, and a plan formed. She subtly kicked Tang Xiaoxiao's foot beside her. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at her in surprise. Zhong Qinger gave her a look, then said, I am going to get more rice, and she got up to go to the kitchen. Tang Xiaoxiao also got up. I will go too. Hey, you are all running off while drinking. Fine, I will drink by myself. In the kitchen, Zhong Qinger whispered, help me get him drunk. Why? Silly, when a man is in high spirits, it is easy for him to make mistakes. Ask him what is on his mind while he is drunk. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed. Can you not just ask him directly? Brother Chuan probably would not lie to you, right? Just try it. It is not that I do not trust him, it is fun. Zhong Qinger giggled. In reality, it was not about distrust. It was just a young girl being playful, enjoying doing things unexpectedly, which was thrilling. Later, she would record it and keep it as his dark history. She wanted to see if he would still dare to bully her. Then she would be the queen. She wanted to see if he would still dare to refuse. But Zhong Qinger did not tell Tang Xiaoxiao these words. It would be embarrassing to say them out loud. After all, it was a little playful teasing between lovers, so how could others know? It would be quite awkward. Xiaoxiao, help me, please. You know my alcohol tolerance. I get drunk after a few drinks. You have good tolerance. Help me out, okay? Alright then, I will try. Try it and you will die. Bad guy, it is rare that you are happy today, and I can finally legitimately stay out. Let us drink until we drop. Zhong Qinger's excuse was a bit stiff, but it was barely understandable. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, Brother Chuan, everyone is quite happy today. We will drink a little, it is fine. Then, Cao Chuan frowned. Then you too drink a little, but absolutely do not drink too much. It is bad for your health. What kind of trash wine is this? The sound of a beer bottle breaking echoed. Ye Chen was in a dilapidated, unfinished building, surrounded by a pile of beer bottles. The more he drank, the bitter it tasted. The braised meat he bought also became tougher and tougher with each bite. It was just like his mood at this moment. Everything he saw was displeasing, and everything he ate tasted bland. The phone rang. Ye Chen glanced at it and quickly answered. Old Lu, I am here. Where are you? I will come pick you up. Ye Chen hung up the phone directly. Ye Chen hooked his mouth and put his hands in his pockets. His temper was also very arrogant. If he did not like someone, he would just kill them and be done with it. But all children of destiny had one thing in common. They did not like taking the blame, especially this kind of blatant attack, putting the blame on him right in front of him. Let alone Ye Chen, any person with a bit of background and ability would not be able to swallow this insult. So, Ye Chen secretly contacted old Lu, directly telling him that he had been framed, and that old Master Shen, and all the elders and disciples of the 4 clans were all killed by the person behind the scenes. Old Lu did not hesitate at all. He immediately believed him, and despite his internal injuries, rushed to meet Ye Chen in secret without stopping. Chapter 137. Old Lu. At the back door of the unfinished building, there was not even a gatekeeper. It seemed to be utterly derelict, and any valuable rebar in the building had long since been stolen and sold. Inside the walls, the weeds were half a person tall. Upon meeting, Ye Chen quickly stepped forward to support old Lu, observing his complexion and condition. Old Lu, I am sorry. I am the one who harmed you. At the time, I did not want to conflict with them, so I could only leave first. Ye Chen sighed, his face full of apology. Old Lu shook his head and smiled. Minor injuries, it is nothing. Besides, I know you are not that kind of person. The incident with old Master Shen does not benefit you at all. You have no reason to kill him. Ye Chen was incredibly moved. It is so difficult. I am so damn difficult. No one believes me. Old Lu, let me treat you. Your internal injuries are very serious. Absolutely not necessary. Ye Chen was shocked. Old Lu shook his head and smiled. I just took medicine, a prescription given by old Chen, and now is not the time for treatment. Tell me about your situation, and I will see if there is any room for you to maneuver. Okay. Ye Chen did not think much and began to explain. He recounted the events from the medical treatment, to being ambushed, and finally to the 4 masked men who appeared, called him young master, and used poisonous smoke to kill everyone from the 4 clans. After listening to all the details, old Lu had a serious expression. According to your account, This matter is very troublesome. It not only made you enemies with the 4 clans, but also dragged the 6th division into it as well. On this chessboard, you and I are both pawns. Xiao Ya, do you know who the other party is? Do you have any suspects? No. Ye Chen shook his head in distress. I went up the mountain 10 years ago, and I have only come down a handful of times since then. After returning to the provincial city, and then coming to Zonghai, I have not encountered many things on the way, and I certainly have not made any enemies. If I had to say there is any animosity, there is only one. Who? Old Lu raised an eyebrow. Someone from the Bu family. Ye Chen recalled the situation on the antique street. Old Lu was speechless. That hardly counts as a deep-seated hatred, does it? And according to your description, that girl should be Bu Jingyan, the young miss of the Bu family. She has no reason to do such a thing. Think again. Is there anyone else? There was a man with Bu Jingyan. After listening to the account again, Old Lu still shook his head. Something is completely off. No grudges, no animosity. However, I can investigate later to see if that person has any irreconcilable hatred with the Ye family, or the 4 clans. Xiao Ye, it is not good for you to show your face right now. I will investigate this matter for you. Ye Chen's expression darkened. I will investigate it myself. Old Lu shook his head. Do you know how many people are looking for you right now? Those insignificant people will not find me. Ye Chen sneered, his lips curling slightly upward. He had only just started to curl his lips when a furious shout interrupted him. Ye Chen, you really are here. Ye Chen's lips were stuck, unable to go up or down, twitching several times. Old Lu looked at Ye Chen, wondering why he was pretending. It is the 6th division. Hurried, go. Old Lu did not want Ye Chen to conflict with the authorities, as that would truly leave no retreat. Especially upon hearing his daughter's voice, he directly pushed Ye Chen. This push was very meaningful. It conveyed a message to Ye Chen that he was not the ringleader, he did not betray him, and he should leave immediately. Dad? Lu Jieyu rushed in with her people. Ye Chen gave Old Lu a deep look, then turned and slipped into the unfinished building, where the overgrown weeds served as cover. Da-da-da. Gunshots rang out, and weeds flew in the night. Stop. Everyone, stop. Old Lu shouted, followed by violent coughing. Dad. Lu Jieyu hurried forward and supported Old Lu. At the same time, she waved her hand. What are you standing around for? Chase him. Do not let him escape, dead or alive. Yes. Her subordinates rushed over with their guns. In this storyline, the use of firearms is rare, especially among the 4 great families, as everyone usually relies on their fists. True men fight with bare fists. The 6th division is different, as they are well equipped with firearms, though they usually do not use them. If they do use them, it means the situation is very serious. Lu Jieyu helped Old Lu calm his breathing for a long time until the old man caught his breath. She immediately questioned him. Dad, how could you be with this person? Have you forgotten that he almost killed you? It is all a misunderstanding. Old Liu's face grew paler, and he waved his hand. Misunderstanding? Lu Jieyu scoffed. Killing old Master Shen is a misunderstanding? Fleeing after killing someone, abandoning you, the intermediary, is also a misunderstanding. Lu Jieyu knew very well that she could not trouble the Shen family. The fact that the Shen family had not killed anyone was a sign of Shen Changjin's rationality. Her anger was purely out of a daughter's filial piety. If it were an ordinary person, she would not stand with Old Lu either. You vouched for him, and then the person died, and the murderer ran away. If you, the guarantor, do not take responsibility, who will? It is not what you think. Old Lu shook his head. Old Shen's death was not an accident. There must be a mastermind. And the deaths of the 6 experts from the 4 clans were also the work of the mastermind. He told you that? And you believed him? I believe him, Old Lu said with a serious expression. Dad, when did you become so muddle-headed? You are being unreasonable. I am being unreasonable. Look at what you are saying. How can you believe such nonsense? Do not forget, he is from the Ye family. A Ye family member comes to kill someone from the 4 clans, claims there is a mastermind, and you believe such a thing. Old Lu was silent for a moment. He also had selfish motives. Otherwise, this matter in no way looked like it had a mastermind. To be more direct, if old Master Shen, as Ye Chen claimed, was poisoned beforehand, then when was it administered? Where was it administered? And what kind of poison was it? These things seem troublesome, but they are easy to investigate. On the day of the birthday, everyone who could have contact with him and everything he could have eaten was recorded. As for the poison, the autopsy had not been performed yet, requiring the Shen family's consent. But even so, if it truly was poisoning, old Chen at the scene could not have failed to notice. How could someone who died of poisoning be the same as someone who died due to a medical accident? And then there was the subsequent killing. The heads of 2 people from the Ning family were severed. If it was not a deep-seated hatred, why would they only target 2 people? Even if we take a step back, even if there really was a mastermind, Ye Chen did not take responsibility or explain, but simply fled, almost causing old Lu to die on the spot. Do not say old Lu brought it upon himself. He vouched for Ye Chen out of trust. But did Ye Chen show any responsibility? This alone was enough for Lu Jieyu to hate him. Jieyu, just trust me. Go and investigate thoroughly. I believe there must be a mastermind. Moreover, the Ye family should not have such an outcome. Let us help him if we can. Lu Jieyu had a headache. He, so it is collusion from inside and out. Under the night sky, a figure suddenly appeared. Lu Jieyu instantly turned around, raising the gun in her hand. Old Lu also looked over. Shen Menyi sneered at the two of them. Clearly, Shen Menyi had arrived earlier and overheard their conversation. What are you doing here? Lu Jie narrowed her eyes. If I had not come, would you not have kept me in the dark? Old Lu, I have always admired you, but you are too disappointing. Give me an explanation. Meeting with a murderer in the middle of the night and obstructing his arrest. If you cannot explain clearly, my Shen family will completely break ties with your Lu family. It is either you die, or you all die. Shen Menyi's pretty face suddenly darkened, and her aura surged. Do you think I am afraid of you? Lu Jie was no pushover either. Female supporting characters, after all, always clash with the female lead's persona. For the sake of an ethereal ranking, they basically compete back and forth. Unless it is a very weak female supporting character, who must rely on the female lead, they will not even receive a glance of favor from the child of destiny. Stop. Old Lu raised his hand, his face pale, and coughed several times. You should have heard what I just said. So what? I have not seen any elusive mastermind. I only believe what I see with my own eyes, and that is you secretly meeting with Ye Chen, and simultaneously preventing the 6th Division from arresting him. Director Lu, put away that indignant look. Do you dare to vouch for him in such a matter? Lu Jie was also annoyed, angry at her father for being so insensible. At this time, he was still protecting Ye Chen. Even if Ye Chen had issues, if he had told her in advance, she would have arranged the arrest earlier, and perhaps he would have already been caught by now. Whether there was a mastermind or a scheme involved, it would be clear upon investigation. Why meet secretly? Why complicate a simple matter? Old Lu said in a deep voice, there must be a conspiracy behind this matter. Even if Ye Chen is from the Ye family, and returned for revenge, he would only target the Ning family. What benefit would killing old Shen bring him? The logic sounded like that. But who knows if this was just a setup? How could a single sentence make Shen Menyi dispel her suspicions? It was impossible. The hatred for killing her grandfather was not that easily overcome. She was Shen Menyi, not Ning Yu. Have you found out? Who exactly leaked the secret at the banquet? Ning Yu's fair, long legs were crossed, her eyes cold as she looked at the woman beside her. Currently, we only know that someone received information, but the content of the information is unknown, and we cannot pinpoint who leaked it. Useless, you are all useless. What do I keep you for? Ning Yu reprimanded angrily. It was no wonder she was so angry. What a good situation it was originally. Her relationship with Cao Chuan had clearly grown much closer, and she had intentionally done so. Was it not all for the crystals? Was it not for the support of such external aid, to help her gain power within her family? As a result, a bunch of rumors completely destroyed the situation she had built up overnight, making Cao Chuan no longer trust her. How could they cooperate now? Beauty. Young Miss Zhang Myron stepped forward timidly, lowering her head. You know Cao Chuan, so you personally go and deliver an invitation to him, inviting him to Yunfan Mountain Villa tomorrow night. Yes. Zhang Myron bowed her head in agreement. From this, Ning Yu's character could be seen. What did a few deaths in the family have to do with her? She only needed to achieve her own goals. As for the elders and the Dark Chi disciples, they were just useless. If they were not useless, how could 30-something people be killed by 5 people? What a joke. Chapter 138. Ye Chen had run away again. Amidst the pursuit by the 6th Division and the Shen family disciples, he vanished into the night without a scratch. He even injured a few people in the process. Those fools had given Ye Chen quite a bit of experience again. In the usual plot, each failed capture would see Ye Chen's strength improve. But for Cao Chuan, it did not matter. No matter how fast Ye Chen improved, it could not offset the rate at which his protagonist halo was weakening. All in all, Ye Chen's strength would rapidly decline. When the people from the 6th Division, and those personally led by Shen Menyi returned to the unfinished building, they immediately formed a standoff. Shen Menyi was surrounded by a chill, as if carrying 2 industrial air conditioners. Cold winds blew fiercely, and her gaze was frosty, as she stared at Lu Jieyou. Lu Jieyou did not show weakness, meeting Shen Menyi's cold gaze. A Shen family disciple spoke. Young miss, I highly suspect that the people from the 6th Division deliberately let Ye Chen escape. You are spouting nonsense, the young man from the 6th Division retorted, pointing his finger. If it were not for you people getting in the way, could Ye Chen have escaped? You are the one spouting nonsense. Did the guns in your hands grow up eating trash? They just went bang 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 like firecrackers. They sounded lively enough, but did they hit anything? Did even one shot land? You were not shooting at the sky, just going through the motions. Damn it, you are talking nonsense. You curse again? What if I curse you? Let us fight one-on-one. Come on. The younger ones bickered, while the older ones remained relatively calm, though their eyes showed ill will. The 6th Division felt that the suddenly appearing Shen family disciples were obstructionists. The Shen family disciples felt that the people from the 6th Division were useless. Coupled with the incident involving the old master, the relationship between the two groups deteriorated rapidly. They had started with a decent relationship, but it had turned into this state in less than 2 days. Shen Menyi lifted her jade arm slightly, and the Shen family side instantly fell silent. Lu Jieyou stopped her subordinates as well. Both sides were prominent figures, after all. This bickering seemed inappropriate. Silence fell over the scene, broken only by the sound of the wind and the old man's coughing. Old Lu coughed repeatedly, but he was powerless to stop the situation. He still believed what Ye Chen had said. Even knowing he was being manipulated, he could not change the situation, which made him both anxious and angry. He tried to speak, but he only managed a cough, followed by a mouthful of fresh blood. Dad. Lu Jie stepped forward to support him and glared at Shen Menyi. Shen Menyi sneered. He is not dead yet. Why are you so anxious? Lu Jie glared furiously. Shen Menyi spoke indifferently. Old Lu, you must take care of your health. Do not you dare die on your own, otherwise, I will not be able to get my revenge. Shen Menyi continued. And you, Director Lu. Tonight your father secretly met the culprit, and your 6th division also shot into the sky. You had better think about how to give me an explanation for this. Otherwise, this is not over. She was too lazy to look at Lu Jie's sour face, turned, and left with the Shen family disciples following closely. Director Lu, the Shen family is too arrogant. Yes, Director Lu, does the Shen family really think they are local emperors? Do they really think this Jiangnan region is theirs to control? Some people from the 6th division were indignant. Lu Jie used a wisp of internal energy to help old Lu recover before she spoke in a deep voice. Let us go back first. Continue the search for Ye Chen. Have the traffic department cooperate to prevent Ye Chen from escaping. From tonight's events, it was clear that the alliance between the 4 clans and the 6th division was currently a loose collection. There was no cooperation and no pressure. Even if Lin Han came, he could play them all around. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Han? Moreover, the vast city of Zonghai was divided into 5 major districts, with the 4 clans and the 6th division dispersed for capture, each responsible for their own area. It was said to ensure regional safety because the city was too large. If everyone gathered together, it would not only waste manpower, but also make it easy for Ye Chen to escape everywhere, leaving everyone exhausted. It sounded reasonable, but thinking about it again, had this group of people collectively lost their intelligence? More than 30 masters from the 4 clans had attacked together, and were completely wiped out. Yet, they were still playing with divided forces? What were they thinking? This was just the usual trope in integrated novel worlds, where people one by one delivered themselves to the child of destiny. Even dogs would shake their heads at this kind of arrangement. Old Cao was fed up with them. He had allowed the 4 clans to be completely wiped out before precisely because he was worried about this kind of situation. He had given the 4 clans a strong dose of reality, telling them not to underestimate Ye Chen. This time, manipulating Shen Menyi and Lu Jie to confront each other had not been without the idea of having them join forces to catch someone. But look at this rubbish. Ye Chen escaped freely and bullets seemed to avoid him. Alas, to deal with a child of destiny, nothing would work without Old Cao. Old Cao, as an outsider, had not received the news yet, because his phone was off. Tonight, Loli could not find him, and the other Loli certainly could not find him. Old Cao was spending the night out. He would not make the rookie mistake of not staying by her side the second night, after their first night together, as that was easy to cause an uproar. He had called her beforehand, saying he had to go to the provincial city for a business trip, and then appeased her with a gift. After all, it still hurt, and he could not do anything even if he went back. If Cao Chuan had not been about to get a crystal mine, there was no way he would have given her an extra gift. He did not have many left, and he still needed to save some for fishing later. After several rounds of drinks, Cao Chuan was not drunk by the wine, but by himself. He had drunk quite a bit, feeling dizzy. Whether he was truly dizzy or faking it, no one knew, but he certainly looked the part. Someone was still serving him. Old Cao leaned on the sofa. Tang Xiaoxiao brewed tea, and Zhong Qinger wiped Cao Chuan's face with a warm towel. Actually, both girls had also drunk a lot, but they looked much better than Cao Chuan. Zhong Qinger pouted. Your alcohol tolerance is not good either. Drink less in the future. It is bad for your health. I am happy today. And why is my alcohol tolerance not good? I drank. Cao Chuan stammered, squinting and thinking for a long time. 2 bottles of red wine. More than 2 bottles, and a bottle of white wine. With this alcohol tolerance, it could kill someone. Hiccup. Zhong Qinger helplessly coaxed. All right, your alcohol tolerance is great. Quickly drink some tea to sober up. Oh. Cao Chuan obediently drank the tea. This demeanor made Zhong Qinger show an affectionate smile, and she even reached out to rub Cao Chuan's head. Good boy. That is a good boy. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled and shook her head, but at the same time, she felt a little envious of these two. She could not even say what she was envious of, but she really liked the feeling of the moment. After a few sips of tea and wiping his face clean, Cao Chuan's condition recovered somewhat. Zhong Qinger gave Tang Xiaoxiao a look. Shall we play truth or dare? We are just sitting around anyway. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless. Still playing like this? It is precisely when you are drunk and speak your mind that truth or dare is truly genuine, do not you think? Zhong Qinger shook Cao Chuan's arm. Yes. Cao Chuan looked very compliant. Whatever you say, I will say yes. See, he agreed too. I will go get the playing cards. Zhong Qinger excitedly went to look for the cards. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly. However, when Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze returned from Zhong Qinger, she subconsciously glanced at Cao Chuan, and she suddenly found that Cao Chuan was staring intently at her. This gaze actually had no aggression. Rather, it looked a bit dazed, a little lost. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Oh, is it Xiaoxiao? Cao Chuan was startled. Tang Xiaoxiao gave a pretty little eye roll. Good heavens, he did not recognize her? Yes, I am Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, who do you think I am? I was just thinking whose girl was so delicate and pretty. Thump. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart fluttered. Actually, his words after drinking did not sound like teasing. It was a very normal tone, but she just felt a rush of shyness, and her earlobes even turned a little red. You are really drunk. Do not talk nonsense. No, how could I be drunk? I am just a little sleepy, he. Why do not you go rest then? All right. Cao Chuan maintained his persona, nodding compliantly, and prepared to get up. But Zhong Qing'er ran out at this moment, holding the playing cards. Where did these playing cards come from? Oh, an integrated novel world. Then never mind. If there is even a system, then is it not perfectly reasonable for a deck of playing cards to suddenly appear? Where are you going? Come play truth or dare. He is sleepy. Are you sleepy? I am not sleepy. See, he is not sleepy. Anyway, Tang Xiaoxiao was completely controlled by her best friend Zhong Qing'er. She did not know how someone with no martial arts could control someone who did. Perhaps it was the advantage of appearing first. Who made Zhong Qing'er the first-generation female lead? Tang Xiaoxiao, to put it bluntly, was just the second generation. However, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to feel a bit sorry for Cao Chuan. According to Tang Xiaoxiao's logic, there was no need to test Cao Chuan. There was nothing to test. Brother Chuan clearly was not a philanderer. But according to Zhong Qing'er's logic, there was indeed no need to test, but she needed to leave some leverage, so she could turn the tables later and become the queen. So the two girls' starting points were different, and their attitudes were naturally different. Let us do the simplest one. Draw cards. K is the largest, A is the smallest. The largest asks the smallest, choose truth or a penalty drink. Still drinking? Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless. Then just a small penalty sip. Drink as much as you want, just for show. Zhong Qing'er was not really trying to get him drunk, so she changed the rules accordingly. The game was set like that. Anyway, old Cao's opinion was not asked. The three of them sat cross-legged on the floor mat. Cao Chuan leaned against the sofa, eyes blurry with drink, casually drew a card, then held it in front of his eyes, and looked at it for a long time. I am a 10. Zhong Qing'er directly showed her card, looking confident of victory. I am a queen. Tang Xiaoxiao. I cannot see clearly. Zhong Qing'er craned her neck. Haha, you are a 6. You are the smallest. I will ask you a question. Is not Xiaoxiao asking? Cao Chuan looked confused. Oh, you are quite sober. All right, Xiaoxiao asks. Zhong Qing'er turned and gave Xiaoxiao a meaningful look. Tang Xiaoxiao helplessly said, then I will ask, do you like Qing'er? Truth. Zhong Qing'er rolled her eyes at her, seemingly blaming her for wasting this opportunity. Why do not you ask something else? I like her. An easy question. Cao Chuan spoke truthfully. Zhong Qing'er sighed, looking at Tang Xiaoxiao. See? Was not that a waste? How could he not like me? You asked a useless question. Tang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled, putting down her card, not minding her best friend's wistful gaze. Anyway, she did not want to take advantage of Cao Chuan. She did not know if it was pity, but she just felt it was not right. Again, chapter 139. The three of them played back and forth, and Cao Chuan lost several hundred million. There was wine and snacks nearby. After having fun, the three of them drank some more. At the end of the day, they were all young women in their early 20s, lively and playful. Even Tang Xiaoxiao gradually got into the game, as there were always some questions that could ignite one's competitive spirit. Zhong Qing'er finally got a 7, the highest card. Tang Xiaoxiao was a 6, and Cao Chuan was a 3. That unlucky guy. Without cheating with his storage space, he was nothing. His gambling luck had been terrible since his previous life, and he had never won a single card game against the high-level officials. Damn it. Ha ha ha. It is my turn this time, old cow. Tell me, who is prettier, me or Xiaoxiao? Be honest, speak from your heart, Zhong Qing'er said. That address, old cow, was quite something. It made Cao Chuan want to do something bad. As for who was prettier, Cao Chuan really did not want to say. How could she even compare herself to Tang Xiaoxiao? Although Tang Xiaoxiao's name had a small in it, she was truly substantial. Among the current heroines, only Bu Jinyan, who had cheated, could firmly surpass Tang Xiaoxiao in size. As for the others, even Su Ya, who had automatically increased in size during her lactation period, was far behind Tang Xiaoxiao. Not to mention her figure and skin quality. She practiced martial arts. She was close to the stage of Huajin, and her skin was so smooth that water would not beat on it like a duck's back. Even a drop of ink on her leg would instantly slide to the ground. Of course, more importantly, how could a home flower be as fragrant as a wild one? Surely the one not yet obtained was prettier. Such pointless questions. Cao Chuan fell silent. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart also jolted, especially after Cao Chuan's silence. Her heart instantly leaped to her throat. To be fair, the misunderstandings between her and Cao Chuan were not once or twice, and each time, Zhong Qing'er was unaware. What if Cao Chuan, after a bit of alcohol, blurted something out? Even if nothing happened afterward, and there was still no ambiguity between them, saying it out loud would make Zhong Qing'er overthink. You actually hesitated, Zhong Qing'er shrieked. Cao Chuan had an innocent look. I am thinking about who is prettier between you two, but in comparison, you each have your own unique charms, your own good qualities and advantages. I cannot lie just because you are my girlfriend, can I? Is this not truth or dare? Do I have to tell a lie? See, our old cow is so honest. Mainly, he also knew that Zhong Qing'er was not the type to get genuinely jealous. With this explanation, she would not overthink it. Zhong Qing'er huffed lightly. Humph, you are right. Phew. Tang Xiaoxiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Again, Zhong Qing'er pouted. Although she accepted it, her competitive spirit was also ignited. Downstairs, Wang Haodong glared irritably at the butler beside him. The butler usually did not accompany him. Today, it was because the four clans had run into trouble, and the North was watching the show. So Wang Haodong's butler scurried over, ready to take the young master back, as this was the master's instruction. The main concern was that the young master might get into trouble. After all, the whole family knew that the young master was a bit foolish, and for a woman, he might do anything at any time. Rashly getting involved in the schemes between the Ye family and the four clans, plus the authorities, it was easy to get caught in the crossfire and die without even knowing how. Young master, it is not that this old servant talks too much, but the master ordered that you must be brought back today, no matter what. And if this old servant may add, the young miss of the Tang family clearly does not like you, the butler said. You are talking nonsense. How could she not like me? Even if she does not like me now, she must have some good feelings, Wang Haodong argued. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through it, then handed it to the butler. See for yourself. The butler took the phone and read it. The content was actually very simple. It was a text message Tang Xiaoxiao sent to Wang Haodong, explaining the situation. She described it as very serious, with remnants of the Ye family assassinating family scions everywhere, telling him to leave quickly and go back north from Zonghai. She warned him lest he be killed by Ye Chen. The tone was neither happy nor sad, just a very mechanical notification and reminder. The butler said, the young miss of the Tang family is quite responsible. She even knows to tell you to leave quickly. Wang Haodong nodded proudly. See, if she did not like me, if she did not have good feelings for me, why would she care about me so much? Why would she worry about me so much and even actively send me a message? The butler's face was one of utter exasperation. Young master, where do you see the young miss of the Tang family caring about you? What do you know? Wang Haodong snorted. Do you know how she used to treat me? She could not be bothered with me. The butler nodded. The young master was a bit foolish, but he was self-aware, which was a good quality. Wang Haodong's expression suddenly softened. He took back his phone and pointed to the message content on the screen. Look at her now. Although her tone is not very gentle, she cares about my life and death. Is that not caring about me? She is slowly getting better. The butler was speechless. Wang Haodong waved his hand, looking up at the high rise. Tang Xiaoxiao should be on the 26th floor, right? 26th floor was quite high. Which window exactly? Damn it, he had counted just now, and now he could not find it again. Young master, whether the young miss of the Tang family cares about you or not, she did warn you. You should listen. Now that the Ye family people are back, and have such a big conflict with the four great families, and there is also the authorities, the butler advised. You shut up. I finally counted to the 20th floor, Wang Haodong snapped. Where did I count to just now? Do not talk now, wait until I finish counting, Wang Haodong muttered. Wang Haodong counted floor by floor. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, he locked onto the 26th floor. Wang Haodong showed a relieved smile. So it is this window, ha ha ha. The butler rubbed his forehead. Young master, why do we not leave now? Or, you can go up and find her. Seeing you like this makes this old servant's heart ache. What do you know? You do not know anything. I am telling you, I have a master helping me now, and Xiao Xiao will definitely fall in love with me. Definitely, Wang Haodong said with certainty. Young master, it is not a question of love now. It is that if you stay, you might die. Nonsense. That dog from the Ye family. He wants revenge on the Ning family. What does that have to do with me? Do you think I do not know? Do you think I am stupid? Wang Haodong snorted. The butler shook his head helplessly. Yes, he is seeking revenge on the Ning family, but the situation is different now. Then I absolutely cannot leave. Xiao Xiao could be in danger at any moment. I need to protect her. She has her own bodyguards. Bodyguards are bodyguards. Can they be like me? If I left at the most dangerous time, then I would have no chance with her for the rest of my life. Deserting in battle. Do you know what crime that is? Do not harm me, Wang Haodong said. Wang Haodong's face was gentle. I want her to know that I am willing to die for her. The butler was completely convinced and simply remained silent, standing by his young master. Forget it. He would have a good talk with the master later. He would tell the master to have another child, while he was still young. This one was completely controlled by women. It made the butler very depressed. At this moment, he could only stay and protect the young master's safety. Fortunately, he had brought many experts before coming. Even if remnants of the Ye family suddenly appeared, he believed they could protect the young master well. A moment later, the butler looked at Wang Haodong in surprise, seeing him counting floors again. Damn it. He forgot which window it was again. Master, is there something wrong with your genes? Or were you swapped at birth? Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the Shen family villa, at Shen Menyi's residence, a man arrived. He was a very imposing man, walking with a swagger. The man had a neat flat-top haircut, and wore a modern modified Zhongshan suit. He was in his early 30s, but looked exceptionally mature. Man Yi, he called out. Why are you here? Shen Menyi frowned slightly. I heard you had trouble, so I came, the man said in a deep voice. No need. Shen Menyi did not even get up, remaining seated on the sofa, her beautiful legs crossed, looking at the man in front of her. His name was Long Yuan. His surname was Long, Dragon. One of the largest families in the northern faction, his status was very similar to the Shen family in the southern faction, with an extraordinary position. If there were a dragon group, its leader would definitely be surnamed Long, a Long family member. Long Yuan's identity was also quite explosive, a small leader of a special organization in the Imperial Guard. He was very much like a soldier, but more impressive than an ordinary soldier. Long Yuan's personality was very direct. I was worried something would happen to you, so I brought a team to help you solve the Ye family's troubles, he said bluntly. Hey, Shen Menyi laughed, a half-smile on her face. Your old man knows, right? Long Yuan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment. I will tell him later. Forget it. I would not dare to associate with your Long family. It is quite frightening, Shen Menyi said. Shen Menyi elegantly picked up a glass of champagne and took a sip. Now that you see I am fine, you should be relieved. Go back to your territory. This is not the Long family's place to ride the clouds and mist. Man Yi, go. Shen Menyi's expression darkened. Not yelling to get lost was already giving him face. Don't misunderstand. This was not some fiancé. Actually, the Long and Shen families were related by marriage. Shen Menyi had an older sister, more than 5 years her senior, who had previously married into the Long family. An outsider daughter-in-law gets bullied. Mainly, Shen Menyi's sister suffered a lot in this regard. In short, there were many details. To put it plainly, Long Yuan was her brother-in-law. He always felt he owed Shen Menyi's sister money because Long Yuan was not by her side when she died. Therefore, when Long Yuan heard that his sister-in-law and his deceased wife's maiden family were in trouble, he secretly ran over without permission. After all, the Long and Shen families were in a state of estrangement due to previous events. Do I still need to invite you out? Get out. Shen Menyi's expression turned cold. I will guard outside. Long Yuan took a deep breath and turned to leave. Chapter 140. Aside from Ningyu, the other 3 female leads each have their own follower trailing behind them. There is no need to mention Wang Hedong, who follows Tang Xiaoxiao. He is a pure pushover, a pitiful child. Even Brother Cao feels a little sorry for him. The top-ranked female lead, Shen Menyi, has Long Yuan by her side. He appears full of integrity and incorruptible. He looks formidable, and his strength is impressive, starting at the late stage of internal force. This strength is at least as high as the realm of Ye Chen. If they were to truly fight, Ye Chen could kill him. He is considered a leader among the younger generation, and he has many followers and fans. Especially after his wife, who was the elder sister of Shen Menyi, passed away, he became a desirable bachelor with extra appeal. On the surface, this man acts like a gentleman, just like Brother Cao. But in private, he cannot compare to Brother Cao. He actually wants to find a substitute, whether to hide the guilt in his heart, or simply because he is lustful. In any case, Shen Menyi is undoubtedly his best candidate. So, on the surface, he has no romantic intentions toward Shen Menyi. He claims he is just protecting her as his wife's sister, considering it a way to honor his deceased wife. The result is that when Shen Menyi and Ye Chen cooperate in the late stage of the future plot, this man goes crazy. The way he acts like a mad dog is a world apart from how he is now. It is even worse than Wang Hedong. He is incredibly hypocritical. Brother Cao looks down on him. Brother Cao is so genuine. At this moment, Brother Cao was being supported by them, one on each side, stumbling back to the room. Zhong Qinger exhaled. This guy is really heavy. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled from the side. You brought this upon yourself. No, I did not. Zhong Qinger huffed sweetly. Just watch him for me for a bit. I am going to get something. Zhong Qinger ran off after saying that, a little dizzy herself, and almost hit the door. Tang Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples, exhaled a mouthful of alcohol-laced breath, and sat down to rest. She had also drunk quite a bit. They say she can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but not being drunk does not mean not being dizzy. No matter who you are, if you drink too much, you will vomit or be unable to walk straight when you see a handsome guy. And after drinking, your eyes come with a built-in beauty filter. She glanced sideways at Cao Chuan, who was lying quietly beside her. For some reason, she felt he looked a little handsome. Qingye's luck is really good. Although, in terms of status, it is a bit awkward, but on second thought, is it not keeping good things in the family? It seems so. Anyway, Qingye is lucky to have found a man who is top-notch in all aspects. Most importantly, he dotes on her and spoils her, especially when you judge character after drinking. Look at Brother Cao. He does not make a fuss when he is drunk, just smiles along with whatever is said, then collapses and sleeps after laughing. How quiet he is. Like a quiet, handsome man. It shows that he is inherently a very reserved, quiet, and steady man. For a moment, Tang Xiaoxiao was lost in thought, gazing at him. Zhong Qinger ran back like crazy, having gotten a digital video recorder from somewhere, and was now filming. Tang Xiaoxiao instinctively spoke, forcing a wry smile. Can you stop bullying him? You do not understand. Zhong Qinger waved her hand. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. She was not in a position to say too much, but she did feel Zhong Qinger was being a bit excessive. He is such a good person. Why do you have to do this? But only Qingye knew this was her chance to turn things around. If she missed this opportunity, she might not get another good one. Forget it, you take care of him. I am a bit dizzy. I am going to wash up and rest. Call me if you need anything. Go, go, go. Zhong Qinger waved her hands repeatedly. How could she have time for her best friend now? First, record the video. Half an hour later, Tang Xiaoxiao had showered, and was in a sheer silk nightgown, applying some cream to her beautiful legs. Women who practice martial arts often pay attention to their maintenance. While taking care of herself, she was still thinking about the room next door. Tonight it should be a bit quieter, right? After all, Brother Cao had too much to drink. Wait, something was not right. Tang Xiaoxiao's jade hand paused, and her face instantly flushed red. She was also a little angry at Zhong Qinger. Zhong Qinger, are you not going too far? He is already drunk. Do you really have to finish him off? Poor brother Cao. Tang Xiaoxiao sighed softly, knowing she could not control these things, so she could only sulk and think about finding an opportunity to talk to Qing'er later. Be careful. Brother Cao is so drunk, doing this to him could easily lead to problems. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, almost 1.5 hours. Tang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, covered her head, and clutched the quilt. She was done for. But the room next door still was not done. Most of Tang Xiaoxiao's drunkenness had faded. She thought to herself that no matter what, she would not stay here tomorrow. It was too enjoyable and too tormenting. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the sounds stopped. Click. Soon, the sound of a door opening came from outside, along with the sound of slippers walking, which sounded like a man's footsteps, heavier. Then, sounds came from the bathroom. Brother Cao went to shower. Finally, Tang Xiaoxiao felt a wave of exhaustion. With her astonishing hearing, the gushing sound of the shoriad was incredibly sleep-inducing, and she soon drifted into a dream. First, use traditional Chinese medicinal herbs like epimedium, actinitum, remenia root, and deer antler. A total of 12 Chinese medicinal herbs. Most of these medicinal herbs have one characteristic. They have a slight effect on the nerves, making the interactions of couples more interesting. The medicinal properties are aphrodisiac. Of course, this is not some forbidden drug. It is a normal Chinese medicine prescription. It just depends on how you combine it, and it can only be used as an auxiliary. It will not make people lose their minds. Grind it into a powder, and it emits some unique scents that, in certain specific situations, can stimulate inner desires. This is also why Tang Xiaoxiao would act the way she did. In her dream, Tang Xiaoxiao dreamed of many strange things, but it always seemed to revolve around Cao Chuan. Either in a haunted house or in rooms with unclear locations, Cao Chuan was always by her side, and then the dream was fragmented and illogical. Cao Chuan was dotingly behind her. Hiss. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly woke up with a start. She felt someone behind her. It was very much like the feeling in a suspense movie, where she could not move, like sleep paralysis. But she could hear heavy breathing by her ear. Wrong room. Tang Xiaoxiao was very empathetic, so she was not angry for a moment. Instead, she was making excuses for the person behind her, and the excuse seemed quite plausible. Are people not allowed to get drunk and go into the wrong room? Brother Cao, you have come to the wrong place. She stammered. Her voice was very soft. She did not know if she was afraid of disturbing the next room, or afraid of disturbing Cao Chuan, or perhaps disturbing the little devil in her own heart. In any case, he would not leave. Brother Cao. She could not push him away at all. A powerful martial artist did not dare to use force at this moment, afraid of hurting someone, so she could only quiet down in this dilemma. Let us put it this way. Normally, newly bought cars need to be broken in, otherwise they do not drive as smoothly, and often have some minor issues. From buying the car to completing the paperwork, and finally getting the license plate, it all requires a process, and this takes time. Nothing happens overnight. However, a test drive car does not have so many rules. And this car was being test-driven for the first time. The fuel tank was full, so it was not that troublesome. There was almost no hindrance. As is well known, test drive cars are either high-end models or bare-bones models. This particular car, for some reason, was a bare-bones model. The engine had just been turned off, and had not rested before it was started again. After that, it could not be refused at all, driving all the way to 80 miles per hour. The time it took was like driving a loop around the outer ring of Zonghai. It was about 1 hour. Who test drives a car like that? Only Cao Chuan would be so shameless as to treat a test drive car as his own private vehicle. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Cao Chuan returned to the master bedroom at some unknown time. Tang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had changed the bedsheets. The old ones were taken directly, and then discarded in the trash can in the stairwell. Do not ask why there is a trash can in the stairwell. In high-end residential areas, each floor's stairwell has a separate trash can for residents to dispose of trash. Otherwise, what is the point of paying property management fees? She left before dawn. Just as she went downstairs, Xiaoxiao, why are you still here? Wang Haodong trotted over, looking tired. He had waited all night. Was it not just to wait for Tang Xiaoxiao? Why are you only leaving now? Wang Haodong did not mind Tang Xiaoxiao's attitude. After all, this was just Tang Xiaoxiao. Is it any of your business? I am not trying to control you. Did you not say outsiders are too dangerous? I have people here. The butler brought people to protect me, and to protect you too. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart was not calm at this moment. Her emotions were turbulent, and her steps were not smooth. Naturally, she did not have her usual mindset. So, she did not know if it was guilt or some other reason, but she simply explained to Wang Haodong, to avoid rumors and misunderstandings. I originally planned to stay here with my best friend, but something came up at home, and I need to go back. Wang Haodong felt so wonderful. Tang Xiaoxiao actually explained her actions to him. It was the first time in his life. He felt that the peak of his life was coming. Wang Haodong nodded. Staying here is good too. After all, this place is safer than where you are, and I can protect you downstairs. I do not need your protection. I will not disturb you. Do not worry, I absolutely will not disturb you, Wang Haodong said with a smile. Tang Xiaoxiao sighed. Whatever you want, but you would best go back to the north. It is not safe here. She cares about me. She cares about me again. Family, who understands? I know. I will listen to you. I will go back to the north, The man grinned, smiling beautifully. Suit yourself. Tang Xiaoxiao could tell he had not really listened. Just as she was about to leave, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly looked at Wang Haodong and said, Wang Haodong, you and I, it is impossible. It was impossible before, and it will be even more impossible in the future. Do not waste your time on me. I have someone I like. I will not pester. What? You have what? Wang Haodong was dumbfounded. I said, I have someone I like. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Believe it or not. Who is it? Does it concern you? I will get. Wang Haodong wanted to say he would kill him, but the words caught in his throat as he remembered some things Brother Cao had said. Do not be like this. Absolutely must not be impetuous. And when facing major issues, one must have inner calm. Wang Haodong forced a smile. Xiao, you are deliberately tricking me, are you not? Chapter 141. I just do not want you to waste your time on me. You do not lack people who like you, nor do you lack people you like. Why do you insist on pursuing me? Tang Xiaoxiao had a very direct personality. Although she was sometimes timid, she was not manipulative. Any hint of manipulation she showed now was the influence of Cao Chuan. She would not deliberately string along a suitor. She did not enjoy being fawned over. She just wanted to be alone and quiet. She had told Wang Haodong this many times, but he simply refused to listen. Coupled with recent events, she did not know what to do in the future, but she had found a real excuse. She used the fact that she had someone she liked to clearly reject Wang Haodong. I just like you. You, never mind. I am too lazy to talk to you. Do not follow me. I am going home. Watching Tang Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, Wang Haodong's gaze was dazed. Such a beautiful woman. Even when she was angry, she was so beautiful. Even her back was stunning. He. Young master. Whoa, you scared me. Why are you so ghostly? Young master, you were too distracted. The young miss of the Tang family said she has someone she likes. Nonsense. She is testing me. The butler felt like a flock of crows was flying over his head. Young master, where did you hear that she was testing you? Why can I not hear it? Because you do not understand love, you bald old man. Wang Haodong nodded. Do you know? She cared about me at least twice today, plus yesterday's text message. That is more than 3 times within 24 hours. And I understand her. She does not have any male friends around her at all. How could she suddenly have someone she likes? So, she is just doing it on purpose. It is a test, understand? The butler was speechless. Young master, you seem exceptionally intelligent when it comes to these matters. That is right. Wang Haodong chuckled and shook his head. I am telling you, you all think I am stupid, but that is just because I am too lazy to bother with other things. What is studying? What is family? What do they have to do with me? The hardships to be endured, the suffering to be borne, the elders of the previous generation have already endured them for me. I was born in this life to enjoy blessings. So why should I act so smart? Have you heard of blessed ignorance? And other things just do not interest me, understand? After listening to his young master's pretentious remarks, the butler was half convinced. It seemed to make some sense. The young master did indeed appear exceptionally intelligent in some matters. Was he a suitor who would not give up? Perhaps to an outsider, the young master was a man with no dignity, who shamed the Wang family for a woman. But thinking about it the other way, the young master himself was happy. There were too many rich and powerful people in this world. The Wang family was nothing special, but how many people could truly be happy? How many people could truly recognize themselves? But the young master was one of them. He was happy and joyful, and his joy came very simply. Indeed, the young master had great wisdom. Young master, then why do you not explain it clearly to the master? The master is very disappointed in you. Disappointment is his business. What does it have to do with me? As a father, if he cannot see through his own son, is he going to blame me? Young master, you seem to have attained enlightenment. That is right. Damn it, what are you blabbering about? Hurry up and follow. Protect Xiao. If anything happens to Xiao, even a tiny scratch, I will kill you. Yes. The butler turned and left. Wang Haodong also followed, continuing to protect Xiao. 9 in the morning. Cao Chuan was eating breakfast, which had been delivered by a local shop. In those days, before delivery applications appeared, some shops in big cities had dedicated delivery personnel, offering a one-stop service of ordering by phone, delivery, and payment. These pan-fried buns were good, as expected of a big brand. Mainly it was his mood. With his current state of mind, as long as it was edible, everything tasted good. A soft notification chime sounded in his mind. System notification. The protagonist halo of the Child of Destiny, Ye Chen, has been destroyed by 20%. The host's villain halo has increased by 20%. A total of 50% of Ye Chen's luck has been stripped away. 2 out of 4 destined heroines have been impacted. Keep up the good work, my boss. The system continued. The more thoroughly the Child of Destiny's halo is destroyed, the greater the settlement reward. The faster the kill speed, the richer the settlement reward. Villain luck has increased by 200,000. This was certainly enough to make one happy. He had nearly 600,000 luck in total. In comparison, the former Lin Han was trash. It was just that people compare themselves to others. Ye Chen was indeed more formidable. It was fortunate that he had time to set up schemes. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. But Cao Chuan knew the terror of the Child of Destiny. Even in the current situation, he could not relax at all. With half of his luck still with him, Ye Chen was still very powerful. He at least had the qualifications to perish together with him. It was clear that this protagonist halo absolutely had to be stripped away. If it was not completely stripped, even if Cao Chuan seemed to have the upper hand, he could still lose everything in the end. Dazed and confused, Zhong Qing'er woke up. She clung to Cao Chuan like a koala, sitting on him and eating breakfast. Ha, where is Xiao Xiao? Cao Chuan shook his head. I do not know. She left when I woke up this morning. Maybe she had something to do, and the room was even cleaned up. See how virtuous that girl is. Humph. Zhong Qing'er was not very jealous, but that did not mean she was not jealous at all. She pouted in anger. Then go marry her. You are being unreasonable, are you not? Cao Chuan laughed and shook his head. How could he possibly get married? He was destined to be single in this life. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would not get married. With the fate of a lone star, he was also very helpless. You praised her first. Am I praising her? I am hinting at you, telling you to be a little more virtuous. Are you tired of me? That is not what I mean. It is just that you are already so perfect. If you were a little more virtuous, would you not be even more perfect? Humph. Zhong Qing'er immediately accepted the flattery. You will stay here these few days. I will come to accompany you when I have time. I have some business to discuss in a bit. Oh, then come over when you are free. Do not worry. Cao Chuan poked her nose. After Cao Chuan left, Zhong Qing'er nestled on the sofa and called Tang Xiaoxiao. Why did you leave so early? I went home for a bit, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Back to the Tang family. Yes. Her words sounded a bit hesitant. Tang Xiaoxiao was not unable to lie, she just did not like to, especially not to her friends. But in the current situation, what could she do? Are you done with your business? If you are, come back. I am so bored alone. Alone? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Brother Chuan, he left. Yes. He said he went to talk business. Oh. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I will go find you in the afternoon. Alright, then I will go shopping first. We will meet on the street later and come back together. Zhong Qing'er was not from the four great families, so she was not afraid of being attacked. She hung up the phone. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned back on the sofa. She had not actually gone back to the Tang family, and Wang Haodong had not suspected anything either. Returning to this small rented apartment, Tang Xiaoxiao just lay on the sofa in a daze and even took a nap, as she was too tired. A few hours of sleep were enough for her to recover her spirit and energy. She felt a slight twinge when she got up. Looking at her phone, she hesitated whether to call Cao Chuan. Time passed by little by little. Finally, Tang Xiaoxiao made up her mind. She dialed Cao Chuan's number. Hello, Xiaoxiao. As soon as she heard her brother Chuan's voice, all the words Tang Xiaoxiao had prepared instantly vanished. Her mind was somewhat blank. What is wrong? Is something the matter? For some reason, Tang Xiaoxiao felt a bit shy and annoyed, especially Cao Chuan's voice. It was very calm as he had been with her before. Oh right. Cao Chuan asked softly. When I woke up this morning, I saw your room door open. You left so early. Was something the matter? Be careful outside. Be wary of the remnants of the Ye family. His words of concern made the anger that had just risen in her subside a lot. Last night, she started to stammer. Cao Chuan chuckled. I drank too much last night. I did not make a fool of myself, did I? No. You do not remember what happened after you got drunk. What happened? Oh no, did I really make a fool of myself? It should not be. I usually do not cause trouble when I drink too much. Cao Chuan was surprised, seemingly talking to himself. Tang Xiaoxiao let out a huge sigh of relief and confirmed again. You do not remember what happened later. I do not remember. Oh, I have a slight impression, but it is related to Qing'er. I think I even took a shower. Did I disturb your rest? No. That is good. Sigh, drinking causes trouble. I cannot drink so much anymore. My throat hurts when I wake up in the morning. Cao Chuan sighed. Then he added, remember, Xiaoxiao, you must be extra careful outside now. If anything happens, contact me immediately. I know. Brother Chuan. She quickly hung up the phone. Tang Xiaoxiao stared blankly at her phone. He did not remember anything, and he thought it was with Qing'er. While relieved, she also felt an inexpressible disappointment. Originally, she had made this call to cut ties, wanting to directly tell Cao Chuan that what happened last night was just an accident, that no one was allowed to mention it again, and to try not to meet, as she could not betray Qing'er. This was what she had decided after careful consideration. As a result, Cao Chuan's state directly interrupted her intent. It made her feel like she had punched cotton, unable to exert any force, and very deflated. She could not cut ties. She would just take it as a silent loss. It was just a little unwilling. Tang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, her expression not good. It was not anger, nor was it depression, but a very complex emotion that filled her heart. So you finally decided to come back. A pink slipper flew over. Cao Chuan was agile. He tilted his head to dodge, and casually threw a crystal over. Less nonsense. I have been tired all night. Come and give me a back rub. Coming right up. Bu Jingyan, being shameless, took the crystal and scurried over. Chapter 142. People always have their own persona and personality. Tang Xiaoxiao is a girl who dislikes procrastination and extreme push and pull. If she likes something, she likes it. If she does not like something, she will state it clearly and end it cleanly. Unless she encounters a simp. So, Cao Chuan cannot let her know that he already knows what she knows. He must pretend not to know what she knows, to put her into a passive, extreme push and pull situation. And since her superficial persona is timid and weak, if she is passively subjected to extreme push and pull, it will be difficult for her to proactively break the stalemate. She will be engulfed in a vast sea of psychological conflict. After all, she is somewhat of a closet pervert. Otherwise, she would not have thrown away the bedsheet. Before throwing it, she cut off that piece and secretly hid it. It is unclear if it was for a memento or as evidence of a crime. Comfortable. Cao Chuan narrowed his eyes, enjoying the strength of the girl kneading his muscles. Not only was his body and mind comfortable, but it was also the pleasant sensation after his luck increased. In the unseen world, the heavens seemed to exert less pressure. Next up is Ningyu. Shen Menyi. The plot has already changed drastically, and the original plot only holds some reference value, so it all depends on Cao Chuan's personal arrangements and his grasp of the plot. Relatively speaking, he needs to pay more attention to details. The upcoming details will determine the final success or failure. Comfortable, right? It is all right. Give me another crystal. Are you eating crystals now? Cao Chuan asked, feeling speechless. Are you giving it or not? The girl sat directly on his lower back, clutching Cao Chuan's neck with both hands, threateningly. You have finally fallen into my hands, have you not? Quick, hand over the crystals, and I will spare you. You might as well choke me. I am out. I gave you all the crystals. Where would I have any more on me? That is a lie. You still have at least a dozen. The girl was not really choking him. It was more playful than coercive. So Cao Chuan did not struggle. He closed his eyes, feigning heroism, looking as if to say, do as you please, kill or flay me. In reality, he was enjoying the comfort of her presence. She was not tall, but she had a great figure, and everything was in the right place. It was exceptional. Quick, tell me. The girl, in a riding position, swayed her body. Cao Chuan still kept his eyes closed and said nothing. Seeing that Cao Chuan would not budge, the girl huffed. If you give me another crystal, I will tell you something. What is it? You give it to me first. If you are not going to say it, then forget it. I do not want to hear it. Cao Chuan turned his head away. Humph. The girl said, that woman from the Ning family invited you to a banquet. If you give me a crystal, I will tell you the address. Oh. Cao Chuan opened his eyes. You are not jealous. For a single crystal, you are allowing me to flirt with other women. Flirt with whoever you want. I do not care. I just want the crystals. Cao Chuan chuckled and shook his head. Then do not regret it. Do not worry. The most regrettable thing in my life was meeting you. Could there be anything more regrettable than that? Hand it over. Eventually, amidst their playful banter, Cao Chuan gave her a crystal. It did not matter. He would have a mind soon, so why care about 1 or 2 crystals? A crystal for an invitation card. The address was Yunfen Mountain Villa. This is Ningyu's main base in Zhonghai. This was delivered by Zheng Myron last night, but she unfortunately did not see Cao Chuan. As the lady of the house, Bu Jinyin generously entertained her with a cup of tea, also conveying a message to Ningyu. Stop trying to get my man. Your Ning family is not worthy. The girl curiously asked, what does Ningyu want to do by inviting you? Cao Chuan extended his hand. Give me a crystal, and I will tell you. Humph, say it or not, I do not care. The girl, cradling the 2 crystals she had so painstakingly earned, bounced away. Looking at her curvaceous back, honestly, her figure was top-notch. Her movements were perfect. Cao Chuan sighed. Why have those clothes I ordered not arrived yet? The express delivery service these days is really slow. Of course, Cao Chuan also knew that many of the clothes were custom-made and had not appeared anywhere else yet. When quality is required, the production speed would naturally be slower. All clothes were purely handmade. Thinking of some special outfits, a warmth ignited in Cao Chuan's heart. The phone rang. Cao Chuan glanced at it, narrowed his eyes, and walked outside. The 2 young girls were upstairs doing their homework. Mornings were their homework time, and with the elder girl supervising, they dared not slack off even a little. Hello, Dong Zi. Brother Cao, where are you? Cao Chuan was slightly startled. Was it to demand an explanation? Did he find out? No, that is not right. If he had found out, he would not call him Brother Cao. Even if he were polite, he would call him Cao. I am working. What is up? Can you not say it over the phone? Cao Chuan said casually. Wang Haodong urgently said, something happened, Brother Cao. Something big happened. Speak slowly. What is the rush? Is Xiao Xiao in some danger? It is not that she is in danger, but she has a man she likes. Impossible, right? Why would I not know? It is true, Brother Cao. What is the specific situation? How do you know? Tell me everything in detail, Cao Chuan said in a deep voice. Okay. Then Wang Haodong explained the situation. It was mainly his own speculation. Originally, Wang Haodong did not believe it, thinking it was just Tang Xiaoxiao's excuse. But after he came to his senses, Wang Haodong cleverly noticed the problem. He had pursued her many times, and Tang Xiaoxiao had rejected him many times. But no matter how Tang Xiaoxiao rejected him, she had never used the excuse that she had someone she liked to put him off or reject him. So Wang Haodong panicked after realizing this, his heart racing. He felt this was not an excuse. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. He hurriedly called Cao Chuan. Brother Cao, tell me, does she really have someone she likes? Your suspicion is very reasonable. Cao Chuan nodded. The problem is, do you have anyone you suspect? I do not know. Wang Hadong's tone changed, becoming very anxious. I have not seen her interact much with any man. At banquets, although she socializes, it is just socializing. I have not noticed any hints. That is why I came to you, Brother Cao, to ask if you have any clues. I have not paid attention either. You know, my girlfriend is Xiao Xiao's daughter. When we are together, my attention is all on my girlfriend. How could I possibly pay attention to Xiao Xiao's matters? Cao Chuan said, sounding exasperated. That is true. Wang Haodong sighed. Then what should we do, Brother Cao? You have to help me. At least let me know who it is. I will kill him. Killing him might be a bit excessive, would it not? We are civilized people. We reason. We do not resort to violence. Cao Chuan spoke softly. Do not worry. I will pay a little more attention for you. I will arrange to meet Xiao Xiao more often, and discreetly inquire about her thoughts. Brother, I am really busy lately. This is all I can do to help you. Brother Cao, thank you. Sigh. No need to be polite between brothers. After hanging up, Cao Chuan shook his head. This kid is so pitiful. Although simps do not come to a good end, and whatever the outcome, it is their own doing. Sometimes people have a natural sympathy for the weak. Anyway, Cao Chuan feels a bit sorry for him right now. Get rid of Ye Chen as soon as possible. This kid, Wang Haodong, is not easy either. Do not ask why he wants to get rid of Ye Chen. If you ask, it is because once Ye Chen's luck is gone, Wang Haodong will be free. Cao Chuan did not plan to kill Wang Haodong. They are all villains. Why should villains make it difficult for other villains? Plus, his own protagonist Halo naturally makes other villains loyal to him. One must understand the core function of these halos. Wang Haodong is young and rich, with a powerful background. Why did he become a simp? Is it simply because Tang Xiaoxiao is beautiful? Not necessarily. Bu Jinyan, Shen Menyi, and Ningyu are no less attractive than Tang Xiaoxiao. Why does Wang Haodong only simp for Tang Xiaoxiao? From another perspective, Wang Haodong's current brainless, intelligence-reduced state is actually due to the suppression of the protagonist Halo. It is Ye Chen's existence that made him a simp and an idiot. It is all in preparation for Ye Chen to slap his face. So, as long as Ye Chen's luck is gone, or Ye Chen dies, Wang Haodong will instantly become enlightened. Although he will still have a bit of intelligence reduction, it will definitely not be his current state. At that time, he will suddenly realize that the girl has rejected him so many times. With his powerful background, how can he shamelessly pester her? There are so many women in the world. He will quickly emerge from the shadow of being a simp. At that time, he will become Cao Chuan's subordinate. The Wang family will also become Cao Chuan's arm. This is the ending Cao Chuan arranged for him. See how good it is. Cao Chuan is not a great villain, nor is he bloodthirsty. Cao Chuan never kills people. Furthermore, Cao Chuan also heard many details from the conversation between Wang Haodong and Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts are currently also in a state of indecision. Next time, add some fuel to the fire. Yunfan Mountain Villa. Black dress, silk stockings. The stockings were ultra thin, so thin that they were almost invisible, as if she was not wearing any. And they made her already snow white. Lustrous skin seemed to have an added layer of subtle mystery. She was a woman who knew how to dress. Ningyu reclined on a chaise longue, her legs crossed. After hearing the news from her family, the Ning family still had no clue about Ye Chen's capture. But she heard that something happened last night. Elder Lu secretly met with Ye Chen and prevented Lu Jieyo from capturing him. No one knew if this was an act. The Shen family's opinion was that this matter must be reported to the 6th Division's Superior Department. The Zonghai 6th Division was no longer suitable to be the vanguard of the capture, unless Lu Jieyo temporarily relinquished her authority and took a leave of absence. Otherwise, the Shen family would not trust them. The Ning family naturally did not trust them either. People from the Ning family called Ningyu, also asking her to find connections. After all, Zonghai was Ningyu's territory. She was deeply rooted here, and she had some connections with all sorts of people. Hey, capturing him. Capturing my ass. Ningyu sneered and tossed her phone to the female housekeeper beside her. The female housekeeper whispered, Ye Chen is targeting our Ning family. Would it not be bad if we do not deal with this? If the family finds out, there will always be some unfavorable remarks about young miss. That makes sense. But Ningyu did not care, waving her hand. Ye Chen is nothing. Capturing him or killing him is just a matter of time before he dies. Not catching him now is only temporary. There is no need to waste energy on such a person. Remember, my goal is not Ye Chen, but the family's power. As long as I can take down Cao Chuan and get the crystals, those young masters in the family will all have to look to me. Compared to that, this is what we should be doing. Upon hearing this, the female housekeeper nodded in understanding. Flattering, young miss truly sees through things. Heh, stop flattering. Get someone to give me a foot massage. I am quite tired. Yes, young miss. Chapter 143. Ningyu's reasoning was sound. Ye Chen himself was nothing special, and the Ning family would not collapse just because of him. Although Ye Chen had killed many people and appeared very strong, in Ningyu's view, this was merely a calculated move against an unprepared opponent. The remnants of the Ye family had been planning for 10 years and surely had many methods prepared. Furthermore, the people dispatched by the 4 great clans were not all strong individuals. There are different ranks among those in the transformation realm, and not all the experts had come. They had not even used some of their special weapons. Therefore, Ye Chen had not truly put much pressure on the 4 great clans. Shen Menyi's eagerness was merely due to her strong desire for revenge, and Lu Jieyo was the same. The Ning family's urgency also stemmed from this reason. Look at the Bu family and the Tang family. Are they anxious? This revenge was not urgent for them. In comparison, the greater the losses of the other two families, the more beneficial it was for the Bu family and the Tang family. Therefore, Ningyu was clear-headed. She knew very well that what she needed to do now was not to deal with Ye Chen, but to take down Cao Chuan. As for investigating Ye Chen, Ningyu could just casually find someone to do it. If they could find him, they would find him. If not, they would wait. Were the Shen family, Lu Jiao, and the other families all useless? This matter was no longer just a personal problem for the Ning family. She would find a way to drag the Tang family and the Bu family into it later, and then Ye Chen would be doomed. As expected of someone who plays card tricks, the strength in her hands is really good. Beauty. Apply a bit more force. Yes, Zhang Myron was miserable. She was now constantly trying to please Ningyu, afraid of being sold off. Those young masters in her family were all perverts. Looking at Zhang Myron's obedient appearance, Ningyu smiled brightly. You seem very afraid of me lately. Zhang Myron quickly shook her head. It was my previous mistake that caused huge losses to young miss. I feel guilty towards young miss, not afraid of young miss. Such a sweet talker, are you not? Ningyu smiled ambiguously, not teasing her further, and closed her eyes to enjoy the foot massage. At the same time, she was thinking about Cao Chuan. Zhang Myron had reported that she went to the Cao family last night, did not see Cao Chuan, but saw Bu Jinyan, who acted as the mistress of the house. This shameless idiot. This was not good news for Ningyu. It was even uncertain if Cao Chuan would come today. Ningyu and Bu Jinyan did not have a good relationship. If Bu Jinyan whispered a few words into Cao Chuan's ear, Cao Chuan could easily side with Bu Jinyan, refusing to meet with her, let alone cooperate. Ningyu suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes flashing with a bright light. Beauty. Here, you said before, who was the woman Cao Chuan brought with him when he came to Blue Night? Zhang Myron quickly replied. At first I thought she was just an escort, and then, get to the point, it was Lei Ting. Oh, Ningyu remembered. Zhang Myron had reported this, but Ningyu had not taken it seriously at all. What was their relationship? Master and disciple. Although on the surface it looked like boss and mistress, later they referred to each other as master and disciple, Zhang Myron said. Were they a proper master and disciple? Ningyu smiled. Zhang Myron pondered. Your subordinate thinks, not proper. Good. Ningyu squinted and continued to ponder, while Zhang Myron continued to massage her silky feet, relaxing young miss, carefully, afraid of startling young miss's beautiful feet. Ningyu was not that low. She would not use such a thing as leverage. Born into the four clans, she knew too well how normal it was for everyone to have their own affairs. Presumably, Bu Jinyan would not care about such things, so this matter would not hold any sway over Cao Chuan. It would only cause resentment. Therefore, if she could not get leverage, she could only cater to his preferences. There were many beautiful women around her, but they did not seem to reach the level of Bu Jinyan and Lei Ting. Only this beauty here seemed to have decent skills. Her looks were not bad, just a little bit inferior to her own, but she could not possibly go herself, could she? Ningyu was a bit troubled. It was an unavoidable situation. Ningyu had a villainous nature, possessing those inherent traits, such as being prone to jealousy and anger. She naturally could not keep overly beautiful women by her side to compete with her. This had nothing to do with self-confidence. She simply did not want to see those who were too beautiful. As for Zhang Myron, it was because of her good skills and excellent gambling abilities. Otherwise, she would not be able to hold such a high position by Ningyu's side. Master, Xiao Ting. In the afternoon, Cao Chuan was by the swimming pool, drinking iced cola, lying under a parasol, accompanying the children. The sounds of laughter and frolicking in the pool were very therapeutic for Cao Chuan. As for Deloli, she ran off with 2 crystals, afraid that Cao Chuan would snatch them from her. In fact, Cao Chuan understood that this girl was the type who secretly worked hard. She would run off with the crystals, hide them first, and then use them for cultivation. She vowed to surpass Cao Chuan and not be bullied by him again. Her dream was grand, and it would probably be very difficult to achieve in this lifetime. He answered the phone call from his little disciple. Cao Chuan got up and walked to the side. Master, I have good news. The little disciple's voice on the phone was sweet. This voice only appeared when she was facing Cao Chuan, and it made people very happy to hear it. Good news. Broke through to the transformation realm. How could I? I am not like you, master. My talent is not that good. Lei Ting pouted slightly. Cao Chuan chuckled. Then what is it? The AnGuo Department found me and transferred me to the AnGuo Department with an order. I have been promoted, and my authority is also different, Lei Ting said joyfully. Cao Chuan's expression gradually darkened. The plot had completely changed. In the original plot, Lei Ting appeared as Shen Menyi's best friend. Being naturally gifted, after encountering martial artists, she learned some martial arts from Shen Menyi, making rapid progress. It was like she had a cheat. In this storyline, she participated in many of Shen Menyi's plots. Shen Menyi had a personality where she always suffered some losses, was rescued by the Child of Destiny, and then beaten by the Child of Destiny due to her arrogance and overconfidence, developing feelings from being beaten. Of course, this was a late-stage plot that had not appeared or started yet. Now, it naturally was not anyone else's turn. However, no matter what, Lei Ting should not be joining the AnGuo Department at this time. It was too soon. It seemed the AnGuo Department was also anxious, directly recruiting anyone they could absorb, without any vetting process. Given Lei Ting's current strength, facing Ye Chen, she would be defeated in minutes. It might even affect some of Cao Chuan's small plans. Cao Chuan pondered for a second, then smiled. It is indeed a good thing. Our eldest disciple is soaring to great heights, but, from another perspective, it is not entirely good news. Master, do not worry, I will not get carried away. I will work diligently. Lei Ting thought Master was worried she would get carried away by her rapid promotion. She was indeed a bit carried away, but not to the point of making mistakes. Cao Chuan smiled. I am not talking about that, but the current situation. You should have heard the rumors when you were in serious crimes. The 6th Division of the AnGuo Department in Zhonghai is arresting the former remnants of the Ye family, and the 4 great clans of other provincial cities are also participating. Even the higher-ups will send some experts to Zhonghai to oversee the situation, preventing it from deviating from the authorities' control. Therefore, your entry into the AnGuo Department at this time is not a good thing, especially since the remnants of the Ye family are ruthless, bloodthirsty, and incredibly powerful. Your small arms and legs are truly not enough to even fill their teeth. Lei Ting said bitterly. Master, how can you discourage someone like that? Is that Ye Chen really that strong? Cao Chuan replied, I am just telling you the truth. However, it is not a big deal. When are you going to the AnGuo Department? Reporting tomorrow. Alright, if I finish my work tonight and still have time, I will come find you and help you improve your realm. That is great, Master. Then I will go buy groceries. No need, I have an engagement tonight. It might end very late, maybe even past midnight. You can go to sleep first. If I go to find you, I will call you. Oh, alright. Master, you go ahead and be busy. I will wait for you tonight. Our obedient little disciple still needs to be protected. There is no need to let her risk herself in such matters. Or rather, letting her directly confront Ye Chen has no meaning whatsoever. Essentially, she is a prize already in his hands. Old Cao can eat her whenever he wants. Cao Chuan had not yet taken her because he did not want to rush it. He wanted to savor the flesh, to slowly absorb the soul, waiting for a good opportunity when everyone would be happy. A soul connection is far more comfortable than a purely physical one. Therefore, she naturally did not need to take risks, nor could anything happen to her. Even as previously stated, her current alignment belongs to Cao Chuan, protected by Cao Chuan's villainous aura, but it still depends on the situation. The current situation is too chaotic, with various children of destiny clashing, making it very easy for Lei Ting to be caught in the crossfire. She certainly would not die, but getting injured would make Cao Chuan feel heartache too. Our little disciple is one we cherish ourselves. It is not up to others to hurt her. Godfather, Dad, Daddy. A sudden cry of alarm rang out. It was Lu Han. Cao Chuan had just hung up the phone, and was about to go back to the study, letting the 2 little girls play in the water by themselves. Bu Yao had a cramp and choked on water. A crisis had begun. Lu Han pulled at her a few times, but could not move, almost being dragged into the water by the flailing Bu Yao. Splash! Cao Chuan dived in, without even having time to take off his clothes. He went straight down and pulled Bu Yao out. Then it was the resuscitation method. Saving lives was paramount. It also meant old Cao had waited for this moment. Actually, for a while recently, Cao Chuan did not know when this plot would appear, but according to plot inertia, it was inevitable. Therefore, whenever Cao Chuan had time, he would definitely accompany them in the afternoon, or instruct them not to go into the water when he was not around. Piffed. Bu Yao came back to life, having choked on a lot of water. Lu Han cried anxiously nearby. She had also drunk a lot. Next was a scene of a kind father and filial children, wrapping them in large towels, letting them sit under the parasol, while Cao Chuan, the old Chinese doctor, began to take their pulses, checking for any internal injuries or after effects. Lu Han embraced her little best friend, her face tear-streaked like pear blossoms in the rain, comforting Bu Yao with teary eyes. Bu Yao was all right, uncomfortable yes, but she had not reached the stage of being scared afterward. She would probably feel scared later that night, once she fully recovered, and then she would remember Cao Chuan's kindness. After all, he was her savior. And at this moment, little Bu Yao's only thought was the fear of her mother's punishment. Godfather. Chapter 144. Godfather. Can you not tell Mom? Xiao Bu Yao looked weakly at Cao Chuan, her face filled with the worry and fear of a child who had done something wrong. Her expression carried a hint of flattery, which was adorably mischievous. Why? Cao Chuan asked, knowing full well. Mom does not let me swim. I am afraid of her, afraid she will scold me. Her face was full of small grievances, a pitiful look that made one's heart ache. Why does she not let you swim? When Bu Jinyan was home, even when they could play freely in the afternoon, swimming was never an option. It was as if she deliberately avoided Bu Jinyan. Cao Chuan had noticed this detail long ago, knowing it in his heart, but never asking. Cao Chuan was good at keeping secrets. This, the little girl stammered, finally revealing the reason. It was because Bu Jinyan had told Bu Yao's fortune. She said that before the age of 18, Bu Yao should avoid water. So, from childhood, Bu Jinyan had constantly reminded her to stay away from water sources, riversides, beaches, and even far from the riverbanks. This showed how important Bu Yao was to Bu Jinyan, that nothing could happen to her. This girl carried Bu Jinyan's longing and spiritual solace for her elder brother and sister-in-law. If anything happened to Bu Yao, Bu Jinyan would probably go truly insane. Do not let this woman's usual erratic behavior fool you. When she gets angry, it is genuinely terrifying. She is probably only silly when dealing with Cao Chuan. Normally, she is quite clear-headed. Don't worry, Cao Chuan smiled, rubbing her head. If you want to swim in the future, swim openly, but with one prerequisite. I must be present. If I am not here, you are not allowed to go into the water. Although Godfather does not believe in fortune-telling either, but just in case, it is also to give your mother some peace of mind. Bu Yao's face lit up. Really? Yes, I will talk to her about this. No, no. Bu Yao shook her head repeatedly, probably afraid that Bu Jinyan would scold her. Don't worry, with me here, she cannot cause any trouble. In this family, your dad makes the rules. Cao Chuan snorted with a smile. These words were subconsciously used with a sense of authority, letting these two girls know that at home, they should obey. It was close to psychological conditioning. Cao Chuan was unconscious of it. He had not thought that much, but some things were already ingrained. Dad, you are too good. The address had not actually changed. Anyway, how she usually called him was pretty much the same. Calling him dad directly when happy was also fine. It was all pretty much the same. Alright, you two play by yourselves for now. Do not go into the water today. Go rinse off and have some juice. Call me before you go into the water next time. Got it. The two obediently agreed. Then Cao Chuan returned to the study. He picked up the phone. Where are you? None of your business. Hey, my temper. You took the crystals and vanished, did you not? Do you want more next time? Cao Chuan threatened. Who was Bu Jinyan? She responded to kindness, not coercion. She took advantage of opportunities, fled from difficulties, and had no shame. Bu Jinyan snorted with a laugh. That is what this lady earned with skill. My little white feet stepped on your back. Did you really think it was free? You big oaf. Cao Chuan's mouth twitched. She was really arrogant, and she knew what he liked. She thought she had him figured out. I am going to tell you something. Spit it out. Spit out your sister. If you keep being so arrogant with me, I will drag you back and give you a good beating. Naya naya naya. Cao Chuan laughed in exasperation. I will see how arrogant you are in a bit. Xiao Buyao almost drowned while swimming just now. What? Then I saved her. Phew. She clearly let out a sigh of relief. Cao Chuan chuckled. I heard you had your fortune told before, and it said she would have a water disaster before she turned 18, and should avoid water. That is right, that girl needs a spanking. Just wait till I get back. When you get back, I will spank you first. Bu Jinyan mused, her voice sweet. Hubby, I was just joking with you. Cao Chuan snorted. When I spank you, I am not joking. Cao Chuan, try spanking me. Bu Jinyan revealed her true colors, shouting as she stomped her feet. Come back and try it, see if I dare. Also, I called to tell you that the little girl falling into the water means the water disaster has passed, and she will be safe from now on. He almost blurted out the nickname in his heart. If he had, it would have been a bit inappropriate. And what he said was not nonsense. Xiao Buyao was destined to drown only once, and it was also to bring the child of destiny and Bu Jinyan closer. But the problem was that Bu Jinyan was already out of it. From the very beginning, she had broken free from the entanglement of the child of destiny's storyline, and Cao Chuan had taken 50% of the protagonist halo, which was equivalent to 5 Lin Hans. So, this drowning incident was actually fate creating an opportunity for Cao Chuan. It also had some effect from the protagonist halo. Are you sure? Bu Jinyan was half believing, half doubting. Nonsense, I taught myself Commandangia at 8, mastered the I Ching and Bagua at 12, and now my cultivation has reached major achievement. The fortunes and misfortunes of mountains and rivers, the rise and fall of the human world, all are predicted with certainty, and are within my grasp. Tisk. If you are so amazing, tell me, who killed my elder brother? Cao Chuan was speechless. Has not the famous detective agency given you any news? No, I am so angry I want to go smash the famous detective agency, Bu Jinyan said, huffing. Try adding more money. I did, but they still acted smug, saying it was not about money, that the price was what it was, and to wait. Also, do not change the subject. Are you not able to tell fortunes? Tell me, if you get it right, I will do whatever you want. My heart is stirring. You said that. I keep my word. First, change that tone. This servant keeps her word. Damn it. This shameless woman. Cao Chuan laughed. All right, I will prepare some things, and I will tell your fortune in a couple of days. Still need to prepare things. Nonsense. Divining heavenly secrets always carries great danger and terror. The deeper the divination, the greater the crisis. I need to prepare more things to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Otherwise, if the heavenly secrets backlash, I will either lose years of my life or die. Do you want to be a widow? Then you had better not. I will wait for news from the famous detective agency. I am not in a hurry. Although in her heart, she did not believe Cao Chuan could tell fortunes at all, she did not want anything to happen to Cao Chuan. Stop chattering, I know what I am doing. When the things arrive in a few days, I will tell your fortune, Cao Chuan mumbled. Could those custom-made clothes arrive within 3 days? So slow. Next time, I will build my own clothing factory, specifically to make these kinds of clothes. That is a way to get rich. In this day and age, there are no anime or novelty clothes at all. It is promising, very promising. Soon, Bu Jinyan returned. However, before she could scold Bu Yao, Cao Chuan directly pulled her into the study and dealt with her first. This short girl was too arrogant. He hid her lights, both the front and the back. After a chaotic battle, the study's desk was a mess. Afterward, Cao Chuan sat in the boss's chair, enjoying the tenderness. Honestly, having her in his arms felt truly different. It was a sense of protective power that tall girls could not provide. Zhong Qing'er was 1.68 meters tall. Cao Chuan was just 1.8 meters. When they were together, it was fortunate that Zhong Qing'er was quite slender. If she were a little heavier, there would be no delicate bird leaning on a man feeling when they were close. But the 1.6-meter tall Bu Jinyan could completely satisfy Cao Chuan's vanity, instantly boosting a man's protective aura and confidence. Cao Chuan softly said, "Do not scold Bu Yao. She just promised me that she will not go into the water alone again, and that disaster has passed. Do not put so much pressure on the child." Bu Jinyan's face was flushed. Listening to the strong heartbeat, she felt especially at peace. She really liked this tranquility and sense of security. "Do you really tell fortunes? Don't worry about whether I can tell fortunes or not. In a few days, I will give you the news, and you just wait to fulfill your promise. What do you want to do? You will know then, and you are not allowed to go back on your word." "Humph, am I that kind of person? If you really give me news, and the news is accurate, I will only listen to you for the rest of my life." Bu Jinyan said this surprisingly seriously. It showed that she had a great emotional knot regarding this matter. Thinking about it, it made sense. It was because of this matter that she fell out with her family. So it was only natural that she would listen to whoever told her the truth. "If you lie to me, have I ever lied to you?" Cao Chuan interrupted her threat. "I mean, if. All right, if I lie to you, you can just run away from home." "Why should I?" Bu Jinyan immediately jumped up and down. "I am sticking with you. You wish you could shake me off." "Ha." Cao Chuan laughed, embracing her and stroking her back, softly saying, "Don't worry, I will help you with our elder brother and sister-in-law's revenge too. Don't refuse. As your man, this is also my responsibility." Bu Jinyan actually wanted to refuse. She wanted to take revenge herself. But Cao Chuan's words made it impossible for her to refuse, and instead, she felt secretly pleased. "Oh right, are you going to see Ningyu later?" "Yes, I am leaving in a bit. Be careful with that woman. She is very dirty," Bu Jinyan warned. "Is her private life very messy?" Cao Chuan was speechless. "I am not talking about that aspect, but her heart. It is like the rest of the Ning family. Their hearts are black, selfish, individualistic with no regard for others, all people who forget righteousness for profit." Bu Jinyan snorted lightly. "I'll be careful." Cao Chuan did not explain much to her. Actually, her understanding was correct. Most of the Ning family were like that. If the beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. Ningyu appeared to be the same on the surface, but her special hidden persona was different. Besides, it was precisely because of this family gene that even if Ningyu's entire family died, she would not feel too much pain. No wonder her positioning was that of a female villain. Chapter 145. The famous detective agency had been exposed. Such an influential entity was difficult to keep hidden for long. Loli also appeared in public for the first time. However, it was via video feed. This technology was still very new at the time, as the mass adoption of video conferencing would only occur a few years later. The resolution of the computer cameras was poor, but it was still possible to discern that Loli was a young girl, wearing her hair in twin pigtails, who looked just over 10 years old. In the video, Loli sat in the boss's chair, looking completely out of place. A middle-aged man with a square face and an expression full of integrity sat on the other side of the screen. He was the second uncle of Long Yuan, Long Hao. Even his name sounded extraordinary. Long Hao rumbled, "It seems the famous detective agency lives up to its reputation. You actually know who I am." The AnGuo Department was a secret organization. A powerful figure like Long Hao was an even deeper secret. Yet, as soon as the video connection was established, the other party recognized him. This clearly meant the famous detective agency had investigated the AnGuo Department. However, the AnGuo Department knew very little about the famous detective agency. This was a problem. Long Hao thought to himself that he would have to investigate later. He would dig 3 feet deep to find the mysterious boss behind the famous detective agency. Few people believed that the agency was actually founded by the young girl sitting in front of them. Loli giggled and shook her twin pigtails. "Oh, that is right. Did the 4 great families not jointly request Director Lu Jie to take a leave of absence? How come you are all on such good terms now? Your adult world is truly strange." Lu Jie's expression soured. Long Hao's visit this time, besides dealing with the remnants of the Ye family, likely involved underlying tensions regarding Lu Jieo and the older generation of the Lu family. The 4 clans exchanged glances. Ningji said in a deep voice, "You know too much." "So what? What can you do to me, old man Ning?" Loli pouted. "You, old man, shut up." Loli pointed at the camera. "I am telling you the rules of our famous detective agency. For people we do not like, we will relentlessly expose them, tear apart all the fig leaves covering your families, stomp on them, and make you run naked. So you had better be polite when you talk to me, understand, old man?" She continued, "Do not force me to reveal all the details of what happened between you and your sister-in-law back then. It was truly disgusting." Ning Ji was furious. His beard bristled, and his old fists clenched. He wished he could punch through the screen and kill Loli. He was already in a bad mood, and now he was being constantly provoked. All right, old Ning. Is it really worth it to get worked up over an underage girl? Calm down and have some tea," Bukinga chuckled. It was unclear if he was mocking Luoli's audacity or Ningji's reaction. Tang Renli also held his teacup, pretending not to hear. It was Shen Menyi from the Shen family who spoke up, staring at Luoli. All right, stop with the useless talk. We contacted you because we want to cooperate with you to pinpoint the location of Ye Chen. Money is not an issue. The four clans no longer trusted the 6th division much, and they were being played by Ye Chen. They could not catch him at all. That afternoon, the Tang family had discovered Ye Chen, but Ye Chen had managed to find a car. It turned into a high-speed pursuit, but ultimately, Ye Chen escaped and vanished without a trace again. It was too humiliating. The four clans deliberated and decided that this could not go on. Ye Chen was like a cockroach. He hid well, ran fast, and occasionally even flew, which made everyone sick. The famous detective agency was brought up by everyone. As they talked, the conversation turned to the agency, which led to the current situation. Money, Luoli shook her head, shrugging with an apologetic expression as her twin pigtails swayed. I am sorry, but we do not accept money anymore. We have too much money. We cannot even spend it all. So how about we change the method of transaction? Among all of you who can speak, who is actually in charge? Find a person in charge to talk to me. Shen Menyi's mouth twitched. This girl really held a grudge. She understood that Luoli still remembered the previous incident. The underlying message was that Luoli would not talk to Shen Menyi because she could not make decisions. Find someone who could actually speak, instead of one person saying one thing, and another person saying something else, which achieved nothing. Long Hao stepped forward without hesitation. I should be able to, right? Luoli sized up Long Hao and giggled. Director Long can, of course. Long Hao asked, then if your famous detective agency does not want money, what do you want? Luoli stated directly, I want crystals. The conference room of the 6th division erupted in an uproar. Most of the people present were disdainful. Crystals had spread somewhat, although there were only a limited number. Cao Chuan had been willing to release them, so even those without stock had heard of them, seen them, and touched them. What were crystals? That was something even the four clans did not possess. Let alone the four clans, the authorities did not have them either. Did this mere famous detective agency really think of themselves as indispensable figures? Did they truly believe that because the authorities sought their cooperation, they could demand such exorbitant prices? The remnants of the Ye family were as slippery as eels and difficult to catch, but everyone assumed catching them was not that difficult, just a bit troublesome. Everyone was looking for the famous detective agency now simply to minimize losses and save time, not wanting to waste effort on chasing and finding people. But this was absolutely no reason for the famous detective agency to demand such high prices. Did they even deserve it? Young lady, prices are not negotiated like that. Longhao's temper seemed rather good, and he spoke with a smile. But from that smile, one could see that he somewhat looked down on the famous detective agency. The agency investigating the AnGuo Department in advance only showed that they had the initiative. It did not represent true strength. It was merely a planned move against an unsuspecting opponent. Ultimately, Ye Chen had not caused enough trouble, and the incident had not lasted long enough. If Ye Chen could not be caught in 1 or 2 months, those present would not be so calm. So we cannot reach an agreement then. In that case, forget it. When you can trade with crystals, then come find me. Goodbye, all you old folks. Luoli waved with a smile, and the screen filled with static. Ningji slammed the corner of the table. Perhaps he was too angry, and a piece of the table corner broke off. Lu Jie glanced at him. Ningji snorted. What are you looking at? I will buy you 10 tables later. Shen Changang ignored Ningji and looked at Bu Kinga. Old Bu, you have quite a few crystals in your possession, do you not? Bu Kinga shook his head. Only one piece, currently under research. At this moment, Tang Renli asked curiously, really? But why did I hear that your daughter and your prospective son-in-law have a particularly good relationship, and they are already living together even before getting engaged? He has quite a few crystals, does he not? How come he would not give you some? In fact, Cao Chuan also benefited from his identity as the Bu family's prospective son-in-law. Otherwise, with the appearance of crystals, the 4 clans and the authorities would have long come knocking. Would Cao Chuan still be so relaxed and carefree? Everyone looked at Bu Kinga in unison. Bu Kinga snorted heavily. If you did not mention that, I would not be angry. My prospective son-in-law is good, but my rotten daughter is not. I called her before to ask for crystals, and she actually threatened to sever our father-daughter relationship, that unfilial child. Everyone present was skeptical. They were seasoned veterans, and even the most hot-headed person among them was not someone easy to fool. Long Hao said, Old Bu, if possible, please introduce me later. Young people nowadays are truly amazing. I also want to see what kind of talented young man can catch your eye and become the son-in-law of your Bu family. Certainly, certainly, Bu Kinga nodded with a smile. He could not afford to offend the Long family either, especially since the Long family, besides their strength, also had the authorities' backing. This was essentially being both the referee and the player. The matter of the crystals had completely fermented. Everything was within expectations. The 4 clans and the authorities contacting Luoli of the famous detective agency was also expected, but Cao Chuan had not expected it to be so soon. It had only been a few days, and these people could not hold back anymore. Ye Chen had not even gotten serious yet. When he truly did, let alone the 4 clans, even the Long family would not be able to withstand it. Losing a few direct core members would be heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan was currently facing his biggest challenge since his arrival. The honey trap. From the moment he arrived at the villa, Cao Chuan felt a hint of assent. Zhang Myron personally received him, offering tea and water with an overly pleasant attitude. Ningyu's play was also subtle. She wore a slightly slit black long dress, seemingly revealing yet concealing. This seemed to be her forte. As long as she showed a bit of leg, and gave smiles that men could easily misunderstand, she could easily manipulate them. Unfortunately, it was useless on Cao Chuan. This was his time to be unmoved. Cao Chuan put his arm around Zhang Myron, with a half-smile on his face. Beauty, you do not seem to be doing too well in the Ning family either. You were casually sold off by your master. With such excellent card skills, yet you ultimately have to rely on your beauty to achieve your goals. Do you not find it pathetic? Zhang Myron felt a surge of anger in her heart. She did not know if it was directed at Cao Chuan, at Ningyu, or at herself. In any case, Cao Chuan's words struck a chord, making her heart ache. And there was indeed some anger towards Cao Chuan. If it were not for him, she would not have caused Ningyu to lose so much money, and naturally, she would not have ended up in her current state. Of course, even without Cao Chuan, it might still have been someone else. Facing the Ning family, she had no choice. Facing Cao Chuan's direct provocation, Ningyu showed no anger. Instead, she smiled. If you fancy her, I will give her to you. Not only are her card skills good, but her techniques are also excellent, especially her massages. Zhang Myron lowered her head. At this moment, she hated herself even more, not daring to resist. Cao Chuan shook his head. Forget it, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. That is a pity, beauty. You will not blame me, will you? Your subordinate would not dare. You may leave first. Yes. Ningyu knew that Cao Chuan was not interested. After the person left, Ningyu's expression became slightly solemn. She spoke. You are in great danger right now, do you know that? Oh, tell me, what danger am I in? Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. This woman had a changeable personality, especially her facial expressions. Smiling 1 second, drawing a knife to stab someone the next. And she especially liked to use verbal tactics to scare people. Crystals, Ningyu said. Everyone is staring at crystals now, not just the South, but also the North and the authorities. Soon, even some overseas organizations will notice you. You are currently benefiting from being the Bu family's son-in-law, so no one has come to bother you yet. But that might not be the case going forward. Upon hearing this, Cao Chuan showed a worried expression on the surface. Now that you mention it, that truly makes sense. So, should I find a few more influential fathers-in-law to protect me? Does your Ning family need a son-in-law? Ningyu chuckled. Do you dare to marry me? I do not dare to marry, and I do not really want to marry. Can I just have some fun, purely? How about 1 crystal per time? Ningyu froze, then burst into laughter. It was a beautiful laugh, but this beauty carried a murderous intent. The more beautiful Ningyu's laugh, the stronger her killing intent. Chapter 146. Killing intent? She had previously dared to call herself little sister, using pouting and coquettish words. But now she wanted to kill him. Facing her smile, Cao Chuan seemed unaware of the danger. He met her gaze with his own smile, and put on an act by picking up his wine glass for a toast. What she said was likely to happen. Given Cao Chuan's current background as a businessman, he would struggle against the authorities and the local 4 clans, let alone overseas organizations. The only reason no one moved against him was because everyone gave face to Bu Kinga. After all, he was the prospective son-in-law of the Bu family. That was only one reason. Everyone else was simply too busy dealing with Ye Chen. Once they recovered, someone would definitely come looking for trouble with Cao Chuan. Ningyu's smile gradually faded, and her tone became slightly cool. Brother, your ambition is not small either. Cao Chuan replied. What do you mean? This girl, Ningyu, also cared about her face. When outsiders were present, she would never use such an address as brother. But now that only the 2 of them remained, she began to be wanton. Ningyu chuckled, a wise glint in her eyes. I do not know how you got involved with Bu Jinyan, but I know there must be a plan of yours behind it. Not just Bu Jinyan, but also Tang Xiaoxiao and Shen Menyi. It seems your relationships with them are not ordinary. Oh right, and me too. At this, Ningyu smiled brightly and spoke coquettishly. I truly did not realize until I thought about it. It is quite shocking. You are really amazing. The young misses of the 4 great families of Jiangnan all have some connection with you. Which family are you targeting exactly? It could not be our Ning family, could it? These words were purely a probe. At the same time, in Ningyu's heart, the danger ranking she assigned to Cao Chuan increased. She had not thought about it carefully before, and many of her words were mostly jokes. But Cao Chuan's audacity toward her just now no longer seemed like an ordinary joke. Cao Chuan's attitude tonight was completely different from that of the birthday banquet. Cao Chuan's first impression on her tonight was that he did not take her Ning family, or rather, the 4 clans, seriously at all. This was not the kind of confidence a pure businessman should have. Therefore, Ningyu thought back carefully and suddenly discovered the problem. Cao Chuan seemed to be planning something. She did not know what, but she knew Cao Chuan was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Cao Chuan smiled and shook his head. I, Cao, am just a pure businessman. For the 4 great families, I only do small businesses. I have neither a powerful background nor extensive connections. How would I dare to target the 4 great families? Miss Ning, you are overthinking. Is that so? It is. Hey, I do not believe it. After all, I have witnessed your strength. That is nonsense. My strength, Tang Xiaoxiao has only just had the fortune to witness. Where have you seen it? Cao Chuan answered evasively. All right, let us stop with the probing words. Miss Ning invited me to a banquet today, not just to say these bland, meaningless words, right? If so, then I apologize, but I have other important matters to attend to. We can meet again when we have the chance. Ningyu raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and chided. Is Brother Cao in such a hurry? Can we not chat a bit more? What could be more important than chatting with your little sister? Cao Chuan spoke. I have an appointment to meet another little sister tonight. Is she as beautiful as me? Cao Chuan scrutinized her. She was truly fair, with a skin luster that could outshine all destined heroines. One could imagine the level of her creamy, snow-white skin, especially her provocative way of showing her legs. Facing Cao Chuan's gaze, Ningyu showed no shyness. Instead, she subtly adjusted her skirt hem, allowing her fair, long legs to be revealed even more. Cao Chuan feigned contemplation. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Your skin is a bit better than hers, but her figure is a bit better than yours. Oh, then I am really curious who she is. It would not be your female disciple, would it? Ningyu chuckled, her expression now devoid of the previous tension, instantly reverting to that of a delicate young girl. Cao Chuan answered evasively. Since Miss Ning has nothing else, I will take my leave. Wait. Ningyu stood up and slowly walked over to sit beside Cao Chuan. The sofa was quite wide, but their legs were almost touching. Ningyu carried a scent, leaned slightly forward, and reached out to smooth Cao Chuan's collar, blushing coyly. Brother, did you forget something? What thing? Last time, you said you would consider cooperation. It has been several days now. You would not have really forgotten, would you? Then your little sister would truly be sad. Ningyu pouted, showing a wronged and delicate expression. I did not forget, but I apologize. I have not thought it through yet. Let us talk about it next time. I am in a hurry tonight. Cao Chuan was truly in a hurry. Being a time management master was not that easy. Ningyu's face darkened slightly. So you are toying with me? She is like a dog. Her mood changes so quickly. Cao Chuan shrugged. Say what you will, I have not thought it through yet. Suddenly, the jade hand that had been resting on his collar, from who knows where, produced a dagger that was pressed directly against Cao Chuan's neck. If she so much as twitched, Cao Chuan would bleed. Darn it. Does she also have a storage space? She was a transmigrated heroine. Of course, Cao Chuan knew this girl was armed all over. In her black dress with the high slit, she also had a pistol on her thigh. For martial artists against martial artists, the power of a pistol would multiply. Within 7 steps, a pistol is fast and accurate. It can empty a magazine in seconds. Cao Chuan felt the coolness on his neck and laughed. Little sister, you do not negotiate cooperation like this, do you? If negotiations fail, you just kill. We do not seem to have such a great enmity. Is it really necessary? Ningyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Your psychological fortitude is quite good, brother, but I do not know if your psychological fortitude is good, or if you think I will not make a move. Are you gambling again? Cao Chuan pursed his lips and smiled. You can try and see if I am betting you will not make a move, or if I am confident I can counter-kill you the instant you do. Neither of them had killing intent. Just as Cao Chuan said, with no grudges, it is just about cooperation. If it does not work out now, they can talk slowly. Although Ningyu was short on time, she would not actually kill. It would do her no good. Besides, Cao Chuan not only had good psychological fortitude, but he was not gambling either. It was because of his storage space. Within a meter, Cao Chuan was invincible. As long as his reaction was fast enough, Cao Chuan could make space form an invisible black hole, sucking in all bullets, cannonballs, and daggers. This was one of Cao Chuan's biggest trump cards. Although some things had not been tried, like cannonballs or elemental bullets, and he was not sure if they could be absorbed in the nick of time. Daggers certainly could be. As long as he could lock his gaze on and relatively fix an object, it could not escape Cao Chuan's grasp. Tisk. How boring. Ningyu withdrew her hand and tossed the dagger onto the coffee table with a few clinks. Then Ningyu looked at Cao Chuan with a smile. I am becoming more and more interested in you now. Me too. With one sentence, Cao Chuan placed his hand on her leg. Ningyu's expression changed. If there were a high-speed camera, one would see her face change from shock to fury, then to killing intent, and finally to a smile. Ningyu chuckled. Brother, you are so naughty. Ningyu flirted and prepared to stand up. Cao Chuan, however, did not give her the chance, raising an eyebrow. Just crystals. Cooperation is not entirely out of the question. Ningyu's body paused. She did not leave. Cao Chuan's hand, however, moved. He stroked her. Ningyu's face was a bit red, with shyness, anger, and killing intent. Cao Chuan, however, paid no attention to her expression. He stroked as he spoke. But, I do not think much of the Ning family. It is not that the Ning family is not powerful enough, but because your Ning family is too chaotic. You, your second brother, and your eldest brother, the 3 of you together are absolutely a picture of brotherly love and familial harmony. In such a situation, I would not dare to harbor intentions toward your Ning family. What do you want? Ningyu suppressed her anger, feigning a coquettish tone. Is it not obvious enough? I can cooperate with you, but first, you must be one of my own. And it is only you, not the Ning family. Furthermore, this cooperation is private. I do not want anyone else to know. Upon hearing this, Ningyu pondered, mistakenly thinking Cao Chuan was afraid Bu Jinyan would misunderstand. This scumbag. Cao Chuan was too lazy to care what she was thinking. He first studied her skin texture. Wow. Up close, it was even more extraordinary. White was truly white, but not pale. Rather, her skin was incredibly thin, not the kind of thinness from stockings. Thin skin, rich filling, fair with a hint of red. It was extremely beautiful. Slap. Ningyu raised her hand and pressed down on Cao Chuan's hand, embarrassed and annoyed. Do not push your luck. Sorry, I was just a bit lost in my research, wanting to see if there were any weapons hidden inside. Oh right, where were we just now? Ningyu took a deep breath, then smiled, sweetly saying, Brother, I need to think about this matter. No problem, take your time. I have all the time in the world, Cao Chuan said indifferently. Ningyu said, you need to give me some crystals first. You know, my subordinates are injured or disabled, and I must use crystals to recruit Huajin elders. Otherwise, my competitiveness is too low. Plus, with the recent remnants of the Ye family situation, I am not very safe with her. I need to recruit people, and I cannot do it without crystals. Cao Chuan slowly nodded. Giving you crystals is no problem, but I cannot just give them away for free. I am a businessman. I never do business for free. You must first offer something in exchange. What does brother want? Besides me. This girl was deliberately stalling, just wanting to take advantage of Cao Chuan first. Cao Chuan did not expose her, feigning contemplation. How about this? I heard your Ning family has a cultivation technique for both men and women to cultivate. Ningyu's face changed. Cao Chuan shrugged. If it is too difficult, then forget it. Ningyu smiled, chiding. Here, since brother wants it, how can a little sister refuse you face? Wait for me a moment, I will be right back. Go ahead. Cao Chuan reluctantly withdrew his hand. Chapter 147. Ningyu left and returned quickly. She deliberately chose a different sofa, not giving Cao Chuan another chance to reach her. However, the shameless man simply stood up, took the cultivation technique booklet he had handed to her, and sat right down beside her, placing it back on her lap. He gave her no chance to escape. Seeing how obedient you are, I will give you 5 crystals, Cao Chuan said, handing them to her. I do not have many myself, so this is most of my stock. Only then did Ningyu's expression improve slightly. She endured it, pretending she was being touched by a stray dog. Moreover, she had not expected Cao Chuan to be so generous. He had given her 5 crystals in one go. Although she had considered what kind of scheme Cao Chuan might be planning, she could not refuse the immediate benefits. She wondered if she was overthinking it. Perhaps he was just purely lustful. This scumbag. At the same time, a murderous glint flashed in her heart. As long as she controlled Cao Chuan's crystal mine, she would ensure he died a clean death. In this life, Ningyu had never suffered such humiliation. Thank you, big brother. Please wait a moment. I will pour you some wine to celebrate our cooperation, Ningyu said, taking the opportunity to stand up. Cao Chuan did not stop her. Planting a seed was enough. She had already broken through her defenses, and that was sufficient for tonight. Forget it, no need for wine. I have an appointment with another beauty tonight, so I will be leaving first. We will meet again next time to discuss the cooperation, Cao Chuan said. He felt his acting had reached its peak. He was clearly operating like a master of deception tonight. Ningyu did not bother to see him off. She simply instructed Zheng Myron to escort him out. Cao Chuan did not mind her change of face. This girl was just like that, and he would teach her slowly. Beauty, do you blame me? Cao Chuan asked with a smile. At this moment, his demeanor was devoid of his earlier greasiness, and he transformed back into the gentle, immortal-like figure. She certainly blamed him, but she could not bring herself to say it. To be honest, Zheng Myron knew she was just an innocent bystander. Whether affected by Cao Chuan or others, it made no difference. Moreover, Cao Chuan's appearance was misleading. Although he had rejected her earlier, it was an indirect way of preserving her dignity. Otherwise, in front of the young miss, if Cao Chuan wanted to do something, she would not have dared to resist. Boss Cao, I would not dare to blame you, she replied. Those words sound a bit insincere, but it does not matter. I have lived half my life and wronged many people. You are just one more. However, I have recently started believing in Buddhism and want to accumulate good deeds. If you ever have any problems you cannot handle, you can contact me privately. I will solve them for you, but only one matter, Cao Chuan said, casually handing her a business card. Watching the car convoy drive away, Zheng Myron quietly put the business card away. She felt Cao Chuan's sincerity. Perhaps it was not true sincerity, but having an extra backup plan was always good. If the young miss really wanted to give her to the eldest or second young master, she would rather follow Cao Chuan. At least he was not a pervert. At this moment, Bu Jinyan felt a little flustered. She did not know why, but she felt as if she had lost something. Could it be that the bastard Cao Chuan gave her crystals to that woman Ningyu? She dialed his number immediately. How many crystals did you give Ningyu? Bu Jinyan asked. Damn it, did she put a wiretap on me? Cao Chuan thought. He searched his pockets, checking for a device. Hearing the commotion on the phone, Bu Jinyan revealed her frustration. Cao Chuan, did you really give Ningyu crystals? She asked. I did, Cao Chuan replied, finally relaxing. So she was just bluffing. How many did you give? Not many. How many is not many? 5. Ah, Bu Jinyan's heart ached, and her chest tightened. I am divorcing you. I saved 5 for you as well. Husband, when are you coming home? Your servant misses you. Cao Chuan chuckled. I still have things to do tonight. I just came out of Yunfen Mountain Villa, and am going to find someone related to the Shen family. Shen family? For what? It is about the crystals. Do not worry about it. I will explain later. Oh, then husband, tell your bodyguards to drive slowly, okay? Bu Jinyan said. The call ended, and Bu Jinyan mumbled to herself, hoping he would not crash her crystals. She felt bad about them, but then she realized old Cao was not the generous type, unless he wanted to sleep with Ningyu. But why was Ningyu worth 5 crystals? It sounded like old Cao had already left, clearly with no intention of staying overnight. Otherwise, she knew his combat power would mean he would still be busy. Bu Jinyan was not worried about him cheating. In fact, if Cao Chuan really took down Ningyu, she would be a little happy. She would think that her husband was awesome for tricking the Ning family. Everyone else could only drink her foot-washing water. "Young miss, Boss Cao has left," the servant said. "Did he say anything when he left?" Ningyu asked. "No." Ningyu did not look at her and waved her hand. "You can go rest." Ningyu's gaze remained fixed on the 5 crystals before her. They glowed faintly, brilliant and dazzling. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Ningyu was not stupid. She knew Cao Chuan had plans, but she could not figure them out, and she felt she could control him. Obtaining the benefits was more important than anything. Furthermore, she knew Cao Chuan obtained these items from the antique market. This meant he likely possessed information about mining areas, which was the key to their cooperation. After a long while, Ningyu made a phone call to the provincial capital. "Yanzi, come to Zonghai quickly," she said, and then hung up. Yanzi was the fiercest female martial artist under Ningyu, and they were like sisters. Yanzi was 5 years younger, one of the orphans the Ning family had brought back. She had grown up with Ningyu, but her cultivation talent was astonishing. When Ningyu was in high school, she began to hide Yanzi, telling her not to display her martial prowess. Even the Ning family members did not know that 21-year-old Yanzi had already reached the Danjin stage. She was a genius among geniuses, and the sharpest blade in Ningyu's hand. If Yanzi used these crystals, her strength would increase significantly. "Xiao Ting, I told you not to prepare anything. I might be out late," Cao Chuan said. Lei Ting, obedient as a housewife, held a bowl of soup. "I was afraid you would drink too much, so I brewed a pot in advance. It is no trouble at all." "I did not drink much tonight," he said, but he took the bowl. After all, it was his disciples' filial piety. "Master, how will we improve our strength tonight?" Lei Ting asked. Cultivating was addictive. Even if it was just entry-level chi cultivation, it felt like a dimensional shift for her. It allowed Lei Ting to constantly feel her internal energy growing. This progress was more addictive than any drug. Cao Chuan took out a booklet and handed it to her. "I knew you went to the AnGuo Department, so I specifically went to find this for you. It is currently the most effective method." "Thank you, Master," Lei Ting said, opening the booklet. It read the mysterious maiden scripture. This item was once lost, a product from 1,000 years ago. In many stories, it was hailed as the fastest martial art. "Master, what is this?" Lei Ting asked. Her ears flushed instantly. Initially, seeing the name, she thought it sounded powerful, but after opening it, it was full of direct illustrations. Cao Chuan explained. "This is a cultivation technique the Ning family found from ancient times. I accidentally learned of this news, and spent a lot of money today to get it from a trader within the Ning family. Compared to your safety, this is nothing." His words sounded strange, but Lei Ting did not refuse. She only felt a bit shy. "Master, I am your disciple," she murmured. "Have you heard of the legendary stories?" Cao Chuan asked. "Let me tell you about them. It is actually related to this scripture." Telling the story was not for brainwashing. It was purely to ease the awkwardness. Lei Ting was not stupid. Old Cao never hid that he was a leg fetishist. It was just that everyone had an unspoken understanding. Now, this mysterious maiden scripture was simply a shimmering golden bridge. One step down, one step up. Then they met. The legendary drywood had finally met the raging fire. Chapter 148. Thinking back to the one-armed hero and his master, the little dragon girl, they practiced together with very little to cover them. It was nonsense to think they could not see one another. Of course, the audience could see them clearly. Cao Chuan vividly recounted the plot of the Return of the Condor Heroes. He did not omit the scene where the little dragon girl was blindfolded and swapped out. He told Lei Ting this detail to stir her emotions. The more beautiful their relationship had been before, the more painful the betrayal felt. It made her angry enough to want to kill. His point was to tell her to seize the day. When facing difficulties, one must confront them. If there are no difficulties, create them. If you do not go for it, someone else will. It was also his way of telling Lei Ting to just go along with the flow. Who knew what might happen in the future? People are fragile, so one should cherish those right in front of them. One should not dwell on the ethereal nature of the master and disciple bond. Even in ancient times, rebellious disciples could overthrow their superiors. In the modern era, that title is just for fun. When cultivating the mysterious maiden scripture, the 9 methods cannot be used at first. Those are postures, moves that are needed later. Initially, they need to guide energy into each other. During this process, their bodies will become extremely hot, so cooling is necessary. This meant they could not wear anything. This had nothing to do with him. The cultivation technique was simply written that way. However, unlike the story, they had no green forest to escape to. They could not go out to find a secluded spot. That would be too stimulating and detrimental to their cultivation. It could easily lead to blood energy reversal or a deviation in their qi. Cao Chuan had thought of a brilliant solution. He suggested they get into the bathtub. The water would obstruct their view and keep them cool at the same time. It provided a way out and a sense of privacy. Lei Ting had no reason to refuse. She lowered her head and whispered that she would listen to her master. Cao Chuan told her not to overthink it. He insisted this was for her safety, especially since the world was not peaceful, and she had joined the AnGuo Department. Being a responsible person, he blamed himself for the situation. He sighed and told her he sensed a lot of danger regarding the crystals. Lei Ting was startled, and her attention was caught. Cao Chuan explained the situation in great detail. He described how he obtained the treasure, how the news leaked, and how the 4 clans found out. He spoke of how he was threatened by Shin Menyi, and then by Ningyu. Globally, many forces were targeting him. If it were not for Ye Chen acting as a scapegoat to draw fire, he might have already disappeared. Lei Ting felt a sense of empathy, and a trace of resentment toward Sister Menyi grew in her heart. She wondered how she could threaten her master like that. Lei Ting urged him to cultivate and improve their strength as quickly as possible. Cao Chuan sighed heavily again. Lei Ting lowered her head once more, her voice barely a whisper, admitting that she did not object in her heart. Silence was the best response. Any explanation would seem hypocritical, and appearing happy would make him look like a beast. Cao Chuan told her to come in. After a long while, the bathtub was filled with fresh, cool water. Lei Ting entered first, and Cao Chuan followed. Her earlobes were flushed. Cao Chuan spoke with a stern expression. He told her to cast aside distracting thoughts. Although the technique required cooperation, it was merely a cultivation method. They had to control their emotions, or they would become slaves to the practice, and lose all reason. Lei Ting felt a pang of shame, thinking she had overthought things. She knew her master was a gentleman at heart. Splash! Cao Chuan entered the tub and removed his clothes. Now, they were exposed to each other. The water distorted the view, but not enough to hide everything. Cao Chuan kept his gaze straight and told her to focus. He explained that many sects in the past had degenerated into demonic cults because they could not control their emotions. The one-armed youth and the little dragon girl became a heroic couple because they held control. He told her not to look, listen, or think. Cao Chuan then pulled out an eye mask from the water. Lei Ting was startled but put it on, which helped her calm down. They began to cultivate. The energy resonance was like a soul connection, intense and profound. The first half of the night was for guiding energy, and the second was for cultivating the 9 methods. Under his guidance, they found the balance point. It was the most memorable and comfortable cultivation experience he had ever had in 2 lifetimes. He had to recite the calm heart mantra to suppress his own impulses. It was truly fierce. He told himself that if he ever became a pervert, he could blame the scripture rather than himself. Chapter 149. The Suan Jing, specifically the 9 methods, is a cultivation technique created by an extremely powerful figure from ancient times. Legend has it that the mysterious Lady Suan Nu passed this down to the Yellow Emperor. It was not just a single book, as there were other things involved as well. The saying goes that the mysterious lady imparted the heavenly law, and the Yellow Emperor inherited Huaxia. It was an impressive feat, however. That was in ancient times. The true Suan Nu scroll was a top-tier cultivation technique, but unfortunately, the true scripture was lost. The versions passed down today belong to the records of the Suanmen Huangpai, which eventually fell into the Ning family hands as a family heirloom. Moreover, the legacy is very rudimentary. These 9 methods represent 9 types of movements. Each movement is like a Buddhist hand seal, capable of connecting with heaven and earth, allowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to enter one body for cultivation. Therefore, each of the 9 methods is named after the postures of divine beasts. Dragon coil, tiger leap, 8 grapple, cicada cling, turtle soar, phoenix soar, rabbit nibble, fish scale join, and crane neck intertwine. These are truly secret methods. They are also heavenly laws. The mysterious lady imparted them to the Yellow Emperor. Only then did the supplementary Yellow Emperor inner canon and outer canon appear. But what have they become now? 9 methods. Guanyin seat, old tree coil, inverted kunlun, blooming on the bar. What kind of garbage is this? Even Cao Chuan did not understand it at first. It took him a long time to figure it out. It is barely usable, I suppose. And since he has only just started using it, it requires some research time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For Cao Chuan, nothing happened during these 3 days. Aside from comforting Zhong Qinger and the big loli every day, there was no need to bother with Tang Xiaoxiao. He let her calm down. In fact, she did not need Cao Chuan to manage her, as Tang Xiaoxiao and Zhong Qinger were living together and huddling for warmth. The only one who needed comforting was the big loli. Just crystals would do. Of the last few crystals, Cao Chuan kept one for his cultivation with Lei Ting these past 2 days, and the rest were all given to Tang Xiaoxiao and Bu Jingyan by his bodyguards. The very last one was sent to Shen Menyi, purely as a way of washing his hands of it. It was to tell everyone that he had given all his crystals to the 4 great families. They were gone, completely gone. This kind of thing is easy to verify, and they really were gone. For the 4 clans, they all now possessed their own crystals, which was the best news in recent times. During these 3 days, Ye Chen killed quite a few people, mostly from the Ning family, followed by the Shen family. The Bu family and Tang family suffered the least damage. In any case, there were losses all around. As for the authorities, most of their people were injured, with no fatalities. This deepened the suspicion between the 4 clans and the authorities. In short, as long as Ye Chen is not caught, the relationship between them will only worsen. Master, I am going to work. Lei Ting had taken 3 days off. Originally, the authorities were transferring people from the bottom to the top, and the number would not be small. Strong cultivators within the system and powerful individuals from the private sector were being summoned from all over the province. One less person like Lei Ting would not make a difference. After all, Lei Ting had not shown herself to be incredibly powerful, so taking a leave was not a big deal. 3 days. Cao Chuan also spent 100,000 in luck on her for a strengthening fluid. Human relationships naturally grow stronger with time. The destined heroine in the first storyline was already beyond maxed out, and even though Lei Ting participated in the second storyline, the luck she brought was not significant. But Cao Chuan did not mind spending money on her. His expenditure on Lei Ting was the most, even more than on Zhong Qing'er. As for Zhong Qing'er, at most, it was only a few hundred million in cash, which he had not even given her yet. It is clear that Cao Chuan was biased. People being biased is normal. As long as you do not abandon the old for the new, you are not a scoundrel. Go. Cao Chuan smiled. With your current strength, you should be fearless. Aside from Ye Chen, who can harm you, you do not need to worry too much about others. But remember, do not be reckless when dealing with Ye Chen. Lei Ting was both powerful and docile. This was her genetic persona, and the more powerful she became, the more docile she was. Perhaps because of this, Cao Chuan did not mind spending a few hundred million more on her. But Cao Chuan had to give a warning. Listen to me, do not be stubborn. If I find out you recklessly charge at Ye Chen without regard for your life, you will see how I deal with you. I know, master, I will not be reckless. Lei Ting said obediently. Good, go. Remember, even if I am not here, you must not stop your daily cultivation. The stronger, the better. I look forward to the day you surpass me. Cao Chuan was not worried at all. If one day Lei Ting truly surpassed Cao Chuan, then Cao Chuan could hide behind the woman and do whatever he wanted. Lei Ting would block everything for him. Of course, it was also a joke, just a beautiful vision. With Cao Chuan's cheat, who could surpass him? Lei Ting drove off in the SUV Cao Chuan had given her. The car truly suited her, just like her. It was wild when driven, but when stopped, it was exceptionally quiet and docile. Moreover, this girl, at Cao Chuan's request, was now forbidden to wear skirts when going out. At most, she could wear jeans that were not too tight. My things, why should others see them? He returned home feeling great, only to be met by Bu Jinyan's aura of a resentful wife. Oh, is this not that person? You decided to come back. If I did not know better, I would think your kidneys were harvested after you went abroad. Cao Chuan glared. Say less inauspicious things. Are you really asking for a beating or what? 3 days without a smack, and you are already tearing down the roof tiles. Ha, try touching this old lady. Hey, calling yourself that again. Nonsense. You do not have any crystals left, so who would be your maid? Bah, shameless. Bu Jinyan wanted to escape after speaking, because Cao Chuan was charging over. Unfortunately, Cao Chuan's strength had greatly increased in the past 3 days. Bu Jinyan was already no match for him, and now she could not even run away. She was instantly pinned down, then lifted and placed on his lap. Cao Chuan smirked. All right, your foxtail is showing, is it not? You will not listen without crystals, right? I just will not listen. Bu Jinyan stuck out her neck. Joking aside, she really did miss him. She burrowed into his embrace, inhaling Cao Chuan's scent. Soon, she cursed. Bastard, I have not smelled this scent before. Who is it? Cao Chuan was speechless. I just came back and met with my apprentice. She is reporting to the AnGuo Department, Zonghai 6th Division today. I met her to explain some things. After all, Ye Chen is not easy to deal with. Apprentice, that Lei Ting. Are you seriously investigating me? Who has time to investigate you? I heard it from Bu Yao. Bu Yao had seen Lei Ting when she came before, and it was not a secret anyway. Many people knew. Even if Ning Yu and Zheng Myron suspected Cao Chuan's relationship with Lei Ting, they would not make a big deal out of it. The young misses of the 4 clans actually had great vision. Those with great vision generally did not meddle in their men's affairs. Some girls would still get jealous, but not to the point of seeking death. After some playful teasing, 3 days apart felt like 9 autumns. Bu Jinyan was also a bit arrogant. Who told Cao Chuan he was down on his luck? No crystals, so who would give him face? Until Cao Chuan spoke. I recently found a crystal mine. Master, do you need anything to drink? Oh, master, you did not even tell me you were coming back. You must be tired, right? Your maid will go draw a bath for you. Master, please wait a moment. Bu Jinyan did not even wear shoes, her bare feet pattering away to actually draw water. Cao Chuan's face was covered in black lines. Fortunately, last night was purely for cultivation. The soul's compatibility was truly a bit overwhelming. So last night was just cultivation, nothing else, and today he was well rested. Bu Jinyan said she was going to draw water for a bath. Who knew what kind of water she was drawing? Damn. This one was not easy to deal with either. She was so short, 1.6 meters. So with Bu Jinyan, it was a short road. At most a matter of 10 odd minutes, but she would not admit defeat. She was both bad and loved to play. She was probably cooped up for these 3 days. Of course, it was not just Bu Jinyan who missed Cao Chuan. Zhong Qing'er was the same, with constant messages every day, but Cao Chuan needed to cultivate, and could not be so attentive. Tonight, he would go see Zhong Qing'er and Tang Xiaoxiao. That is right, tonight, because Bu Jinyan was a weakling, and would not consume much of Cao Chuan's energy. Hey, this little hothead. Crystals. The number that flowed into the market was definitely more than 26. As mentioned earlier, the 4 clans and the authorities collected various kinds, and as the storyline began, various crystals would appear, so it was impossible to prevent them. Cao Chuan also did not need the scattered crystals on the market. The quantity seemed large, but it was not enough to go around, and it was impossible to find them all at once. According to the news from Luoli, the 4 clans, the authorities, and even some northern families, each family definitely would not have more than 30 pieces in hand, an average mass of about 10 grams per piece. It seemed like a lot, but not enough to go around. Therefore, as Ye Chen's threat grew, and more people from the 4 clans died, while the authorities suffered no fatalities, the 4 clans naturally had to start saving themselves. For no other reason than that the Ning family and Shin family both suspected that the appearance of the remnants of the Ye family must have some high-ranking official backing them. Otherwise, why would people from the 4 clans keep dying, while only your 6th division suffers no deaths? Could it be because your 6th division are all experts and cannot die? Don't even start. In 3 days, they lost some more Danjin cultivators. How many do they all have in total? If losses continue like this, their foundation will be gone in less than a year. At this point, no one dared to reveal their true trump cards. Everyone knew whether there were Danjin cultivators, but they would not use them lightly. They were all old ancestor-level figures. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Danjin cultivators truly surpassed the mortal physique. A punch with 1,000 pounds of force was effortless, and ordinary thermal weapons caused them very little damage. Families with a Danjin cultivator in charge at least had sufficient confidence. So, that night, the 4 clans jointly contacted Luoli again, wanting to exchange crystals for information. Not only to exchange for Ye Chen's whereabouts, but they also wanted Luoli to investigate who was behind Ye Chen's schemes. On the other side, Cao Chuan also quietly arrived at the rental house. He did not notify them in advance, to prevent Tang Xiaoxiao from getting wind of it and fleeing. He just suddenly charged in like this. Blood flowed like a river. Chapter 150. Arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right moment. When Cao Chuan arrived, the women were already bathing. Many coincidences are actually premeditated. Cao Chuan had checked with Luoli and confirmed that Tang Xiaoxiao was present before he arrived, which allowed him to catch them at just the right time. Afterward, Luoli went to negotiate with the 4 clans. In truth, Cao Chuan was not short on crystals. As the saying goes, the system mall sells them, and although the price is high, he simply does not lack them. As long as a child of destiny keeps appearing, Cao Chuan's luck will remain inexhaustible. It seems to be growing, and if it multiplies tenfold every time, it will not take many children of destiny for Cao Chuan to achieve complete freedom regarding luck. The reason he let Luoli negotiate was twofold. First, it was to build her momentum and reputation, elevating the famous detective agency's influence and letting people know that it is omniscient and omnipotent. Second, it was to incidentally build up the value of crystals. The more valuable crystals are, the more beneficial it is for Cao Chuan. If everything is traded with crystals, it will make all current families, including the authorities, appear financially embarrassed. A fixed concept will form in everyone's mind. That is, crystals are valuable. Once everyone has this concept, and Cao Chuan controls the minds, he will truly be rich. It is similar to diamonds. He sat on the sofa, slowly brewing tea, lit a cigarette, and took a break. That brat, Luoli, heard that Cao Chuan was going out again tonight, and acted as if she had nothing to lose. She is extremely cunning, and just wants to drain Cao Chuan's energy. If Cao Chuan had not pretended to be exhausted at the end, he probably would not have been able to leave. A splash of water came from the bathroom, occasionally accompanied by laughter. It sounded like Tang Xiaoxiao was in a good mood. Had she figured it out? More or less. It is also the character's genes at play. Shen Menyi's gene is arrogance, accompanied by masochism. As long as you hit her and shatter all her pride, she will submit, and there will be no more arrogance in front of you. It is simple, really. It just needs a good opportunity. The famous detective agency has been keeping an eye on her. As for Tang Xiaoxiao, she is outwardly gentle, but inwardly strong. One cannot be too forceful, but rather must boil the frog slowly. Bu Jinyan is a different matter. The simplest thing is to help her avenge her elder brother and sister-in-law. As for Ningyu, this girl is actually very interesting. She has villainous genes, and the simplest method is to be stronger, more ruthless, and more cunning than her. Use heaven and earth as a chessboard and everyone as pieces. She will submit. Among the 4 destined heroines, Cao Chuan actually values Ningyu more. Although her character setting in the plot is not particularly likable, once you understand her, you will find that she is just like that. Presumably, after these few days, she also harbors murderous intent toward Cao Chuan. He has felt it many times, yet he remains unanged. If it were anyone else, Cao Chuan would have cut her down directly. If you think carefully about the plot, her constant threats to kill people are sometimes a sign of weakness. They are just empty words. Just like in the late stage of the plot, after her entire family was gone, she stayed by Ye Chen's side. Even at the end, she was still constantly clamoring to kill Ye Chen. She cannot change what is inherent in her genes. However, the reason Cao Chuan values her is because she can be properly cultivated. She has a special gene that no other destined heroine possesses. She can do bad things with Cao Chuan. She can help him scheme against future protagonists and future destined heroines. She belongs to the late stage of growth. She could fully align with Cao Chuan's ambitions. Cao Chuan does not even need to pretend in front of her. He can act as his true self, and as long as she falls in love with him, she will fully integrate into his world. This is a characteristic that no other destined heroine possesses. It is also why Cao Chuan values her more. People, by nature, have both good and evil. Cao Chuan has bad, and naturally, he also has good. To judge a person solely by good or bad is the most foolish statement. Furthermore, if one is bad for too long, in the future, one might not even know whether one is human or a ghost. Not having any normal person around to confide in might be a very painful thing. Therefore, in the future, Ningyu might become his safe harbor. In front of her, Cao Chuan can show his true self, his authentic self, his most genuine and relaxed side. Perhaps. But that is also a matter for the future. Cao Chuan does not know what the future holds, but he will definitely eliminate many children of destiny. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his thoughts. Ah, you, how did you come here? Cao Chuan sipped his tea while pondering recent events. Ye Chen's threat was still significant, but everything was under control. He had not realized how much time had passed, but the two women had finished bathing. They had not expected Cao Chuan to come at all. How could they have known that when Cao Chuan said he had something to do in the evening, he meant he was coming to see them? Having just finished bathing, they were dressed rather lightly. Oh my, why are you like this? Cao Chuan quickly got up, turned, and went to the balcony. Go put on some proper clothes. 5 minutes later, Zhong Qing'er pinched Cao Chuan's waist, fiercely slapped his arm, and scolded playfully. Why did you not say you were coming? Our Qing'er is also a smart woman. No destined heroine is truly foolish. This posture was also to cover for Cao Chuan. The underlying message was for Tang Xiaoxiao not to blame Cao Chuan, as she had already hit him for Tang Xiaoxiao and scolded him, so for the sake of her face, let it go. Tang Xiaoxiao also could not genuinely blame him, especially since the matter between the two of them already made her feel guilty. Her small face was flushed, and she would not even meet Cao Chuan's gaze. Cao Chuan gave a sheepish smile and apologized. I did not know Xiaoxiao was here too. I specifically checked, and the guest room was very clean, so I thought only Qing'er was in the bathroom. I did not think much of it. Besides, I was planning to give you a surprise, you know. Cao Chuan's explanation was very logical. In short, it is all your fault. Zhong Qing'er deliberately remained insistent, pinching Cao Chuan. Xiaoxiao has been with me in the master bedroom recently, so of course the guest room is clean. You deserve to be pinched. Hiss, I was wrong, I was wrong. Xiaoxiao, I am sorry. I really did not do it on purpose. It is okay, I know. You did not do it on purpose either. Tang Xiaoxiao said softly, lowering her head. Ha, a repeater. I like it. Cao Chuan quickly said. Xiaoxiao is here too, then I will add another dish. After speaking, Cao Chuan quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Those dishes from earlier, please add another portion for me, for 3 people. And send some good red wine, and some white wine too. Look, this is called attention to detail. He had ordered takeout from a big hotel, but only for 2 people. If he had ordered for 3 people from the start, it would have been exposed later. Even if Tang Xiaoxiao did not have time to think too much now, if she thought about it carefully later, she would find problems. Again, no destined heroine is truly stupid. You can fool them for a while, but it is hard to fool them forever. Therefore, to keep deceiving, one must be perfect in the details, at least able to justify oneself. How did you know we were hungry? Seeing that Tang Xiaoxiao was not angry, Zhong Qing'er did not continue to blame Cao Chuan, and smoothly changed the subject. Xiaoxiao and I were just saying that we would have someone deliver some things later, and watch a movie together. We are on the same wavelength, are we not? Otherwise, how could we be together? Cao Chuan laughed heartily. Humph. As if. Zhong Qing'er expressed disdain, her face beaming with joy. Remember the details. Never intentionally maintain distance from your girlfriend in front of other women just because you want to cheat. Instead, you should show infinite love for your girlfriend, making her the priority in everything, having eyes only for her, and no room for any other woman. Those who truly like you will not dislike you because of this. On the contrary, they will like you even more, and it might even stir up their jealousy. As for those who do not like you, if you keep your distance from your girlfriend, they will only laugh at your foolishness in their hearts. Sometimes, women see men very clearly. They can tell a human from a dog at a glance. So, what our old cow needs to do is establish a persona, fix a persona, deeply explore a persona, and remain consistent. Look, Tang Xiaoxiao is envious, is she not? At the same time, she is even more certain that Cao Chuan knew nothing that night. Otherwise, normally, Cao Chuan would definitely show at least in his eyes, his apology, or other emotions toward her. It would be even less likely for him to flirt with Zhong Qing'er in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief again. It was best if no one knew. But she also felt more unwilling, and her mood was a bit low. She felt like having a drink. At the same time, Lo Li's negotiations with the 4 clans reached a critical moment. Lo Li sat in a large boss chair, her 2 perfect legs dangling, and swinging back and forth on the edge of the chair. To be fair, simulacrum immortals can be made to be perfectly flawless, no less than any destined heroine. After all, they are sculpted. The only drawback might be that they are not immortal masters. Everything is fake. Every frown and smile lacks thought. It is just programming. Cao Chuan is not short of money now. Otherwise, he would definitely make doll sounds. Such dolls, selling for 100 million is not excessive. You can even embed diamonds if you want, as long as you can afford it. Unfortunately, old Cao is not short of money, and the cost price of the dolls is too high. 5 crystals per family, and I will provide you all with Ye Chen's whereabouts throughout. And I will investigate the people behind Ye Chen. The price dropped from 10 crystals per family to 5. That means each family has to contribute 50 grams of crystals. Everyone, this is already the best price I can offer. If you are still unwilling, then the cooperation will be cancelled. Anyway, I have no loss. With my intelligence, I can still find crystals everywhere. It is just a little bit more troublesome. Besides, I will provide Ye Chen's location throughout, which allows you to know yourself and your enemy. Even if you lose one less Huajin elder, you still profit. Shin Changang immediately made the decision. My Shin family agrees, contributing 5. I disagree. Bu Qingda, however, suddenly shook his head. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.